Bang! A small white vial shattered upon impact with the ground, sending fragments scattering, while the few elixirs contained within were reduced to debris. The elixirs, mottled in hue and coarse in texture, occasionally revealed minute shards of herbal leaves upon closer inspection. Lin Mu gazed at the remnants of the elixirs he had inadvertently destroyed, a wave of helplessness washing over him. This vial contained spirit-gathering pills, beneficial for cultivators in the chi refinement stage. Yet, this particular vial was filled with defective pills. Defective pills are the byproducts of failed alchemy. Utterly unsuitable for cultivation, forcing their consumption could inflict significant harm upon the body. Upon receiving this vial of spirit-gathering pills, Lin Mu had immediately discerned their inferior quality. However, he had stifled his anger, for the one who bestowed this vial upon him was a steward disciple. Within the Qinyu Sword Sect, Lin Mu held the position of a mere menial worker, tasked with laundry, cooking, fetching water, and cleaning. The steward disciples were responsible for managing the affairs of outer disciples, including the distribution of spirit-gathering pills. For every month of menial labor, the sect rewarded him with 2 low-grade spirit stones and 1 vial of spirit-gathering pills. However, Steward Ma had taken advantage of this system for personal gain. While the 2 low-grade spirit stones were not withheld, the spirit-gathering pills were substituted with inferior versions, leaving Lin Mu with defective pills, while Steward Ma clandestinely consumed the intact ones. This marked the 3rd time Lin Mu had received defective pills since Steward Ma had taken charge of the outer disciples' affairs 3 months prior. In other words, since his arrival, Lin Mu had not been granted a single intact vial of spirit-gathering pills, and it appeared that hope for such a future was futile. After a month of arduous toil, ending with nothing to show for Itwo could not feel a surge of indignation. Yet, amidst his anger, a deeper sense of powerlessness enveloped Lin Mu. Steward Ma had already attained the 7th layer of chi refinement, while Lin Mu had barely reached the 3rd layer, rendering him incapable of resistance. Furthermore, Lin Mu was acutely aware that his lack of strength was not the sole reason for his predicament. Steward Ma's disdain stemmed from Lin Mu's possession of the 5 elements spirit root. Spirit roots hold paramount significance for cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, single-element spirit roots are deemed the most desirable, such as water or fire spirit. Roots, double-element roots like water, fire, or earth wood, follow in quality, while triple-element roots rank lower. The least favorable are the 5 elements spirit roots. The quality of a spirit root directly correlates with a cultivator's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as well as their rate of progression in cultivation. Lin Mu's spirit root, being the most inferior 5 elements type, exhibited an overabundance of balanced gold. Wood, water, fire, and earth were all present, yet none stood out. Compared to his peers, his sensitivity to the spiritual energy was diminished by over half, despite his relentless efforts practicing the sect's techniques thrice. For every one time his peers practiced, 3 years had passed, and while others had reached the 5th layer of chi refinement, he still lingered at the 3rd layer. As time marched on, this disparity would only widen. Steward Ma, recognizing Lin Mu's slow progress, and scrupulously appropriated his spirit-gathering pills, harboring no fears that Lin Mu would one day surpass him and seek retribution. Moreover, by withholding Lin Mu's spirit-gathering pills, Ma ensured that Lin Mu's cultivation speed would further decline, while his own would experience a slight enhancement. With no worries to hinder him, he acted with unbridled audacity. Lin Mu sat despondently upon the cushion in the quiet chamber, the shattered porcelain and mottled elixir strewn about, appearing to mock him silently. His ambition for cultivation had faded, leaving him in a state of stupor, beset by overwhelming sorrow. After a prolonged silence, the room was enveloped in darkness. He removed a jade pendant from around his neck, cradling it in his hands as silent tears streamed down his face. Memories of his parents' parting words lingered in his mind, urging him to diligently pursue his cultivation. His mother had entrusted him with their family's most precious possession, the ancestral jade pendant, hoping it would safeguard him on his journey. 3 years prior, famine ravaged his hometown, leaving corpses strewn across the land. And Lin Mu's family had no rice to cook. They survived on tree bark, which was soon devoured, rendering life unbearable. At that time, The elders of the Chinyu Sword Sect arrived to select disciples, promising a life free from want. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's father gazed at his son, who had become a mere shadow of himself, and felt a profound sorrow. He carried Lin Mu over rugged terrain for miles, kneeling before the elder, pleading desperately for his son's acceptance into the sect. Aware that he would likely never see his son again, he could not bear the thought of watching him perish from hunger. The elder assessed Lin Mu's potential, acknowledging a spirit root for cultivation but lamenting its inadequacy, declaring that hope for ascension was futile. Lin Mu's father, prostrate on the ground, begged fervently, his forehead bleeding from repeated blows. Lin Mu joined him in this act of desperation. The elder, moved by their sincerity, relented and accepted Lin Mu into the sect. Once within the Chinyu Sword Sect, Lin Mu found himself free from want. Yet his poor spirit root hindered his progress, subjecting him to scorn. Now, the steward Ma had openly stripped him of his hard-earned gains. Lin Mu's heart ached with concern for his parents, uncertain if they had survived the famine several times. He contemplated descending the mountain to visit them, but the sect's rules forbade leaving until one reached the foundation establishment stage. This meant that if he failed to cultivate to that level, he would never see his parents again. Thus, he devoted himself to relentless training, hoping to reach foundation establishment and return home. Yet his spirit root proved too weak, and his progress stagnated. The spirit gathering pills he had earned were consumed by Steward Ma, rendering his hopes of foundation establishment even more elusive. After 3 years of toil, he had only reached the third layer of chi refinement, with 10 layers in total, and the pace only slowed with each advance. At his current rate, it would take him 50 years to achieve foundation establishment point 50 years hence. His parents would surely have passed away. The thought of his parents aging alone, without anyone to accompany them in their final moments, filled him with profound sorrow. Overwhelmed by grief, he wept bitterly, his cries echoing through the chamber. Clutching the jade pendant tightly, he pressed his forehead against his hands, weeping in anguish, his sobs muffled and choked. After a while, his cries subsided, and Lin Mu, holding the pendant, silently wiped away his tears and his heart. He vowed to attain foundation establishment and reunite with his parents once more in his lifetime. Lin Mu sat cross-legged in the pitch-black quietude of his chamber, immersing himself in focused cultivation. As he quietly practiced the 9 directions heart method, his spiritual consciousness became clear and empty, akin to entering the void, with wisps of spiritual energy converging towards him. The spiritual power circulated within his body along a predetermined pathway, increasing incrementally with each complete cycle. However, Lin Mu's current cultivation level was merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, and after a night of diligent effort, he could only manage 2 complete cycles of this energy within himself. Yet he firmly believed that perseverance could compensate for his initial shortcomings. With steadfast dedication, he would ultimately reap rewards. Employing the technique of inner vision, Lin Mu observed the flow of spiritual energy within him. After one complete cycle, the energy slowly streamed into his dantian, a space that appeared void yet revealed faint, ethereal strands of gas upon closer inspection. These were the spiritual energies residing within him. The inner vision technique was a simple method used to examine one's internal conditions, as recorded in the 9 directions heart method. This heart method was a second-tier technique bestowed upon Lin Mu upon his entry into the sect, although its rank was modest. It served as the primary cultivation method for most outer disciples of the Thousand Feather Sword Sect, boasting a purity and solidity in the spiritual power cultivated therein. Devoid of the risk of falling into madness, the heart method enhances spiritual cultivation, emphasizing both innate talent and accumulation. Spiritual veins, herbs, and stones significantly bolster one's progress. Absent these, one must rely solely on arduous self-cultivation. Techniques represent the avenues through which spiritual power is utilized. However, acquiring these techniques is no easy feat, typically requiring the purchase of spiritual stones or instruction from the sect. Currently, Lin Mu was only familiar with the most rudimentary inner vision technique. Spiritual power serves as the foundation for techniques, while these techniques represent an extension of spiritual power, with both elements supporting and relying on one another. After a considerable time, Lin Mu awakened from his meditative state. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, its luminous glow pouring down like water. A beam of pristine moonlight filtered through the window of the quiet chamber, casting a gentle radiance upon the jade pendant resting against Lin Mu's chest, causing it to shimmer softly. Instantly captivated, he picked up the pendant for a closer inspection. Soon, his expression shifted to one of gravity, filled with disbelief. He noticed that the pure moonlight was seeping into the pendant at an imperceptible rate, resembling a tangible stream. Could the pendant absorb moonlight? His attention sharpened on this phenomenon. He quickly dispatched a thread of his consciousness into the pendant to investigate. To his disappointment, his consciousness could only linger on the surface, unable to penetrate deeper. This only heightened Lin Mu's intrigue. The moonlight could flow into the pendant, yet his omnipresent consciousness was barred from entry. This piqued his curiosity further. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had an epiphany. Hastily, he bit his finger to draw a drop of blood, letting it fall onto the pendant. Under Lin Mu's expectant gaze, the crimson droplet, akin to moonlight, gradually seeped into the pendant, vanishing from sight. The pendant remained flawless and white, appearing even purer against the backdrop of moonlight. Once the blood fully integrated into the pendant, Lin Mu sensed an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the artifact. With a mere thought, he found himself vanishing from the chamber. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mu reappeared in an unfamiliar location, landing on the ground with a face full of wonder as he beheld his surroundings. In a hazy expanse brimming with spiritual essence, Lin Mu stood before a modest dwelling, its entrance flanked by 3 acres of spiritual fields. Turning around, he noticed 4 unassuming characters inscribed above the door, Xianyu Space. The cottage, though simplistic in its construction, was akin to an ordinary house, albeit slightly smaller in scale. Upon stepping inside, Lin Mu was met with an emptiness that left him momentarily bewildered. He had anticipated discovering treasures of celestial origin, elixirs of vitality, or profound cultivation techniques, only to find nothing but desolation. For a fleeting moment, he remained rooted in place, his hopes dashed. Yet, after a brief period of contemplation, enlightenment dawned upon him. The external spiritual fields flourished while the interior remained barren. It dawned on him that the ancestor who had left behind this jade pendant intended to impart a vital lesson to future generations, that all achievements required diligent effort and labor. Emboldened by this realization, Lin Mu began to explore the extraordinary qualities of the Xianyu pendant. After several hours of initial observation, he discerned 2 significant advantages. Firstly, the spiritual energy within the Xianyu space was markedly more potent than that outside, suggesting that his cultivation here would yield far greater results with less effort. Secondly, he estimated that the 3 acres of spiritual fields had reached a second-grade quality, which would allow for the cultivation of second-grade spiritual herbs and medicines. With such resources, concocting a spirit-gathering pill would become a trivial matter, thereby ensuring his progress in cultivation would not stagnate. Simultaneously, Lin Mu speculated that the richness of the spiritual energy within this space was likely linked to the amount of moonlight absorbed by the pendant. He pondered the lineage of this jade pendant, marveling at the hidden wonders it contained. Had he not embarked on the path of cultivation, this secret might have remained forever undiscovered. Now that he had glimpsed this mystery, he felt a deep sense of destiny and resolved to seize this opportunity. Vowing to exert himself with renewed vigor in hopes of establishing a solid foundation for his cultivation and returning home to visit his parents sooner rather than later. The thought of his lonely parents stirred a fervent passion within him, and as he gazed at the pendant hanging from his neck, his eyes glistened with emotion. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. If he was indeed within the pendant, how could it still be suspended around his neck? Was he inside the pendant or outside it? With a flicker of consciousness, he exited the Xianyu space, finding himself once again in the tranquil chamber. The pendant remained at his throat, and moonlight continued to stream through the window, the surroundings seemingly unchanged. Grasping the pendant tightly, he felt as though he were caught in a dream. The lines between reality and illusion blurring, evoking a profound sense of wonder. Then, he recalled that he had spent at least an hour within the pendant. Why then? Did the moonlight appear unchanged? His expression shifted through a myriad of emotions as he retrieved a stick of sandalwood incense from the tranquil chamber and lit it. He then re-entered the Xianyu space and, following suit, ignited another stick of incense. Lin Mu fixed his gaze upon the slowly burning sandalwood, watching as it gradually diminished until it was reduced to a wisp of ash. Without delay, he swiftly returned to the tranquil chamber, only to find the incense there still burning steadily, having only consumed half its length. Unlike the serene and gently burning sandalwood, Lin Mu's heart blazed with an inner fire. His gaze sharp and piercing, he now comprehended that time within the Xianyu space flowed at twice the rate of the outside world. In other words, while he trained for 2 days within, merely a single day had elapsed outside. Lin Mu's heart surged with fervor, akin to the molten magma coursing beneath the earth's crust. Relentless and vigorous, this jade pendant could allow his cultivation progress to run parallel with those of exceptional spiritual roots, or perhaps even surpass them. This was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure, one that must remain a closely guarded secret. Lin Mu resolutely reminded himself of this truth. He understood the wisdom of concealing wealth. The realm of cultivation often witnessed the ruthless plunder of treasures. Merely a single bottle of first-tier gathering spirit elixir had led the steward Ma to resort to coercive theft. If this pendant were to be discovered, Lin Mu had no doubt he would be ruthlessly annihilated, reduced to mere ashes. However, conversely, was this pendant not also a pivotal opportunity for his ascendancy? Lin Mu clutched the Xianyu pendant tightly, regarding it as invaluable as his own life. He took a mat and ventured into the courtyard, where the moonlight shone even brighter. He arranged the mat and sat cross-legged on the ground, placing the pendant upon his chest to gradually absorb the essence of the moon, replenishing the spiritual energy within the Xianyu space. Gazing at the luminous moonlight, he found himself unable to sleep or cultivate in peace. Throughout that night, he pondered deeply, contemplating many thoughts. As dawn's first light pierced the darkness and the sky began to brighten, Lin Mu sat in the courtyard, his face radiating joy, his eyes sparkling with vitality. During that night, he had devised plans for his future, glimpsing a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded from the courtyard gate, interrupting Lin Mu's reverie. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking was both loud and frantic, and the force and speed of the blows indicated that the visitor was filled with immense rage. Lin Mu's dwelling was but a modest square courtyard, containing 3 rooms, 2 ancient trees, and a fish pond. The knocking grew increasingly fervent. As if the person outside bore a profound grudge against the gate, the wooden planks creaking ominously. Lin Mu's expression darkened as he concealed the Xianyu pendant within his clothing, swiftly moving past the ancient trees to open the door. As he swung the courtyard gate open, a visage of a corpulent face filled with anger met his gaze, with a round head, large ears, and a sheen of grease radiating from his countenance. This was none other than Steward Ma Huayuan, who had embezzled Lin Mu's gathering spirit elixirs. Before Lin Mu could utter a word, Ma Huayuan bellowed, "What time do you think it is? Hurry up and fetch water. If you delay any longer, you will be punished with 30 buckets." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's anger flared, yet he forced himself to remain composed, responding calmly. "I no longer wish to serve as a menial worker, Steward Ma. Please leave." Ma Huayuan was taken aback. This worthless wretch dared to defy him. Clearly showing a lack of respect, he scratched his ear with his chubby hand, feigning confusion. What? What did you say? Repeat that." Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Lin Mu reiterated, "I no longer wish to serve as a menial worker. Please leave." Ma Huayuan paused, suspicion creeping into his mind. Was this young man still the same person he had previously tormented? Could it be that consuming his gathering spirit elixirs had driven him mad? He feigned concern and inquired, "Without performing menial tasks, from where would you procure the spirit stones to present to the sect?" The Xianyu Sword Sect had established regulations requiring outer disciples to submit 10 low-grade spirit stones annually. Those who fell short would be required to compensate double the following year. And if they still could not meet the requirement, their meridians would be severed, and they would be expelled from the mountain. Lin Mu, by undertaking menial duties, earned a monthly stipend of 2 spirit stones, more than sufficient for his contributions to the sect. Lin Mu smiled faintly. "There is no need for you to worry. Senior brother, the heavens do not entirely forsake the desperate." Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Ma Huayuan felt a sense of foreboding. He realized that Lin Mu was a puppet from whom he could obtain spirit pills without cost. Losing such an opportunity would be a grave misfortune. He lowered his tone slightly, speaking in a coaxing manner. "Junior brother, do not act impulsively. Working under me, you will not suffer losses, and you will earn ample spirit stones. Such a position is rare within the sect. You must seize this chance and not let it slip away. One misstep could lead to eternal regret." The last word, regret, was emphasized heavily, laden with an unmistakable threat. Lin Mu, unwilling to confront him head-on just yet, maintained his composure and replied, "I have considered this matter carefully, and my decision is resolute. Please leave." As soon as he finished speaking, he attempted to close the door to dismiss his unwelcome guest. However, Ma Huayuan forcibly wedged his corpulent frame into the entrance, blocking Lin Mu's way. He looked down at Lin Mu with a cold glare and warned, "Do not be foolish. Return to fetching water, and I will pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Seeing that yielding was no longer an option, and returning was out of the question, where he would only be exploited, Lin Mu resolved to confront Ma Huayuan openly. Gazing at the rotund face before him, he declared loudly, "Whether I choose to comply or not is my own prerogative. You have no authority to interfere." His voice rang out like a bell, attracting the attention of nearby outer disciples, who emerged to witness the altercation. Their numbers swelling as they gathered around Lin Mu's courtyard, murmuring and pointing. As the crowd grew, Ma Huayuan's brow furrowed in concern. While he might be bold enough to engage in private violence, he dared not act publicly. Should any disciples from the law enforcement hall of the sect witness the confrontation, he would be branded as a perpetrator harming his fellow sect members, leaving him with nowhere to lament his fate. Yet, unwilling to lose face, he retorted, his face reddening with indignation, "You are nothing but a complete waste. Without performing menial tasks, what else can you possibly do?" Lin Mu, incensed by this insult, recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. Resolutely, he pointed an accusatory finger at Ma Huayuan and exclaimed, "I have always been diligent in my duties within the sect. Yet, how have you treated me? You have hoarded my spirit pills for yourself, and the ones you gave me were all useless. Even a clay figurine retains some semblance of its original form. Do not push your deceit too far." With that, Lin Mu dashed toward his quiet chamber. Retrieving the shattered pills from the previous night, he hurled them outside the courtyard for all his fellow disciples to see. The pills, now adorned with fragments of grass and debris, were clearly of no use. Lin Mu's claims were entirely valid. The outer disciples of the Qinyu Sword Sect erupted in an uproar, denouncing Ma Huayuan's shamelessness. "How utterly inhumane! This is a betrayal of conscience," exclaimed one disciple clad in a blue robe, to whom Lin Mu cast a grateful glance. "Such actions have strayed far from the path of the immortal. Humanity has grown cold. What a sin, what a sin," lamented another, filled with anguish. Certainly, among the crowd, there were supporters of Master Ma, who argued in his defense, "What Ma Huayuan has done is indeed inappropriate. At the very least, he should have provided a complete spirit-gathering pill. To continually offer useless pills could drive anyone to desperation." Ma Huayuan glared at Lin Mu with disdain. His visage was round and fleshy. Yet his audacity was remarkably thick-skinned. Incompetence deserved nothing but waste. This is a natural law. Laughter erupted around them. Someone nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. Lin Mu is nothing but a waste. Using a spirit-gathering pill on him is a sheer waste. It would be better to bestow it upon someone else." Immediately, another voice of dissent arose. "That is not fair. Ma Huayuan is utterly shameless for swallowing Lin Mu's spirit-gathering pill alone. I believe he should share it with us for fairness." This sentiment garnered widespread agreement. A nearby onlooker, unable to tolerate the injustice, urged, "Let us not inflict further harm. Our brother Lin Mu has already suffered greatly. We should not add insult to injury." The speaker was the same disciple in a blue robe who had previously defended Lin Mu, warming Lin Mu's heart. He observed him for a moment longer, silently etching his kindness into memory. Lin Mu gazed at the throng outside, knowing he was momentarily safe. He bowed deeply to the crowd and then turned to Ma Huayuan, saying, "Master Ma, you may take your leave." Ma Huayuan, seething with anger, turned to leave but not before issuing a menacing remark. "Boy, we shall see what happens next." As the crowd found no further entertainment, they began to disperse. The blue-robed disciple offered a slight bow and a smile to Lin Mu as he departed. Lin Mu returned the gesture, expressing his gratitude. Upon closing the courtyard door, Lin Mu hurried to his quiet chamber. This confrontation had drained much of his energy. He had not intended to clash with Ma Huayuan so soon, but did not anticipate such hostility. Although Ma Huayuan refrained from acting against him in front of the numerous disciples today, the future remained uncertain, necessitating caution in his actions. Once in the quiet chamber, Lin Mu casually laid down a straw mat and reclined in his clothes. After a night devoid of sleep, Ma Huayuan intruded once more, and Lin Mu, weary to the bone, soon fell into a deep slumber. At dusk, Lin Mu awoke leisurely. He realized he had slept for a full 9 hours and felt rejuvenated and free of fatigue. Lin Mu resolved to commence the gradual implementation of his plans from this day forward. Confronting Ma Huayuan openly was not his intention. He had aimed to secretly build his strength and confront Ma Huayuan when the time was ripe. However, it now appeared that his situation was precarious. A moment's negligence could allow Ma Huayuan to seize the opportunity to humiliate him, or worse, subject him to torment. Yet, Lin Mu was not fearful, for he possessed the crescent moon pendant. What he needed most at present was time. Inside the crescent moon space, time flowed at twice the rate of the outside world, enabling him to maintain a cultivation pace akin to that of ordinary disciples. Moreover, the 3 acres of spiritual fields within needed to be utilized effectively. Planting spiritual herbs and medicines, which could later be refined into pills to enhance his cultivation. In the long run, he had no doubt he would catch up with his peers. This was his capital, the opportunity for his rise. The cultivation of spiritual herbs is a technical endeavor. For practitioners unfamiliar with the medicinal properties and functions of these herbs, the task can be fraught with challenges. Furthermore, the cultivation process necessitates the mastery of certain elemental techniques, such as the azure water technique for irrigation, the metal technique for pest control, and the flora technique to promote growth. Naturally, these techniques must be procured with spiritual stones, whether for the seeds of the spiritual herbs or the elemental techniques themselves. Although the Qianyu Sword Sect restricts its disciples from venturing out freely, there exists a trading venue within the sect. For instance, the Baidao Pavilion, located on the Wanxia Peak, offers a variety of magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and seeds for sale. Opposite the Baibao Pavilion lies the sect's scripture repository, which houses a collection of martial arts manuals, sword techniques, and spells of varying levels. As long as one possesses spiritual stones, all items within can be acquired, often at a more reasonable price than outside. Lin Mu removed the meditation cushion from his chamber and gently lifted a blue brick hidden beneath it. Concealed beneath the brick was a blue cloth pouch, which Lin Mu carefully extracted. Upon cautiously opening the pouch, he discovered 40 lower-grade spiritual stones, his entire savings accumulated over 3 years. These stones are imbued with abundant spiritual energy, capable of accelerating one's cultivation. Moreover, spiritual stones serve as the fundamental currency in the realm of cultivation, making them indispensable for any practitioner. Lin Mu had always been reluctant to expend his spiritual stones on cultivation, deeming it an extravagance. Instead, he chose to endure arduous training. After 3 years of diligent effort, he had managed to save over 40 lower-grade spiritual stones. This constituted his entire fortune. After rewrapping the pouch with care, Lin Mu exited his small courtyard and made his way toward Wanxia Peak. Wanxia Peak, renowned for its breathtaking sunset hues, is adjacent to Lin Mu's current residence on the western peak. Arriving at Wanxia Peak, he had no time to admire the picturesque scenery, which felt distant from his current life, and proceeded directly to the scripture repository. Perched atop Wanxia Peak, the repository stands opposite the Baidao Pavilion. It is a quaint 3-story wooden structure, exuding an aura of antiquity and simplicity. As it was evening, the repository was sparsely populated. An elderly man with a ruddy complexion sat cross-legged behind the entrance, meditating in tranquility. He was the guardian of the repository. Lin Mu could not discern the depth of his cultivation and silently bowed in respect before entering the repository. Throughout the encounter, the elder appeared oblivious, not even opening his eyes. The scripture repository comprises 3 levels, each housing different martial arts manuals, with the quality of the texts increasing as one ascends. Currently, Lin Mu, being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, was permitted to wander only on the 1st floor. Inside, rows of rosewood shelves stood meticulously arranged, each divided into numerous small compartments, with a jade slip floating in each. To facilitate the disciples' research, each shelf was clearly labeled, categorizing the contents as either martial arts, sword techniques, or spells. As a sword cultivation sect, the Qianyu Sword Sect boasts a predominance of sword techniques in the repository, followed by martial arts manuals, with spells being the least represented. Lin Mu advanced through the aisles of shelves, finally discovering the section dedicated to elemental techniques nestled in a corner beside a wooden shelf. With a casual grasp, a jade slip lifted by the swirling winds materialized in his hand. As he infused it with spiritual energy, words unfolded in his mind. Crimson Fire Technique, one of the 5 elements arts, required 5 inferior spiritual stones. Lin Mu picked up another slip, channeling his energy into it, and it bore striking resemblance to the previous one. Metal of Gung Technique, also part of the 5 elements arts, demanded 5 inferior spiritual stones. He continued to select several jade slips, each revealing similar content. Indifferently, he grasped yet another slip and infused it with spiritual energy. This time, his expression shifted dramatically, filled with uncertainty. Foundational 5 elements arts, encompassing Metal of Gung, Wood Technique, Water Technique, Crimson Fire Technique, and Earth Technique, required 20 inferior spiritual stones. All 5 foundational cultivation techniques were contained within. Purchasing this jade slip would save him 5 inferior spiritual stones compared to acquiring each technique separately. However, spending 20 inferior spiritual stones at once posed a significant burden for him, representing half of his savings. This was precisely the source of his hesitation. Compared to other arts, these foundational planting techniques were already quite affordable, as their offensive capabilities were exceedingly limited. Few would invest in them unless they were cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu resolved to make the purchase despite the strain. Firstly, as he possessed the 5 elements spiritual root, he could cultivate all 5 techniques within. Secondly, he would save 5 inferior spiritual stones, making it a more economical choice in the long run. Lastly, it was imperative to acquire these techniques, for the spiritual fields within the moon rotation space could not be left fallow. That would be an utter waste. Having made his decision, Lin Mu clutched the foundational 5 elements art's Jade slip and approached the elder at the door. Upon reaching him, Lin Mu noticed the elder was in deep slumber, and he hesitated to disturb him, intending to wait quietly by the side. Yet, the elder suddenly awoke, his eyes resembling deep pools, calm and inscrutable. Lin Mu hastily bowed, saying, "Junior has selected the Jade slip. I kindly request your esteemed review." The elder took the slip, glanced at it with an expressionless face, and stated, 20 inferior spiritual stones. Lin Mu quickly retrieved his cloth pouch, counted out 20 stones, and presented them to the elder with both hands. As soon as the stones touched the elder's palm, they vanished, absorbed into the storage pouch hanging at his waist. Handing the Jade slip back to Lin Mu, the elder spoke in a neutral tone, "You may go." Lin Mu bowed once more before silently exiting the scripture pavilion. After his departure, a faint smile emerged on the elder's otherwise impassive face, a fleeting spark of brilliance flickering in his seemingly closed eyes. Soon, he returned to his tranquil state, eyes shut, appearing as though he were an aging man on the verge of demise. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Mu found the evening had fallen. Gazing at the rising moon, he resolved to practice outside, allowing the moon rotation pendant to absorb the moonlight. He extracted the foundational 5 elements art's Jade slip from his pocket and began to carefully study the techniques contained within. The 5 planting techniques, water technique, metal of gum, wood technique, earth technique, and crimson fire technique, each possess distinct functions. The first technique Lin Mu wished to learn was water technique, as water was of utmost importance for spiritual herbs and medicines. The green water technique, when mastered to a profound degree, not only enables the practitioner to summon rain for irrigation effortlessly, but also imbues the rainwater with a wealth of spiritual energy that can foster the growth of ethereal herbs. Lin Mu, with his hands deftly forming gestures, endeavored to condense the cloud formations as described in the green water technique. The formation of clouds serves as the foundation of this technique. Without successfully conjuring these clouds, one would be forever unable to master the green water technique. However, Lin Mu possessed little experience in the realm of magical arts and found himself unable to manifest the clouds, regardless of his efforts. As the night deepened, Lin Mu's fingers grew sore from the repetitive gestures, yet the clouds remained elusive. Despite his fatigue, a resolute determination shone in his eyes. After meticulously studying the green water technique, he mulled over each phrase several times and began to grasp a glimmer of understanding. In the dead of night, as the moon concealed itself behind the clouds, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a wisp of white mist emerged from the obscurity. A delicate veil of water vapor floated in Lin Mu's palm, reminiscent of ethereal smoke, translucent and indistinct. A surge of joy welled within him. After extensive study, he had finally managed to condense this mist. Yet, he remained uncertain whether this truly represented the cloud formation described in the green water technique. Releasing his fingers, the gestures completed, the mist gradually descended to the ground, merely dampening the earth's surface. This was still a considerable distance from effectively irrigating the spiritual fields. From his studies, Lin Mu learned that the green water technique comprises 3 tiers, and he had only just reached the first tier, the stage of cloud formation. To utilize the green water technique practically, he needed to undergo rigorous training, at least until he attained the second tier. Undeterred, Lin Mu continued his practice, executing the gestures one after another, causing numerous wisps of mist to fall upon the ground, moistening the earth before him. The moonlight once again pierced through the clouds, illuminating the courtyard as bright as day. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the fish pond, where the moonlight illuminated its depths, revealing a parched bottom. A sudden inspiration struck him. He decided to channel the rainwater conjured through the green water technique into the fish pond. With Lin Mu's relentless practice, the cloud formations gradually expanded, reaching the size of a bowl. With each application of the green water technique, he could dampen an area of the pond's bottom equivalent to that of a bowl. Yet, by dawn, his attempts with the green water technique had merely succeeded in moistening the pond's bottom. Filling the pond, measuring a yard on each side, remained an unattainable aspiration. As the morning sun filtered through the sparse foliage, casting dappled shadows upon Lin Mu's face, his features appeared resolute and defined. Tirelessly, he summoned forth clouds, showering the ground with rain. Though the clouds remained the size of a bowl, they had grown significantly denser, brimming with moisture. Suddenly, a melodious chime echoed from afar, clang, clang, clang. The clear, resonant sound reverberated through the valley. Lin Mu paused his efforts, hastily washed up, and hurriedly made his way toward Wangzhen Peak. Simultaneously, in numerous courtyards on the western peak, dozens of figures emerged, all converging towards Wangzhen Peak. One senior brother, leisurely perched upon a wind-riding paper crane, appeared relaxed yet soared toward Wangzhen Peak at a pace far swifter than Lin Mu's, exuding an air of ease. After running for the duration of half a stick of incense through the mountains, Lin Mu finally arrived breathless at Wangzhen Peak. He rushed into the Wangsten Hall, where a cacophony of voices filled the air, with no fewer than 100 outer disciples gathered, all sharing Lin Mu's fervor. He casually found a cushion to sit on, gasping for breath. At the front sat a young man, approximately in his 20s, with a complexion as fair as jade, sharp brows, and bright eyes. Clad in a flowing blue robe, markedly different from the other 100 seated below. This was senior brother Lin Mu, the 5th-ranked inner disciple. He frequently lectured the outer disciples, imparting knowledge on various techniques and the art of crafting artifacts. Lin Mu had learned his 9 directions heart method in these very classes. Periodically, senior brother Lin Mu would share cultivation methods, and Lin Mu made it a point to attend whenever possible, reaping immense benefits from his teachings. With a light cough, Lin Mu silenced the room instantly. One could hear a pin drop. The crowd leaned forward, their eyes filled with anticipation, holding their breath as they gazed up at Lin Mu, fearful of disturbing his flow of thought. True to expectations, Lin Mu began, "Greetings, fellow disciples. Today, I wish to discuss the art of artifact crafting. I hope you will listen attentively and not allow your minds to wander, lest you squander this precious time." His voice, though gentle, carried a profound depth, resonating clearly in the ears of all present, as if he were whispering directly to them. The path of artifact crafting is vast and intricate. Mastery cannot be achieved in a day. Today, I will introduce you to the fundamentals of crafting. To ensure your understanding, I will now demonstrate the creation of a spirit-digging hoe. With that, he directed his focus away from the disciples and began manipulating a pile of materials on the table. Lin Mu observed every motion of Lin Mu with rapt attention, not daring to blink for fear of missing an essential detail. Lin Mu's movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of hesitation. A block of bronze swiftly transformed into the shape of a hoe. His hands moved tirelessly, a flicker of spiritual energy illuminating the process as he inscribed formations onto the hoe's surface, embedded a spirit stone, and inserted a wooden handle. In no time, a spirit-digging hoe was crafted. The entire process was smooth and elegant, devoid of any clumsiness, leaving the onlookers in awe. Although Lin Mu remained watchful, many aspects eluded his understanding. Despite Lin Mu's seemingly effortless mastery, Lin Mu knew that countless hours of hard work lay behind such skill, and he held deep admiration for his senior. He leaned in closer, eagerly awaiting further instruction. Lin Mu, indeed, did not disappoint him. Noticing the puzzled expressions of his junior disciples, he elucidated, artifact crafting consists of 3 essential stages: shaping the materials, inscribing formations, and embedding spirit stones. While these steps may appear simple, the hands-on experience yields unique insights that greatly enhance your cultivation. He continued to elaborate on the intricacies of each step and some fundamental formations. The lecture spanned 3 full hours, with every disciple attentively engaged, none daring to leave. In the entire Chenyu sword sect, only senior brother Lin Mu exhibited such selflessness, nurturing the outer disciples with his generous knowledge. Thus, the disciples reciprocated his kindness, dedicating themselves to his teachings and honoring Lin Mu's goodwill. Upon concluding the lecture, Lin Mu spoke no further, offering a warm smile to the gathering before gracefully exiting the hall. As those around him gradually departed, Lin Mu remained seated, unmoved, quietly reflecting upon all that he had learned. Only after he had ensured that every essential principle was firmly etched in his memory did he rise and step toward the palace entrance. Squinting against the blinding sunlight, Lin Mu understood that this lecture held profound significance for him. Lin Mu leisurely returned to Shifeng. Instead of heading straight back to his small courtyard, he opted to have lunch at the Lingshan. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, sustenance remains indispensable. However, unlike ordinary mortals, it does not require frequent consumption. A meal once a day, or even once every 2 days, suffices to meet their needs. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can completely transcend reliance on food. Dining at the Lingsantang does not necessitate the use of spirit stones. Everything is complementary. Lin Mu collected a portion of food and settled at a table in the corner, quietly finishing his meal. Afterward, he slowly made his way back to his small courtyard. Upon arriving at the meditation room, Lin Mu carefully retrieved the azure cloth pouch, gently opening it to discover that 21 low-grade spirit stones remained inside. He tucked the pouch back into his robe and proceeded directly to the Baibing Pavilion. At midday, the flow of disciples coming and going from Luoxia Peak was sparse. Lin Mu did not hesitate and stepped into the Baibing Pavilion. As soon as he entered, an outer sect disciple approached him with a smile, saying, "Senior brother, what can I assist you with today? Magical tools or spirit herbs?" Lin Mu paused and replied, "I would like to purchase some materials for weapon forging." Gu Chen's smile widened. "Senior brother, please follow me. I will guide you." He worked at the Baibing Pavilion, selling various items on behalf of the sect, earning a commission for each sale. The more he sold, the greater his accumulation of spirit stones. However, he was not the only disciple engaged in this task. Competition was quite fierce, which explained his enthusiastic demeanor. Upon entering the shop, Lin Mu wasted no time and directly requested, "I need a block of bronze ingot, a blue steel dagger, a fine iron hammer, and a section of elmwood." Gu Chen immediately deduced Lin Mu's intentions and smiled. "Senior brother intends to forge Earth Spirit Hoe, does he? No need for such trouble. I have ready-made ones here, crafted with excellence, guaranteed to satisfy you." Lin Mu shook his head in refusal. "I have ample time. I wish to forge it myself to enhance my personal understanding." Gu Chen, still smiling, replied, "Very well, I shall fetch them for you." In a short while, Gu Chen gathered all the requested items, placed them in a cloth bag, and set them on the counter. Looking up, he inquired, "Is there anything else you require?" Lin Mu pointed at the array of forging materials and asked, "How many spirit stones are needed for these?" Gu Chen replied with a grin, "These materials are quite common and inexpensive. Only 2 low-grade spirit stones are required." Lin Mu produced 2 spirit stones, handed them to Gu Chen, picked up the cloth bag, and bid farewell to Gu Chen as he exited the Baibing Pavilion. Gu Chen accompanied him to the door and, before departing, cheerfully said, "Next time you come here to purchase items, do seek me out." Lin Mu nodded in agreement and continued on his way to Shifeng. As he walked back, Lin Mu's mind was filled with thoughts. His yearning for cultivation was unparalleled. He resolved to make the most of the 3 acres of spirit fields in the Xianwei space. The most pressing task at hand was to forge the Earth Spirit Hoe, an essential tool for planting. The forging of the Earth Spirit Hoe was the subject of Senior Brother Ling Yun's lecture today, and Lin Mu's study of this process would not raise any suspicions. In truth, he had remained inconspicuous within the sect, drawing little attention. There was no need for such extreme caution, yet his innate prudence compelled him to avoid any mistakes. Upon returning to the meditation room, Lin Mu extracted the forging materials from the cloth bag and began his attempt to forge the Earth Spirit Hoe. However, he did not immediately commence his task. Instead, he took a moment to meticulously recall the forging techniques imparted by his elder brother Ling Yun. Once he had mentally organized all the information, he felt a surge of confidence and began the process of creation. In truth, the term forging seems somewhat pretentious when applied to the Earth Spirit Hoe. Among all magical tools, the Earth Spirit Hoe is hardly classified, not even qualifying as a low-grade artifact. Its function is limited to tilling the soil and dispersing the spiritual energy condensed within the clods, ensuring an even distribution essential for the absorption of spiritual herbs and plants. To other cultivators, it is merely a trifling tool of little significance. However, for farmers, the Earth Spirit Hoe is indispensable. A common adage among cultivators states, to achieve a bountiful harvest, one must possess an Earth Spirit Hoe. Lin Mu grasped a fine iron hammer, repeatedly striking the bronze ingot in hopes of shaping it into a hoe. Yet after half an hour of labor, his arms ached, and he found that the bronze ingot resembled a funnel rather than a hoe. Recognizing this attempt as a failure, Lin Mu returned the bronze ingot to its original form and resolved to start anew, reinventing his approach and learning from his previous experience. He resumed his efforts with even greater diligence. After an hour, the outline of a hoe began to take shape. Although it lacked aesthetic appeal, with an excessively pronounced curve between the hoe blade and the handle, and the lines not being particularly smooth, it was functional enough. Creating the hoe was merely the first step. The next task was to inscribe a basic formation known as the Jinqian array upon it. This array was not overly complex, and Lin Mu had committed its inscription method to memory. He needed to ensure that no errors occurred during the engraving process, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would have to start over. With a blue steel dagger in hand, he carefully etched the lines onto the hoe's handle, ensuring that no line exceeded half an inch in length to avoid mistakes. By the time he was halfway through the array, beads of sweat were cascading down his forehead. It took him a full 2 hours to complete the simple Zhenxian array. Gazing at the intricate, albeit convoluted, lines adorning the hoe's surface, Lin Mu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This was his first crafted artifact, and it had succeeded. Of course, success was relative. Seasoned cultivators could effortlessly lay down several formidable formations with a mere flick of their wrist, a stark contrast to Lin Mu's humble achievement. With the first 2 steps successfully completed, the next challenge was to affix a spirit stone to the hoe. While it seemed straightforward, the execution proved quite challenging. First, the location of the spirit stone had to be precisely chosen, ideally at a node of the formation, preferably at its center. Then, a small hole needed to be drilled into the center, not too large nor too small, just the right size to accommodate the spirit stone, all while ensuring that the previously inscribed formation remained intact. Lin Mu proceeded with extreme caution, meticulously removing copper shavings with his blue steel dagger. After an hour, a small square hole appeared on the underside of the hoe, perfectly sized to hold a spirit stone. Lin Mu retrieved a spirit stone from a blue cloth pouch and carefully inserted it into the square hole. Next, he took a piece of elm wood and inserted it into the hoe's body. With a surge of spiritual energy, a faint glow emanated, and before his eyes, a brand new earth spirit hoe materialized. Lin Mu was filled with joy. After laboring for several hours, he had finally accomplished a significant feat. Holding the newly forged earth spirit hoe, Lin Mu admired it meticulously for half a day. This was his inaugural artifact creation. From now on, all his hopes for cultivating the spiritual fields rested upon it. As night fell once more, Lin Mu carefully stored the earth spirit hoe in the small abode within the moon rotation space. He then took a mat and returned to the pond's edge to practice the azure water technique. Under the radiant moonlight, Lin Mu repetitively executed the same movement, causing droplets of rainwater to pour into the pond. Gradually, the water level began to rise. At dawn, Lin Mu ceased his actions. After a night of diligent effort, the pond was now nearly half full. Through relentless practice, the size of the clouds had also changed. Lin Mu could now irrigate an area as wide as the mouth of a basin with a single azure water technique. Entering the quiet chamber, he secured the doors and windows, and with a flicker of his form, he entered the moon rotation space. Seated cross-legged in the small abode, he commenced his meditation and cultivation. The surrounding dense spiritual energy enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of refreshment and comfort. Lin Mu eagerly operated the 9 directions heart method, hungrily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and transforming it into internal spiritual power. In the evening, Lin Mu awakened from his trance, his eyes brimming with delight. He felt that a single day of cultivation now equated to 3 days of his previous efforts. As night descended, he diligently resumed practicing the azure water technique. Just as he had the night before, time flew by like an arrow, and before long, a fortnight had passed. Throughout this entire period, Lin Mu seldom ventured outside. Aside from the occasional meal at the spiritual meal hall, he devoted his days to cultivating in the moon rotation space and spent his nights practicing the azure water technique in the courtyard. After 2 weeks, the pond had received half a pond's depth of rainwater from Lin Mu, and it was only natural that his azure water technique advanced to the 2nd level. More importantly, Lin Mu was overjoyed to find that his internal spiritual power had significantly increased. He had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. The 4th level of Qi refinement. This marked his first breakthrough in a year. Lin Mu believed this was merely the beginning. The spiritual energy within the moon rotation space was extraordinarily abundant, at least more than double the concentration found in his courtyard, providing ample support for his regular cultivation. This was largely due to his consistent efforts to allow the moon rotation pendant to absorb moonlight. After absorbing half a month's worth of moonlight, the pendant had become even more flawless and radiant. Now, with Lin Mu's cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, combined with the 2nd level of the azure water technique, he believed finding a relatively easy task within the sect should pose no challenge. Currently, Lin Mu possessed only 18 low-grade spirit stones, and within 6 months, he would need to surrender 10 to the sect. He realized he must seek employment to earn some spirit stones. He could not afford to be idle. Furthermore, his mountain was merely a desolate hill. Lin Mu was adept in only one form of planting technique, leaving him with few suitable job opportunities. After contemplating for a while, Lin Mu suddenly recalled a place that might be well suited for him. After a thorough wash and donning clean garments, Lin Mu set off. Warm Cloud Valley was a crucial site for the Qianyu Sword Sect, where nearly all spiritual herbs and medicines within the sect originated from the medicinal gardens in the valley. Within Warm Cloud Valley, mist swirled in a white haze, obscuring the view of the inner landscape. Lin Mu stood at the mouth of the valley, refraining from recklessly entering. The numerous restrictions lining the path exuded an oppressive force, deterring him from any hasty actions. "Is anyone there? I am Lin Mu, an outer disciple, seeking an audience." He called out towards the valley. As soon as his voice faded, the restrictions on either side of the path vanished, and the oppressive aura dissipated. A figure emerged from within, bearing a kind demeanor, appearing to be around 20 years of age, clothed in a flowing azure robe. Lin Mu immediately recognized him as the one who had spoken on his behalf that day. He hurriedly bowed in greeting. "I am deeply grateful for your righteous words the other day, senior brother. May I inquire your name?" The disciple in the azure robe smiled gently. "There is no need for such formality, junior brother. I am Zhang Ruoxu, a steward disciple of this medicinal garden." A warmth enveloped Lin Mu's heart as he replied. "Since resigning from my menial duties, I have remained idle in my small courtyard. However, this is not a sustainable situation, and I seek employment here." Zhang Ruoxu nodded. "Indeed. The Warm Cloud Valley lacks manpower. What skills do you possess, if I may ask?" Lin Mu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, confessed. "I regret to say that I am only proficient in a singular planting technique, the Bai Shui Ju, which I have mastered to the second level. Would this suffice?" Zhang Ruoxu was elated upon hearing this. "Absolutely, it is quite suitable. We are in need of someone to administer rain for the medicinal plants, and your arrival perfectly fills this vacancy." He tempered his excitement and added, "Follow me, I will show you around the valley." Lin Mu promptly followed. And as they traversed the path, the restrictions on either side receded. Once they had passed, the barriers reappeared. Lin Mu observed with curiosity, matching Zhang Ruoxu's pace. Noticing Lin Mu's astonishment, Zhang Ruoxu explained with a smile, "These restrictions were set by the elders of our sect. Even those in the foundation establishment stage cannot enter at will." He raised a jade pendant before Lin Mu, stating, "Only by holding this pendant can one freely enter and exit the Warm Cloud Valley, though it is limited to the outer valley." He elaborated. The valley is divided into two areas: the outer valley, which contains spiritual herbs of third rank and below, managed by those in the Qi refinement stage, and the inner valley, where herbs of third rank and above are cultivated. I am not privy to the circumstances within." He then retrieved another white jade pendant from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Mu, earnestly advising, "This pendant is for you. Remember to bring it whenever you enter. Additionally, do not wander carelessly within the medicinal garden, particularly not into the inner valley, where the restrictions can easily claim your life. Take heed." Lin Mu accepted the pendant solemnly, assuring, "I will certainly heed your counsel, senior brother, and will not overstep my bounds." As they conversed while walking, they arrived at a patch of pristine white spiritual herbs, where Zhang Ruoxu finally halted. "This is the spot. These 3 acres of spiritual herbs are called Han Yin Chao, which thrive in shade and require rain irrigation every 3 to 5 days. You will be responsible for administering rain to these 3 acres of Han Yin Chao, receiving 3 low-grade spiritual stones and a vial of gathering spirit elixir each month." "How does that sound?" Zhang Ruoxu inquired, gesturing towards the herbs. Given that the monthly remuneration surpassed his previous position by 1 spiritual stone, Lin Mu readily nodded. "That sounds excellent. Will the other spiritual herbs not require irrigation as well?" He did not hesitate to express his doubts. Zhang Ruoxu smiled and explained. "In this Warm Cloud Valley, the rainfall is ample enough to support the growth of those spiritual herbs. However, the cold smoke herb is a second-grade water-based spiritual plant, which demands even more from the rainwater, hence the need for a specialist to administer it." He turned to Lin Mu and chuckled. "Why not, junior brother? Demonstrate the azure water technique and let us see the results. I am eager to witness your skill." Lin Mu, with a humble demeanor, replied, "I am unworthy of such praise, but I shall attempt to showcase my abilities." With that, he composed himself, his expression turning serious, and began to slowly form the hand seals. As he completed the technique, a cloud formation measuring 3 feet square appeared before him, shrouded in a dense, misty vapor. Lin Mu relaxed his hand, and a gentle drizzle cascaded from the cloud, softly landing upon the cold smoke herb before him. This was indeed the second tier of the azure water technique. Zhang Ruoxu applauded, exclaiming, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. This execution of the azure water technique is splendid. It is more than sufficient for nourishing the cold smoke herb." Lin Mu smiled modestly, saying, "Brother, you flatter me. It is but a trivial skill, hardly worthy of mention." Zhang Ruox's expression turned serious as he admonished, "Junior brother, do not belittle yourself. A man should aspire to great heights. The path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. Without an indomitable spirit, one cannot hope to achieve greatness." Lin Mu, with a solemn countenance, bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your guidance, brother. I shall heed your words." Zhang Ruoxa chuckled. "It is merely my personal insight, not worthy of such reverence. I apologize if I have caused you to laugh." Lin Mu quickly expressed his gratitude. Zhang Ruox's words indeed inspired him, yet they did not entirely resonate with his current situation. Until he possesses sufficient strength, he must remain cautious. Noticing Lin Mu seemed to grasp something profound, Zhang Ruoxa smiled slightly. "Let us conclude for today. From now on, you shall administer rain to the cold smoke herb every 3 to 5 days. Should you observe any abnormalities, inform me promptly so I may address them in a timely manner." Lin Mu nodded earnestly in agreement. In the warm cloud valley, Lin Mu practiced the azure water technique, the patter of raindrops nourishing the cold smoke herb before him. This marked Lin Mu's 5th visit for rain administration, and he had become quite adept in the task. The cold smoke herb, a white water-based spiritual plant, was considered rare among second-grade herbs. Even a large sect like the Qinyu Sword Gate cultivated only 3 acres of it. For practitioners in the qi refinement stage, the cold smoke herb was somewhat distant. Its primary use was in the concoction of the precious second-grade Tranquil Heart pill. This pill was particularly valuable for foundation establishment practitioners, as consuming one could help calm the spirit and significantly reduce the risk of demonic deviation. Given the rarity of such a spiritual herb, Lin Mu tended to it with utmost care, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Since assigning this responsibility to Lin Mu, Zhang Ruoxu had seldom inquired further, only occasionally checking on the growth of the cold smoke herb. Each time, Lin Mu seized the opportunity to ask about cultivation tips, and Zhang Ruoxa generously imparted his knowledge, providing meticulous answers. Lin Mu learned a great deal about planting techniques, greatly benefiting from the experience. As the last wisp of cloud dissipated into the sky, Lin Mu paused his actions and settled down to meditate. The cultivation of 3 acres of spiritual land had taken a considerable toll on him. Having taken on this task for half a month, Lin Mu had garnered some insights from the experience. Now, his mastery of the azure water technique flowed with greater ease, devoid of any obscurity. His proficiency in harnessing spiritual energy had also seen significant advancement. The cold smoke grass required 4 months to mature, and Lin Mu resolved to dedicate this period to learning the art of cultivation. Currently, Lin Mu had meticulously arranged his training regimen. During the day, he tended to the cold smoke grass at times, while at others, he practiced in the crescent moon space. In the evenings, he practiced the azure water technique in the courtyard, allowing the crescent moon pendant to absorb the moonlight. His days were filled with busyness, yet were deeply fulfilling. However, a lingering concern occupied a corner of his heart. The crescent moon space remained barren and lifeless. Lin Mu was constantly contemplating how to alter this desolate state. The spiritual fields within the crescent moon space could not be left to languish. Cultivation was imperative. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the various spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden. He had initially intended to wait for these herbs to mature, discreetly gathering some seeds to plant in the crescent moon space. However, a task assigned to him by Zhang Ruoxu today compelled him to expedite his planting plans. Zhang Ruoxu instructed Lin Mu to clear out the excess cold smoke grass from the spiritual fields, as the seeds had been sown rather haphazardly during planting. Some areas had become overly dense, hindering growth. Zhang Ruoxu's notion was to uproot the surplus cold smoke grass to allow for normal growth. This plan resonated perfectly with Lin Mu's intentions. He prepared to transplant the uprooted cold smoke grass into the crescent moon space, thus ensuring that his actions would go unnoticed. After a brief rest to restore his spiritual energy, Lin Mu commenced the removal of the excess cold smoke grass. The planting was done with the right density, with approximately 1,000 stalks of cold smoke grass per acre. Lin Mu meticulously measured the distance between each pair of stalks before uprooting the surplus. By nightfall, Lin Mu had cleared the 3 acres of cold smoke grass. To his surprise, he had only managed to collect over 100 stalks from the 3 acres. This indicated that the senior brother who initially planted the cold smoke grass possessed considerable skill. Lin Mu did not dare to keep all the harvested grass for himself. He carefully selected 40 stalks with intact roots to store in the small house within the crescent moon space. The remaining stalks he handed over to Zhang Ruoxu. Thanks to Lin Mu's prudence, Zhang Ruoxu harbored no suspicions. He disposed of the excess cold smoke grass as refuse and incinerated it with a fireball spell. Throughout this process, Lin Mu maintained a calm demeanor, revealing no signs of wrongdoing. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Lin Mu did not meditate as usual to allow the crescent moon pendant to absorb moonlight. Instead, he headed straight to the quiet chamber. After securing the doors and windows to ensure no one would intrude, Lin Mu's figure vanished from the quiet chamber, appearing within the crescent moon space. Upon entering the small house, he found a spirit hoe resting in the corner beside the 40 stalks of cold smoke grass. He grasped the earth spirit hoe in his left hand, while cradling the cold smoke grass in his right, and stepped into the barren spiritual field outside. Gazing upon the desolate expanse, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. The moment of his inaugural planting was about to commence. He set the cold smoke grass aside and took hold of the earth spirit hoe, commencing the arduous task of tilling the soil. Within this lunar rotation space, the land had become exceedingly compact due to neglect, making cultivation a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the hoe bore an inscription of the Jinqian array, which rendered the tilling process remarkably effective, alleviating Lin Mu's exertion considerably. In the span of a single incense stick's burning, he had prepared enough land to accommodate 40 cold smoke grass plants, transforming the previously hardened soil into a soft and fertile bed, greatly beneficial for their growth. Setting down the hoe, Lin Mu gently planted the cold smoke grass, one by one. The area occupied by the 40 plants was roughly the size of a room, and as he beheld the expanse of pristine white grass, an inexplicable joy filled his heart. Upon completing the planting, Lin Mu, perhaps still uneasy, employed the Baishueju to water the young plants. He lingered for a considerable time, gazing dreamily at the cold smoke grass before him, his heart brimming with hope. Exiting the lunar rotation space, Lin Mu returned to the courtyard, where he resumed practicing the Baishueju by the fish pond, allowing the lunar pendant to absorb the moonlight. Due to Lin Mu's continuous practice of the Baishueju, the water level in the pond had been rising daily, and it was now nearly half full. It wouldn't be long before it overflowed. However, Lin Mu remained undistracted by these developments, diligently honing his skills. At dawn, he ceased his incantations after a night of rigorous training, utterly fatigued, especially his 10 fingers, which ached and felt numb. Instead of succumbing to sleep, he returned to his quiet chamber and entered the lunar rotation space, where he practiced the Jiufeng heart method to absorb spiritual energy. Though one could rest while cultivating, it was not as comfortable as sleep. Lin Mu did not seek luxury. He persisted in his daily practice. Upon advancing to the 4th level of Qi refinement, Lin Mu noticed an increase in the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now, with a day's cultivation, he could circulate spiritual power through his body for 3 cycles. Yet, the path of cultivation grew increasingly arduous. The energy required to progress from the 4th to the 5th level was approximately 1.5 times greater than that needed for the previous transition. Lin Mu had heard that among the disciples who had entered the sect with him, some had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Being newly ascended to the 4th level, he had no reason to become complacent. Thus, Lin Mu exerted even greater effort, allowing the lunar pendant to absorb moonlight to enhance the density of spiritual energy within the lunar rotation space, while simultaneously dedicating himself to rigorous training and gradually planning the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Now, he had taken his first step in the realm of spiritual herb cultivation. Lin Mu yearned for more seeds of spiritual herbs, particularly those related to the gathering spirit pill. Where might these seeds be procured? Lin Mu already had an answer in his heart: Warm Cloud Valley. The spiritual herbs there flourished vibrantly, their growth promising. Zhang Ruoxia smiled as he observed Lin Mu repeatedly practicing the Baishueju, nourishing the cold smoke grass with rain. Lin Mu had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of the Baishueju, mere steps away from the 3rd layer. Now, for sure it is a matter of ease and grace. After completing the planting, Lin Mu smiled and said to Zhang Ruoxia, "Senior brother, how about I learn to cultivate with you?" Zhang Ruoxia was not surprised by Lin Mu's inquiry. He could discern Lin Mu's passion for planting. Calmly, Zhang Ruoxia replied, "Why not? If you are willing, I can impart to you some techniques of cultivation, even share my lifetime of experience without reservation. However, you must consider carefully, cultivation is a laborious endeavor. Each batch of spiritual herbs requires 3 to 5 months to mature, and some may take over 6 months. Are you prepared to devote such time to cultivation?" Lin Mu chuckled. "You know my cultivation speed is slow. Spending a little time on planting will not have much impact. Besides, if I master the art of cultivation, I shall not have to worry about food and drink in the future." Zhang Ruoxia sighed. "You are still young and cannot yet appreciate the value of time. I shall share my experiences with you, and after listening, you may decide whether to continue your studies in cultivation." Lin Mu humbly responded, "I am eager to learn." Zhang Ruoxu suddenly asked, "How old do you think I am now?" Lin Mu was taken aback, unsure why Zhang Ruoxu posed such a question, but he answered honestly. "Senior brother, you look no older than 20. Zhang Ruoxu chuckled bitterly, his laughter tinged with sorrow. "I am already 62 years old." Lin Mu was astounded. Unable to believe it, Zhang Ruoxu appeared so youthful, almost indistinguishable from himself. It was inconceivable that Zhang Ruoxu had reached the age of 62. Before Lin Mu could voice his doubts, Zhang Ruoxu continued, "In my youth, I consumed a beauty elixir, which has preserved my appearance until now. Yet I am indeed 62 years old, and my cultivation has only reached the 9th layer of qi refinement. If I do not establish a foundation soon, my life will be fleeting." Lin Mu hurried to console him. "Senior brother, you are a person of good fortune. Surely you will establish your foundation soon." Zhang Ruoxu smiled sadly and replied, "In truth, my spiritual root aptitude is quite similar to yours. You possess a 5-element spiritual root, while I have roots in metal, fire, water, and earth. My cultivation speed may only be slightly better than yours. In my youth, I too faced many injustices. When I look at you, I see a reflection of my younger self. Despite my efforts, hard work does not guarantee reward. Each gain requires tremendous sacrifice. At that time, I was also learning the art of cultivation." Zhang Ruoxu paused. "Of the 5 cultivation techniques, aside from the herb and tree method, I practiced the other 4 to the 3rd layer. Although my life improved for a time, and I was even entrusted with this medicinal garden, I spent so much time on cultivation that despite my diligence, I drifted further from establishing a foundation. Now, in terms of planting, it is not boastful to say that no one in the sect can match my skill. Yet what good does it do? Without a foundation, as time ages me, I shall turn to dust. I find myself regretting that if I had devoted my youth entirely to cultivation, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Without a foundation, all is but fleeting." "Ephemeral as smoke," Zhang Ruoxu murmured, a look of anguish etched upon his face. Lin Mu advised, "Senior brother, do not be so pessimistic. As long as one diligently cultivates, the day of foundation establishment will inevitably arrive." The words of Zhang Ruoxu profoundly impacted Lin Mu. Life is fleeting, and a moment's negligence may lead one astray. Lin Mu felt a silent gratitude towards Zhang Ruoxu for his sincerity and the heartfelt conversation they shared. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Ruoxu sighed. "At present, the idea of foundation establishment feels to me like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, seemingly within reach, yet hope appears to be exceedingly faint. As for whether or not to learn the art of planting, weigh the pros and cons yourself. If you wish to learn, I shall gladly teach you. If not, then so be it." With that, Zhang Ruoxu slowly rose and made his way out of the valley. Lin Mu gazed at Zhang Ruoxu's retreating figure, rendered speechless. Though Zhang Ruoxu's youthful form appeared fragile, each step he took resonated with profound desolation and despair. Lin Mu remained rooted in place for an extended period, the image of Zhang Ruoxu's stumbling silhouette lingering in his mind, refusing to dissipate. He began to contemplate his future seriously. Never before had anyone imparted such wisdom to him. The misfortunes of Zhang Ruoxu's life served as a significant lesson for him, and he was determined not to allow the tragedy of Zhang Ruoxu to repeat itself in his own life. If one could live well, no one would desire death. Lin Mu's yearning for foundation establishment was no less fervent than Zhang Ruoxu's, especially since he harbored the desire to reunite with his parents. For Lin Mu, achieving foundation establishment was imperative. However, could one truly reach this milestone solely through diligent cultivation? Lacking spirit stones and elixirs, foundation establishment seemed a luxurious dream. Yet, Lin Mu felt fortunate compared to Zhang Ruoxu, for he possessed the Xianyu pendant. Within it lay a spiritual field, and all the spiritual herbs he cultivated would belong to him, providing him with elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Moreover, the time acceleration feature would significantly expedite his progress. Nevertheless, Lin Mu remained cautiously optimistic. While time acceleration had its advantages, keeping pace with others, it also meant his lifespan would diminish at twice the rate. If others could live for 80 years, he would only have 40. If, after 40 years, he failed to establish his foundation, he would find himself in the same regrettable position as Zhang Ruoxu. Thus, he could not place all his hopes on the Xianyu pendant. He needed to carve his own path and delve into alchemy. Learning the techniques of the 5 elements planting method would lay a solid foundation for the future. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood, he thought. Everything he was doing now would benefit his future endeavors. With this realization, Lin Mu felt a sense of clarity wash over him. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of herbs throughout the warm cloud valley, invigorating Lin Mu's spirit. This was a sign of mature spiritual herbs, and he followed the scent until a patch of pale blue spiritual grass came into view. He recognized it as the starry blue herb, which had already matured and bore numerous seeds atop its stems. Filled with joy, Lin Mu carefully began to collect the seeds. Mindful not to attract attention, and gathered only a few dozen seeds in total. His objective was simple: with the seeds in hand, everything else would fall into place. After placing the seeds in his pocket, Lin Mu hurried back to his small courtyard. Upon entering the Shenyu space, he immediately set about planting. In Lin Mu's eyes, cultivating the starry blue herb was as easy as could be. Using the earth spirit hoe, he tilled a patch of land and scattered the seeds of the starry blue herb. Once again, he executed the azure water technique, and it was nearly complete. The cold smoke grass he had planted yesterday had already regained its vitality, the pale green leaves appearing exceedingly delightful and vibrant, thriving even better than those in the medicinal garden. Lin Mu saw hope within this revival. The night was cool as water, and the moonlight was gentle. Sitting by the fish pond in the courtyard, Lin Mu tirelessly performed the azure water technique. The water level in the pond slowly rose, yet Lin Mu remained unaffected. His hands moving with mechanical precision, numb yet steady, as he swiftly formed the hand seals, white clouds gathering above the pond. Suddenly, Lin Mu's movements paused. He had just executed the azure water technique when he noticed the clouds abruptly changing. The cloud mass expanded from a radius of 10 feet to 20, doubling in size. The third layer of azure water technique. A wave of joy washed over Lin Mu. In nearly 2 months, the technique had advanced to its third layer. His innate talent for elemental techniques far surpassed others, even exceeding that of Zhang Ruoxu. In the pond, which measured 10 feet square, the rainwater seemed on the verge of overflowing. The water was crystal clear and emerald green, akin to jade, uplifting one's spirits. The advancement of the azure water technique was a boon for Lin Mu. At the very least, it would save him considerable time and effort in the future when invoking rain. Eager to observe the effects of the third layer of azure water technique, Lin Mu concentrated, and his figure appeared within the lunar space. With a flick of his hands, a cloud mass of 20 feet in diameter quietly formed before him. As Lin Mu gestured, delicate raindrops began to fall, cascading continuously. To his delight, he discovered that the rain contained strands of spiritual energy, greatly benefiting the growth of the cold smoke grass. As the rain fell, the cold smoke grass appeared even more pristine and translucent, with hints of a tender yellow. Tender yellow? Lin Mu was taken aback. Could it be sick? The cold smoke grass was a second-tier water spirit herb, and the whiter and more translucent it was, the better its quality. He had never heard of such a tender yellow hue. Kneeling down, Lin Mu carefully examined the few stalks of cold smoke grass that displayed this tender yellow. After a moment, he concluded that it was not truly tender yellow. A layer of dark gold had inexplicably appeared within the leaves and stems of the cold smoke grass, revealing the yellow hue only under the refraction of the water droplets. This cold smoke grass was undoubtedly ill. Lin Mu's heart tightened. This was his first planting, and these herbs were hard-earned. He could not allow them to develop unchecked. However, he felt helpless as he had yet to learn about cultivation from Zhang Ruoxu and was unaware of how to handle such a situation. He could not consult Zhang Ruoxu, for that would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Now, he could only rely on himself. Anxious and restless, various thoughts whirled through Lin Mu's mind, each one dismissed in turn. Suddenly, one thought crystallized in his mind. The metallic essence technique. The metallic essence technique was a gold-based spell, sharp and lethal in nature. Yet, Lin Mu was uncertain whether the cold smoke grass was sick or infested with pests. Faced with this predicament, he felt utterly unprepared. In a state of desperation, Lin Mu decided to experiment first and see what would happen. Within the confines of the humble abode, Lin Mu discovered a jade slip inscribed with the foundational techniques of the 5 elements. Channeling his spiritual energy into the slip, he swiftly located the section detailing the Gengjin formula, devouring its contents with insatiable fervor. Having committed the essence of the Gengjin formula to memory, Lin Mu set the jade slip aside and endeavored to manifest its teachings. With his hands forming intricate seals, he gradually invoked the Gengjin formula. Yet the silence that enveloped him revealed no response. Anxiety surged within him as he altered his hand gestures repeatedly, but the elusive Gengjin aura stubbornly refused to coalesce. Frustration ignited a fierce determination within Lin Mu, his eyes reflecting a somber resolve. He accelerated the execution of the formula, heedless of the rapid depletion of his internal energy. Yet the more urgency he felt, the more he sensed an utter lack of reaction. The Gengjin aura seemed to be non-existent, lingering just beyond his grasp. Undeterred, Lin Mu persevered relentlessly. For 2 consecutive days and nights, he abstained from food and drink, fixated on conjuring the Gangjin aura. His eyes were bloodshot, his visage haggard, and he appeared gaunt, a shadow of his former self. The ailment afflicting the cold smoke grass could not be restrained, worsening as the dark gold gradually encroached upon its pristine white, rendering it a mere breath away from demise. Lin Mu's heart blazed with urgency, fervently invoking the Gangjin formula time and again, yet the landscape before him remained unchanged. Suddenly, he sensed a shift. A faint golden aura flickered at his fingertips, dancing between his 10 digits. Like flames, the Gangjin aura emanated a formidable presence, intimidating to behold. This was indeed the Gangjin aura described in the formula. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Mu. After countless attempts yielding no success, he had grown numb to the effort. The unexpected emergence of the Gangjin aura rekindled the embers of hope within his heart. Salvation for the cold smoke grass was within reach. With a deft flick of his fingers, Lin Mu directed a strand of the pale golden Gangjin aura towards the ailing plant. The aura flowed like water, gradually permeating the interior of the cold smoke grass. Lin Mu's consciousness melded with the Gangjin aura, probing the inner workings of the plant. In Lin Mu's eyes, the interior of the cold smoke grass unfolded as an entirely new realm. A vast expanse of white, tainted only by the creeping dark gold, lay before him. Within this internal world, chaos reigned supreme. Swarms of golden insects invaded, asserting dominion over the territory. Every area claimed by these tiny invaders transformed into a dark golden hue, with some severely afflicted regions shimmering a vivid gold. Lin Mu observed the multitude of insects, guiding the Gangjin aura through their ranks. However, the insects paid no heed to the Gangjin aura's arrival, continuing their leisurely movements or busily seizing territory, entirely dismissing its presence. Rage surged within Lin Mu as the Gangjin aura instantaneously morphed into a golden sword, striking at the nearest insect. In that moment, a tumult erupted within his consciousness. A cacophony reverberated in his mind, and he was engulfed in a haze of disorientation. As Lin Mu's consciousness gradually regained clarity, he hastily inspected the situation and discovered that the diminutive insect had been severed in 2 by the golden sword. A jolt of realization surged through Lin Mu, confirming the efficacy of the Gangjin energy. He commanded the golden sword with fervor, charging forward with unyielding determination. The sword cleaved through all adversaries in its path, leaving no trace behind. However, each time he vanquished an insect, his consciousness reverberated with a tremor. As the tremors became increasingly frequent, Lin Mu succumbed to numbness, oblivious to the repercussions, and relentlessly continued his assault. This reckless endeavor was inherently perilous. Cultivators' consciousness is exceptionally fragile, and they seldom dare to engage in combat with their consciousness unleashed. Should it sustain any injuries, recovery is arduous and could significantly impair their cultivation. Yet, Lin Mu was but a novice in the realm of planting, entirely unaware of such fundamental knowledge, as no one had imparted it to him. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, for the insects he encountered were not excessively ferocious. His consciousness merely experienced a brief disturbance. Had he faced those more formidable and domineering insects, his consciousness would likely have been severely harmed. At that moment, Lin Mu had no time to contemplate the state of his consciousness. All his focus was consumed by the nameless insects. The golden sword exuded a fierce aura, mercilessly obliterating one pest after another. After exterminating all the nameless insects from a single plant of cold smoke grass, Lin Mu pressed on, once more channeling the Gangjin technique and directing his gaze towards the next plant. As he continued his slaughter, he lost all sense of restraint, attacking every insect in sight without hesitation. He vented the frustrations accumulated over 2 days and nights of painstaking effort onto the golden insects. Yet there were only 40 plants of cold smoke grass. Upon dispatching the last nameless insect from the final plant, he realized there were no more pests to eradicate. Lin Mu paused, gazing at the 40 treated plants of cold smoke grass, feeling a measure of relief. However, the moment he halted, fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. The immense consumption of consciousness left him with a throbbing headache. Summoning his remaining strength, he exited the crescent moon space, fetched a mat, and lay down in the courtyard, succumbing to a deep slumber. At dawn, Lin Mu awoke with a sense of tranquility. As he stirred, he immediately sensed a transformation within himself. His consciousness was markedly more acute than before, particularly in its sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world, a distinction that was now vividly apparent. A wave of joy enveloped him. Indeed, hard work reaps rewards. The previous day's vigorous extermination of insects had significantly honed his consciousness. After refreshing himself, Lin Mu eagerly entered the crescent moon space, anxious to ascertain whether the condition of the cold smoke grass had improved. However, upon grasping the crescent moon pendant, he was taken aback. The once pristine white pendant had now transformed into a pale azure hue, reminiscent of tender spring grass. A subtle yet undeniable presence. Lin Mu was confident he could discern between white and azure. Uncertain of the implications this change in the pendant might have on the spiritual herbs within the crescent moon space, he hurriedly entered. As he materialized in the space, Lin Mu was once again astonished. The spiritual energy within the crescent moon space was now more abundant than before, at least doubled in its intensity. Furthermore, the internal landscape had undergone a remarkable transformation. The original 3 acres of spiritual fields had inexplicably expanded to 6 acres. The second-tier spiritual fields had even advanced to third-tier status. Lin Mu stood rooted in place, overwhelmed by this unexpected delight. A thought reverberated incessantly in his mind. The moon spiral pendant can advance. The moon spiral pendant can advance. Regaining his composure, Lin Mu reined in his jubilant emotions and began to assess the growth of the cold smoke grass. In just a single night, the cold smoke grass had transformed entirely. The feeble condition it exhibited yesterday had vanished without a trace. The dark golden hue was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by the charmingly pristine white leaves. Evidently, the vigorous battle fought the night prior had yielded fruitful results. The Gungjin formula indeed possessed remarkable efficacy in healing. Beside the cold smoke grass, the pale blue starry sky grass had also grown to a height of 2 inches, displaying promising vigor. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered within Lin Mu. The spiritual field within the moon spiral space had suddenly doubled in size, rendering the previously spacious area even more expansive. The 40 plants of cold smoke grass and the over 40 starry sky grass occupied only a small corner of the field, appearing rather insignificant. Observing the vast emptiness of the spiritual field, Lin Mu felt a pang of guilt. These were all third-grade spiritual fields, and witnessing them lie fallow was a torment for him. Lin Mu now yearned for the cold smoke grass and starry sky grass to mature swiftly. Then, he would possess an abundance of seeds to cultivate in those barren stretches. However, Lin Mu felt a sense of pride as well. To cultivate second-grade spiritual herbs in a third-grade spiritual field was likely an extravagance not seen in his sect. He was confident that the quality of these second-grade herbs would far surpass that of ordinary second-grade varieties. Yet, this sentiment was merely a form of self-comfort. Gazing at the desolate third-grade spiritual field, he felt a sharp discomfort. He was squandering resources. Lin Mu resolved to pilfer some seeds from the medicinal garden to alleviate his inner void. This spiritual field must not remain neglected. Armed with the Jade pendant gifted by Zhang Ruoxu, Lin Mu navigated with ease and arrived at the warm cloud valley without impediment. Within the warm cloud valley, the aroma of herbs enveloped him, the essence of spiritual herbs lingering tantalizingly in the air. However, it was not yet harvest season, and the expansive medicinal garden boasted only a few mature spiritual herbs. Lin Mu paid this little mind. His sole objective was to obtain seeds. Once he secured the seeds, with the time dilation within the moon spiral space, he could swiftly cultivate a bountiful expanse of spiritual herbs. The immaturity of the herbs was inconsequential. He could also transplant them. Zhang Ruoxu had not been present lately, leaving all the spiritual herbs in the garden at Lin Mu's disposal. Feigning to water the cold smoke grass, Lin Mu commenced the execution of his plan. Approaching a cluster of lush green spiritual herbs, he crouched down and carefully harvested a specimen, erasing any trace of his actions. He then advanced a few steps and collected another. By employing this method, Lin Mu managed to discreetly gather 20 to 30 plants of spiritual herbs over the course of an acre. Understanding the importance of moderation, Lin Mu refrained from excessive greed. Upon achieving his goal, he promptly ceased his activities. The spiritual herb he collected was named Yunlin flower, also a second-grade herb. Lin Mu chose this particular herb because he had overheard Zhang Ruoxu mention that the Yunlin flower was the primary ingredient for concocting the spirit-gathering pill. The preparation of the spirit-gathering pill necessitated 7 or 8 types of spiritual herbs, with the Yunlin flower being the only second-grade herb amidst the others, which were all first-grade. This information, gleaned inadvertently, had long been etched in Lin Mu's memory. He cultivated the spirit field solely for the purpose of refining the gathering spirit pill, though he remained oblivious to the formula needed for its creation, leaving his efforts directionless. Seizing this opportunity, he was determined not to let the Yunlin flower slip through his fingers. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Mu hurriedly entered the crescent moon space, grasped the earth spirit hoe, and diligently began his labor, turning over a patch of land where he carefully planted the Yunlin flowers. Within the crescent moon space, 3 varieties of spirit herbs had already been sown. The pristine white cold smoke herb, a primary ingredient for the tranquil heart pill, the pale blue starry sky herb, whose use remained ambiguous, and the lush green Yunlin flower, the main ingredient for the gathering spirit pill. However, Lin Mu believed that this was still far from sufficient. He needed to gather the remaining herbs required for the gathering spirit pill to feel a sense of security. Unfortunately, Zhang Ruoxu had only spoken vaguely about the other essential herbs, revealing nothing specific. To avoid arousing suspicion, Lin Mu refrained from inquiring further. In the warm cloud valley, there existed approximately 70 to 80 varieties of spirit herbs, among which over 30 were second grade and more than 40 were first grade. At present, Lin Mu had no pressing need for the second grade herbs. With the Yunlin flowers secured, his primary requirement lay in acquiring 7 specific first grade spirit herbs essential for refining the gathering spirit pill. However, gazing at the vast array of spirit herbs, Lin Mu felt utterly at a loss, uncertain about which 7 herbs he truly needed. This did not dawn him. After a brief contemplation, he devised a plan, albeit not an ideal one. Since he was unaware of the precise 7, he resolved to transplant every variety of first-grade spirit herb into the crescent moon space, with 10 plants of each species. This task was no small feat for Lin Mu. First, he utilized the earth spirit hoe to turn over the 6 acres of spirit fields within the crescent moon space, dividing them into 50 small plots, each designated for a single type of spirit herb. The arduous labor consumed an entire day, leaving Lin Mu utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing to the ground. Subsequently, he commenced the transplantation process. Each day, he gathered 3 varieties of spirit herbs, 10 plants each, ensuring that no suspicion would arise among others. Gradually, the 50 plots in the crescent moon space filled with various spirit herbs, beginning with the Yunlin flower and green line vine, followed by tiger tail grass and blue stream iris. This endeavor consumed Lin Mu half a month, after which he successfully transplanted all first-grade spirit herbs into the crescent moon space. During this fortnight, Zhang Ruoxu appeared in the herb garden only once. On that occasion, Lin Mu happened to be watering the 3 acres of cold smoke herb, and Zhang Ruoxu expressed great satisfaction, nodding repeatedly and praising Lin Mu for his rapid progress with the water technique, stating that Lin Mu's talent in elemental arts slightly surpassed his own. Accepting this compliment with a calm demeanor, Lin Mu felt grateful for his cautious approach, which had prevented Zhang Ruoxu from discovering any flaws. With the necessary spirit herbs for refining the gathering spirit pill now gathered, Lin Mu felt considerably more at ease. Yet, he did not immediately resign from his duty of watering the cold smoke herb. Instead, he continued to tend to it every 3 to 5 days, just as before. Under Lin Mu's care, the cold smoke herb thrived, earning him continuous praise from Zhang Ruoxu. For Lin Mu, the cold smoke herb in the warm cloud valley was insignificant. He only needed to ensure that no errors occurred. What he cherishes most are the 40 to 50 varieties of spiritual herbs within the Xianyue space. Inside this ethereal realm, there exist 47 types of first-grade spiritual herbs and 3 types of second-grade spiritual herbs. Lin Mu diligently inspects them several times each day, fearing for their well-being. Every 3 to 5 days, he employs the Baishui Ju technique to water them sequentially. Under Lin Mu's meticulous care, the spiritual herbs flourish at an astonishing rate, transforming almost daily. He patiently awaits their maturation. Each evening, he practices the Gongjin Ju in the courtyard, while during the day, he cultivates the Jiufeng Xinfa within the Xianyue space. In the blink of an eye, over a month has passed. Lin Mu has advanced to the 3rd level of Gongjin Ju, and the sharpness of his Gongjin aura has become more pronounced, radiating like a gleaming sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. His cultivation level has reached the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Yet a period of diligent effort is still required for a breakthrough. What brings Lin Mu the greatest joy is the successive maturation of the spiritual herbs in the Xianyue space, with their fragrant aroma intoxicating him deeply. The first to mature is the Han Yin Xiao. Once matured, the Han Yin Xiao appears pure and crystalline, intermittently emanating waves of chill, resembling smoke or mist. In the warm cloud valley, the Han Yin Xiao is still far from maturity, yet time flows twice as fast in the Xianyue space, allowing it to ripen 2 months ahead of schedule. Harvesting 40 stalks of Han Yin Xiao is a straightforward task for Lin Mu. He carefully uproots the herbs from the spirit field without causing any harm. Subsequently, he cleans the small house in the Xianyue space, lays down a mat of grass, and arranges the Han Yin Chao neatly atop it. These herbs are the primary ingredient for crafting the Qing Xian Dan, and Lin Mu intends to safeguard them diligently. Fortunately, the Xianyue space is replete with spiritual energy, ensuring that the Han Yin Chao remains pristine within the small house. Next, Lin Mu meticulously gathers the seeds produced by the Han Yin Chao. As a second-grade spiritual herb, the yield of its seeds is relatively low, with each plant bearing only 3 to 4 seeds. In total, he collects over 130 seeds from the 40 stalks of Han Yin Chao. Using the Earth Spirit Hoe, he retills the area where the Han Yin Chao was previously planted and carefully sows each seed by hand. The area occupied by these over 100 seeds is modest, merely 1/10 of an acre. Lin Mu resolves to maintain the quantity of Han Yin Chao within this range for the time being, as he is still in the Qi refinement stage and does not require a large supply of Qing Xian Dan. This amount suffices for his needs. The day after planting the Han Yin Chao, the Yun Lin Hua and Xing Kong Lan mature in succession. Lin Mu follows the same procedure, harvesting the Yun Lin Hua and Xing Kong Lan and stacking them on the mat within the small house. He collects 30 stalks of Yun Lin Hua and gathers 105 seeds from them. The yield from Xing Kong Lan is even more generous, with 43 stalks and 147 seeds, leaving Lin Mu exceedingly satisfied. He then tills the previous growth areas of these two spiritual herbs with the Earth Spirit Hoe and sows all their seeds. The space occupied by these two varieties is comparable to that of the Han Yin Chao. Lin Mu decides to keep the quantity of Xing Kong Lan within this range, just as he has done with the Han Yin Chao. Yun Lin Hua serves as the principal ingredient for concocting the Gathering Spirit Pill. Once the next harvest arrives, consideration may be given to expanding the cultivation area. Following the sequential harvest of 3 varieties of second-grade spiritual herbs, the remaining 47 varieties of first-grade spiritual herbs have also reached maturity. Verdant Qingjian reeds, lush tiger tail grass, and petite 3-inch dew grass. These 47 types of spiritual herbs might sound plentiful, yet the gathering process consumed little time. For each first-grade spiritual herb, Lin Mu had cultivated merely 10 plants, totaling just over 400. After categorizing and arranging these 400 herbs, they occupied 2 entire mats, claiming a third of the small dwelling. Upon the harvest, Lin Mu commenced replanting. The yield of seeds from these first-grade herbs significantly surpasses that of the second-grade herbs, with each plant producing approximately 6 to 7 seeds. Consequently, each variety of spiritual herb has expanded from the original 10 plants to a staggering 60 to 70. This marks a 7-fold increase. Even so, half of the 6 acres of spiritual fields, initially divided into 50 plots, remains unplanted. Each of these plots covers just over 1/10 of an acre. Lin Mu estimates that each plot could accommodate over 100 second-grade spiritual herbs. If first-grade spiritual herbs were to be planted, the count could exceed 200. Moreover, considering that the spiritual fields within the Xianyue space are of the 3rd grade, there is no concern in planting these first- or second-grade herbs more densely. Currently, the spiritual fields in the Xianyue space remain ample, and Lin Mu has not pondered this matter excessively. Lin Mu's thoughts are straightforward. He intends to patiently await the maturity of this batch of spiritual herbs. Once he has sufficient spiritual herbs and medicines at hand, he will commence attempts at alchemy. Given the growth rate of spiritual herbs in the Xianyue space, he anticipates completing his initial plan within 2 months. During this period, Lin Mu aims to diligently cultivate his skills, aspiring to reach the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Surprisingly, since his fallout with Ma Huayuan, the latter has not troubled Lin Mu even once. Lin Mu finds this rather suspicious, uncertain of Ma Huayuan's ulterior motives. A lingering unease resides within him, as if a plot is lying in wait. The current calmness merely foreshadows the tempest to come. Hence, Lin Mu dedicates himself to cultivation, understanding that enhancing his prowess will afford him greater self-preservation. As before, Lin Mu cultivates within the Xianyue space during the day and practices the basic 5 elements techniques in the courtyard at night. He has mastered 2 techniques thus far, the Azure Water technique and the Metal technique, while the remaining 3 are the Earth technique, the Wood technique, and the Scarlet Fire technique. This time, Lin Mu is focused on learning the Scarlet Fire technique. Mastery of fire control is paramount in alchemy. Although the Scarlet Fire technique is a basic fire-related method, it will undoubtedly deepen his understanding of fire. In addition to cultivating and practicing the Scarlet Fire technique, Lin Mu continues to visit Warm Cloud Valley to provide rain for the cold smoke grass. Over the past 2 months, Zhang Ruoxu has withheld spiritual stones and gathering spirit pills from Lin Mu. He is resolved to request these from Zhang Ruoxu only after the cold smoke grass reaches maturity. At this juncture, he firmly believed that Zhang Ruoxu would not prove to be as untrustworthy as Ma Huayuan. A flicker of crimson flame danced restlessly at his fingertips. Lin Mu squinted, his gaze hazy, as though the flame in his hand bore no heat, his expression devoid of any discomfort. After 2 months of arduous cultivation, the Crimson Fire technique had finally advanced to the 3rd level. With a subtle release of his technique, the flame coalesced in his hand dissipated silently. 2 more months passed in a blur, and the cold smoke grass and warm cloud valley had reached maturity. Lin Mu resolved to visit the valley to request spirit stones and gathering spirit pills from Zhang Ruoxu. Holding a jade pendant, he traversed the winding path leading into warm cloud valley. The white mist flanking the path seemed to recognize him, parting automatically. Once Lin Mu stepped inside, the mist rejoined, enveloping him once more. From a distance, Lin Mu spotted Zhang Ruoxu in the spiritual field, examining the growth of the spiritual herbs. Lin Mu greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, senior brother. I trust this year's harvest of spiritual herbs is satisfactory?" Zhang Ruoxu rose, smiling back. "Thanks to your assistance, junior brother. The yield has improved by at least 20% compared to last year." Before Lin Mu could respond, Zhang Ruoxu gazed at him in astonishment. "You have truly been diligent lately, junior brother. In the mere span of 4 months, you have ascended to the 5th level of qi refining." A chill ran through Lin Mu's heart as he mused. Could this have aroused suspicion? Yet, he maintained a calm facade, chuckling. "It is merely luck. I owe it to you for assigning me a relatively light task, allowing ample time for cultivation. Thus, my progress has quickened a tad." Zhang Ruoxu did not delve deeper. Laughing, "I imagine you have indeed undergone considerable hardship." Lin Mu nodded, cutting to the chase. "Senior brother, now that the cold smoke grass has matured, I would like to receive the spirit stones and gathering spirit pills for these past 4 months. Zhang Ruoxu, suddenly enlightened, chuckled. "How could I forget? I have neglected to provide you with the spirit stones and gathering spirit pills on time these past months. Age is catching up with me." Lin Mu regarded Zhang Ruoxu's smooth, refined countenance and replied, "Senior brother, you jest again." Internally, Lin Mu felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed his rapid advancement had indeed raised suspicions. With over 60 years of experience, Zhang Ruoxu could easily discern the signs, especially since he possessed similar 4-element spiritual roots and understood the nuances of cultivation speed intimately. With a gentle smile, Zhang Ruoxu retrieved 12 low-grade spirit stones and 4 vials of pills from his storage bag, handing them to Lin Mu. "Here. This is your remuneration for the past 4 months." Lin Mu felt a slight sense of relief and accepted without hesitation, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, senior brother." After stowing the spirit stones and pills in his robes, he added, "I was deeply moved by your recent experiences. I believe you are correct. One should dedicate limited time to cultivation, prioritizing foundation building. Therefore, I wish to resign from this task and focus solely on my training." Zhang Ruoxu's expression shifted several times before he smiled. "Each has their own aspirations. Since you have made this decision, I shall not impose my will." Lin Mu bowed respectfully, thanking him. "I am immensely grateful for your care over these past months." With that, he returned the jade pendant to Zhang Ruoxu, smiling. "This pendant is no longer needed. I shall return it to you, senior brother." Zhang Ruoxu extended his hand to receive it, smiling and nodding. Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged as he turned slowly to depart. Upon returning to the tranquil chamber, Lin Mu's countenance fluctuated between light and shadow, his heart filled with trepidation. He had discerned a hint of doubt in Zhang Ruoxu's gaze, despite his utmost efforts to conceal his rapid ascension and cultivation. It was a truth easily perceived by others. After much contemplation, Lin Mu could devise no effective strategy. Shaking his head, he swiftly entered the moon rotation space. As he crossed the threshold, all his worries dissipated like mist. The 6 acres of spiritual fields bore fruit, with 50 varieties of spiritual herbs now fully matured. The fragrant aroma enveloped him, nearly intoxicating him with delight. As before, Lin Mu meticulously harvested the herbs, stacking them within the small dwelling, where thousands of plants occupied half the space. Gazing at the towering pile of herbs, Lin Mu felt a surge of satisfaction. After months of toil, calculation, and caution, he finally reaped some rewards. This was indeed the capital for his rise. Lin Mu retrieved all the spiritual stones and counted them, discovering he possessed 30 low-grade spiritual stones and 4 bottles of gathering spirit pills. If applied to his cultivation immediately, these would surely yield significant results. However, he was reluctant to engage in any short-sighted endeavors. With the spiritual stones in hand, Lin Mu made his way directly to the scripture pavilion. Upon entering, he approached the section containing jade slips on alchemy. In a corner, he discovered a small red sandalwood rack holding a dozen jade slips. These were the alchemical jade slips. Lin Mu picked them up in succession, channeling his spiritual energy into each, selecting those that piqued his interest. Yet, he found several slips unworthy of his attention. They bore titles like Secrets of Alchemy and Insights into Pill Refining, which, while seemingly profound, were not suited for his needs. It was only upon grasping another slip that he felt a surge of excitement. This particular jade slip was titled Essentials of Fire Pill. It was particularly well suited for those newly embarking on the path of alchemy, detailing fundamental knowledge and requirements, such as the ratios of medicinal ingredients, the duration of refinement, and the control of heat, among others. What thrilled Lin Mu even more was that the Essentials of Fire Pill contained the recipes for two types of first-grade pills. One was the Bigu pill, a first-grade concoction suitable for those in the qi refining stage, allowing one to abstain from food for 10 days after consumption. The other was the Gathering Spirit pill, precisely the formula Lin Mu had long yearned for. However, the price tag of 26 low-grade spiritual stones left him feeling a pang of regret. Without dwelling further, he resolved to purchase it. After settling the payment with the elder guarding the scripture pavilion, Lin Mu turned and entered the bustling general goods pavilion across the way. In stark contrast to the quietude of the scripture pavilion, the general goods pavilion thrived with activity. Approaching the counter, Lin Mu placed the 4 bottles of Gathering Spirit pills before Gu Chun and inquired, "How many spiritual stones can I receive for these 4 bottles?" Gu Chun smiled and replied, "Each bottle is worth 4 low-grade spiritual stones, totaling 16 stones for all 4. Lin Mu maintained his composure, reaching for a notepad on the counter to jot down the names of several spiritual herbs, which he then presented to Gu Chun, asking, "What is the price for a portion of these herbs?" Gu Chun took the note and, glancing at it with curiosity, remarked, "This is clearly the material for refining the Gathering Spirit pill. Why does my senior brother go through the trouble of selling the Gathering Spirit pill to purchase the materials for alchemy?" Realizing the implication, he smiled and added, "Are you interested in learning alchemy, senior brother?" Lin Mu nodded with a grin and replied, "Indeed, you are quite perceptive." Gu Chun, holding the note, advised, "Senior brother, please reconsider. It is not my intention to profit from your spirit stones. Acquiring the materials to produce the Gathering Spirit pill necessitates 2 inferior spirit stones. Yet a single bottle of the pill can only fetch 4 spirit stones here. This means that you must achieve a success rate of at least 50% in alchemy to avoid incurring losses. Your endeavor appears to be a futile effort." Lin Mu chuckled, "Thank you for your concern, junior brother. I merely harbor a slight interest in alchemy and wish to give it a try. If it proves unfeasible, I shall withdraw promptly. However, if I succeed, it would indeed open a new avenue for sustenance." Such reasoning seemed flawless to anyone, especially when others were not paying close attention. Gu Chun smiled and said, "I hope your aspirations come to fruition. How many sets of materials do you require?" Lin Mu then retrieved 4 spirit stones from his pocket, placing them upon the counter, and requested, "Please provide me with 10 sets." Gu Chun took the 4 bottles of Gathering Spirit pills along with the 4 spirit stones, then rose to fetch the materials for refining the Gathering Spirit pill. In a short while, he returned with the materials neatly wrapped in blue cloth. Lin Mu inspected them and found everything in order. He then bid farewell to Gu Chun and made his way towards the West Peak. Upon reaching the foot of the West Peak, a figure suddenly blocked Lin Mu's path. Raising his gaze, he found himself confronted by the furious visage of Ma Huayuan. Lin Mu's heart involuntarily tightened. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, shifting his body to the side to clear a path and continue onward. Ma Huayuan let out a chilling smile, his corpulent form slightly moving to once again obstruct Lin Mu's way. "Junior Lin, you seem to be well these days," Ma Huayuan said with a sinister grin. "What do you want?" Lin Mu inquired coldly. "Nothing much. Just thought it had been a while since we last met, and I wish to cultivate a closer rapport with you," Ma Huayuan replied, his hefty palm delivering 3 resounding slaps on Lin Mu's shoulder, each more forceful than the last, causing Lin Mu to stoop slightly. Taking a couple of steps back, Lin Mu stated icily, "Ma Huayuan, please show some restraint. In the Qinyu Sword Sect, normally those of lower cultivation must address their superiors as senior brother, yet at this moment, Lin Mu addressed him by name, clearly no longer regarding him as a peer. Ma Huayuan's expression turned frosty. "You dare to call me by my name? How audacious! I ought to teach you a lesson in humility to make you understand whom you should not provoke." Before he could finish his words, Ma Huayuan formed a seal with his hands, conjuring a massive fireball that hurtled towards Lin Mu with the sound of rushing wind, raising the surrounding temperature dramatically. Lin Mu hurriedly turned to evade. The fireball whizzed past his cheek, and he nearly lost his balance. It took a moment for him to comprehend that Ma Huayuan had the audacity to openly attack him. "You dare disregard the sect's rules and openly inflict harm," Lin Mu exclaimed in anger. Ma Huayuan feigned a casual glance around the empty surroundings, chuckling, "But there is no one here. It cannot be considered an open attack. It would merely be your own carelessness leading to self-injury, which has nothing to do with me." Lin Mu's expression darkened instantly. It was clear that Ma Huayuan was intent on making his life difficult. He had yet to settle the score for the several bottles of spirit-gathering pills Ma Huayuan had hoarded, yet here he was, aggressively seeking trouble. Was he to remain as pliant as before, a mere soft persimmon for others to squeeze? Endless forbearance would only embolden him further, allowing for unabashed insults. Lin Mu refused to allow himself to be so spineless any longer. He resolved to fight back. With a cold snort, Lin Mu formed a seal with his left hand, conjuring a ball of flame in retaliation. Third layer of the red fire technique. However, this technique was originally a planting spell, and its potency was still somewhat inferior to the lower-tier fire spell, Fireball. For Ma Huayuan, who had already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement, it posed little threat. Ma Huayuan, possessing roots in wood, fire, and earth, primarily practiced fire techniques, particularly adept at the Fireball spell. Observing the fireball hurtling towards him, Ma Huayuan sneered. "You overestimate yourself." Without hesitation, he conjured an even larger fireball, which collided with Lin Mu's fireball in midair. Boom! Sparks flew as both fireballs shattered simultaneously, dissipating into the air. Before Lin Mu could react, another gigantic fireball came crashing down, roaring through the air with a searing heat that bore down upon him. Lin Mu knew he could not withstand such a blow with his frail physique. Swiftly, he formed seals with both hands, conjuring a white cloud that rapidly took shape in front of him, the misty vapor somewhat blocking the scorching wave. This was the Bai Shui technique, which he had practiced countless times. The fireball plunged into the cloud, only to emerge from it a moment later. Initially, the fireball, which was the size of a human head, traversed through a cloud saturated with moisture, its might diminished by more than half, reduced to the size of a fist, and its velocity considerably slowed. Lin Mu turned gracefully, skillfully evading the attack. Having dodged this strike, a deeper chill enveloped his countenance. It was evident that Ma Huayuan was taking advantage of his lower cultivation level. The 5th layer of Qi refinement against the 7th layer was a foregone conclusion of defeat. Although water counters fire, and water-based techniques possess a certain advantage over fire-based techniques, this holds true only when the disparity in cultivation is minimal. In the current scenario, Lin Mu was clearly at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, he was unwilling to concede, to be subjected to humiliation. Upon witnessing Lin Mu evade twice, Ma Huayuan's expression turned frigid, a derisive smile curling his lips. "I never imagined you would improve in just 4 short months. But what of it? You remain nothing but a waste." Lin Mu remained silent, his gaze icy as he regarded Ma Huayuan. This month had indeed been a remarkable leap for him. Disinterested in further banter, Lin Mu formed hand seals and unleashed another crimson fire technique towards Ma Huayuan. With a sinister grin, Ma Huayuan retorted, "Let us see how long you can maintain your arrogance. My spiritual power surpasses yours by more than double. Toying with you is akin to playing with an ant. Allow me to demonstrate my triple fireball barrage." With continuous hand seals, 3 fireballs surged towards Lin Mu in rapid succession. The first fireball collided with Lin Mu's, dissipating in the air. The subsequent 2 continued their relentless advance. Unyielding, Lin Mu invoked the azure water technique, conjuring a large, white cloud to meet the oncoming assault. This azure water technique consumed at least half of his spiritual power. Despite his insufficient cultivation, he strained to maintain his stance. Both fireballs plunged into the cloud, where white waves surged and mist billowed. In an instant, the fireballs detonated within the cloud, sending a torrential rain cascading down, soaking the ground below. At this moment, rather than retreating, Lin Mu pressed forward, utilizing the cloud as cover, and charged ahead. As the cloud erupted, a golden sword materialized abruptly, aimed directly at Ma Huayuan's throat. A palpable aura of lethal intent surged forth, the gleam of the metal nearly solidifying, its speed unmatched. Metal of Gong, the most potent gold-based technique. The 3rd layer of Metal of Gong. Lin Mu poured every ounce of his spiritual energy into this strike, leaving nothing held back, clearly fighting for his life. The assault was sudden. Ma Huayuan had not anticipated it. As he watched the rapidly approaching golden sword, Terror gripped his heart. Without a moment to spare, he leaned back desperately, attempting to evade the attack. Yet, no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not outpace the golden sword. Although he narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his throat, the sword pierced mercilessly through his right chest, exiting his body, and continued on, creating a small hole in the stone-paved ground before vanishing. The strike was effective. The metal of Gung proved indeed to be unmatched in sharpness, sweeping all before it. Ma Huayuan collapsed like a heavy pig, crashing to the ground, unconscious. In that fleeting moment of his fall, a singular thought consumed his mind. How could he possibly excel at everything? Lin Mu felt utterly spent. The final strike of metal of Gung had been a culmination of his gathered strength, exhausting all his spiritual energy. He was acutely aware that the spiritual energy within him would not last much longer, leading him to make a desperate decision for a decisive strike. Had Ma Huayuan not fallen, it would have been Lin Mu lying on the ground at this very moment. There are no hypotheticals in this scenario. Ma Huayuan had not anticipated Lin Mu's remarkable capabilities, and in a moment of carelessness, he was brought down by Lin Mu. The commotion from their battle had already attracted attention, with someone approaching from a distance. Lin Mu felt his entire body turn weak, rendering him immobile. Ma Huayuan fared even worse. A small hole had been pierced in his right chest, blood gushing forth and soaking his entire lapel. Lin Mu had intended to approach and kick him a few more times to relieve his frustration, but his body was devoid of strength, leaving him unable to pursue that thought. At that moment, disciples from the enforcement hall had already arrived, soaring through the air on their swords. Lin Mu slowly began to fall backward and, at the opportune moment, lost consciousness. At Qianyu Peak, within the Grand Hall, Luo Qin glared furiously at the two individuals sprawled on the ground. Their audacity to engage in open combat within the sect was astonishing. What infuriated him further was that one of them was gravely injured, showing blatant disregard for the sect's regulations and, moreover, for him, the chief disciple of the enforcement hall. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he bellowed at the surrounding disciples. Who knows what transpired here? The inner hall disciples, all of whom had reached the foundation establishment stage, fell silent, none daring to speak. In the enforcement hall, Luo Chun had attained the late foundation establishment stage. Commanding immense authority, no one wished to provoke him, fearing retribution. His icy gaze swept over the dozen or so disciples, and with each glance, those met would hurriedly lower their heads, their eyes darting nervously to the ground. Eventually, someone could no longer withstand the pressure and softly suggested, "We should awaken these two disciples and separate them for questioning. Surely we can ascertain the truth." Luo Chen shot him a glare, took a deep breath, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let it be done as you suggested." Immediately, two disciples stepped forward to separate the two, escorting them to a side hall adjacent to the Grand Hall. In the side hall, Qifeng placed Lin Mu down and dripped a few drops of cool water onto his face, prompting Lin Mu to feel a refreshing sensation and gradually awaken. Qifeng's face brightened momentarily, only to quickly assume a stern expression as he declared, "I am a disciple of the enforcement hall, and I demand to know why you engaged in combat within the sect and inflicted such severe injuries." As Lin Mu regained consciousness, he felt a chill at the mention of the enforcement hall. Its name resonated throughout Trinyu Sword Sect, known to all. Any disciple who committed an infraction faced harsh punishment, with some even losing their lives as a consequence. Without further contemplation, Lin Mu had prepared his defense and spoke truthfully. "Ma Huayuan, relying on his status as a steward disciple, embezzled my 3 months' worth of spirit-gathering pills. In my indignation, I found myself unable to contend with him and resigned from my menial duties to avoid him. However, he relentlessly sought me out, humiliating me repeatedly. Today, he obstructed my path and struck me first. I had no choice but to defend myself, but unexpectedly, he was overconfident and sustained injury. I implore the enforcement disciples to seek justice on my behalf." Qifeng fixed his gaze intently upon Lin Mu's face, observing that there was no discernible change in his expression, leading him to believe that Lin Mu's account held truth. Nevertheless, he stepped closer and pressed, "Are you certain that every word you have spoken is indeed the truth? Should there be even a half-truth, I shall not show you leniency." Lin Mu hurriedly replied, "What I have said is entirely true. I would not dare to deceive in any regard." At this moment, Lin Mu sought not to achieve merit, but merely to avoid fault. He was firmly convinced of the veracity of his words, having just reached the 5th level of qi refinement, while Ma Huayuan had already attained the 7th. If it were claimed to be an accidental injury, others would likely harbor little suspicion. Qifeng pondered for a moment and said, "I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Follow me." Brother Luo Qin possesses keen insight and will surely deliver justice on your behalf. Lin Mu, slightly swaying, rose to his feet, feeling somewhat dizzy. His steps were unsteady, fluctuating in weight, as he followed Qi Feng into the Qinyu Great Hall. Upon arriving at the hall, Qi Feng approached Luo Chun and quietly recounted the circumstances as described by Lin Mu. After listening, Luo Chun did not immediately express a stance. He turned to Lin Mu and inquired, "Is what you say factual?" His gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Mu. Ignoring the scrutiny, Lin Mu raised his head and affirmed, "Indeed, it is so. I implore you, brother, to discern the truth." Lin Mu's eyes were clear, devoid of the appearance of falsehood, prompting Luo Qin to retract his gaze and nod slightly. After a moment, Ma Huayuan was brought forth from a side chamber, his chest wounds bandaged and no longer bleeding. Upon spotting Lin Mu, a malevolent glint flickered in his eyes as he glared fiercely at him. The disciple who had carried Ma Huayuan leaned in to whisper a few words to Luo Qin. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin's expression suddenly shifted, a layer of frost enveloping his demeanor. He looked down at the prone Ma Huayuan and demanded sternly, "Ma Huayuan, why did you deliberately provoke and strike first?" Ma Huayuan trembled, his corpulent body quivering, and he retorted loudly, "He disrespected me first, calling me by my true name. I could not tolerate such insolence and intended merely to teach him a lesson. Little did I know this scoundrel would take it seriously and injure me. I am the victim here. You must stand up for me, brother." Luo Qin rebuked, "Dare you still argue? Then let me ask you again. Why did you pilfer Lin Mu's elixirs? What was your intention? Do you believe someone like you is fit to be a mentor to others?" Cold sweat beaded on Ma Huayuan's forehead, realizing his misdeeds had been exposed, yet he continued to deny, "I took his elixirs, and he harmed me. Thus, we should be even." Luo Qin scoffed, "What a contemptible fade. You have clearly erred yet persist in your denials. How could the Qianyu Sword Sect harbor such a scoundrel? I shall not show you mercy." Upon hearing this, Ma Huayuan, disregarding his injuries, hastily knelt down and pleaded, "Please spare me, brother. Consider that this is my first offense, and let me go as though I were but a fleeting nuisance." Luo Qin remained unmoved, coldly declaring, "Ma Huayuan, you have bullied the weak within the sect, deliberately provoked trouble, and according to the sect's regulations, you shall face 3 months of confinement. Furthermore, return the 3 bottles of gathering spirit pills that you have unlawfully taken immediately." Ma Huayuan felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing onto the ground. Though the 3 months of confinement might not seem overly severe, it was by no means trivial. For 3 months, he would be confined to the back mountain-esque cave, unable to leave even a single step, constantly exposed to the chilling winds, with only a meal delivered every 5 days. For one so accustomed to a life of luxury, this punishment would be more unbearable than death itself. Ma Huayuan trembled as he retrieved 3 bottles of spirit-gathering elixir from his storage bag, handing them to Lin Mu while casting a fierce glare at him. If looks could kill, Lin Mu would have perished 1,000 times over. Lin Mu accepted the 3 bottles without sparing him a glance, turning away. Luo Qin coldly interjected, "This ends here for today. Should I catch you again? I shall show no mercy. Now, let us all return to our respective tasks." Lin Mu hurriedly nodded in agreement and made his way towards the exit of the hall. Meanwhile, others were assisting Ma Huayuan, preparing to escort him to the back mountain for 3 months of confinement. Ma Huayuan watched Lin Mu leave the Qinyu Great Hall unscathed, while he himself bore grave injuries and had failed to retain the 3 bottles of elixir. Anger surged within him as he shouted at Lin Mu, "Halt! I demand a life and death duel with you." The hall fell silent at his proclamation. Life and death duels were seldom seen within the Qianyu Sword Sect, yet they served as a viable means of resolving disputes. Many disciples harbored irreconcilable conflicts, but open combat was forbidden within the sect. In such cases, life and death duels would be initiated. These duels entailed a contract between 2 parties, where the outcome was determined solely by life or death, with no possibility of retreat. Without deep-seated enmity, few would engage in such a duel. Ma Huayuan, seeking vengeance and emboldened by his superior cultivation, vowed to eliminate Lin Mu. Lin Mu hesitated at the entrance of the hall, contemplating whether to accept the challenge. To refuse would allow him to escape a dire fate, yet it would also render him unable to hold his head high within the sect. He would lose the respect of his peers, and even if he eventually reached the foundation establishment stage, he might not be accepted as an inner disciple. Accepting the duel, on the other hand, could very well lead to his demise. Lin Mu found the prospect utterly unworthy. As he turned to decline, Ma Huayuan taunted, "Are you afraid? Let me tell you, whether you accept or not, you will face this duel. Otherwise, upon my return, I would rather be punished by the sect's laws than spare your life. Ma Huayuan's attitude was clearly one of reckless defiance, showing no regard for the enforcers present. Qi Feng subtly shook his head, signaling Lin Mu to refuse. Lin Mu glanced at him, filled with gratitude, but he understood that there was no retreat. Facing Ma Huayuan, he declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Upon hearing Lin Mu's response, Ma Huayuan burst into laughter, convinced that his scheme had succeeded. The enforcers regarded Lin Mu with concern. Luo Chen observed Lin Mu with approval, his thoughts unknown. Life and death duels, regardless of cultivation level, were significant events within the sect. Presided over by the enforcers and conducted in the square before the Qianyu Great Hall. Immediately, an enforcer produced paper to draft the life and death contract. Ma Huayuan inscribed his name upon it and disdainfully passed it to Lin Mu. Lin Mu took the contract, his hands trembling slightly. Yet he resolutely wrote his name beneath Ma Huayuan's. With that, the life and death contract was sealed, binding Lin Mu and Ma Huayuan in a struggle to the death. Ma Huayuan, laughing heartily, was carried out of the Qianyu Great Hall and confined to the back mountain. Lin Mu left Qianyu Peak with a heavy heart and returned to his small courtyard. Once inside the quiet room, he was beset by a tumult of thoughts. The decision to engage in a life and death duel with Ma Huayuan felt rash and unforeseen. The insidious nature of Ma Huayuan far exceeds his expectations. This time, Lin Mu may triumph over Ma Huayuan, with strength accounting for half and fortune the other half. However, in a life and death struggle, under the watchful eyes of thousands of outer disciples, Lin Mu feels no confidence at all. At the very least, he finds it exceedingly difficult to withstand Ma Huayuan's fireball technique. His low cultivation level is indeed a significant weakness. At his current level, Lin Mu can only unleash the water technique 3 times at full strength before his internal spiritual energy is depleted, necessitating time to recuperate through meditation. Yet, in a life and death battle, any lapse in attention could lead to demise, leaving no time to recover his spiritual energy. Nonetheless, Lin Mu does possess a glimmer of hope. He has mastered 3 forms of elemental techniques, which, when employed in combat, offer him a versatile and unpredictable approach, making it difficult for his opponents to defend. The abundant spiritual energy within the moonlit space has allowed Lin Mu to diligently cultivate over the past 3 months. He should be able to elevate his cultivation to a new level. However, these advantages do little to ease his mind. A life and death duel is nothing trivial. Failure equates to death. Lin Mu yearns for a greater chance of victory, ideally exceeding 70%. To achieve this, enhancing his cultivation is imperative. Yet, he hesitates, as a rapid advancement in cultivation would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. As a wielder of the 5 elements spiritual root, this is common knowledge within the Qianyu Sword Sect. His slow progress has been why Ma Huayuan feels so emboldened. After much contemplation, Lin Mu resolves that preserving his life must take precedence. If possible, he aims to conceal the existence of the moonlit pendant. Without further hesitation, he decides to implement his original plan. The refinement of the spirit-gathering pill is essential. It serves as a swift means to enhance his cultivation and provides an excellent pretext to disguise the moonlit pendant's presence. With a flicker of his figure, Lin Mu enters the moonlit space. Inside the small chamber, a plethora of spiritual herbs has accumulated, meticulously categorized during the gathering process. Lin Mu retrieves the 7 types of first-grade spiritual herbs required for the spirit-gathering pill, along with the second-grade herb, Yunlin flower. These serve as the materials for pill refinement. According to the records in the Fire Separation Pill Manual, Lin Mu prepares a total of 70 portions of materials for the spirit-gathering pill, supplemented by 10 portions purchased from the 100 Objects Pavilion, bringing the total to 80. This ample supply of alchemical materials will allow Lin Mu to indulge for some time, even if the initial success rate of pill refinement is low. Achieving a mere 40% success rate would yield over 30 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. The Fire Separation Pill Manual also contains the formula for the Bigu pill, which is crafted from 7 types of first-grade spiritual herbs. Within the small chamber, Lin Mu prepares 65 portions of materials for the Bigu pill. If successfully refined, these pills could sustain Lin Mu for 2 years. Having organized the materials for these 2 types of pills, Lin Mu immediately begins planting once more. However, this time, he does so with purpose, armed with the alchemical formulas. The cultivation scale of the second-grade herbs, cold smoke grass and starry blue, remains unchanged. For the primary ingredient of the spirit-gathering pill, the Yunlin flower, Lin Mu plants 300 stalks. Within the realm of first-grade spiritual herbs, Lin Mu cultivated over 300 plants of each of the 7 varieties necessary for crafting the spirit-gathering pill, akin to the Yulin flower. As for the remaining first-grade spiritual herbs, he refrained from extensive cultivation, deeming it unnecessary at present, and instead planted a mere 100 of each as a symbolic gesture. This endeavor consumed an entire day of Lin Mu's time. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Mu took a moment to compose himself and delved into the study of the essentials of fire elixirs. In the art of alchemy, Lin Mu was a novice, devoid of any prior experience, relying solely on the text to acquire fundamental knowledge, which was certainly more advantageous than groping in the dark. There exist various methods of alchemy, including water refinement and fire refinement. However, the majority of alchemists favor the latter. The essentials of fire elixirs meticulously outlined the nuances of fire refinement and the techniques commonly employed in elixir crafting. This presented Lin Mu with an entirely new world, and he immersed himself in it with fervent zeal. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Mu forsook food and drink, dedicating himself wholly to the study of alchemy within the tranquility of his chamber. By the end of this period, he had acquired a preliminary understanding of the craft. To become a proficient alchemist, however, he recognized the necessity of ample practice. During these 3 days, he focused predominantly on the formulation of the spirit-gathering pill, poring over the material no less than 10 times until it was etched in his memory. The methods for crafting the fasting pill were also thoroughly studied. With meticulous preparation complete, Lin Mu resolved to put his newfound knowledge into action. He carefully packed the 10 sets of alchemical materials he had previously procured from the Bibing Pavilion into a blue cloth bag. After indulging in a hearty meal at the spiritual dining hall, he set forth towards Danxia Peak, bag in hand. Danxia Peak was in close proximity to the West Peak, and within its confines lay numerous alchemical chambers. Upon arrival, before he could enter, a voice called out, "Halt! What is your purpose here?" It was Kai Ning, a disciple responsible for overseeing the alchemical chambers at Danxia Peak. With a courteous bow and a smile, Lin Mu replied, "I wish to rent an alchemical chamber." After appraising Lin Mu, Kai Ning said, "Follow me." They traversed through the hollowed-out interiors of Danxia Peak, which had been transformed into various alchemical rooms, including those for refining, waste, herbs, and storage. After a considerable journey through winding corridors, Kai Ning guided Lin Mu to a row of alchemical chambers. Here are the alchemical rooms, designated for practitioners in the Qi refinement stage to hone their skills, Kai Ning explained. The rental fee is 2 low-grade spirit stones per day. If you lack spirit stones, you may substitute with an equivalent amount of elixirs. Each bottle of spirit-gathering pill costs 4 low-grade spirit stones, while each bottle of fasting pill costs 2. Lin Mu nodded in agreement and chose one of the chambers at random, stepping inside. As he crossed the threshold, he was immediately captivated by a particular object in the center of the room. A stone platform supported an antique brass alchemical furnace, from which flickering red flames occasionally leapt forth. Kai Ning, standing beside him, elucidated, "This is a mid-grade magical artifact, the brass furnace. While it may not be of the highest quality, it is more than sufficient for refining first-grade elixirs such as the fasting pill." Gazing at the brass furnace, Lin Mu inquired, "How is the flame within the stone platform controlled?" Kai Ning chuckled, remarking that for the convenience of low-tier practitioners in alchemy, the elders of the sect had utilized their formidable powers to unearth the earth veins, channeling the fire from the earth's depths and sealing it within this stone platform. He continued, while observing the flickering flames, that although the process of alchemy was not particularly arduous, it demanded immense patience. Even a slight misstep could reduce an entire batch of elixirs to ashes. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude, thanking his senior brother profusely for the reminder. Tai Ning kindly suggested that Lin Mu proceed with his alchemy practice. After offering this guidance, he turned to leave but paused to remind Lin Mu of the mechanism on the stone door. A gentle press would cause it to close tightly, preventing any outsiders from entering and causing disruptions. With that, he departed. Lin Mu escorted him to the door before returning to gently press the mechanism on the stone door. The heavy stone door, weighing 1,000 pounds, slowly closed, sealing the alchemy chamber tightly and rendering it impossible for outsiders to glimpse what transpired within. Once the door was shut, Lin Mu began to survey the surroundings of the alchemy chamber. The space was grand and spacious, well ventilated, containing only a stone platform in the center, devoid of any other objects. Approaching the platform, Lin Mu closely examined the structure of both the stone platform and the bronze furnace. The more he observed, the more he marveled at the craftsmanship of the platform. Its circular base encapsulated the fire from the earth's depths. A golden circular handle protruded from the side of the platform. Grasping it, Lin Mu channeled a modicum of spiritual energy inward, causing the previously sealed flames to surge forth, licking the base of the bronze furnace with fiery tongues. This golden handle was indeed the key to controlling the flames. From the essential techniques of fire elixir, Lin Mu understood that to concoct elixirs, one must master the art of manipulating the intensity of the flames at will. Controlling the fire was undoubtedly the most crucial aspect of the alchemical process. To excel in his craft, one must first hone their tools. Thus, Lin Mu began to practice the art of fire control, adjusting the intensity of his spiritual energy input while holding the golden handle, which in turn altered the strength of the flames within the platform. After several hours of practice, Lin Mu found himself adept at regulating the fire's intensity, feeling increasingly confident. A surge of excitement coursed through him. His inaugural endeavor in alchemy was about to commence. Lin Mu gently lifted the lid of the brass furnace. The interior, smooth as a wall and round as a drum, emitted wisps of steam. He placed a handful of materials into the furnace and secured the lid tightly, leaving no gap. Then, gripping the golden circular handle, he channeled his spiritual energy within. The dormant flames in the stone platform ignited instantly, leaping over a foot high, as Lin Mu expertly controlled the intensity of the fire. In a moment, sizzling sounds emanated from within the furnace. Lin Mu promptly probed with his consciousness. Inside the brass furnace, the spiritual herbs were being roasted by the flames, transforming into several droplets of essence that gradually coalesced at the bottom, representing the quintessence of the herbs. Lin Mu slightly reduced his energy output, and the flames immediately diminished in strength. He cautiously maintained the fire at this intensity, allowing the herbs to roast slowly. As the flames continued to work, the essence at the bottom of the furnace thickened, its color shifting from a chaotic mix to a pale yellow. At this juncture, Lin Mu increased the flow of his spiritual energy, aspiring to transmute the liquid essence into a solid form, solidifying it into a pill. Regrettably, this process proved to be exceedingly protracted. An hour passed with little change in the essence, save for its thickening. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's spiritual energy dwindled significantly, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, clutching the golden handle tightly, pouring energy into the furnace with reckless abandon. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, a mixture of fatigue and the heat from the furnace. Each droplet landed on the stone platform, instantly vaporizing into white smoke. Lin Mu dared not relax. He hoped to endure until the pill was complete. However, he had not anticipated that his internal reserves were nearly depleted, and the flames within the furnace began to wane. Panic surged within him as he realized his energy was running out, and he was unable to continue. He was determined not to fail. The materials represented the equivalent of 2 low-grade spirit stones, a sum earned through a month of arduous labor. Yet, the situation slipped beyond his control. The flames at the furnace's base suddenly faltered, and Lin Mu's spiritual energy was entirely spent. A pungent burnt odor wafted from the brass furnace. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. His first attempt at alchemy had resulted in failure. Over an hour's worth of effort had gone to waste, evaporating into nothingness. Gasping for breath, Lin Mu felt the toll of his prolonged energy output, which had completely drained him. After resting for a while, he began to meditate in order to gradually restore his energy. More than an hour later, he opened his eyes, a newfound determination shining within, dispelling any trace of despondency. His spiritual energy had fully replenished, yet he refrained from embarking on a second attempt at crafting the pill. He wished to identify the cause of his failure. Now, he finally comprehended how overly optimistic his initial assessment had been. Alchemy was not a simple endeavor. It was not a skill possessed by everyone. It tested one's endurance, attention to detail, and cultivation level. Among these, aside from cultivation, he possessed both endurance and meticulousness. However, cultivation was equally crucial. His failure stemmed from an insufficiency of spiritual energy within him. Yet, this brought him back to square one. Lin Mu's intention in alchemy was to enhance his cultivation, but the very reason for his failures in alchemy was precisely his low level of cultivation. He found himself in a quandary. After much contemplation, Lin Mu resolved to attempt the process several more times, hoping to glean some insights. He lifted the lid of the furnace and discarded the dark, charred remnants at the bottom. Once the alchemical attempt failed, the materials would be completely ruined, leaving no room for recovery. He placed a new set of materials into the brass furnace and covered it once more. Gripping the golden handle, Lin Mu channeled his spiritual energy and began the alchemical process anew. This time, he persevered for a full hour and a half, yet ultimately met with failure. At the critical moment, a loud explosion echoed, and everything within the furnace was reduced to ashes. The second attempt also ended in failure. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. Once his spiritual energy had replenished, he resolutely commenced another attempt. Disposing of the residue, he retrieved another set of materials, placed them into the brass furnace, and began the slow process of alchemy once again. However, his reckless persistence yielded no results. This attempt mirrored the previous two. The third failure ensued. In a fit of determination, he disregarded all caution and retrieved yet another set of materials, embarking on the fourth attempt. Failure again. The fifth attempt met with the same fate. The sixth attempt, too, was unsuccessful. The seventh attempt ended in the same manner. A string of 7 failures, each identical in reason. At the final juncture, insufficient spiritual energy and flames too weak at the furnace's base led to his ultimate downfall. Lin Mu sat in the alchemical chamber like a lifeless statue, utterly silent, his eyes devoid of luster. The relentless series of failures struck him deeply. He had placed more than half of his hopes on alchemy, yearning to swiftly elevate his cultivation through it. Yet, through genuine attempts, Lin Mu realized the multitude of challenges involved. Nothing was as effortless as it seemed. Success was not a mere happenstance. Even with diligent effort, one could encounter repeated failures. After a moment of despondency, the spark of determination began to rekindle in Lin Mu's eyes. He must rally himself, for reality offered no refuge in retreat. He could not simply resign himself to despair. Once his spiritual energy was restored, Lin Mu prepared to make his 8th attempt. This endeavor was no different from the previous 7. He meticulously maintained the output of his spiritual energy, regulating the fluctuations of the flames. During the first hour, everything proceeded normally. No anomalies appeared within the brass furnace. However, after an hour and a half, Lin Mu found his internal spiritual energy waning, and fatigue began to set in. He struggled to persist, his complexion flushing red. Moments later, his face turned pale as he could bear it no longer. He unleashed the last vestige of his spiritual energy, surrendering to the process. Yet, the anticipated outcome did not materialize immediately. The elixir did not instantaneously spoil, for the flames at the furnace's base continued to burn. Only when the flames diminished did a faint scent of burning arise from within. This time, Lin Mu did not succumb to despair. Rather, astonishment graced his features, as if he had gleaned a hint of understanding. He quietly recalled that final moment. In order to sustain the flames, he unleashed all his spiritual energy in one go. To his astonishment, the flames responded obediently, conforming to his intention. He understood that these flames possessed no consciousness, yet that last moment certainly held its own significance. Until then, it had always been Lin Mu who controlled the intensity of the flames. However, at that final moment, the flames were beyond his control, yet they still followed his thoughts. He sensed there might be a breakthrough hidden within this realization. Control? Or was it not control? Lin Mu murmured to himself, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. It was not control, it was guidance. Yes, guidance. These are two entirely different concepts. Control entails mastering every aspect, while guidance is significantly more relaxed, requiring only subtle adjustments at crucial moments to alter the flame's intensity. The earthly fire emanated from the depths below, an endless source that did not necessitate his constant oversight. He merely needed to guide it at the right moments, allowing it to burn autonomously. Grasping this insight filled Lin Mu with excitement. After a brief respite to restore his spiritual energy, he began to test his newfound understanding. Grasping the golden handle, he cautiously infused his spiritual energy within. This time, he did not exert control over the flames, but instead offered guidance at pivotal moments. To his exhilaration, this method proved entirely feasible. With this approach, his internal spiritual energy should last until the alchemical process concluded. Overjoyed, Lin Mu settled into a meditative posture to recuperate his spiritual energy. Time passed gradually. After 2 full hours, Lin Mu felt his spiritual energy fully restored. He invigorated himself and immersed once more in the task at hand. This time, he remained vigilant, his consciousness fixed upon the bronze furnace, ever attentive to the changes within the concoction. Guidance, after all, is not control. The response is slightly slower than that of direct control. He needed to anticipate the changes within the furnace to adapt accordingly, a skill akin to foresight. Although this required considerable effort from Lin Mu, he managed to maintain it adequately. As time trickled by, the fluctuations within the bronze furnace grew increasingly intense. An hour and a half later, Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised to discover a substantial reserve of spiritual energy still within him. He dared not become complacent, remaining cautious in sustaining the flame's fervor. Nevertheless, from the glimmer of delight in his eyes, it was evident that this alchemical endeavor held great promise. Within the bronze furnace, the transformation of the elixir was strikingly apparent. The essence of the spiritual herbs had thickened into a tangible form, on the verge of metamorphosis under the flame's searing heat. Lin Mu amplified the output of his spiritual energy, causing the flames within the stone pedestal to surge instantly. Half an hour later, a loud explosion reverberated as the furnace lid flew open. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted from within, intoxicating and refreshing. Lin Mu hurried forward to inspect. Inside the bronze furnace, 3 orange-hued elixirs spun energetically. Forgetting his exhaustion, he joyously collected the 3 spirit-gathering pills into a small white vial. An overwhelming sense of accomplishment enveloped Lin Mu. After numerous failures, he had finally succeeded in concocting the spirit-gathering pills. This marked a breakthrough from nothingness. He was no longer a novice lost in the darkness of alchemy. Although this was merely the first successful batch of the spirit-gathering pills, it held immense significance for Lin Mu, who had already found the path to mastery. As he relaxed, waves of fatigue washed over him. After a continuous day of alchemical endeavors, both his mental and physical limits had been thoroughly tested. In a fleeting moment, Lin Mu vanished from the alchemical chamber, reappearing within the moonlit sanctuary. He laid out a mat in the small dwelling and collapsed into a deep slumber. 8 hours later, Lin Mu emerged from the moonlit sanctuary, feeling rejuvenated. This rest had replenished all the vitality he had lost. To his surprise, after a day of relentless alchemy, he discovered a significant increase in his spiritual energy, even surpassing the benefits of a night of diligent cultivation. This revelation filled Lin Mu with uncontainable joy. Initially, he had feared that his focus on alchemy would hinder his cultivation, yet the results proved to be unexpectedly favorable. Retrieving several materials from the moonlit sanctuary, Lin Mu commenced the alchemical process once more, applying the lessons learned from yesterday's painful experiences. By the end of the day, he found that he had consumed 9 portions of materials, successfully refining 4 spirit-gathering pills, while 5 portions were deemed failures. This success rate was one he could reluctantly accept. Typically, an alchemist's success rate hovers around 50%, and for a novice like him, this outcome was commendable. To avoid raising suspicion, Lin Mu dared not linger in the alchemical chamber. He took the 5 vials of spirit-gathering pills he had crafted, along with the 3 vials returned by Ma Huayuan, and made his way directly to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. He sold these pills at the price of 4 low-grade spirit stones per vial, subsequently purchasing 16 portions of materials for crafting more spirit-gathering pills, each accompanied by a complimentary, small white vial. After Guchen procured the materials for Lin Mu, he expressed his admiration, saying, "Senior brother, you are truly a genius in alchemy. For your first attempt, achieving an 80% success rate is remarkable." Lin Mu replied with a smile, "It is not as exaggerated as you say. 3 vials were compensations from Ma Huayuan, while the other 5 were my own creations." Guchen praised, "That is still quite impressive. Achieving a 50% success rate on your first attempt is rare within the sect." After extolling Lin Mu, Guchen cautiously inquired, "I have heard that you are to engage in a life-and-death duel with Ma Huayuan. Curiosity, indeed, is a fundamental trait of humanity." The news of Lin Mu's impending duel had spread throughout the sect, with many eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Lin Mu saw no reason to conceal the truth from Guchen. With a somber expression, he nodded, "Indeed, I find myself in grave peril and it is difficult to evade this calamity." Upon hearing Lin Mu's admission, Guchen thought to himself that the rumors were indeed grounded in reality. Yet, he maintained a reassuring smile, saying, "Do not lose hope, senior brother. I have heard that you previously inflicted severe damage on Ma Huayuan, and you should be able to do so again." Lin Mu, recognizing the futility of further discussion, sighed. "One step at a time, we shall see what transpires." With that, he exited the 100 Treasures Pavilion, his demeanor heavy with melancholy. Guchen watched Lin Mu's desolate figure retreat, his expression a mix of complexity, and after Lin Mu had distanced himself, he let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Lin Mu returned to the small courtyard and found everything to be in order, which put his mind at ease. He then went back to Danxiao Peak to continue his alchemical pursuits. In the following days, Lin Mu immersed himself in the alchemical chamber, diligently crafting elixirs. On average, he managed to produce 4 to 5 vials daily, with a success rate hovering around 50%. After several days, he realized that his progress was far too slow. The combined total of the materials for the spirit-gathering pill and the fasting pill amounted to approximately 150 to 60 portions. At a rate of 10 portions per day, it would take him half a month to complete the refinement of all materials. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Mu would not have minded the passage of time. He would have willingly spent a month to produce the elixirs. However, the situation was now urgent, as the life and death battle was approaching in 3 months. The more time he squandered, the more unfavorable the circumstances became for him. Thus, Lin Mu resolved to expedite his refining process. Each batch of elixirs required 2 hours to refine, followed by a rest period exceeding 1 hour. By this calculation, he could barely manage to refine 10 portions in a day. However, the materials from failed attempts did not require as much time. Therefore, to enhance his speed, he recognized 2 avenues for improvement. One was to increase the success rate of alchemy, thereby minimizing wasted effort. The other was to accelerate the recovery of his spiritual energy. Lin Mu had already noted that the Xianyu space was an excellent place for recovery, allowing him to cut his rest time by more than half. Over the next few days, he intentionally focused on these 2 aspects to boost his efficiency. The results were remarkable. The success rates of both the spirit gathering pill and the fasting pill saw significant improvement. Lin Mu spent all day in the alchemical chamber, consuming fasting pills when hunger struck, which kept his physical strength in excellent condition. Thanks to Lin Mu's diligent efforts, the outcomes were apparent. On the 5th day, he managed to produce 4 vials of fasting pills in a single day. By the 7th day, he could refine 5 vials of spirit gathering pills daily. On the 9th day, he achieved 6 vials of fasting pills in 1 day. By the 12th day, he was able to produce 7 vials of spirit gathering pills in a single day. After half a month, Lin Mu emerged from the alchemical chamber. During this period, he had ventured out only 3 times, each visit to the Baishir Pavilion to exchange spirit gathering pills for alchemical materials. Gu Chen had long grown accustomed to this routine but felt a genuine admiration for Lin Mu, as his success rate in alchemy had consistently improved. During Lin Mu's final visit to purchase materials, Gu Chen estimated that Lin Mu's success rate had reached an impressive 70%. 70%. Such a rate placed him among the elite ranks of outer disciples. Of course, Gu Chen's estimation was somewhat erroneous. He did not realize that Lin Mu possessed 80 portions of materials of his own, and his visits were merely a fade. Nonetheless, Lin Mu's actual success rate was commendable, having reached 60%. The arduous labor over the past half-month had proven immensely worthwhile for Lin Mu. In this time, he had made substantial gains. His spiritual energy recovery rate had vastly improved, allowing him to fully replenish his energy within an hour, even after complete depletion. Moreover, through half a month of intensive alchemical work, Lin Mu had made considerable strides in the application of his spiritual energy. His cultivation and spiritual awareness had also seen significant growth, and he felt that he was merely a step away from the 6th layer of qi refinement. The greatest reward, however, lay in the elixirs themselves. After a thorough inventory, Lin Mu discovered that he had successfully refined 48 bottles of spirit-gathering pills and, from 65 sets of materials for the fasting pills, managed to produce 35 bottles. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. The 48 bottles of spirit-gathering pills surpassed his total earnings from the past 3 years. Lin Mu could hardly fathom the heights his cultivation would reach with such an abundance. With 35 bottles of fasting pills, each could sustain him for a month. Thus, these would allow him to refrain from food and drink for nearly 3 years. This meant he could devote himself to seclusion for cultivation without the need to frequently visit the spirit meal hall for sustenance. Suppressing his elation, Lin Mu calmly opened the stone door and stepped out of the pill chamber. In the steward's office on Danxia Peak, he found Tai Ning. "Senior brother, I have rented that pill chamber for half a month, which should amount to 30 low-grade spirit stones. However, I currently lack spirit stones. So I propose to exchange these for pills instead. Here are 8 bottles of spirit-gathering pills." Lin Mu straightforwardly presented the 8 bottles before Tai Ning. Tai Ning chuckled. "Junior brother, you are too courteous. I shall gladly accept." He had every reason to be pleased. The spirit-gathering pills, if purchased from the 100 Goods Pavilion, would require 5 low-grade spirit stones, yet selling them back would yield only 4. Aware of the scarcity of spirit-gathering pills, Tai Ning recognized their value for enhancing his cultivation and would not be foolish enough to sell them to the 100 Goods Pavilion. Lin Mu's decision to exchange pills instead of spirit stones naturally delighted him, as he had indirectly profited by 10 low-grade spirit stones. Without further consideration for Tai Ning's thoughts, Lin Mu bid farewell and headed towards the West Peak. He was eager to return to his cultivation as the life and death battle loomed ever closer. Upon reaching his small courtyard, Lin Mu made a beeline for the quiet room. After securing the doors and windows, he swiftly entered the crescent moon space. arranging a mat in the small room. He settled himself cross-legged upon it. Taking out a bottle of spirit-gathering pills, he poured one out and swallowed it. Immediately, he closed his eyes and focused, beginning to refine the medicinal power within the pill. Employing the inner vision technique, Lin Mu examined his internal condition. As soon as the pill entered his abdomen, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his lower abdomen. He promptly activated the 9 directions heart method, guiding the warmth to circulate slowly with his internal spirit energy. With each cycle, the warmth diminished, transforming into spirit energy within him. After 2 cycles, the pleasant warmth dissipated and the spirit energy returned to his dantian. Lin Mu noticed that the spirit energy in his dantian no longer resembled the thin gas of the past. It had gradually thickened into a more substantial form. Having refined pills continuously for half a month, his spirit energy was in a constant state of consumption and replenishment. Through this exercise, he had significantly increased his internal spirit energy and was now not far from reaching the 6th layer of qi refining. Once more, Lin Mu poured out another spirit-gathering pill and swallowed it, continuing his refining process. The spirit energy within him increased at a slow yet steady pace, becoming ever more abundant. In the span of a single day, Lin Mu consumed an entire bottle of spirit-gathering pills, witnessing a remarkable enhancement in his internal spirit energy. In the past, such an experience could only be indulged in once a month. Now, with an ample supply of pills, Lin Mu was unperturbed and focused solely on the task of refining. 5 days later, Lin Mu discovered that the spiritual energy within him had reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of qi refinement. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level. However, after 3 unsuccessful attempts to advance, he ceased his relentless pursuits and continued to consume the spirit-gathering pills to augment his internal energy. Yet, due to the bottleneck he encountered, the increase in his spiritual energy was notably sluggish. In the past, Lin Mu would have patiently cultivated, seeking a breakthrough. This time, however, he took a decisive approach, diligently refining the spirit-gathering pills. Although his cultivation remained at the 5th level of qi refinement, the density of his spiritual energy grew increasingly rich. Another 5 days passed, and Lin Mu's internal spiritual energy had accumulated to a significant degree, to the point where consuming more spirit-gathering pills yielded little growth. At that juncture, Lin Mu once again launched an assault on the 6th level of qi refinement. To his astonishment, the process was remarkably smooth. The bottleneck of the 5th level shattered effortlessly, and he ascended to the 6th level in one fell swoop. Filled with joy, Lin Mu felt a newfound confidence, having reached the 6th level. He was now more prepared to confront Ma Huayuan, possessing the strength to contend. Without resting on his laurels, Lin Mu consumed more spirit-gathering pills, continuing to refine them in hopes of rapidly advancing to the 7th level of qi refinement. Following his breakthrough, the efficacy of the spirit-gathering pills became evident, resulting in a swift increase in his spiritual energy. However, 2 days later, Lin Mu voluntarily ceased taking the pills, having noticed some troubling issues within himself. His spiritual energy felt somewhat ethereal and beyond his control. More precisely, Lin Mu found himself unable to govern his own energy. The rapid progress in his cultivation had rendered him unfamiliar with the spiritual energy that once felt so intimate. There were moments when he wished to slow the flow of his energy, yet it would inexplicably accelerate. After deep contemplation, Lin Mu realized this was the consequence of his overzealous ambition. To regain the mastery he once had over his spiritual energy, he needed time to adapt to the newfound potency within him. He halted his cultivation and exited the crescent moon space, stepping into the courtyard where night had fallen. A slender crescent moon adorned the night sky, and the stars twinkled above. Sitting by the fish pond, Lin Mu resolved to practice the 5 elements techniques to reacquaint himself with his internal energy. He had already mastered 3 techniques from the basic 5 elements techniques: the metal technique, the water technique, and the fire technique. The remaining 2 techniques, the wood technique and the earth technique, were yet to be learned. When deciding which technique to study first, Lin Mu experienced little hesitation. He chose the earth technique. The rationale was simple. Ma Huayuan had studied the fireball technique from the fire element, while the wood technique, primarily lacking in offensive capabilities, could be seen as inviting disaster, akin to igniting a fire within oneself. Lin Mu was not foolish enough to pursue such a path. The earth technique, while not particularly strong in offense, boasted excellent defensive capabilities. Lin Mu aimed to practice the earth technique to gradually familiarize himself with his internal energy and wield it adeptly. After meticulously reviewing the content of the basic 5 elements techniques, Lin Mu commenced his practice of the earth technique. The first layer of the thick earth technique is not particularly difficult to master. Lin Mu learned it within a single day. This demonstrates the astonishing talent he possesses in the realm of elemental arts. Previously, when practicing techniques, Lin Mu did not exert himself to the fullest. For instance, when employing the third layer of the azure water technique, he could cast it 7 or 8 times consecutively without issue. However, if he were to exert himself fully, he could manage at most 2 casts. Now, having advanced to the 6th layer of chi refinement, he can execute it 3 times with some energy to spare. Yet, for the first layer of the thick earth technique, Lin Mu is capable of casting it throughout the night, as the consumption of spiritual energy is minimal, allowing it to replenish naturally within his body. This illustrates the disparity in power. Every evening, Lin Mu practices the thick earth technique in the courtyard, while during the day, he cultivates within the lunar spiral space. The use of spirit-gathering pills has ceased, and he now engages in regular cultivation. Although the pace of his advancement is not as rapid as when using the pills, the spiritual energy he acquires in this manner is far more manageable. After half a month, Lin Mu's thick earth technique ascended to the 2nd layer, during which he became adept at controlling the spiritual energy within him. Lin Mu then entered seclusion once more. He temporarily set aside the thick earth technique and entered the lunar spiral space, consuming spirit-gathering pills and cultivating with all his might. Every 10 days or so, he took a fasting pill to maintain his vitality. The majority of his time was dedicated to cultivation. He consumed the spirit-gathering pills day and night, resulting in a rapid increase in the spiritual energy within his dantian and a significant rise in his cultivation level. A month later, Lin Mu emerged from the lunar spiral space. Compared to before, his aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once appearing weak and easily bullied, he now resembled a sharp sword, radiating brilliance that deterred others from approaching. With a slight restraint of his presence, his formidable aura dissipated, reverting him to the demeanor of the humble individual he once was. In just 1 month, his cultivation had surged forward, advancing once again to the 7th layer of chi refinement. In a mere 6 months, Lin Mu had progressed from the 3rd to the 7th layer, an extraordinary leap of 4 levels. Within the Thousand Feather Sword Sect, no one could rival him. Even the most gifted disciples typically only manage to advance 4 levels in a year. Yet, with the aid of the lunar spiral pendant, Lin Mu was confident he could closely follow in their footsteps. Among the outer disciples who entered the sect alongside Lin Mu, the highest cultivation was merely at the 7th layer of chi refinement. Now, he himself was a practitioner at that level, eligible to serve as a steward disciple within the sect. No one dared to insult him lightly anymore. From this day forth, he resolved to reclaim his dignity. The first person he wished to confront was Ma Huayuan, the one who had driven him to the brink of despair. Without the lunar spiral pendant, Lin Mu would have met a tragic end, with no chance for redemption. Before confronting Ma Huayuan, however, he needed to reacquaint himself with the spiritual energy within his body by practicing the thick earth technique. After a month of intensive pill-assisted cultivation, the spiritual energy had once again become unfamiliar to him. Yet, he refrained from immediately resuming practice of the thick earth technique, for the spiritual herbs within the lunar spiral space had matured once more. This harvest proved to be more bountiful than the previous 2 combined. Having gathered all the spiritual herbs, Lin Mu successfully concocted 300 portions of materials for the spirit-gathering pill, which filled him with immense joy. Utilizing the earth spirit hoe, he tilled the 6 acres of spiritual field once more, planting all the herbs as he had previously done. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Mu exited the spiral moon space. Each day, he practiced the thick earth technique in the courtyard, becoming increasingly familiar with the spiritual energy within his body. This time, with ease and familiarity, and bolstered by the fact that the thick earth technique was nearing its 3rd tier, Lin Mu quickly became adept at controlling his inner spiritual energy. After more than 10 days of diligent practice, Lin Mu advanced the thick earth technique to the 3rd tier, and to his delight, he found himself able to manipulate his spiritual energy with fluidity. With only a few days remaining until the life and death duel, Lin Mu chose to remain indoors, focusing on practicing the basic 5 elements techniques and experimenting with the synergy of different techniques, pondering strategies for combat. He prepared to patiently await the imminent duel. In the square before the Qianyu Hall, thousands of spectators had gathered, forming a tight cluster around a spacious area that housed a platform towering over 2 zhang high. This platform would serve as the battleground for the impending life and death contest. Below the platform, a sea of people buzzed with fervor, engaged in animated discussions. At this moment, the 2 participants of the duel had yet to arrive, but the crowd's anticipation was palpable. leading them to speculate on who would emerge victorious and who would meet their demise. Among the throng, the majority believed that Ma Huayuan was destined to triumph, as his cultivation level evidently surpassed that of Lin Mu. Yet, a handful clung to a sense of hope, asserting that Lin Mu would emerge victorious, citing his previous encounter where he had bested Ma Huayuan, leaving him incapacitated. Even in the absence of the two main figures, the crowd's discord reached a fever pitch, with tempers flaring and some nearly resorting to violence. Fortunately, the disciples of the enforcement hall, patrolling the area on flying swords, intervened in time to quell the brewing conflict. Once the disciples departed, the two factions resumed their fierce glares at one another. Gu Chun had arrived early and secured a prime position to witness the events unfold on the platform. He was eager to see if the alchemical prodigy he admired could conjure a miracle and survive against all odds. Amidst the clamoring of the crowd, one of the duelists, the provocateur Ma Huayuan, emerged from the throng and ascended the platform amidst the disdainful gazes of thousands. Indifferent to the scorn, Ma Huayuan believed that should he secure victory in this life-and-death struggle, all contempt would dissipate. Moreover, he possessed the confidence to back his resolve. During 3 months of seclusion, he had recuperated on the mountain while diligently honing his skills. To his delight, he had broken through a year-long stagnation in his cultivation, advancing to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. His ultimate technique, the fireball technique, which he had previously mastered in 3 consecutive launches, could now be executed in 4, with each fireball's power surpassing that of the previous iterations. As Ma Huayuan made his appearance on the platform, the murmurs from the crowd intensified, nearly reaching a boiling point. A practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement below immediately recognized Ma Huayuan's cultivation level, exclaiming in astonishment. Immediately, someone beside him remarked, "Indeed. Now he holds all the cards." After all, Lin Mu possesses a 5-element spiritual root, and with merely 3 months' time, his cultivation cannot possibly advance. It appears he is doomed. This statement elicited a chorus of agreement. Ma Huayuan is exceedingly treacherous. He is nothing short of a scoundrel. Below, a cacophony of denunciations erupted, mingled with the bustling crowd. Some expressed sympathy for Lin Mu, sighing, "Why provoke anyone but this despicable character?" His friend beside him urged, "Why lament? It is merely a spectacle. Who lives or dies is of no consequence to us." Yet, some remained silent, coolly observing the unfolding events. Standing atop the platform, Ma Huayuan surveyed the crowd below with a sense of satisfaction. After more than a decade of obscurity within the sect, today he finally basked in the limelight. After the passing of an incense stick's time, Lin Mu, the other party involved in the duel, had yet to make an appearance. Growing impatient, Ma Huayuan shouted, "That coward Lin Mu, could it be he dares not show up? Truly a spineless wretch." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur discontentedly. "We have awaited over 2 hours. How dare he disregard us so? We shall not let this slide." In truth, Lin Mu could opt not to attend, but such a choice would incur severe repercussions. A life-and-death duel is no trivial matter. To withdraw prematurely would result in a lifetime of confinement, stripped of freedom. Once one ascends the platform, it is a fight to the bitter end. A voice from the crowd chimed in, "This fellow is utterly dishonorable. If he lacked the courage to come, he should never have boasted and signed that death contract." Just as he was about to voice his discontent, another person seized his arm, exclaiming, "Do not speak. Lin Mu has arrived." Where? He inquired eagerly. The other pointed towards Lin Mu, who was steadily approaching the platform. The crowd parted, creating a pathway for him. Lin Mu's demeanor was calm. No trace of sorrow nor joy could be discerned. As he walked steadily through the throng and ascended the platform step by step, the gazes directed at him were varied, some filled with concern, others with excitement. Some relishing the misfortune, while others remained impassive, their thoughts inscrutable. As soon as Lin Mu stepped onto the platform, cheers erupted from the crowd in waves. Ascending the platform signified that one must inevitably perish. Indeed, it could lead to mutual destruction. The cheers arose from the understanding that this spectacle was now unavoidable, a fitting diversion from their monotonous cultivation lifts. However, not everyone was there merely for entertainment. At least, Zhang Ruoxu was not. Upon hearing that Lin Mu was to engage in a life-and-death duel with Ma Huayuan, he felt Lin Mu was being recklessly bold. This confrontation was akin to striking a stone with an egg, devoid of any hope for victory. He held a favorable impression of Lin Mu, who was diligent and humble. It would indeed be a pity for such a life to be extinguished without cause. Yet, upon seeing Lin Mu standing on the platform, he was struck with astonishment. He had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. As one with a 4-element spiritual root, he deeply understood the arduous journey of cultivation. With a spiritual root akin to Lin Mu's, the pace of cultivation was significantly slower. He opened his eyes wide, confirming thrice that Lin Mu had indeed ascended to the 7th level of qi refinement. How could he have achieved this? Zhang Ruoxu was left with this solitary query. Lin Mu stood calmly atop the platform, seemingly oblivious to the cheers and discussions below. Even upon hearing that Ma Huayuan had advanced to the 8th level of qi refinement, he remained unperturbed. At this moment, anxiety served no purpose, only a desperate fight remained. Ignoring Ma Huayuan's furious glare, Lin Mu collected himself, slowly adjusting the spiritual energy within him. A figure gradually ascended from below, landing on the platform between Lin Mu and Ma Huayuan. It was Luo Chun, the chief disciple of the law enforcement hall. In his hand, he held the life and death contract signed by the two, and he read aloud for all to hear. Outer disciple of the Qianyu Sword Sect, Ma Huayuan, and Lin Mu, due to irreconcilable enmity, have decided to engage in a life and death duel. Regardless of the outcome, it shall be a battle to the death. Upon concluding, Luo Chun stowed away the contract and proclaimed loudly, I hereby declare the life and death duel officially commenced. He soared to the periphery of the platform, channeling his spiritual energy to activate the barriers, enveloping the entire platform in a vast, transparent shield, locking both participants within. The crowd below fell silent, holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the movements of the two combatants, fearful of missing any crucial moment. Ma Huayuan had already discerned Lin Mu's cultivation level, but he dismissed it. The 8th level of qi refinement firmly overshadowed the 7th, and he was confident that his 4 consecutive casts of the fireball technique would be insurmountable for Lin Mu. With a sinister smile, he ground his teeth and declared, Last time I was ambushed by you, leaving me grievously wounded. Today, I shall make you pay with blood for your betrayal. Lin Mu remained calm, replying softly, I have never held animosity towards you. It was you who relentlessly pursued me, leaving me no choice but to retaliate. Ma Huayuan chuckled darkly. Enjoy your fleeting triumph now. Soon, blood will stain the ground. Lin Mu cast a cold glance in his direction and fell silent. Both simultaneously formed hand seals, one unleashing the fireball technique, the other invoking the red fire art. In the next moment, 2 fireballs hurtled towards one another. The spectators could clearly see that Lin Mu's fireball was noticeably smaller than Ma Huayuan's. When the 2 fireballs collided in midair, they dissipated simultaneously. This was merely a probing attack, and it was evident that Lin Mu was at a disadvantage. Gu Chun below couldn't help but feel anxious for Lin Mu. He was a talented alchemist, and perhaps Lin Mu could one day bring him fortune. He genuinely hoped Lin Mu would not meet an untimely demise. Lin Mu, aware of his precarious situation, formed seals with his hands, conjuring a massive cloud that floated before him. As he continued his hand gestures, one after another, the water technique was unleashed. Instantly, the area before him transformed into a misty expanse, surrounding him with dense vapor. This display garnered considerable admiration from the onlookers below. Utilizing one's strengths to exploit the opponent's weaknesses, Lin Mu's strategy proved to be quite effective. He floated gracefully around the periphery of the high platform on his flying sword, nodding in approval. The water-based techniques naturally countered the fire-based ones, leaving Ma Huayuan in a precarious situation. Within the swirling white mist, Ma Huayuan found himself unable to pinpoint Lin Mu's location. Although he had unleashed his fireball technique, he could not discern where Lin Mu was hidden. At that moment, Lin Mu was continuously moving within the mist, his hands deftly performing the water technique, not with all his might, but relying on sheer quantity. After half a month of alchemical refining, Lin Mu's spiritual energy recovery rate had significantly increased, allowing him to cast the water technique without depleting his reserves. As his inner energy replenished concurrently, before long, the entire high platform was enveloped in a thick, white haze. Spectators outside could not discern the unfolding events, and due to the barriers in place, they were also unable to hear any sounds. This left them restless and eager to uncover the happenings within. The 2 combatants did not disappoint. Just as the mist enveloped the high platform, Ma Huayuan unleashed his fireball technique, illuminating the surroundings with flickering red light as fireballs danced wildly. After executing the water technique, Lin Mu swiftly approached Ma Huayuan, poised to launch a surprise attack with the metal technique, intending for a decisive strike. Ma Huayuan, having learned from his previous mistakes, was not so easily caught off guard. With a flurry of finger movements, he unleashed a barrage of 4 consecutive fireballs, as if they were of no consequence, sending them hurtling from the depths of the mist. The white fog began to evaporate under the onslaught of flames, gradually revealing the scene atop the platform. The audience gazed in wide-eyed anticipation, uncertain whether a victor had emerged. As the mist dissipated, spectators beheld Ma Huayuan clutching his right arm, blood streaming down, clearly having sustained injuries. Lin Mu was not unscathed either. His garments were charred and tattered, leaving him in a disheveled state. However, he had escaped serious injury, gaining a slight advantage. As the mist cleared, Ma Huayuan sneered. "Do not struggle. Your mist is futile against me. With 3 consecutive barrages of fireball technique, I can incinerate them all." Lin Mu offered a faint smile. Choosing not to respond, Ma Huayuan had unwittingly fallen into his trap. Though he could evaporate the mist, the energy expended was at least double that of Lin Mu's. Creating is easy, but destruction is arduous. Lin Mu understood that his vulnerability lay in insufficient spiritual energy, thus devising this trap to ensnare Ma Huayuan. Oblivious to the strategy, Ma Huayuan, panting, boasted, "What other pathetic tricks do you have? Hurry and reveal them, or you shall miss your chance." Lin Mu refrained from engaging in dialogue, his hands continuing to weave the incantations as he cast the water technique once more, summoning the mist anew. He intended to engage in an attrition battle. Once Ma Huayuan's energy was depleted, an opportunity would naturally present itself. To recklessly clash now would only serve to his detriment. Ma Huayuan, not foolish, discerned Lin Mu's intentions upon witnessing the re-emergence of the mist. No longer relying solely on brute force, he began to cast fireballs one by one, targeting Lin Mu. Yet all were thwarted by the water technique. The 2 individuals transitioned from a state of singular consumption to mutual depletion. In this scenario, Lin Mu found himself at a disadvantage, as his internal spiritual energy paled in comparison to that of Ma Huayuan. With his hands deftly executing the water of clarity technique, Lin Mu's mind raced as he deliberated on a strategy. However, before he could devise a plan, Ma Huayuan launched another assault. Currently, Ma Huayuan was on the offensive while Lin Mu was forced into a defensive stance, giving Ma Huayuan the upper hand. In Ma Huayuan's perspective, Lin Mu had exhausted his options. Thus, he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique to decisively eliminate Lin Mu. A fireball technique was hurled toward Lin Mu, who quickly countered with the water of clarity. Just as the water of clarity dispelled the fireball, 4 additional fireballs appeared in rapid succession, hurtling toward Lin Mu. A chill ran down Lin Mu's spine. The audience gasped, fully aware that Lin Mu was in dire straits. Some even reluctantly closed their eyes, only to furtively reopen them in anticipation of the outcome. The 4 consecutive fireballs were executed with impeccable precision, leaving no room for error in timing, quantity, or force. Just as Lin Mu neutralized one fireball, the relentless barrage followed closely behind, catching him off guard. As he gazed at the swiftly approaching fireballs, Lin Mu realized that evasion was futile. He could not afford to remain passive. With unwavering focus, he channeled his internal spiritual energy, casting a red fire technique to eliminate one fireball. Then, summoning every ounce of strength, he unleashed a massive cloud through the water of clarity, propelling it toward the remaining 3 fireballs. As the cloud encountered the fireballs, it rapidly disintegrated, managing to shield Lin Mu from 2 of them. However, the last fireball was simply unpreventable. Lin Mu had only partially executed his technique when he realized that he could not withstand this impending blow. Severe injury became inevitable, and once wounded, he would face Ma Huayuan's relentless and lethal onslaught. The final fireball hurtled toward Lin Mu's chest with alarming speed. There was no escape. The crowd erupted in gasps, all pondering the grim fate that awaited Lin Mu. Lin Mu gazed calmly at the fireball hurtling towards him with a terrifying velocity. His mind remained remarkably composed, undeterred by the immense power of the approaching inferno, as he swiftly completed the incantation in his hands. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd below. What was Lin Mu attempting? Did he intend to perish alongside this cataclysm? The notion flitted through the minds of many. Just as the dynamics of the scene transformed in an instant, a cloud of dust suddenly engulfed the arena, shrouding everything in a gray haze. In the fleeting moment before the dust descended, the spectators clearly beheld the colossal fireball strike Lin Mu squarely in the chest, followed by a vague image of him toppling backward. Then, obscured by the dust, the unfolding events became indiscernible. Only a handful of adept disciples, possessing extraordinary prowess, could discern a fleeting glimmer of golden light amidst the chaos. Before tranquility resumed, Guchen watched the spectacle on the platform with a furrowed brow, unable to glean any clarity from the unfolding events. He had witnessed Lin Mu being struck by the fireball and feared the worst. In a distant corner, 2 young women observed from afar. One, a girl of around 15 or 16, anxiously turned to her senior sister and asked, Do you think he will survive? The sister, her features obscured by a veil, shook her head and replied, I cannot discern clearly. I can only hope for his safety. The younger girl, clearly dissatisfied with her sister's response, murmured in frustration and focused intently on the scene before her. As the pervasive dust gradually settled, the situation on stage became clearer. The anticipated scenario failed to materialize, leaving disappointment etched on the faces of onlookers. Ma Huayuan stood rigidly on the platform, his visage cloaked in dust, concealing any expression. Lying on the ground was Lin Mu, sprawled on his back with his garments singed away at the chest. He had indeed succumbed to this calamity. Zhang Ruoxa shook his head and sighed deeply. Yu Qin felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed silently at Lin Mu's still form on the platform. The kind-hearted young girl wept silently, her compassion evident. Meanwhile, the astute sister quickly detected an anomaly and reassured the girl, do not weep just yet. He appears to still be alive. Look, his chest is still rising and falling. The girl, momentarily forgetting her tears, strained her eyes to see. But the moisture blurred her vision. After rubbing her eyes, clarity returned. She could indeed see Lin Mu's chest gently moving, albeit faintly. A smile broke through her tears. He is truly alive. However, before the words fully escaped her lips, the scene shifted once more. Ma Huayuan, who had been standing upright on the platform, suddenly collapsed backward, stirring a cloud of dust. A sharp-eyed observer immediately noted the change, exclaiming, look at his chest. Blood is flowing. The crowd turned their gaze toward Ma Huayuan's chest, and indeed, blood was gushing forth from his left side. This revelation left the spectators bewildered regarding the situation's outcome. Without a doubt, the one who had perished was Ma Huayuan. His left chest was pierced by a golden sword, penetrating his heart, leading to his untimely demise. At that moment, the situation was dire for Lin Mu, verging on a fatal predicament. Realizing he could not evade the impending doom, he resolved to fight to the death. Just before the fireball struck him, he had completed the thick earth formula in his hands and successfully unleashed it. This technique had remained unutilized by Lin Mu, and naturally, Ma Huayuan had not anticipated it. A whirlwind of dust surged towards him, obscuring his vision. He hastily closed his eyes, believing that once the dust settled, he could personally eliminate Lin Mu. However, in the instant he was struck by the fireball, Lin Mu exerted every ounce of his strength to cast the metal of Gung formula once more. A petite, exquisite golden sword flew towards Ma Huayuan at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. As Lin Mu released this metal of Gung formula and was about to collapse, he could not ascertain whether this golden sword would severely wound Ma Huayuan. He merely followed his instincts and aimed for Ma Huayuan's left chest. Fortune evidently favored him. As Ma Huayuan stood still, motionless, and the golden sword pierced through his chest. Even in his dying moments, Ma Huayuan maintained an upright posture, his eyes striving to open, yet filled with dust, rendering him unable to see anything. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, he fell straight down, meeting his end on the spot. Thus, the dust settled. Yet, the spectators remained, for the fate of the other party involved still held their hearts in suspense. His intellect and wisdom, his courage and fearlessness, were vividly displayed in this life and death struggle, leaving a profound impression on all. No one wished for his demise, and they all shouted, quickly, save him. Hurry. Luo Qin had already flown forward, landing atop the platform. A dozen disciples from the law enforcement hall also gathered around. Two of them carried Ma Huayuan out of the arena. After his death, he was cast out of the sect and discarded in the wilderness, left to be devoured by beasts. The remaining individuals encircled Lin Mu, cautiously examining his injuries. Luo Qin gazed at Lin Mu's severely burned chest, gasping in horror. Lin Mu's entire chest was charred, with burns exceeding an inch in depth, a sight truly shocking. For this injury to heal, it would take at least over 2 months. Luo Qin instructed a nearby disciple, quickly fetch the fire-quelling pill, one for external application and one for internal use. The disciples from the law enforcement hall were well prepared. Producing a small red vial, extracting 2 pills, administering one to Lin Mu with water, and grinding the remaining one into powder, evenly sprinkling it on Lin Mu's chest. Throughout this process, Lin Mu exhibited no reaction, having long since fallen unconscious. This time, he was genuinely in a state of unconsciousness. After tending to the wounds, Luo Qin began organizing the aftermath. He instructed the disciples of the law enforcement hall to disperse the many outer disciples who had gathered, while also sending someone to escort Lin Mu back to his residence. Qi Feng voluntarily took on this task, carrying Lin Mu back to his small courtyard. However, within Lin Mu's 3 rooms, he found not a single bed. Only a solitary mat lay in the quiet room, with nothing else in sight. Feng suddenly understood why Lin Mu's cultivation progressed so rapidly. Indeed, his dedication was unparalleled. He recalled his own intricately carved, over 10-foot-long sandalwood bed. Feeling a wave of shame wash over him. At the entrance of Lin Mu's small courtyard, a crowd had gathered, eager to ascertain the extent of his injuries. However, they refrained from entering, intimidated by Feng's presence. Cradling Lin Mu, Feng called out to the onlookers, "Who has an extra bed? Please bring one here." This query left the crowd perplexed, as most individuals possessed but a single bed. Who would have the luxury of two? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "I have one. You can use mine." The crowd turned to see a charming girl of about 15 or 16. Her delicate features eliciting sighs of envy. Why was it not her who was injured? Someone recognized her and jested, "Sister Yuming, have you taken a liking to junior brother Lin Mu?" Yuming's face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly retorted, "Don't say such things. It's not true." Laughter erupted, and the crowd quickly grasped the situation. Thankfully, they noticed her bashfulness and ceased their teasing. Feng, too, chuckled and playfully remarked, "Junior brother Lin Mu is gravely injured. He cannot be left unattended." Unaware of the jest, Yuming readily agreed, "I will take care of him." Another wave of laughter followed, and Yuming's face turned a deeper shade of red as she realized the implication. With the assistance of several outer disciples, Yuming's bed was swiftly transported. The petite peachwood bed, adorned with intricately embroidered bedding depicting flora and fauna, was unmistakably feminine. Amid the laughter of the outer disciples, the bed was carefully placed in the quiet room. Blushing, Yuming helped Feng lay Lin Mu down on the bed. Covered in dust and grime, Lin Mu's first movement soiled the vibrant bedding. Yuming seemed unfazed, treating the bed as though it belonged to another. Once Lin Mu was settled, Feng smiled at Yuming and said, "I entrust him to your care. You must look after him well." With her head lowered, Yuming's cheeks resembled ripe apples as she softly replied, Feng pretended not to hear, teasingly saying, "Did you say you don't want to? Oh, then I shall find someone else." A burly male disciple chimed in, "If you're unwilling, I can take over." Yuming quickly interjected, "I am willing. I am willing." The laughter resumed. Feng, not wishing to tease her further, said, "Then you shall stay here to care for him." With that, he led the outer disciples out of Lin Mu's courtyard, casually closing the door behind him. As Yuming stared at the firmly shut door, she felt a pang of discomfort. The earlier commotion of the crowd had not seemed bothersome, but now, with only her remaining, an awkwardness enveloped her. Despite Lin Mu being unconscious and motionless on the bed, she still felt a sense of embarrassment. Lin Mu's clothing was tattered, and his chest bore serious wounds. Though she wished to change him into clean garments, she hesitated, even after finding a change of clothes in the other two rooms. After much hesitation, she ultimately found the courage to refrain from intervening. She believed that Lin Mu's wounds were too delicate to touch, for doing so would undoubtedly cause him great pain. Perhaps it would be best to wait until his condition stabilized before tending to him. With this thought in mind, Yuming fetched a basin of clear water from the courtyard, dampened her silk handkerchief, and carefully wiped away the dust from Lin Mu's face. As the grime was removed, his rather handsome visage came into clearer view, causing a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. Once she had freshened him up, her intention was to tidy up Lin Mu's quarters, but upon picking up a broom, she was struck by the realization that his room was already immaculate, devoid of even the slightest speck of dust, a stark contrast to the other male disciples' dwellings. Reluctantly, she set the broom down. Approaching the bedside, Yuming discreetly observed Lin Mu. Her gaze was particularly drawn to the azure jade pendant around his neck. Gently lifting the pendant, she examined it closely but detected nothing unusual, concluding it was merely an ordinary piece of jade. She delicately placed it back down. At dawn, Lin Mu gradually awakened from his slumber. A wave of pain surged through his chest, serving as a stark reminder of the perilous battle he had endured the day before. A chill of fear coursed through him at the thought that he might never see his parents again. It dawned on him that the effects of the Gung Jinju had indeed taken hold. Otherwise, he would not be lying here peacefully in bed. Bed? A sudden jolt of alarm struck him. He had never had a bed in his quarters, often making do with mere makeshift arrangements for sleep. Where was he? As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that he was indeed in his own residence, specifically in the quiet room. Hastily, he checked for the pendant around his neck and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding it still there. But just as he felt a sense of ease, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He noticed he was lying on a beautifully crafted peachwood bed, its bedding exuding a delightful fragrance. This was undoubtedly a woman's bed. Cursed be his fate. He had been rescued by a woman, and this could spell trouble. His current focus was solely on cultivating his foundation. He had no interest in women. The life and death struggle with Ma Huayuan had only intensified his lust for power. The momentary brush with death had left him rattled, and he had no desire to relive such an experience. As Lin Mu's mind spiraled into a chaotic whirl, he nearly forgot the pain in his chest. Just then, the door to the quiet room creaked open gently. A girl of about 15 or 16 entered, carrying a steaming bowl of porridge. Upon seeing Lin Mu awake, she panicked, nearly losing her grip on the bowl, and quickly cradled it tightly. Observing that the girl was merely a young maiden, Lin Mu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. Yunming approached the bedside. Smiling, "Senior brother, I have made you some porridge. You should eat it while it's hot." Lin Mu, suppressing the pain, reached out for the bowl, forcing a smile that looked painfully contorted. "Thank you. But who might you be?" Yunming replied with a sweet smile. "I am Yunming. Seeing you so gravely injured and without care, I volunteered to help." Lin Mu managed a pained smile. "I appreciate your kindness, junior sister." Noticing his forced smile and evident discomfort, Yunming cheerfully offered, "Senior brother, let me feed you." Lin Mu raised his arm, feeling an unbearable pain in his chest. He lowered his hand and, with a wry smile, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, junior sister." Yunming carefully fed Lin Mu spoonfuls of fragrant millet porridge, which was delectable. A warmth enveloped Lin Mu's heart, nearly bringing him to tears. He suddenly recalled the moment he left home, when his mother had prepared a bowl of thin porridge to send him off. In that era of famine, a bowl of porridge represented 2 days' worth of sustenance for the family. His parents smiled as they watched him finish the porridge before escorting him to the Lin Sword Sect. Since arriving at the sect, he had not experienced such feelings again. Instead, he endured ridicule and oppression from others, living each day with caution, wholly devoted to cultivation. Devoid of leisure, possessing only boundless loneliness and a cold heart, this bowl of millet porridge evoked all of Lin Mu's bitter memories, and he could not restrain his emotions. Tears streaming down his face and mingling with the steaming porridge. Yunming was suddenly flustered, unsure of what she had done wrong. With misty eyes, she inquired, "Senior brother, what is the matter? Is the porridge not to your liking?" Lin Mu halted his tears, assuring her, "The porridge is excellent. It reminds me of some sorrowful memories." "Junior sister, please do not take offense." Wiping away her tears, Yunming smiled and said, "Senior brother, do not dwell on such thoughts. Focus on healing." Lin Mu nodded. "Indeed," and quietly resumed drinking the porridge, refraining from further conversation. After finishing one bowl, Lin Mu asked, "Is there more?" Yunming cheerfully replied, "Yes. I will serve you another." Lin Mu consumed 3 bowls in succession, while Yunming watched him with a satisfied smile. In truth, she had not eaten or drunk anything since yesterday, but she had evidently forgotten this detail. After the meal, Yunming went to wash the dishes. Lin Mu lay on the bed, his mind wandering through a myriad of thoughts. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the courtyard, rousing Lin Mu from his reverie. Yunming hurried to open the door, discovering it was the disciples from the previous day. Upon seeing her, they laughed. "Senior brother Lin Mu is awake, I presume." Yunming's cheeks flushed as she turned back to let them in, softly saying, "He has indeed risen." The outer disciples rushed into the quiet room and, upon confirming Lin Mu's wakefulness, greeted him warmly. "Senior brother, how do you feel today?" Lin Mu slightly propped himself up, smiling, "Much better, with some rest. I shall fully recover. Thank you all for your concern." "Not at all. It is only right," they replied in unison. Some urged him, "Senior brother, please do not move too much. You are injured and need not be so polite." Lin Mu ceased his insistence, comfortably reclining in bed as he chatted with the disciples. Fearing to disturb his rest, they conversed briefly before taking their leave, discreetly leaving behind their gifts. Some presented supplements, others offered clothing, and one gifted a bottle of clear fire elixir. Though only a first-grade potion, its rarity made it precious. Lin Mu was deeply moved and reflected on how well-known he had become within the sect. Barely half an hour after the first group departed, another arrived to pay their respects. Lin Mu greeted them with a smile and engaged in warm conversation. As they prepared to leave, they too left behind their offerings. For an entire day, 6 waves of visitors came to pay their respects. During this time, Guqin and Zhang Ruoxu also visited separately, offering their condolences to Lin Mu before hastily departing. As the day wore on, Lin Mu felt his smile freeze upon his face, a dull ache settling in. Throughout this day, he had smiled more than he had in the entirety of his past, yet among those smiles, few were genuine, most were mere formalities. The disciples who came to visit were acutely aware of this unspoken understanding, though they refrained from voicing it. Lin Mu understood profoundly that the reason so many had come was simply because he was the one who had survived. Had he been the unfortunate one to perish, he would have long been forgotten. Such is the cruel nature of existence. People only praise the victors while the vanquished are destined to be overlooked. This is the law of survival in the realm of cultivation. Under Yun Ming's meticulous care, Lin Mu's injuries healed swiftly. Within half a month, he was able to rise and move about. Although he still felt a faint pain in his chest while walking, it was no longer a matter of great concern. "Senior brother, allow me to care for you a few more days," Yun Ming insisted. Sensing his recovery, Lin Mu encouraged her to return to her own cultivation. After all, it was quite burdensome for a young lady to devote herself to his care for over half a month. "I am now quite capable of moving about freely. See for yourself," Lin Mu said, stretching his arms and kicking his legs in the quiet room, smiling. Yun Ming felt relieved and replied, "Then I shall take my leave. Please take good care of yourself, and do not push yourself too hard in your cultivation. Wait until you are fully healed." Lin Mu smiled and assured her, "I understand. Once I am fully recovered, I will pay you a visit to express my gratitude." Yun Ming's cheeks flushed as she softly responded, "As long as you recover, that is enough for me. There is no need for thanks." Lin Mu felt warmth in his heart. She was the only person since entering the Thousand Feather Sword Sect who had shown him such genuine kindness. After seeing her off from the courtyard, he waved goodbye with a smile. Yun Ming turned back 3 times, reluctant to part, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Mu felt a pang in his heart. These past 2 weeks had revealed to him how truly remarkable she was. Not only had she devoted herself wholeheartedly to caring for him, but she had done so without complaint, always wearing a bright smile and finding ways to amuse him, preventing him from feeling despondent during his bedridden days. He etched all of this into his memory. Only after Yun Ming's figure vanished from sight did Lin Mu slowly return to his quiet room. The bed remained, a testament to Yun Ming's insistence that he needed ample rest as he was still recuperating. As he caressed the bedding, waves of emotion washed over him. After contemplating for a moment in the quiet room, Lin Mu shook his head, secured the doors and windows, and swiftly entered the crescent moon space. Inside the crescent moon space, the spiritual herbs thrived in vibrant green, brimming with vitality. After inspecting the growth of the herbs and finding everything in order, he felt a sense of relief. For the past half-month, Lin Mu had not entered the crescent moon space nor allowed the crescent moon pendant to absorb any moonlight. Fortunately, the rich spiritual energy within the space had kept everything stable. The pendant's color had not changed in a long time, merely shifting from its original pale green to its current deeper hue. Lin Mu remained unhurried regarding this matter. Within the realm of the rotating moon, the third-tier spiritual field was more than sufficient for his current needs. The spiritual herbs he cultivated were predominantly of the first tier, with merely 3 varieties of the second tier. Thus, the third-tier field was ample. However, due to the presence of Yun Ming, Lin Mu had refrained from entering the rotating moon space. It was not a matter of distrust towards Yun Ming, but rather that the rotating moon pendant represented his greatest secret. Its significance was immense, and should it be revealed, it could lead to his utter demise. Moreover, Yun Ming might also face dire consequences as a result. Therefore, Lin Mu dared not be careless in the slightest. Fortunately, the rotating moon pendant had already recognized its master, rendering it impossible for outsiders to detect any anomalies. As long as Lin Mu remained silent, the secret would remain forever undisclosed. Within the rotating moon space, the abundant spiritual energy assured Lin Mu that his injuries would heal swiftly. Seated cross-legged in a modest cabin, he began to practice the 9 directions heart method, channeling strands of spiritual power into his body to mend the damage inflicted upon his chest, gradually ameliorating his wounds. While only half a month had elapsed outside, a full month had passed for Lin Mu within the rotating moon space. During this time, his injuries had completely healed. The scar on his chest had been replaced by fresh, tender flesh, leaving it a gentle pink hue. Before long, it would blend seamlessly with the surrounding skin, returning to its normal state. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. After days of restricted movement, he felt constrained and uncomfortable. With his injuries now healed, he exited the rotating moon space, refreshed himself, and donned clean attire, instantly feeling invigorated. The pall of gloom that had lingered for over a month dissipated. Strolling out of the small courtyard, Lin Mu set off toward the eastern peak with a buoyant stride. The eastern peak was predominantly inhabited by female disciples, adorned with flourishing flowers and lush greenery, creating a picturesque landscape. As Lin Mu ambled through the blossoms, a sense of ease washed over him. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld a vast courtyard spanning several acres, with a sign that read Chuanfang Courtyard. This was the residence of the female disciples where Yuming resided. Approaching the entrance, Lin Mu was met with a sharp command. Halt. A beautiful female disciple, her delicate features tinged with a hint of frost, emerged from within. Chuanfang Courtyard is the residence for female disciples. Male disciples are not permitted to enter freely. What is your purpose here? Lin Mu's expression darkened. This female disciple, merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, exhibited an air of arrogance. Yet, being on another's territory, he refrained from retaliating, attributing her demeanor to misfortune. I am here to see junior sister Yunming. I kindly ask that you notify her, Lin Mu replied calmly. The female disciple maintained her frosty demeanor, scrutinizing Lin Mu before stating, please wait a moment. I will inquire with junior sister Yunming. She entered the courtyard, only to return shortly, asking, what is your name? Lin Mu, he replied tersely, preferring to avoid further conversation, for such women were often troublesome, and it was wiser to steer clear of unnecessary conflict. Han Shui paused, the name Lin Mu resonating in her mind as if she had encountered it before, yet she could not recall from where. Please wait here. I will ask. Han Shui said coldly before turning and making her way deeper into the courtyard, traversing through numerous enclosures to reach the innermost area. Today, Han Shui was particularly vexed, lamenting her ill fortune in being assigned such a task at this moment. The female disciples took turns attending to visitors at the entrance, a task that was originally quite leisurely. However, including Lin Mu, she had already received 38 guests today. This was not the root of her annoyance. Rather, she was vexed that all 38 visitors were men. Moreover, apart from Lin Mu, the other 37 had a singular purpose for their visit. Ever since senior sister Mu Qing emerged from her seclusion, the flower pavilion had been inundated with admirers eager to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Yet, all were turned away by Han Shui. But these persistent suitors, undeterred, returned repeatedly with various excuses. One shameless individual even claimed to be looking for his grandmother. Han Shui, aware that none of the female disciples were over 30, wondered where this supposed grandmother could be, not to mention a grandfather. She was truly infuriated by these men. In her eyes, Lin Mu was no different from the other 37. She doubted that Lin Mu genuinely sought to visit junior sister Yunming. After all, Yunming was merely a girl of 15 or 16, still naive. However, she had heard that Yunming was quite close to senior sister Mu Qing. Lin Mu was clearly skilled at crafting justifications, adept at indirect approaches. She was certain he was using Yunming's name as a pretext to pursue senior sister Mu Qing. The beauty of senior sister Mu Qing was renowned throughout the Qinyu Sword Sect, deeply ingrained in the minds of many. Numerous male disciples yearned to behold her, even dreaming of winning her affections, hoping to be embraced by the enchanting maiden. She simply could not fathom what these men were thinking. It was utterly incomprehensible. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yunming Courtyard, Han Shui gently knocked on the door. Junior sister Yunming, there is someone outside looking for you. Yunming opened the door, and upon seeing Han Shui, asked with a smile, Sister, who is looking for me? Han Shui replied curtly, a male disciple named Lin Mu. Idling about, likely with intentions towards senior sister Mu Qing. Upon hearing this, Yunming felt a surge of joy, secretly thinking that senior brother Lin Mu had indeed come to see her. She promptly said to Han Shui, where is he? Please take me to him. Han Shui was taken aback, realizing she had misjudged him. The two hurried towards the courtyard entrance. Outside the flower pavilion, Lin Mu stood at the door, smiling as he watched Yunming and Han Shui approach. During their walk, Yunming had shared Lin Mu's story with Han Shui, who suddenly understood that this Lin Mu was the very one recently whispered about in the sect as the so-called waste. Indeed, those who had labeled him as such in the past were the true failures, considering Lin Mu's current cultivation level. Upon reaching the entrance, both disciples wore smiles. Han Shui, filled with remorse, bowed to Lin Mu, saying, I was presumptuous and may have offended you. Please forgive me. Lin Mu waved his hand with a smile, saying, It's of no consequence. Ignorance is no sin. I appreciate you informing junior sister Yunming. He then turned to Yunming with a grin, saying, It is not easy to meet you. Yunming's face flushed, and she replied shyly, It's easy. You can see me any time in the future. With that, she lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Lin Mu chuckled softly. That sounds delightful. I shall visit often. Yunming raised her head to gaze at Lin Mu, mustering her courage to propose. Senior brother, would you care to rest at my residence for a while? Lin Mu paused, then smiled and replied, Why not? I would be delighted. He turned to Han Shui and, with an indifferent tone, inquired, May I enter? Han Shui's expression faltered, realizing that Lin Mu still harbored some resentment towards her. Moments ago, he had been jovial with Yuming, but now he was so formal. She was unaware that Lin Mu's treatment of Yuming stemmed not only from her recent kindness but also from the effort she had put forth. Han Shui forced a smile and said, "Of course, senior brother. Please, go ahead." It seemed she was quite vexed. Yuming smiled gently at Han Shui before leading Lin Mu toward the garden. As she watched the two gradually disappear from view, Han Shui felt a surge of anger, stamped her foot, and returned to the entrance to keep watch. Just as she reached the gate, still berating herself for earlier events, a male disciple approached her with brazen confidence. "I wish to see Sister Muqing. Please announce my arrival," he commanded, his tone more demanding than polite. This time, Han Shui could no longer contain herself. Her frustration erupted, and she shouted, "Get lost!" The male disciple was taken aback by her fierce demeanor, which contrasted sharply with the gentleness of other female disciples. His outburst caught him off guard, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground in a panic before hastily scrambling away. Meanwhile, Lin Mu followed Yunming to the entrance of a quaint courtyard. Yunming pushed the door open and smiled, saying, "Senior brother, please come in." Upon entering, Lin Mu couldn't help but admire the surroundings. Although her courtyard was slightly smaller than his, it exuded a charm and elegance far surpassing his own. In contrast to the dullness of his abode, Yunming's garden was a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers and fragrant herbs, complete with a small rockery, creating an atmosphere akin to a hidden paradise. Lin Mu grinned and complimented. "Sister, your courtyard is indeed picturesque. It is the envy of many." Yuming chuckled. "I have merely been entertaining myself in my spare time. You, senior brother, are so engrossed in your training that such trifles hardly cross your mind." Lin Mu shook his head, replying earnestly, "To strive diligently in training is merely to enhance our quality of life. Your ability to find such contentment in these simple pleasures is truly commendable." Yuming chose not to prolong the discussion on this topic and invited Lin Mu to sit inside. The interior was well furnished, and as Lin Mu took a seat at the table, Yuming hurried to prepare tea for him. Once the tea was brewed, she presented it to Lin Mu with a smile, saying, "Senior brother, do sample my handiwork." Lin Mu accepted the cup, inhaling the delightful aroma before taking a sip. "This is quite fragrant and refreshing. Your skills are commendable, sister. Truly a fine cup of tea," he praised. Yunming's face lit up with joy, resembling a blossoming flower, and Lin Mu found himself momentarily entranced. Quickly regaining composure, he sipped the tea to mask his embarrassment, finishing the cup without truly savoring its flavor. After he finished, Yunming offered, "Shall I brew you another cup?" Lin Mu hurriedly replied, No, 1 cup is sufficient." The two then fell into a comfortable silence. And just as they found themselves at a loss for words, a knock at the door from outside relieved their awkwardness. Yunming rose and said, "Let me see who it is." Lin Mu followed her into the courtyard, where Yunming joyfully welcomed a woman. Upon seeing her, Lin Mu stood transfixed. What a stunning beauty! Unlike Yunming's youthful shyness, this woman exuded an alluring charm. Yunming smiled at the woman and introduced her, saying, "This is Lin Mu." Then she turned to Lin Mu and added, "This is senior sister Muqing, as mentioned by Han Shui." Lin Mu snapped back to reality, thinking to himself, "What an extraordinary beauty. Even a man would find it hard to resist her." It was no wonder that male disciples flocked to the flower pavilion. He believed Muqing undoubtedly possessed such allure. Lin Mu hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, senior sister." Muqing had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, while Lin Mu was at the 7th, making it impossible for him to discern her cultivation level at a glance, yet he recognized her as a senior sister. The rules of the Qianyu Sword Sect dictated that hierarchy was based solely on cultivation level, not age. With a glimmer in her eyes and a gentle smile, Muqing replied, "There is no need for such formalities, junior brother. I heard the voices of Yunming junior sister and came to see. Upon arriving, I discovered it was you. Yunming has spoken of you." In truth, she had not only heard of him but had also seen him in person. On the day of the life and death duel, she was the veiled woman who had just emerged from seclusion and had come to watch alongside Yunming. She was aware of Yunming's sympathy for Lin Mu when he was injured and her decision to care for him, but due to her reputation within the sect, she refrained from visiting him. Nevertheless, she had sent a gift, an extremely rare clear fire pill, through someone else. Lin Mu, however, remained oblivious to all this. Lin Mu's expression turned serious as he silently reminded himself that beauty could be a source of distraction, and he must not err further. His tumultuous emotions gradually began to settle. Observing Lin Mu's clear gaze, which contrasted starkly with that of the other male disciples who admired senior sister Muqing, Yuming felt a sense of relief and a surge of delight in her heart. Lin Mu smiled and said, The life and death duel within the sect is hardly a grand affair. And I apologize for any embarrassment it may have caused you, senior sister. Mu Qing's enchanting smile illuminated her face as she replied, Junior brother's techniques are versatile and exceptional. Unmatched within the sect, there is no need for excessive modesty. Curiously, she inquired, however, I am quite intrigued as to how you managed to elevate your cultivation level by 2 tiers in such a short span of time. The stage had been set. Lin Mu thought to himself that he had anticipated someone would question his rapid advancement. Yet, he had not expected the first to pose this inquiry would be the most beautiful female disciple in the sect, Mu Qing. He had already prepared his response, answering smoothly. I am merely a humble disciple with a slight talent for alchemy. By consuming various pills, my cultivation has progressed remarkably. Mu Qing found no reason to doubt his explanation. The recent rumors surrounding Lin Mu's achievements had spread like wildfire, and his rapid cultivation advancement had become a topic of great interest. Many speculated, some claiming he had fortuitously obtained a miraculous treasure, others suggesting he had acquired a powerful technique, while still others believed he had received teachings from a renowned master. However, all of these theories remained unsubstantiated. Only the words spoken by Gu Chun are the most convincing. He stated that Lin Mu's rapid progress is attributed to his diligence and innate talent in alchemy. He revealed a startling conclusion that left many astonished. According to his estimation, Lin Mu's success rate in alchemy approaches 80%. This astonishing result immediately drew forth a chorus of admiration. The disciple in charge at Danxia Peak, Tai Ning, also came forward to testify that Lin Mu had spent half a month consecutively refining pills in the alchemy chamber over 2 months ago, rarely stepping outside. Even Qi Feng, a disciple of the law enforcement hall, praised Lin Mu's unparalleled dedication to his cultivation. Inside his dwelling, there was not even a bed. In the quiet chamber, there was merely a mat. These observations and accounts provided the outer sect disciples of Qianyu Sword Sect with a clear understanding of Lin Mu. In their eyes, he was merely a madman devoted to cultivation, with no leisure in life. This characterization is quite close to the truth. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Everything relies on hard work. This statement holds true. Mu Qing smiled slightly. Then I would like to ask Junior Brother to assist me in alchemy, if you would be so kind. This was, in fact, her true purpose for being here. Having reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, she was eager to break through to Foundation Establishment. She had even obtained the last Foundation Establishment pill in the sect, yet she hesitated to consume it, fearing waste, as her cultivation had not yet reached the requisite level. The Foundation Establishment pill is exceedingly precious. While it can enhance the success rate of Foundation Establishment, it does not guarantee success. Some individuals can succeed in Foundation Establishment purely through their formidable cultivation, but such individuals are exceedingly rare, 1 in 10,000. Upon hearing of Lin Mu's talent in alchemy, she sought his assistance in refining pills, hoping to enhance her cultivation and increase her chances of Foundation Establishment with the spirit-gathering pill. Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. Mu Qing's request placed him in a difficult position. Within the lunar space, 300 sets of materials for spirit-gathering pills remained unrefined, leaving him no time to assist others. However, he could not voice this reasoning. It was a burden he must bear alone. Furthermore, his success rate in alchemy was not as Gu Chun had claimed, nearing 80%. In reality, his success rate was merely 60%, which was only marginally better than that of most outer sect disciples. Yet, he could not divulge this excuse either, lest the true reason for his rapid advancement be uncovered. Observing Lin Mu's hesitation, Mu Qing smiled. I understand this may seem abrupt, and I hope you can forgive me. How about I offer you a reward? I will provide the materials, and in addition to each set, I shall offer you 2 low-grade spirit stones. However, all the refined spirit-gathering pills will belong to me. Rest assured, even if all your attempts fail, I will compensate you fully for the spirit stones. This proposition left Lin Mu unable to refuse. He was currently penniless and desperately needed spirit stones. 2 low-grade spirit stones per set of materials was indeed a fair deal. For even if Lin Mu's success rate were to reach 100%, he would only earn 2 spirit stones per set of materials. This transaction was a surefire profit. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. Very well. How many sets of materials do you have? Mu Qing replied with a smile. Not many, just 100 sets. Lin Mu was taken aback, secretly lamenting how extravagant Mu Qing was. To purchase 100 sets of materials would cost 200 low-grade spirit stones. And with an additional payment of 200 spirit stones to Lin Mu, the total amounted to 400. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, due to Mu Qing's popularity within the sect, There were numerous individuals willing to gift her spirit stones. Ordinary disciples could hardly be so lavish. Seeing Lin Mu's agreement, Mu Qing added, "However, you must complete all the refining within 10 days." Lin Mu inwardly thought, "Are you trying to exhaust me?" Yet upon reflection, earning 200 low-grade spirit stones in just 10 days seemed worthwhile, no matter the effort. 200 low-grade spirit stones was a figure he had never dared to imagine before. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mu replied, "Please give me the materials." Mu Qing appeared prepared, removing a ring from her finger and handing it to Lin Mu. "All the materials are within this ring," she said with a smile. "And the 200 spirit stones are also included." Lin Mu accepted the ring, and with a slight probe of his consciousness, confirmed her words. The ring had not yet recognized its master, allowing anyone to utilize it. Lin Mu placed the ring on his finger and said, "Then I shall deliver the spirit-gathering pills to you in 10 days. Mu Qing nodded. "All right, I live next door to Yun Ming. Feel free to come by any time." After this, she nodded to the two and departed from Yun Ming's small courtyard. Yun Ming, having watched the exchange between Mu Qing and Lin Mu without being able to interject, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. She looked up at Lin Mu and said, "I want you to refine pills for me as well." Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his earlier neglect had displeased her. He smiled and asked, "How many do you want?" Hearing Lin Mu's consent, Yun Ming felt a surge of joy. But upon reflecting on her meager supply of spirit stones, she calculated her resources and said, "Please refine 3 sets of materials for me. I will give you 3 spirit stones for each set." She had a total of only 15 spirit stones, which would deplete her entirely. Moreover, it was a rather unnecessary endeavor, as 15 spirit stones could easily purchase 3 bottles of low-grade spirit stones at the 100 Goods Pavilion. Lin Mu chuckled, "That is acceptable. But the remuneration is rather excessive. I cannot accept such a high price." Yun Ming, brimming with happiness, replied, "It's all right. I have plenty of spirit stones." Lin Mu could only laugh in disbelief. Claiming to have an abundance of spirit stones, yet only wishing for 3 sets of materials, was a rather implausible lie. Yun Ming produced the 15 spirit stones, wrapped them in a silk cloth, and handed them to Lin Mu, saying, "Please buy the materials for me. And just give me the refined spirit-gathering pills when they are ready. If your attempts all fail, I 1T hold it against you." Lin Mu nonchalantly accepted the wrapped 15 spirit stones and tucked them away, saying, "Rest assured, I will certainly provide you with 3 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. I guarantee that none will fail." Yun Ming innocently asked, "Really?" Lin Mu smiled, "Indeed. The success rate of pill refining is seldom guaranteed. Even the most skilled alchemists experience failures." To Lin Mu's statements, Yun Ming believed wholeheartedly, without a shred of doubt. After exchanging pleasantries with Yun Ming for a while, Lin Mu took his leave. Yun Ming escorted him out of the courtyard, standing in place, gazing until his figure disappeared from sight. Lin Mu did not return to his small courtyard, but instead made his way directly to Danxia Peak. Taining was exuberant this time. "Junior brother, you've come to refine pills again. Will you be using the same alchemy chamber as last time?" Lin Mu nodded with a smile and replied, "I appreciate your help. Senior brother, I would like to use the same chamber as before." Although Lin Mu was already quite familiar with the path, Taining still warmly escorted him personally. Along the way, Taining engaged Lin Mu in friendly conversation, expressing his concerns and praising Lin Mu's remarkable talent for alchemy. Upon arriving before the row of alchemy chambers, Lin Mu selected the one at the farthest end once more. Taining gazed at the medium-grade brass furnace and remarked, "Junior brother, you are truly a genius. Achieving nearly an 80% success rate with this brass furnace is impressive. However, I possess a superior grade bronze furnace that can enhance the success rate by an additional 10%. He continued, "Although advancing further is quite challenging, with your talent, reaching an 80% success rate is still very promising." Tai Ning then retrieved a blue bronze furnace from his storage bag. Lin Mu admired the bronze furnace, noting its exquisite craftsmanship compared to the brass one, and inquired with a smile, "The rental fee for this bronze furnace must be rather steep, right?" Tai Ning replied with a slight smile, "Not at all. For just an additional spirit stone on top of the original fee, you can use this alchemy chamber and the superior grade bronze furnace freely. Quite a bargain." Lin Mu nodded in appreciation, saying, "Then I thank you, senior brother." Tai Ning laughed. "No need for thanks. This is what a senior brother should do." With that, he skillfully removed the brass furnace and placed the bronze one onto the stone platform. "Now, focus on your alchemy. I won't disturb you any longer," Tai Ning said, cheerfully exiting the chamber with the brass furnace in hand. Once Tai Ning had departed, Lin Mu approached the stone door of the chamber, pressed the mechanism, and slowly closed it. He then retrieved a portion of materials from his storage ring and tossed them into the bronze furnace, channeling his spiritual energy into the round handle. Flames erupted fiercely, engulfing the base of the bronze furnace in intense heat. Suddenly, a wisp of blue smoke billowed from the furnace. Lin Mu stared in disbelief at the ruined materials. Rendered speechless, was this truly the bronze furnace that could enhance the success rate? Just moments into the refinement, he had already ruined a portion of materials. If Tai Ning were present, he would surely cry out in protest. The issue this time did not lie with the bronze furnace, but rather with the flames. The initial fire had been too fierce, overwhelming the materials that could not withstand such high temperatures all at once. As Lin Mu's cultivation had risen 2 levels, his control over the flames was no longer as assured as it had been 2 months prior. The problem lay in his grasp of intensity, which remained at the level from over 2 months ago. Lin Mu couldn't help but lament. 3 days without practice makes one rusty. 2 months without practice makes one even more so. He began to practice fire control as he had when he first learned alchemy. For Lin Mu, this was second nature. He understood the fundamental techniques and merely needed to familiarize himself with the spiritual energy within him, mastering the output's intensity. In a short while, Lin Mu was able to control the flames with ease. He carefully placed another portion of materials into the bronze furnace and began the refining process with utmost caution. The enhancement of his cultivation has afforded him greater confidence in alchemy. At the very least, he no longer struggles with the output of spiritual energy. This bronze furnace is indeed remarkable. Its ability to potentially increase the success rate of pill refinement is one matter, but it has significantly reduced the time required for the process. When the first batch of spirit-gathering pills was successfully concocted, it took merely a little over an hour. 2 months prior, Lin Mu had already improved his alchemical speed to 1.5 hours per batch. Now he has made further strides. Naturally, this increase in pace is closely tied to his cultivation advancement. Even more pleasing to Lin Mu is that after completing a batch of pills, he still had more than half of his spiritual energy remaining. Compared to 2 months ago, this progress is remarkable. This efficiency saves him considerable time. Lin Mu typically refines 2 batches of pills before retreating to the moonlit space to rest. Each time, he requires less than an hour to fully restore his spiritual energy. Thus, he can produce 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills in just 3 hours. In the event of a failed refinement, the time consumed would be even less. Throughout a day of continuous alchemical labor without food or drink, Lin Mu used a total of 16 portions of materials, discarding 5, and successfully created 11 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, an impressive success rate of 70%. For 6 consecutive days, Lin Mu did not step out of the alchemical chamber, diligently focusing on alchemy. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume a fasting pill, and when fatigue set in, he would rest in the moonlit space. By the end of the 6-day endeavor, Lin Mu had exhausted 100 portions of alchemical materials, yielding remarkable results. In total, he had produced 75 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, surpassing a success rate of 70%. Exhausted, Lin Mu emerged from the alchemical chamber, but he did not immediately deliver the pills to Mu Qing. Instead, he made his way directly to the 100 Goods Pavilion. Before he could enter, Gu Qin greeted him with a broad smile. "Brother, you finally arrived. Have your injuries healed?" Lin Mu responded with a slight smile. "Thank you for your concern, junior brother. My injuries are no longer an issue. I have come to propose a significant business venture." Upon hearing this, Gu Qin's face lit up with enthusiasm. "What kind of significant business? Are you looking to purchase materials for refining spirit-gathering pills?" Lin Mu nodded with a smile. "Exactly. This time, I intend to buy 50 portions." He retrieved 100 low-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and placed them on the counter, forming a small mound resembling a hill. Gu Qin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he replied, "Indeed, this is a considerable transaction. Please wait, I will fetch them for you." With that, he hurried into the back room. For this transaction, he would earn at least 10 low-grade spirit stones as commission. Within a short while, he re-emerged, carrying a large package and panting slightly. Inside this package are 51 portions of materials. "The extra one is a gesture of goodwill," he said, placing it on the counter. Lin Mu chuckled. "I must thank you, junior brother." Gu Qin displayed a gleaming smile, revealing 8 perfectly white teeth, and said, "This is what I ought to do. I hope you will look after me in the future." Lin Mu stored the package in his storage ring and replied with a smile, "Your days are undoubtedly more comfortable than mine. You hardly require my assistance." Gu Qin insisted, Not at all, I wouldn't dare to presume. As Lin Mu exited the 100 Goods Pavilion, he turned to Gu Chun and added, "This time, do not see me off. I wouldn't want to give others something to gossip about." Gu Chun repeatedly assured, "Certainly, certainly, I shall follow your instructions," while his feet were in constant motion, escorting Lin Mu far from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. As twilight descended, Lin Mu departed from the Sunset Peak, treading upon the fading rays of the setting sun. The breathtaking evening glow of Sunset Peak had momentarily captivated him, yet he did not linger, making his way directly back to the Danxia Peak, heading straight for the Dan Chamber. Although the hour was late, the Dan Chamber radiated brightness. Lin Mu understood that this was the effect of the second-tier formation, the faint light array inscribed upon the walls. Under the influence of the faint light array, the entire chamber shone as brightly as day. Of course, such illumination came at a cost, as the array consumed one low-grade spirit stone every 3 days. Only those of considerable wealth could afford to utilize such a second-tier formation. Lin Mu resumed his alchemical endeavors within the Dan Chamber. He completed the refinement of 50 portions of materials in just 3 days, yielding a total of 38 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. On the 4th day, Lin Mu retrieved another 20 portions from the Xianyu space and continued his work. This batch of 20 materials produced 15 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, consuming an entire day of Lin Mu's time. Upon finishing the 15 bottles produced on the 4th day, Lin Mu combined them with the 75 bottles from Mu Qing, resulting in a total of 80 bottles. The remaining 10 bottles, along with those refined over the past 3 days, amounted to 48 bottles. Satisfied with the fruits of his labor, Lin Mu nodded in approval. He produced a pouch wrapped in silk, containing spirit stones, a smile gracing his face as he inhaled the lingering fragrance from the silk. Lin Mu stored the 80 bottles of spirit-gathering pills in a storage ring, carefully wrapping 36 of the remaining 48 bottles while keeping 4 for personal use. The remaining 8 would serve as payment for the 10-day rental fee. Upon seeing Lin Mu enter, Tai Ning immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Junior brother, have you completed the refinement?" Lin Mu nodded and presented 8 bottles of spirit-gathering pills to Tai Ning, smiling as he explained. At a price of 3 spirit stones per day, the total for 10 days amounts to 30 spirit stones. These 8 bottles should more than suffice to cover the rental fee. Tai Ning cheerfully accepted the 8 bottles, exclaiming, "I am immensely grateful, junior brother. I find myself in desperate need of spirit-gathering pills." His sentiment was understandable, as the rules of the Thousand Feather Sword Sect limited outer disciples to a maximum purchase of 20 bottles of spirit-gathering pills per month from the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Thus, even with spirit stones, they could only long for the pills from afar. Now, with Lin Mu offering them at a lower price in exchange for rental fees, he was naturally delighted. After bidding farewell to Tai Ning, Lin Mu set off towards the East Peak, carrying a large bundle of spirit-gathering pills. Arriving at Mu Qing's residence, he gently knocked on the door. "Junior brother, so early?" Mu Qing greeted him with a smile upon opening the door. Lin Mu removed his ring and handed it to her, grinning as he declared, "I have completed the refinement of all 100 portions of materials, producing a total of 80 bottles of spirit-gathering pills." Mu Qing joyfully accepted the storage ring and examined its contents, confirming Lin Mu's claims, her smile deepening. "Thank you, junior brother. Once I establish my foundation, I shall reward you handsomely," Mu Qing promised, her eyes sparkling. Feeling a rush of anxiety at her captivating gaze, Lin Mu hurriedly replied, "Senior sister, you have already compensated me. I am thoroughly satisfied." Having said that, he hastily took his leave, fleeing in disarray. Mu Qing revealed a faint smile, closed the door, and made her way into the courtyard, heading straight for a room on the left. As soon as she entered, a voice resonated within. "How many?" 80 vials, Mu Qing responded. The success rate truly reached 80%. Could it be that my assumptions were indeed erroneous? The man expressed his bewilderment. Mu Qing shook the storage ring in her hand and replied with a smile, "You are overly suspicious. An 80% success rate in alchemy is sufficient to forge a master." The man sighed deeply, appearing exceedingly disheartened. "Perhaps, but there are indeed few like me. A waste of potential." This speaker appeared remarkably youthful, with fair skin, barely in his 20s. If Lin Mu were present, he would certainly recognize that this individual possessed an age incongruous with his appearance. He was an acquaintance of his, Zhang Ruoxu, a disciple of the Warm Cloud Valley. Mu Qing reassured him, "Do not dwell on it any longer. Where would such treasures come from? If there were truly treasures, he would not have survived to this day. Before we could act, he would have already met his demise without a burial." She continued, Now, he has attracted the attention of several prominent figures. We must exercise caution to avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhang Ruoxu exhaled deeply, stating, Lin Mu is exceedingly cautious in his dealings, even if he possessed a treasure. He would surely conceal it meticulously. 3 months ago, we might have coerced him into revealing something, but now that opportunity has passed. This test he faced, he barely passed. Yet we must keep a close watch on him. The moment he reveals any vulnerability, we shall seize the opportunity. Mu Qing replied. Keeping a close watch on him was simple before, but now it has become arduous. Yunming used to be entirely compliant with me, yet since encountering Lin Mu, she no longer stands with me. Though she is young, her heart is kind and her stance resolute. It is unlikely she would assist us in surveilling Lin Mu. Zhang Ruoxu scoffed. If she proves disobedient, we could quietly eliminate her. Mu Qing countered, easier said than done. If someone were to vanish inexplicably within the gate, we would certainly be implicated, given the power of the law enforcement hall, especially now that it is under the management of Luo Chun, with that madman's strength. We must tread carefully. Zhang Ruoxu fixed his gaze upon Mu Qing. If all else fails, you should take matters into your own hands. Mu Qing shook her head. My appearance holds no influence over Lin Mu. He has never dared to meet my gaze directly. He is unlike those frivolous scoundrels. Moreover, such a person is not worth my sacrifice. A profound silence enveloped the room, the only sound being the slow burn of the sandalwood on the table, its curling smoke lingering in the air, rendering both of their features indistinct. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Ruoxu sighed softly. All these years of scheming and intrigue, only to find it all amounts to nothing. Now, I realize I am no different from those I have wronged, the same sorrow, merely extending my existence for a few more years. Mu Qing remained silent, having heard such sentiments from Zhang Ruoxu countless times. Yet, each time he plotted against others. He was ruthless, ensuring that no trace remained. Mu Qing had grown entirely accustomed to this. Mu Qing took the ring and extracted the 80 bottles of spirit-gathering elixirs. Placing them on the table, let us divide these elixirs, she declared. According to our agreement, you provided the materials while I contributed the spirit stones. Thus, we shall split the elixirs equally. Zhang Ruoxu's eyes gleamed with a flicker of intensity, his earlier despondency appearing to be mere pretense. He coldly retorted, the idea for this trial was mine, and I supplied the materials. Therefore, I should claim the larger share. You shall receive 30, while I take 50. Unfazed, Mu Qing replied, had I not intervened and offered such a generous reward, do you truly believe he would assist you in alchemy? Furthermore, if the sect were to discover that you were hoarding alchemical materials for personal use, you would not receive a single bottle. The two exchanged icy glances, the atmosphere in the room thick with tension. After a moment, Zhang Ruoxu relented, conceding, very well, we shall share equally. I am growing old and will no longer contend with the younger generation. Mu Qing ignored him further, gathering her 40 bottles of spirit-gathering elixirs and leaving the remaining 40 on the table. Zhang Ruoxu ceased his banter as well, storing his 40 bottles in his spatial pouch before hastily departing. Yunming gazed at the bundle of elixirs Lin Mu had placed on the table, her expression filled with confusion. Senior brother, do these contain the 3 bottles of spirit-gathering elixirs that belong to me? Lin Mu opened the package to reveal a small mountain of 36 bottles. With a smile, he reassured Yunming, 3 bottles are far too few. All of these are yours. 36 bottles. Yunming gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, only to quickly recover and refuse. I can only offer you 15 spirit stones. I cannot afford so many. While others may not acquire them for 15 spirit stones. You certainly can, Lin Mu replied with a smile. Tears welled in Yunming's eyes, nearly overwhelming her with emotion, as she felt an urge to leap into Lin Mu's embrace and weep. However, she restrained herself. These elixirs are far too precious. I cannot accept them, she firmly rejected. Acquiring 36 bottles at the 100 Treasures Pavilion would cost her 180 inferior spirit stones. By handing Lin Mu merely 15 inferior spirit stones, she was gaining a return exceeding tenfold. Lin Mu insisted, this is my heartfelt gesture. Please accept it. Seeing Yunming's resistance, he pressed on. These elixirs are of little consequence to me. If I wished, I could concoct over 100 bottles within 10 days. Yunming hesitated, but Lin Mu interrupted. No more buts. You deserve this. During my time of need, you cared for me devotedly for half a month. I have no other means to repay you but these elixirs. If you refuse, it would be as if you do not regard me as a friend. After much contemplation, Yunming finally acquiesced, unable to counter Lin Mu's final statement. Seeing her acceptance, Lin Mu smiled gently. He felt immense gratitude for this kind-hearted girl, yet he did not wish for their relationship to deepen beyond friendship. To him, the spirit-gathering elixirs were merely a means to repay a debt of gratitude, alleviating his sense of obligation towards her. Nonetheless, Lin Mu pondered whether human connections could truly be quantified in material terms, a question that remained unanswered in his mind as he returned from Yuming's residence. Lin Mu did not immediately engage in cultivation. Instead, he sat on the stone platform by the fish pond, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. Following the life and death battle, Lin Mu found himself at the center of attention, becoming a topic of discussion among many outer disciples of the Qianyu Sword Sect during their leisure moments. Numerous eyes were scrutinizing his every move, and Lin Mu had become somewhat aware of this. Currently, many were drawing comparisons between him and the sect's prodigy, Luo Yun. Luo Yun, the younger brother of Luo Chen, had also entered the sect alongside Lin Mu and, within less than 4 years, had attained the 8th level of qi refinement. It was said that some elders were eager to accept him as a personal disciple, but he firmly declined, stating that he wished to become an inner disciple through his own merits and abilities. A person bold enough to refuse a golden core elder exhibits remarkable courage, talent, and pride. Such a gifted individual now served as a benchmark for Lin Mu. Whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Lin Mu remained uncertain. For someone who typically operated under the radar, this attention was quite bothersome. He harbored no desire to be in the spotlight for someone with secrets. The more attention they received, the greater the likelihood of exposure. Lin Mu was indifferent to these superficial accolades. His primary objective was to establish a solid foundation in his cultivation. However, given his rising notoriety within the sect, should his cultivation progress significantly, potentially surpassing Luo Yun, he would inevitably attract jealousy and suspicion from others. As an individual possessing the 5-element spirit root, he was expected to be a failure. Yet his cultivation speed was unmatched, which could not merely be attributed to his extraordinary alchemical talent. People would likely speculate that he possessed some hidden treasure, a notion Lin Mu was keen to avoid. With the elevation of his cultivation level, the number of acquaintances increased, and Lin Mu became increasingly aware of the complexities within the Qianyu Sword Sect. The members typically presented themselves as gentle and virtuous, but when their true nature surfaced, it was nothing short of chilling. Even he, who considered himself benevolent, had personally ended the life of Ma Huayuan. Of course, Ma Huayuan had repeatedly humiliated him, and thus, he felt no guilt. Every individual wore a mask of hypocrisy, leaving Lin Mu unable to discern who was sincere and who was merely being diplomatic. However, one thing was certain. Someone within the sect had set their sights on him. When Mu Qing requested his assistance in alchemy, he initially thought little of it, believing there was no danger involved and that he could earn some spirit stones in the process. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Mu realized the magnitude of Mu Qing's investment, equivalent to 400 spirit stones, which could procure 80 bottles of gathering spirit pills. Although the sect restricted outer disciples from purchasing excessive amounts of gathering spirit pills each month, Mu Qing, with her strength and influence, could certainly circumvent these limitations. So why would she go through the trouble of asking Lin Mu for help in refining them? The answer was evident. She sought to ascertain whether the rumors regarding her impressive 80% success rate in alchemy were indeed true. The 10-day time constraint further tested his alchemical skills and endurance. For some, while they may achieve a high success rate under optimal conditions, their efficacy would diminish under continuous strain and fatigue. In just 3 months, Lin Mu has advanced 2 ranks in his cultivation, undoubtedly supported by a plethora of medicinal pills. Mu Qing's actions are a test of his alchemical talent. Although Lin Mu is diligent and hardworking, he is not naive. He has discerned the underlying suspicion. It is evident that Mu Qing, along with a group of others, harbors doubts about him. However, Lin Mu remains unperturbed by this conclusion. From the moment he awakened after slaying Ma Huayuan, he comprehended that his future would be fraught with turmoil and complications. In response to Mu Qing's scrutiny, Lin Mu resolved to let his actions speak for themselves. Originally, he managed to produce only 75 spirit-gathering pills from 100 materials, yet he chose to invest his own resources to create a total of 80. He aims to validate his reputation as an alchemical prodigy, dispelling all skepticism and conjecture. In truth, his alchemical prowess is commendable. At his current level, his actual success rate exceeds 70%. This achievement is solely the result of relentless practice. No one else has devoted themselves to alchemy day and night for half a month as he has. Even if someone did, they would lack the abundant materials he possesses. Typically, the cost of training a competent alchemist is exorbitant, making Lin Mu's success at Qianyu Sword Sect truly exceptional. Otherwise, he would not be compared to the once-in-a-century genius, Luo Yun. To quell Mu Qing's doubts, Lin Mu decided to conceal his brilliance and meticulously regulate his cultivation pace, ensuring he does not surpass Luo Yun. He believes that in due time, he will gradually fade from public attention. However, given Luo Yun's exceptional talent, surpassing him will be a formidable challenge. The hustle and bustle belongs to them. I must strive even harder, that is Lin Mu's resolution. Through his confrontation with Ma Huayuan, Lin Mu recognized numerous deficiencies within himself. Both his offense and defense were rudimentary, easily overwhelmed. A mere low-tier fire technique, Fireball, incapacitated him for half a month. Lin Mu realized he still has vast potential for improvement. At the very least, he must possess the strength for self-preservation to navigate the treacherous intrigues around him. Enhancing his power will be Lin Mu's primary focus moving forward. Cultivation alone cannot determine everything. Ma Huayuan, who was a rank above him, still perished beneath his Gongjin formula. This demonstrates the importance of formidable offensive techniques in elevating one's strength. In fact, the third level of the Red Fire formula is already comparable to Fireball. Lin Mu perceives the immense potential within the elemental techniques. It is precisely through the versatile nature of these techniques that he can turn the tides in dire situations, transforming defeat into victory. Among the basic elemental techniques, Gongjin formula, Bishi formula, Red Fire formula, and Thick Earth formula, Lin Mu has mastered 4, with only the final technique, Grass and Wood formula, yet to be learned. Lin Mu resolved to conquer the Grass and Wood formula next. After studying the Jade slip, he began his cultivation. The Grass and Wood formula is a wood-based technique, but unlike the gentle nature of typical wood techniques, it is unyielding and extraordinarily domineering. The Jade tablet elucidates that when one masters the wood technique to a profound level, it becomes possible to forcibly extract the essence of flora, condensing it into the rare and precious wood essence pearls. These pearls are imbued with a rich aura of wood energy, which can be utilized to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs and medicines. Additionally, they serve as invaluable materials in alchemy, enabling the concoction of various miraculous healing potions. Having sustained injuries previously, Lin Mu recognized the indispensable nature of healing elixirs. The efficacy of the wood technique sparked a glimmer of inspiration within him. This technique possesses remarkable practicality, stirring Lin Mu's interest. Setting the Jade tablet aside, he clasped his hands and began to weave intricate gestures, attempting to gather the wood energy vortex as described in the wood technique. The wood energy vortex is paramount to the technique, with all transformations originating from it. Lin Mu was drenched in sweat, his brows furrowed in concentration. For 8 consecutive hours, there had been no discernible progress. Unlike the simplicity of practicing the 5 elements techniques, the cultivation of the Grass and Wood technique was exceptionally arduous. This technique belonged to the realm of wood-based arts, but unlike other wood-related methods, the Grass and Wood technique was anything but gentle. It wielded an unparalleled ferocity. According to the Jade slip, this technique could forcibly extract the essence of flora, transforming it into precious grass and wood essence pearls. These pearls contained a rich vitality, greatly beneficial for the growth of spiritual herbs and plants. However, the Grass and Wood technique was notoriously difficult to master. Firstly, its immense power demanded a high level of spiritual energy, making it nearly impossible for those below the 6th layer of Qi refinement to learn. Secondly, the complexity of its execution required great dexterity in finger movements. One's fingers had to be exceedingly nimble to perform it proficiently. Additionally, suitable targets for extraction were hard to find, as the Qinyu sword sect prohibited the arbitrary felling of trees. The untimely death of ancient trees, some hundreds of years old, would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Nonetheless, Lin Mu recognized its extraordinary potential. The Grass and Wood essence pearls could accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. If he could master this technique and produce a substantial quantity of these pearls, he could hasten the ripening of herbs within the Xinhua space. For instance, the cold smoke grass, which ordinarily matured in April, could be hastened to fruition by March with the aid of these pearls. Furthermore, as a material for alchemy, these pearls were exceedingly rare. With such alluring benefits, Lin Mu was resolute in his determination to master this technique, regardless of the challenges. Yet, after 8 grueling hours of practice, there had been no sign of progress. The wood energy vortex described in the technique had yet to manifest. Lin Mu's fingers danced with a flurry of movements, creating a dazzling display of motion. This speed would have sufficed to execute 2 techniques simultaneously in the case of others. However, for the Grass and Wood technique, it remained insufficient. With his hands poised in front of him, each finger moved in a distinct manner, spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips. He was exceedingly cautious, fearful of miscalculating the finger movements, as he endeavored to condense the wood energy vortex. Yet, after a prolonged period, there was still no trace of the vortex. After 8 hours of relentless practice, Lin Mu's fingers had grown sore and numb, nearly devoid of sensation. The effort and reward were starkly disproportionate. Taking a brief respite, Lin Mu revisited the jade slip, this time with greater scrutiny. He mulled over each phrase within the grass and wood technique, when suddenly, a particular sentence illuminated his mind, sparking a moment of realization. In the span of a TS brew, the finger movements must be perfected for the grass and wood technique to reveal its power, summoning forth the wood energy vortex. As he murmured the phrase, he began to grasp its significance, and enlightenment dawned upon him. He understood. The grass and wood technique demanded not only intricate finger movements, but also speed, at least the duration of a TS brew. Lin Mu recalled that it had taken him an entire hour to flawlessly execute all the finger movements without error, a far cry from the required time frame. Having identified the root of the issue, he felt a surge of reassurance. As long as he had a clear direction for his efforts, everything would fall into place. He feared becoming like a headless fly, aimlessly striving in all directions. With a composed mind, he began to practice his finger techniques, striving to accelerate his speed while ensuring accuracy. This time, the situation improved significantly. He completed all the techniques in just over half an hour. Though he was still far from his goal, a spark of hope ignited within him, prompting him to intensify his practice. However, as he progressed, the room for improvement diminished. By the 7th repetition, the time taken was nearly identical to the 6th, hovering around half an hour, and he could not advance further. At this moment, his fingers felt as though they might break, utterly unresponsive to his will. He even began to doubt whether a person could truly achieve such speed. Yet, Lin Mu did not concede defeat. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Unfortunately, instead of increasing his speed, it diminished considerably. Realizing that he had gone too far, he decided to pause and resume his practice the following day. As evening fell, the moonlight was enchanting. Lin Mu took his mat to the courtyard, settled into a meditative posture, and allowed the Xianyue pendant to absorb the lunar glow. As he gazed at the pendant, a flash of inspiration struck him. Why not practice his finger techniques within the Xianyue pendant, where a day inside equated to 2 days outside? Observing his numbed fingers, he resolved to practice within the pendant the next day. He then immersed himself in cultivation. The Xianyue pendant gradually absorbed the moonlight, and by dawn, the jade pendant exhibited a slight change in color, deepening into a richer hue. Lin Mu entered the Xianyue space to inspect the growth of the spiritual herbs and performed a rain spell. With his cultivation level significantly heightened, the rain spell became much simpler. He irrigated 6 acres of spiritual fields in less than an hour. After the rain, Lin Mu sat in his small room, continuing to practice his finger techniques. Today was no different from yesterday. He repeatedly executed the grass and wood technique, yet the results were minimal. By day's end, his speed had improved scarcely at all. His finger techniques had hit a bottleneck, leaving him at a loss for direction. This filled Lin Mu with impatience. While washing his face, he noticed that his fingers moved much slower in water, facing increased resistance. An idea struck him. Could he practice in water? Without hesitation, he filled a basin and began to practice his finger techniques within it. After executing the techniques once, he found it indeed effective, taking only an hour this time. With newfound direction, he was filled with determination and re-entered the Xianyue space, diligently practicing his finger techniques. As he continued, he lost track of time, relentlessly practicing until he could no longer progress even in water. He then paused to attempt a formal execution of the grass and wood technique. As he initiated the technique, he sensed a difference. His finger techniques no longer felt obscure but flowed with much greater ease. Moments later, a swirl of wood energy seemed on the verge of forming. Yet, before a smile could grace his lips, it dissipated. He tried 3 times, and each time ended in the same manner. His speed had improved only slightly, and that slight difference felt like an insurmountable chasm to him. Undeterred, Lin Mu remained optimistic, confident that he could discover a solution. If water proved ineffective, he would continue with sand. If sand failed, he would move on to stone. He resolved with unwavering determination that he would not rest until he mastered the art of flora and fauna. Pouring out the clear water from the basin, he filled it instead with fine sand. With both hands plunged into the sand, he once again immersed himself in relentless practice. The resistance presented by the sand was vastly greater than that of water, leading to considerable wear and tear. Within a mere 3 hours, blisters had formed on all 10 of his fingers. Ignoring the pain, he persisted without pause, repeating the motions time and again. Only when he could no longer increase his speed in the sand did he finally cease. His fingers throbbed with excruciating pain, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. After a brief respite, he commenced another attempt to execute the art of flora and fauna. This time, he exerted every ounce of his strength. Lin Mu's eyes were glazed, his face radiating determination. His 10 fingers danced rapidly, with spiritual energy flowing at their tips. Each finger moved in a different direction. Yet there was no hint of chaos, only an orderly harmony that exuded a natural beauty. After a short interval, a swirling vortex of green wood energy materialized before him. Lin Mu gazed at the verdant whirlpool of wood energy, his eyes entranced. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally mastered the first level of the grass and wood technique. As for its efficacy, further validation was required. With a flicker of thought, he exited the lunar space and entered the courtyard. He glanced at the towering ancient trees, hesitating momentarily, yet ultimately refraining from taking action. His gaze soon settled on a cluster of small grass in the corner of the courtyard, and this time, he acted without hesitation. Approaching the grass, his fingers danced, and in a brief moment, a verdant vortex materialized before him. With a subtle movement of his consciousness, a force of attraction emanated from within, drawing forth glimmers of emerald light from the grass, which swiftly spiraled into the vortex. The luminous essence accumulated rapidly, competing to be absorbed. In the span of a short tea break, the once vibrant grass transformed into a withered yellow. A gust of wind swept through, reducing the dried grass to ash that floated away. Lin Mu inhaled sharply, secretly marveling at the overwhelming power he had unleashed. Suddenly, the green whirlpool dissipated, revealing a single green essence bead resting in his palm, spinning incessantly. This solitary bead was the sole product of his extraction from the grass, exuding a rich life essence that was invigorating. Aware that the essence bead could not be preserved for long and would soon dissipate into the world, Lin Mu contemplated testing its effects and entered the lunar space once more. Standing at the edge of the spiritual field, he gently flicked the essence bead toward a tender, slightly yellowing Qingjian cattail seedling. In a flash of azure light, the bead merged with the seedling. Lin Mu's focus remained unwavering, his gaze fixed intently on the Qingjian cattail. Before his very eyes, the seedling began to grow at an astonishing rate, its green leaves multiplying, roots thickening, and stalks elongating until it nearly reached his knee. The frantic pace of growth gradually diminished, yet it still surpassed the neighboring 7 stargrass seedlings by a considerable margin. The Qingjian cattail could no longer be deemed a mere seedling. Its form bore little distinction from that of a mature plant. Lin Mu stood rooted in place, utterly astonished. The effect of the essence bead far exceeded his expectations. He had never anticipated such a remarkable outcome, such extraordinary efficacy. Lin Mu couldn't help but mutter to himself in awe and astonishment. He felt that his previous struggles had not been in vain. Every effort was entirely worthwhile. The efficiency of the essence bead illuminated immense commercial potential in his eyes. By utilizing the essence beads to expedite the maturation of spiritual herbs, he could undoubtedly amass a wealth of alchemical materials. With his alchemical prowess, earning spirit stones would merely be a matter of time. However, Lin Mu's optimism may have been somewhat misplaced. In truth, the essence bead's effects were not as extreme as he had experienced. The optimal use of the essence bead was to shatter it, allowing multiple spiritual herbs to absorb the essence collectively. Lin Mu's experiment, concentrating the essence of an entire patch of grass onto a single Qingjian cattail seedling, exaggerated the results compared to what was described in the Jade slip. Fortunately, the Qingjian cattail possessed a robust vitality. Most spiritual herbs would be unable to withstand such an influx of essence. Were it a delicate herb like the cold smoke grass, it would have perished from rapid maturation. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Lin Mu's enthusiasm. Rather, it was a delightful surprise. In the courtyard stand 2 ancient trees, luxuriant and vibrant. However, Lin Mu is hindered by the sect's regulations and thus refrains from taking action against them. Moreover, he desires to remain inconspicuous. Should these venerable trees unexpectedly perish, disciples from the law enforcement hall would undoubtedly come to investigate, drawing a crowd and contradicting Lin Mu's intention to act discreetly. Lin Mu understands that his fortune has yet to arrive. The might of the herb and wood art is excessively domineering and cannot be wielded lightly. One day, should he have the opportunity to leave the sect and wander into a boundless forest, the herb and wood art would prove invaluable. Thus far, Lin Mu has mastered all 5 techniques from the fundamental 5 elements arts within a span of 6 months, cultivating his own insights regarding these magical arts. The fundamental 5 elements arts is merely a low-tier technique, with all its spells capped at the 3rd level, beyond which no further realms are recorded. It is understandable, as this Jade slip was left behind by cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. For the average person, reaching the 3rd level is quite a rare achievement. Cultivation does not necessitate particularly profound techniques. For instance, the azure water art can be learned by most with a little effort, allowing them to reach the 2nd level. And with diligence over a year or 2, they may attain the 3rd level. The 2nd level azure water art is entirely sufficient for cultivating spiritual fields and summoning rain. Yet few would be willing to endure the arduous practice required for mastery. Currently, magical arts are not particularly esteemed among cultivators. Firstly, the learning process is overly complex. The herb and wood art, as a low-tier wood-based technique, poses a daunting challenge, with some high-tier arts being even more difficult to grasp. Secondly, the efficacy of these arts diminishes as cultivators reach the foundation establishment stage, at which point they can fly using swords and evade most magical techniques effortlessly. Typically, cultivators in the chi refinement stage focus intensely on honing their skills, disregarding other pursuits. Only after establishing their foundation do they begin to learn sword techniques, evolving into sword cultivators. The Thousand Feather Sword Sect is a sword cultivation sect, and many disciples follow this traditional path. Lin Mu, however, is unique in his pursuit of the 5 elements arts alongside alchemical studies. He stands alone in this endeavor within the Thousand Feather Sword Sect. Of course, his innate talent for the 5 elements arts is unparalleled. In the Thousand Feather Sword Sect, every disciple aspires to become a sword cultivator. The power of sword cultivators is evident. They conquer the world wielding merely a sword to attain their desires. As a sect dedicated to sword cultivation, the Thousand Feather Sword Sect does not encourage disciples to engage in these low-tier magical arts. Instead, they prefer disciples to focus solely on refining their inner strength, enhancing their cultivation, and only learning sword techniques post-foundation establishment, believing this to be the rightful path. This perspective reflects the mainstream thinking of the Thousand Feather Sword Sect and the majority of sword cultivators. However, this ideology harbors several drawbacks. The 2 most significant issues are, firstly, that many low-tier cultivators lack the time to dedicate to their training. To meet the annual requirement of contributing 10 low-grade spirit stones to the sect, they must perform laborious tasks within the sect to earn spirit stones, leaving them with little time for cultivation. Lin Mu spent his first 3 years in the Thousand Feather Sword Sect in such a manner. The second issue is the scarcity of resources. Whether it be spiritual stones or elixirs, practitioners in the chi refinement stage are exceedingly scarce, and relying solely on effort, the hope of foundation establishment appears dim. Many disciples, their hair turned white, continue to struggle in the chi refinement stage. Such individuals are not rare within the Qinyu Sword Sect. Truly gifted individuals are indeed a rarity. Those who possess exceptional talent advance swiftly and are afforded numerous privileges by the sect, thereby widening the gap between them and their peers. Lin Mu is acutely aware of his own capabilities. He does not aspire to lofty heights but instead remains grounded, diligently cultivating his skills. He envisions a future of his own, perceiving the elders' accolades as mere displays of self-importance and wealth. Lin Mu resolves to carve a path uniquely his own, breaking free from the constraints imposed by the elders to seek alternative avenues. Moreover, Lin Mu does not regard the study of techniques as lacking promise. Were it not for his acquisition of such knowledge, he would have perished under Ma Huayuan's fireball technique. He advances step by step, gradually realizing his aspirations, moving forward with steadfast determination. A verdant vortex of wood energy swirls before him, his fingers weaving with dexterity and versatility. The first layer of the wood technique shines brilliantly under Lin Mu's guidance. As he loosens his fingers, the emerald vortex transforms into countless specks of green light, dissipating into the ether. The practice of the wood technique is exceedingly intricate. There is no need to rush, and Lin Mu decides to take his time mastering it. Calculating with his fingers, he determines that the batch of spiritual herbs in the spiral moon space is nearly ripe, with harvest imminent. With a thought, Lin Mu flashes into the spiral moon space. Inside, the 6 acres of spiritual herbs flourish in vibrant green, their growth promising. A smile graces Lin Mu's lips. This harvest should prove bountiful. Among these 6 acres, the 8 types of herbs for crafting the gathering spirit pill dominate in quantity, each exceeding 300 stalks. The 7 herbs for the exhaustion pill follow closely, with around 200 of each. The remaining 30 varieties, the specific uses of which Lin Mu remains unaware, are symbolically planted with about 100 stalks each. Among these common spiritual herbs, Lin Mu can name merely over 20. With knowledge of their uses for about 15 or 16, the rest he does not even recognize by name. The fragrant aroma of the 6 acres of herbs envelopes him, and Lin Mu revels in the experience. This is yet another fruitful harvest. He spends an entire day gathering the herbs, categorizing each type meticulously. After several accumulations, his small cottage is now filled to half its capacity with spiritual herbs, leaving just enough space for him to navigate. Following the formula from the Fire Pill Manual, Lin Mu prepares over 300 portions of materials for crafting the Gathering Spirit Pill. The previous harvest of 300 portions remains unrefined. Combined, he now possesses 600 portions of materials for crafting the Gathering Spirit Pill. 600 portions. This constitutes a significant fortune, priced at 2 low-grade spiritual stones per portion. 600 portions equate to 1,200 low-grade spiritual stones. Such wealth is beyond Lin Mu's wildest dreams. He could toil as a servant for a lifetime and never amass such an amount of spiritual stones. The only regret Lin Mu harbors is that these materials cannot be sold, but must be kept for himself. Once others learn of his extensive collection of materials, a mere glance of deduction would undoubtedly unveil his secrets. This is an unbearable prospect for Lin Mu. Yet, these materials will not rot in his possession. He is grateful for his foresight in diligently honing his exceptional alchemical skills. Despite expending a considerable amount of resources, he can transmute these materials into elixirs. Within the sect, elixirs are highly coveted, whether for personal cultivation or for sale in exchange for spirit stones, thus concealing his past. Before commencing his alchemical endeavors, Lin Mu devoted an additional day to tilling the spiritual field with the earth spirit hoe, sowing seeds of spiritual herbs anew. Within the confines of the lunar space, where spiritual energy is abundant, the harvest of spiritual herbs occurs every 2 months. These herbs constitute Lin Mu's capital. His alchemical prowess has been cultivated through an abundance of these herbs. Without them, even with innate talent, becoming a master alchemist would be exceedingly challenging. In the Thousand Feather Sword Sect, an individual possessing such an overwhelming quantity of materials as Lin Mu is truly one of a kind. The accumulation of these resources is inseparable from his tireless efforts, whether it involved learning cultivation techniques, pilfering seeds from Warm Cloud Valley, or mastering alchemy. Each endeavor demanded immense dedication and caution to avoid arousing suspicion. These efforts have finally begun to yield modest rewards. Foundation establishment is no longer a mere fantasy. Lin Mu perceives immense hope within this journey. The fervent desire to return home for a visit spurs Lin Mu to remain diligent. He yearns to expedite his foundation establishment and return swiftly, deeply concerned about whether his parents can endure the recent famine. This worry has plagued him for quite some time, leaving him restless. He buries these thoughts deep within, maintaining a facade of indifference in the sect, appearing to be unconcerned with worldly matters. Yet beneath this calm exterior, his longing burns like a raging fire. With measured steps, Lin Mu approaches the falling sunset peak. Along the way, several individuals greet him. "Good morning, senior brother." "Hello, senior brother." Lin Mu responds with a gentle smile and nod. For a life and death struggle has earned him considerable renown within the sect. He is known far and wide. His cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement places him among the elite. Many of his former senior brothers have now become junior brothers, yet they still greet him with respect. Lin Mu does not dwell on these accolades. Should he fail to maintain his current pace of cultivation, given his 5 elements spiritual root, he will soon find himself overtaken. Of course, with Lin Mu's present wealth and alchemical expertise, it seems unlikely that these ordinary disciples could ever catch up to him. Upon reaching the entrance of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Guchen spots Lin Mu from a distance. Dispersing the outer disciples around him, he greets Lin Mu with a smile. "Senior brother, you come again without prior notice." Lin Mu replies with a slight smile, "No matter. I merely wish to purchase some items, though I am uncertain whether I possess sufficient spirit stones." "Take whatever you need, senior brother. If your spirit stones are insufficient, simply count it on my tab. I shall cover it for you," Guchen promises, thumping his chest. Lin Mu, now recognized as a master alchemist within the sect, has no worry about repaying Guchen. Moreover, given Lin Mu's character, Guchen is eager to cultivate this friendship, whether from a standpoint of mutual benefit or emotional connection. He regards Lin Mu as a commendable individual. 2 individuals entered the pavilion and approached the counter. Guchun hastily moved a chair over, inviting Lin Mu to take a seat. Lin Mu, unable to decline, sat down and smiled, saying, I have 3 matters to discuss during my visit. I hope, dear junior brother, that you might show some leniency out of old friendship. Guchun also pulled up a chair and sat opposite Lin Mu, replying with a smile, brother, feel free to express your desires. I assure you, my prices will be more favorable than others. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu began, firstly, I wish to purchase a storage ring. Secondly, I seek some alchemical materials. And thirdly, I am uncertain if you possess them, but as you know, I have a keen interest in alchemy, yet I am not well versed in the names and functions of certain spiritual herbs. I wonder if you have any jade slips pertaining to this knowledge. Without hesitation, Guchun responded, as a matter of fact, we have all 3 items in our humble shop. He rose and retrieved several small objects from the shelves, placing them on the counter. Among them was a silver storage ring and 3 jade slips of varying colors. Guchun picked up the storage ring, explaining, this is a commonly used storage ring for outer disciples, offering approximately 1 cubic zhang of space, ample for one's belongings. Noticing Lin Mu's satisfaction, Guchun set the storage ring down and introduced the 3 jade slips, saying, these 3 slips contain the diagrams of the spiritual herbs you seek, detailing their appearance, properties, and uses. The cyan jade slip contains information on 2nd-tier and lower spiritual herbs. The green jade slip provides detailed information on 3rd-tier and lower herbs. The blue jade slip offers comprehensive details on 4th-tier and lower herbs. After the introduction, Guchun looked at Lin Mu with an expectant smile, inviting him to make his own judgment. Lin Mu picked up the silver storage ring and inquired, how much does this storage ring cost? Guchun replied with a grin. If sold to others, it would be no less than 32 spirit stones, but since you are purchasing, I shall let it go for 30 spirit stones. Lin Mu nodded, feeling content, as the price of 30 inferior spirit stones was within his means. He then picked up the 3 jade slips and asked, what are the prices for these diagrams? Guchun cheerfully answered, the cyan jade slip is 20 inferior spirit stones, the green jade slip is 30 inferior spirit stones, and the blue jade slip is 40 inferior spirit stones. Lin Mu pondered for a moment, setting down the cyan and green slips, leaving only the blue one, declaring, I will take this blue jade slip. Guchun raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, brother, you have keen insight. Procuring this slip will be a wise investment. It contains records of all herbs not exceeding the 5th tier, making it exceedingly convenient for reference. Lin Mu, skeptical, questioned, can this diagram truly encompass all spiritual herbs below the 5th tier? Guchun's face flushed slightly as he replied, I cannot guarantee that, but I can assure you that most commonly encountered herbs are documented. Lin Mu nodded, feeling satisfied that the common herbs would indeed be included. He picked up the silver storage ring and the blue jade slip, stating with a smile, I will purchase both of these items. Guchun rejoiced, exclaiming, brother, you are indeed wise. Allow me to wrap these for you. Lin Mu chuckled, both of these can be carried with me, so there's no need for a bag. Please fetch me some alchemical materials. After saying this, he retrieved a cloth pouch from his bosom, which contained a full 100 low-grade spirit stones. Guchun smiled as he accepted the pouch. How many portions of materials do you require, senior brother? I shall procure them for you right away. He inquired after counting the spirit stones. Lin Mu replied with a grin, are you truly generous enough to gift me materials for free? After deducting the expenses for the storage ring and the spirit herb chart, I am left with merely 30 spirit stones, which can only purchase 15 portions of materials. Guchun laughed heartily, of course. You may request as many as you wish. His words were filled with bravado, exhibiting a spirit of extravagance. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow in surprise and playfully suggested, how about 100 portions? Guchun staggered back, his previous bravado dissipating in an instant, nearly losing his balance. 100 portions would amount to 200 spirit stones, a considerable sum for anyone. However, upon reflection, he realized this was a lucrative deal, and his commission would undoubtedly be substantial. 100 portions is no trouble. I shall extend credit to my senior brother. Guchun bit his lip and declared, if it were my own business, I wouldn't hesitate to gift them to you. The latter part of his statement was merely for show and should not be taken seriously. Lin Mu was overjoyed. Is that for real? Indeed. Guchun was resolute. He was confident that this would not be a losing venture, as he had great faith in Lin Mu's alchemical skills. Lin Mu grinned. Then I must thank you, junior brother. Within a month, I shall repay you in full. Guchun chuckled. Senior brother, feel free to take them. It is only right. With that, he entered the inner chamber and swiftly prepared the materials for Lin Mu. placing them in a green cloth pouch as before. Lin Mu accepted the pouch and remarked, "These 100 portions amount to 200 low-grade spirit stones. I have already given you 30, leaving a balance of 170 stones. A bottle of spirit-gathering pills costs 4 low-grade spirit stones. So I shall pay you for 45 bottles, with the excess considered interest." "How does that sound?" Guchen smiled. "Not at all. Our friendship does not require such formalities." Lin Mu's expression turned serious. "Business is business. Friendship is friendship. They must not be conflated." Gu Chan was touched, realizing that such sincerity was rare. He excitedly replied, "Senior brother, your words are truly virtuous. I have learned much." Lin Mu smiled, grasping the green pouch as he made his way toward the exit of the 100 Goods Pavilion. Gu Chan escorted him a considerable distance before returning. After departing from the falling sunset peak, Lin Mu returned to his small courtyard. Upon entering his quiet chamber, he secured the doors and windows, beginning to inspect the treasures acquired from his visit to the pavilion. The silver storage ring had yet to recognize its master, so Lin Mu bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall as he recited the incantation. After a ritual of refinement, the drop of blood merged into the storage ring, leaving no trace. Within his mind, Lin Mu sensed a new connection, and the contents of the storage ring became vividly clear in his consciousness. The ring had now recognized its master, and from this point on, outsiders would be unable to ascertain its contents. Any attempt to forcibly inspect it would require the erasure of Lin Mu's mark, necessitating a new ritual for reactivation. Within the Thousand Feather Sword Sect, no one has dared to brazenly plunder Lin Mu's possessions. There was, however, one individual who attempted such a feat, but that person met their demise at Lin Mu's own hands and has long since departed from this world. Extracting the 600 materials from the Xianyu space, Lin Mu stored them in his spatial ring, totaling 700 items, which occupied a significant portion of its capacity, thus rendering his small abode considerably more spacious. The blue jade slip was examined thoroughly by Lin Mu, revealing a wealth of information. It contained records of various materials ranging from first-grade spiritual herbs to fourth-grade elixirs, encompassing over 1,000 types. All 50 varieties of spiritual herbs that Lin Mu cultivated were documented within this compendium. After carefully reviewing the contents, Lin Mu committed the functions of these herbs to memory for future use. Once he had perused the slip, he placed it back into the Xianyu space, securing it within his dwelling. Donning the spatial ring on the ring finger of his left hand, Lin Mu departed from his courtyard, making his way directly to Danxiao Peak. Along the journey, many pairs of eyes discreetly followed him, only to retreat once he entered Danxiao Peak. At Danxiao Peak, in the steward's chamber, Taining greeted him with a broad smile, remarking, "Junior brother, your diligence is commendable. You've come to refine elixirs again." This statement was imbued with sincerity. For Lin Mu's frequency of visits to concoct elixirs was unparalleled within the Thousand Feather Sword Sect. The art of alchemy demands immense patience and perseverance, not to mention considerable physical exertion. Each batch of elixirs requires over an hour to complete, and it is indeed challenging for an ordinary person to sustain such effort over the course of a day. Lin Mu replied with a smile, lacking in talent. "I can only compensate through hard work. I hope I do not bring you any embarrassment, senior brother." Taining regarded him with newfound respect, stating, "It is no wonder that your progress is so astonishing. If everyone were as dedicated as you, foundational cultivation would not seem a distant dream. In the past, I too was like those common folk, mistakenly believing that your remarkable achievements were mere happenstance, the result of serendipitously discovering some treasure. Now it is clear that my assumptions were unfounded. With your immense determination and level of cultivation, such success is entirely warranted." Lin Mu chose not to comment further, simply smiling as he said, "This time, just like before, I will use the same alchemy chamber in the superior grade bronze furnace." Taining made a note, cheerfully assuring him, "Rest assured, junior brother. I have kept that chamber reserved for you. Others who come to refine elixirs are accommodated in the adjacent chambers." Lin Mu cupped his hands in gratitude, replying, "I appreciate your thoughtfulness, senior brother." With that, he exited the steward's chamber and proceeded towards the alchemy room. Upon reaching the chamber, Lin Mu activated the mechanism, closed the stone door, and began his work. This time, he was quite adept, having accumulated experience from previous attempts. Now, crafting spirit-gathering pills was second nature to him. Each batch could be completed in just over an hour, and with his current level of cultivation, he could refine 2 batches consecutively before needing a break. Even his recovery time for spiritual energy had improved significantly, now requiring merely half an hour for complete restoration. In general, He could produce 2 vials of spirit-gathering pills within 3 hours, resulting in approximately 16 to 17 vials in a single day. Lin Mu was quite pleased with this outcome. In merely 5 days, he had exhausted the 100 materials purchased from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, successfully crafting 82 vials of spirit-gathering pills while discarding 18 materials. His success rate had already surpassed 80%, not one to rest on his laurels. Lin Mu swallowed 2 hunger-suppressing pills and immersed himself in the alchemy chamber to continue his work. The 100 materials are merely a guise. The 600 he cultivated are his true intention. 10 days later, Lin Mu's alchemical skills advanced once more. While the success rate remained relatively unchanged, he significantly reduced the time required for the process. Now, he could concoct 4 bottles of spirit-gathering pills in just 5 hours, amounting to approximately 19 bottles in a single day. Such speed is astonishing. Never before has anyone in the Thousand Feather Sword Sect achieved this level, especially in the art of crafting spirit-gathering pills. Even the elders within the sect could not reach his current prowess. Half a month later, Lin Mu emerged from the alchemy chamber and headed straight to the Baisher Pavilion. After settling his previous debts, he sold 40 bottles of spirit-gathering pills and, with Gu Qin's generous offer, acquired 90 materials. Gu Qin was overjoyed. He perceived Lin Mu's success rate as having improved yet again. From 100 materials, 85 bottles of spirit-gathering pills were produced, yielding an astonishing success rate of 85%. This is sheer genius, an absolute prodigy. To witness the emergence of such talent and to share an intricate connection with it filled Gu Qin with an overwhelming sense of pride and elation, nearly bringing him to tears. Thus, he willingly exchanged Lin Mu's 40 bottles of spirit-gathering pills for the 90 materials, considering the additional 10 as a token of goodwill, an invaluable gesture that he deemed far more precious than 20 spirit stones. Upon returning to the alchemy chamber, Lin Mu resumed his work. 25 days later, he emerged once again, his hair disheveled, his face gaunt, and his eyes bloodshot. This was the visage of Lin Mu at that moment. Over the course of 40 days, he had refined all 800 materials. Now, he possessed 570 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. If converted into spirit stones, their worth would surpass 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. This fortune is unparalleled among the outer disciples of the Thousand Feather Sword Sect. Lin Mu took out 30 bottles of spirit-gathering pills and tossed them to Tai Ning, then departed from Danxia Peak, leaving Tai Ning with a complex expression. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Mu was indifferent to the evaluation of his gains. He simply knew that he owed no one any spirit stones, and all his harvest belonged to him alone. As for how to handle the spirit-gathering pills, he decided to postpone that thought until the morrow. For now, he longed for a restful slumber, exhausted from over a month of toil. As soon as he lay upon the straw mat, he fell into a deep sleep, snoring thunderously. By mid-morning, Lin Mu awoke leisurely, his spirit fully restored. Though he felt uncomfortably sticky, a month of continuous alchemy had left him covered in grime. Stripping off his clothes, he enjoyed a refreshing bath in the fish pond of the courtyard, instantly feeling invigorated and lighter. After refreshing himself, Lin Mu began to tally his recent accomplishments, 540 bottles. This was the current quantity of spirit-gathering pills in his possession. If utilized for cultivation, Lin Mu believed they would be sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement, and with a bit more effort, he could even reach the 10th level. If he were to consume 1 bottle daily, within 3 years, Lin Mu would surely establish his foundation. However, Lin Mu has embarked on a path entirely distinct from others, where establishing a foundation is no longer his sole ambition. The formidable strength to safeguard oneself is equally paramount. After tidying up, Lin Mu stored most of his elixirs in the small chamber within the Xianyu space, reserving 50 bottles in his storage ring. He strolled out of his courtyard, making his way towards the falling sunset peak. Upon seeing Lin Mu enter the Bibing Pavilion with a radiant demeanor, Gu Qin greeted him with a smile. "Brother, you look exceptionally well. It must be due to some delightful news." Lin Mu nodded with a smile. "Indeed. Thanks to your assistance, I have amassed quite a collection of spirit-gathering pills this time. I intend to sell some to earn a few spirit stones." Gu Qin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "How many?" Lin Mu retrieved the spirit-gathering pills from his storage ring, placing them on the counter as he replied with a grin. "In total, there are 50 bottles." Gu Qin chuckled. "At a price of 4 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. That amounts to 200 low-grade spirit stones. Brother, your harvest over the past month is indeed substantial." Lin Mu laughed modestly. "It's merely a stroke of luck. A small achievement, hardly worth mentioning." Gu Qin, however, was not convinced. A yield of 200 spirit stones in just over a month places Lin Mu among the higher echelons of earners within the Qinyu Sword Sect. Most outer sect disciples only gather 2 or 3 low-grade spirit stones monthly, while the deacon disciples manage a mere 7 or 8. Even the inner sect disciples, who have already reached the foundation establishment stage, receive only about 100 spirit stones each month. Lin Mu's income far surpasses that of the majority. Gu Chun felt no jealousy. Rather, he was filled with joy, as both the materials for alchemy and the spirit-gathering pills themselves were directly linked to him. Over the past month, Gu Chun had earned considerable spirit stones through Lin Mu, although his cultivation was merely at the 4th level of qi refinement. His wealth was unmatched within the Qinyu Sword Sect. Gu Chun took out 200 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, exclaiming, "Brother, you are far too modest. Your current wealth is indeed enviable." Lin Mu discreetly placed the spirit stones into his storage ring, smiling faintly. "This cannot last long. Over the past month, both my body and spirit have endured significant strain. Without at least half a year of rest, complete recovery will be challenging." The fatigue evident in his words convinced Gu Chun of the truth in his statement. Gu Chun offered his counsel, "Then you must be mindful of your rest. Do not overexert yourself. A balance of work and leisure is essential." Lin Mu replied with a smile, "You speak wisely, disciple. For the next 6 months, I shall refrain from alchemy and focus on recuperation." Gu Chun was taken aback. If Lin Mu truly did so, from whom would he earn spirit stones? Once you've rested well, you should continue your alchemical work. Many are eagerly waiting to purchase your spirit-gathering pills, Gu Chun urged playfully. His words rang true. Even among first-grade pills, Lin Mu's spirit-gathering pills were 3-fold more effective than those of others. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, bid farewell to Gu Chun with a smile, and stepped into the scripture pavilion across from the Baiding pavilion. Inside the scripture pavilion, the atmosphere was markedly quieter, with far fewer disciples traversing its halls compared to the bustling Baiding pavilion. It is no wonder that within the Qinyu Sword Sect, the majority of disciples are granted a complementary cultivation technique upon entry. Many disciples devote their efforts to mastering this technique before establishing their foundation, with few venturing to explore other spells or methods. As for sword techniques, they are the privilege of exceptionally gifted disciples, and the average individual scarcely finds the time to learn them. Even if time were available, success is not guaranteed. Lin Mu, however, does not belong to the ranks of ordinary disciples. His studies are eclectic yet cohesive. Both the fundamental 5 elements techniques and the essence of Lihua pill resonate harmoniously with his innate qualities and talents. His approach to learning spells is pragmatic. He learns what he requires. The elder's advice is ill-suited for someone with his 5 elements spiritual roots. He must strive to carve out his own path. After over a month of alchemical refinement, Lin Mu felt exceedingly fatigued. Acutely aware that this was due to his underdeveloped spiritual consciousness, he decided to visit the scripture repository to seek out techniques for strengthening his spiritual awareness. The Qinyu Sword Sect is a cultivation school centered on swordsmanship, where physical prowess reigns supreme. Within the repository, numerous techniques for body refinement abound, yet those for enhancing spiritual consciousness are scarce. Lin Mu entered with tempered expectations. After respectfully greeting the elderly guardian seated at the back of the hall, Lin Mu stepped into the repository. Navigating through rows of meticulously arranged rosewood shelves, he meticulously sifted through thousands of jade slips. He found nothing resembling the techniques he sought across dozens of shelves. The jade slips, buoyed by swirling currents of energy, primarily documented sword techniques, heart methods, and spells, all distinctly categorized. The slips floated in sync with the currents, designed for ease of access and to avoid dust accumulation. Undeterred, Lin Mu continued his search. Yet no shelf contained techniques pertaining to spiritual awareness. Just as despair began to creep in, a dilapidated wooden shelf in the corner ignited a flicker of hope within him. The shelf bore the label, miscellaneous. This indicated the classification of the slips above it. The slips on this shelf lacked even the swirling energy, perhaps to conserve spirit stones. Accumulated dust testified to years of neglect, as no one had purchased these slips. They were haphazardly arranged, with some compartments cluttered with slips while others remained void of any content. Lin Mu, undeterred by the grime, began examining the dusty slips one by one. After perusing a few, he quickly discerned that they were indeed of little value. The prices varied wildly. Some were marked at merely 2 or 3 spirit stones, while others soared to over 1,000, evidently arbitrary valuations. It was no surprise that no one sought to buy them. Yet, these slips appealed to Lin Mu's taste. Their contents, though diverse, were rich and engaging, captivating him deeply. The topics ranged from the release and recovery of spiritual energy to methods for conserving a fraction of energy during alchemical processes, as well as anecdotes from the life of Wayazi. Most of these techniques documented trivial personal reflections or insights that bore minimal relevance to cultivation, often serving as a mere distraction. Nevertheless, Lin Mu discovered within them a plethora of novel ideas, concepts he had never previously contemplated. For instance, the Jade slip detailing how to conserve 1% of spiritual energy during the alchemical process meticulously elucidated the methods to achieve this savings over the course of an hour-long endeavor. Lin Mu thoroughly examined it and discovered that the method was indeed viable. However, the procedure required the application of specific techniques and forms of energy output, which few would invest the time to master. What significance does saving 1% of spiritual energy hold for the majority? This was the prevailing sentiment. Lin Mu found it intriguing and resolved to purchase it for further study. Upon selecting another Jade slip and channeling his spiritual energy into it, Lin Mu was filled with excitement. It was a fragment of the starry sky refinement technique. After perusing its content, he realized it was not as splendid as he had envisioned. This technique was solely aimed at enhancing one's spiritual awareness, yet it was merely a remnant, containing only the initial tier's teachings, with subsequent sections entirely missing. Furthermore, the Jade slip indicated that the starry sky refinement technique was exceedingly difficult to master, with fewer than 1 in 1,000 able to achieve proficiency. What Lin Mu found particularly disheartening was the price tag of 100 low-grade spiritual stones affixed to it. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to grit his teeth and purchase it, wanting to give it a try. 100 low-grade spiritual stones was not beyond his means. He picked up several carefully chosen Jade slips, cleaned them, and made his way toward the pavilion. After settling the payment with the elder, amounting to a total of 138 spiritual stones, Lin Mu felt a pang of regret as he watched a substantial portion of his recently acquired stones vanish. Nevertheless, he held no remorse, as these Jade slips were of great utility to him. After bowing respectfully, Lin Mu slowly exited the scripture repository, preparing to return to his small courtyard. Upon stepping out of the falling sunset peak and arriving at the foot of the west peak, a figure obstructed his path. Lin Mu focused his gaze and hurriedly bowed, addressing the individual as senior brother. The person was none other than Zhang Ruoxu, who waved his hand and smiled, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, junior brother. I have a matter to discuss with you. I hope you are available." Lin Mu replied with a smile, "Senior brother, please go ahead." Zhang Ruoxu stepped closer and whispered in Lin Mu's ear, "I would like to ask for your assistance in alchemy. I have been attempting to consolidate my foundation recently, but have met with repeated failures, likely due to insufficient cultivation. I possess 200 sets of materials. Might you be able to assist me in their refinement?" Lin Mu hesitated. After a month of continuous alchemical work, he was utterly exhausted. Besides, he currently had an ample supply of elixirs and wished to focus on his own cultivation and foundation consolidation. Assisting others in alchemy would only squander his time, a calculation he was quite capable of making. With 200 low-grade spiritual stones in hand, he was set for an extended period without the need to toil for additional stones. "I fear I cannot assist at this time. I have been refining elixirs non-stop and am quite fatigued. Senior brother, please be patient. I shall help you once I have recuperated," Lin Mu stated after a moment's contemplation, firmly resolving to decline. When refusal was warranted, he wished to be clear-cut. Zhang Ruoxu laughed heartily. "No worries, it's only natural. We shall discuss it when you have the time." With that, he gently patted Lin Mu on the shoulder and walked past him. However, as Zhang Ruoxu took a few steps away, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a solemn expression, and a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Lin Mu gazed at the retreating figure of Zhang Ruoxu, shaking his head as he made his way towards the small courtyard. Upon returning, he closed the courtyard gate and hurried to the quiet room. Sitting on the meditation mat, he reached into his bosom to retrieve the azure jade slip containing the star refining technique. This jade slip was the greatest treasure he had unearthed during his recent visit to the scripture pavilion. Although the star refining technique was merely a fragment and bore various flaws, to Lin Mu it was a priceless gem. The difficulty of mastering the star refining technique was exceedingly high, making it challenging for the average person to comprehend. Yet, even the first layer sufficed for Lin Mu's cultivation needs. His intention was not to develop formidable spiritual awareness. Rather, he aimed to alleviate the exhaustion associated with alchemy. During the alchemical process, the furnace lid must remain closed, and the conditions within the alchemical furnace could only be discerned through one's spiritual awareness. This posed a significant challenge to his spiritual faculties, which he had been overextending for quite some time. Lin Mu hoped that through the star refining technique, he might ease his burdens and lighten his load. As he infused spiritual energy into the jade slip, Lin Mu began to meticulously study the star refining technique. Despite being a fragment, it was profoundly intricate. The first layer alone was extensive, comprising no fewer than 10,000 words. After reading it several dozen times, Lin Mu began to grasp its essence, albeit only partially. Through careful scrutiny, he came to realize just how vital spiritual awareness was for practitioners. Whether in alchemical endeavors, casting spells, or engaging in combat, it was the spiritual awareness that orchestrated these actions. Furthermore, one's sensitivity to the ethereal energies of the world was also intertwined with the acuity of their spiritual awareness. The star refining technique elaborated on methods for cultivating spiritual awareness, as well as various applications of it. These teachings captivated Lin Mu deeply. He cast aside his distractions and, following the instructions contained within the jade slip, immersed his consciousness into the sea of awareness. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. The sea of awareness was vast and tumultuous, shrouded in chaos and obscurity. Numerous areas were as dark as ink, yet at the center of this sea, several shards of spiritual awareness emitted a faint glow, so dim that they seemed on the verge of being engulfed by the surrounding darkness. Lin Mu had never ventured into the sea of awareness before. He had only known his spiritual awareness to be feeble, but he never anticipated it to be so woefully weak. Previously oblivious to the sights within the sea, he now gained a clearer understanding. Observing those shards of awareness, which were at risk of being consumed by darkness, filled him with a sense of urgency. Following the instructions in the jade slip, Lin Mu recited the incantation, and the sea of awareness began to stir. The drifting shards of awareness gradually converged towards the center, their scattered faint glimmers coalescing into a unified presence. The shards nestled closely together, and under Lin Mu's guidance, they began to merge in pairs. Though the process was slow, there was no resistance since they originated from the same source. As the merging progressed, the speed diminished, yet Lin Mu remained patient, meticulously controlling every aspect as dictated by the star refining technique. Through his relentless efforts, the shards of awareness ultimately fused into a singular mass, resembling a sphere that quietly floated in the void. Without pause, the sphere began to slowly contract, diminishing in size. With each contraction, Lin Mu felt a corresponding increase in pain. This torment is not of a physical nature, but rather a direct assault on the psyche, an anguish from which there is no escape. As the orb diminishes in size, Lin Mu's suffering intensifies, an agony that offers no respite, compelling him to endure in silence. His body trembles violently, beads of sweat cascading down his face, steam rising from him as though he were trapped within a steamer. The orb's contraction slows, yet the pain penetrates deeper, nearly piercing his very soul. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Lin Mu, the orb ultimately cannot withstand it, bursting forth with a resounding explosion. It blossoms like a brilliant firework within the inky expanse of his consciousness, dazzling and enchanting. A wave of excruciating pain envelopes him, leading Lin Mu to lose consciousness. 3 days later, Lin Mu awakens, his body aching and devoid of strength, the cold ground amplifying his discomfort. He struggles to sit up, disregarding his pain, eager to delve into his consciousness to ascertain its current state. Within the realm of his mind, darkness still reigns, but above the abyss, a glimmer of light emerges. Indeed, it is but a mere thread, a fine silver strand stretching across his consciousness, unfurling into the void. The faint silvery luminescence stands out strikingly against the dark backdrop, wholly distinct from the chaotic fragments that once occupied this space. Lin Mu is overwhelmed with joy. This is the first layer of the star refining divine art. Spirit is thread. Lin Mu suddenly realizes the extraordinary nature of this technique. It is a bizarre and unique practice that amalgamates all chaotic consciousness into a singular orb, which is then compressed until it inevitably explodes. Yet, this explosion does not obliterate the consciousness. Rather, it is reborn, coalescing into a luminous silver thread. From destruction comes creation. It is through breaking that one can rebuild. The genius who conceived this technique is undoubtedly remarkable. Once his consciousness has transformed into a thread, Lin Mu immediately perceives a profound change within himself. His sensitivity to the elemental energies of the universe has heightened, his thoughts sharpened and more focused, eschewing the indecision and distractions that once plagued him. These changes are merely the surface, as Lin Mu consumes a grain of a fasting pill and enters meditation. He is astonished to find that his absorption of elemental energy has dramatically accelerated. This revelation fills him with unbridled joy. for so long. The five-element spirit root had been a source of torment for him, and his sluggish cultivation speed had weighed heavily on his mind. Were it not for serendipity leading him to the hidden wonders within the crescent moon pendant, where he cultivated spiritual herbs and refined pills to enhance his cultivation, he would still be ensnared in a world of scorn and ridicule, subjected to the humiliations of Ma Huayuan. This underscores the profound significance of innate cultivation talent. The star refining divine art fundamentally addresses this dilemma. The transformation of his consciousness signifies a metamorphosis within himself. From this point forward, even without relying on spirit-gathering pills, his cultivation progress will match that of ordinary disciples. Of course, when compared to those gifted individuals, a disparity remains. Lin Mu is confident that diligence and the use of pills can bridge this gap. After all, alchemical talent is also a form of innate ability. In this regard, he possesses confidence, rivaling anyone else. The heightened sensitivity to the ethereal energies of heaven and earth filled Lin Mu with an indescribable excitement. This acquisition surpassed the value of 1,000 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. The starry refinement technique fundamentally enhanced his innate abilities. The speed at which a cultivator progresses is contingent upon their talent, the methods they employ, the resources at their disposal, and their comprehension of the celestial energies. Among these four factors, excluding innate talent and method, Lin Mu was already proficient in the latter two, even far surpassing the majority of external disciples in terms of medicinal resources. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Lin Mu felt a profound sense of ease enveloping his entire being. After reaching the realm of spirit like silk, he distinctly sensed a significant acceleration in his cultivation progress. Foundation establishment was no longer a mere abstraction. In a secluded courtyard on the eastern peak, a man's voice resonated in the dimly lit chamber, laced with temptation. Our time is limited. If we do not take action soon, our lives may be at stake. Sitting across from him, a woman sighed softly, expressing her concerns. He has now grown formidable. We cannot easily contend with him. If he truly possesses extraordinary talent, and our speculations prove unfounded, how shall we proceed? Her words were laden with trepidation. In the shrouded light, their figures emerged faintly. The man was youthful and handsome, while the woman was strikingly beautiful. They were none other than Zhang Ruoxu and Mu Qing. With a sinister tone, Zhang Ruoxu declared, "Even if he is indeed gifted in alchemy, if he cannot be of use to me, he is of no value." I initially believed him to be easily deceived, yet he conducts his affairs with remarkable principles. When I requested his assistance in refining 200 portions of materials, he outright refused. Mu Qing mocked him, "You spend your days scheming against others. I thought you were invincible, but it seems you have met your match now." Zhang Ruoxu retorted coldly, "Those who oppose me often meet untimely ends. You shall not be an exception." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qing seemed resolute as she addressed Zhang Ruoxu. "We have merely 6 months. If we cannot establish our foundations within this time, our lives will hang by a thread. Is this information reliable?" Zhang Ruoxu confidently replied, "With my connections within the sect, I have gathered this information with utmost clarity. There can be no mistake. A senior brother in the late foundation establishment stage warned me to establish my foundation within 6 months, or face dire consequences." Mu Qing inquired with doubt. "Is it truly that grave?" Zhang Ruoxu asserted emphatically, "It is exceedingly grave. This occurs once every 50 years, and the competition is fierce. The elite practitioners from various sects will convene. Each one is a genius, and if we attend, our chances of survival are slim." Mu Qing asked, "Is there no way to avoid this?" Zhang Ruoxu scoffed, "With the schemes of those ancient elders in our sect, we are now at the 10th level of qi refinement. They will not permit us to abstain while allowing those at the 7th or 8th levels to perish needlessly. They would never allow that. To them, we are merely tools. The only reason they protect us now is that it is not yet time for the slaughter to begin." Mu Qing sighed. "I have heard that the elders intend to send Luo Yun for training as well. Are they not concerned about his untimely demise?" Zhang Ruoxu suppressed a roar, stating, "He is a genius. The elders of the sect cherish him too dearly to allow him to perish. While he may be sent for training, he will certainly be provided with 1 or 2 life-preserving treasures. Such treatment has nothing to do with us." Mu Qing sighed in resignation. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Ruoxu replied, "We must hasten the foundation establishment. That young man Lin Mu is our savior. You should first probe him and request his assistance in refining the gathering spirit pills. We are in dire need of a substantial quantity of these pills. If we have an ample supply, within 6 months, we could successfully establish our foundations. Moreover, Each of us possesses a foundation establishment pill, which we should refrain from consuming at this moment. Should we fail in our attempt to establish our foundations, we can utilize the pill to break through the bottleneck, thereby increasing our chances of success. Mu Qing responded, I shall give it a try and endeavor to persuade him to assist us in pill refinement. However, how many gathering spirit pills do we need to reach the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, the 10th layer? Zhang Ruoxa murmured. Based on the experience of our intersect seniors, I estimate that each of us will require at least 300 vials to ensure a success rate exceeding 70%. We can enlist help to procure around 200 vials from the 100 Treasures Pavilion, and you can solicit an additional 100 vials from the male disciples. The remaining 300 vials should be entrusted to Lin Mu for refinement. Mu Qing listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement with Zhang Ruoxa's plan. This entails 300 materials. After half a month, you should seek his assistance again. I approached him just a few days ago. Your visit now may raise his suspicions. Present him with the storage ring and request that he refine everything within a month. If he is unwilling, you must persuade him by any means necessary. Zhang Ruoxa handed her a storage ring, emphasizing his instructions. Mu Qing bit her lip. I will do my best. Zhang Ruoxa nodded. At present, he is still of use to us. We should not act against him immediately. However, after he establishes his foundation, the situation will be different. I am quite intrigued by the secrets he harbors. If he truly possesses talent, why has it not manifested before? It is remarkable that he has recently risen to the 7th layer of Qi refinement in less than a year. Such progress is indeed enviable. Mu Qing remarked. It is indeed puzzling, yet his recent behavior has been consistent with reason, without revealing any flaws. All the pills have indeed been refined by his own hands. Zhang Ruoxa stood up. Then let him enjoy his freedom for a few more days. Our immediate priority is the gathering spirit pills. No matter what, you must ensure he assists us in pill refinement. After a brief pause, he added, even if it requires sacrificing your beauty. With that, he exited the quiet chamber, gently closing the door behind him. Once Zhang Ruoxa departed, Mu Qing sat motionless in the dimly lit room, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. In the moonlit space, 6 acres thrived in lush greenery, a sight that invigorated the spirit. Lin Mu continued his routine of watering the spiritual herbs. With a few hand gestures, white clouds materialized before him. As the azure water technique took form, droplets fell softly, infused with a sense of life. Lin Mu paused, the rain ceasing abruptly. Life's essence? He was perplexed. He performed the gesture once more and confirmed that indeed, there was a vital energy present. The raindrops seemed to come alive, resonating with an inexplicable connection to him. Lin Mu, with deft hand movements, found himself able to manipulate the rain freely, transforming clouds into mist at will. Has the azure water technique advanced again? Lin Mu pondered, uncertainty lingering in his heart. In the fundamental 5 elements technique, all incantations are only discussed up to the 3rd tier, with no mention of the subsequent realms. Yet, Lin Mu is certain that this is not the mere azure water technique of the 3rd tier. The rain is imbued with a subtle essence, incomparable to what it was before. If such irrigation were to be administered regularly, the yield of the spiritual valley could increase by at least 20%. The azure water technique has been Lin Mu's most frequently utilized incantation. Stagnant in its progression until today, what could have prompted this sudden transformation? Could it be that Lin Mu recalls the recently mastered stellar refining technique, which, upon reaching the spirit as silk realm, has significantly refined his consciousness? Although quantitatively it may not differ much from many Qi refining practitioners, qualitatively, it can now rival the consciousness of foundation establishment practitioners. Consciousness and spiritual power form the foundation for the execution of all incantations. Qi refining practitioners, limited by their consciousness, can only learn low-tier elemental techniques, such as the fire-based fireball technique or the earth-based dust-raising technique, among others. Low-tier techniques, once executed, are left to their own devices, and the practitioner has no further control over them, relying solely on precision and speed to strike their foes. However, upon reaching foundation establishment, one can learn mid-tier techniques, which not only surpass low-tier techniques in power, but also allow the practitioner to maintain control over the technique's trajectory after execution. This explains why Qi refining practitioners find it exceedingly difficult to defeat their foundation establishment counterparts. Emulating this, Lin Mu was delighted to discover that the Crimson Fire technique, Metal of Gong, and Thick Earth technique all underwent transformations akin to the Azure Water technique. Upon advancing to the 4th tier, the Crimson Fire technique exhibited a power level that, while only slightly superior to the low-tier Fireball technique, underwent a monumental change in control. Lin Mu could now manipulate the fireballs he unleashed with remarkable ease, marking a qualitative shift. Imagine, previously, evading a fireball technique required only a sidestep. Now, however, these fireballs can pursue from behind after one attempts to evade, rendering defense nearly impossible. This single alteration has led Lin Mu to realize that his strength has at least doubled. Should he now confront Ma Huayuan? Lin Mu is confident he could dispatch him within 3 moves. The power of a tracking gung metal sword is something Ma Huayuan would be utterly incapable of resisting. Lin Mu was further astonished to discover that even the notoriously challenging herbaceous technique advanced 2 tiers, achieving the 3rd tier. He felt fortunate that the 100 low-grade spiritual stones he invested were not in vain. The efficacy of the stellar refining technique left him in awe. Just at the 1st tier, the spirit as Silk Realm has transformed him entirely. His cultivation talent and consciousness have both ascended dramatically. Lin Mu is assured that, although he is merely at the 7th level of Qi refining, he would face no worthy adversaries within the Qinyu Sword Sect. The planting techniques, now comparable to mid-tier incantations, should not be underestimated by anyone. The crimson flames danced upon his palm, their searing heat seemingly unnoticed by Lin Mu. The 4th tier of the Crimson Fire technique. A smile graced Lin Mu's lips. Upon reaching the spirit as Silk Realm, the Crimson Fire technique, Metal of Gung, Azure Water technique, and Thick Earth technique all ascended to the 4th tier. Among the outer disciples, while he may not be invincible, he is certainly more than capable of self-preservation. Due to the recent brilliance radiating from the gate, which has drawn considerable attention, Lin Mu decided to temporarily retreat into obscurity, choosing to cultivate his innate talents within the moon spiral space, setting aside his consumption of spirit-gathering pills for the time being. While a substantial intake of these pills could lead to rapid advancements in his cultivation, Lin Mu discerned the inherent drawbacks. Such hastily acquired spiritual energy lacks a solid foundation, rendering its application somewhat unwieldy. Lin Mu resolved to engage in self-cultivation for a period, aiming to stabilize his realm before resorting to elixirs to break through his bottleneck. Upon achieving the state of consciousness akin to silk, Lin Mu's cultivation aptitude had become comparable to that of most ordinary disciples. Now, even without relying on pills, the abundant spiritual energy and time dilation within the moon spiral space allowed his cultivation speed to rival that of exceptionally gifted individuals. During this period, Lin Mu intended to delve into the jade slips he had procured from the scripture pavilion. He casually picked up one slip, which detailed methods for conserving 1% of spiritual energy during alchemical processes. This particular slip intrigued him the most. In the scripture pavilion, this jade slip had been relegated to the corner as mere scrap, for many cultivators dismissed the significance of that saved 1% of energy. Most practitioners only produce 3 to 5 bottles of elixirs a day, their own spiritual energy sufficient for their needs. Thus, the impact of that 1% was negligible. Furthermore, the techniques recorded in the slip were exceedingly intricate, with detailed descriptions of energy output and release, requiring considerable effort to master. Most cultivators believed that the time spent on this was better utilized in crafting numerous elixirs, even if some energy could be conserved. The efficiency remained largely unchanged compared to their original methods. Consequently, learning such techniques appeared to be an exercise in futility. However, Lin Mu held a different perspective. He believed this jade slip was particularly suited to him. He typically crafted around 20 bottles of elixirs daily, and if each batch could save 1% of spiritual energy, he would conserve 1/5 of it by day's end. While this 1/5 may seem trivial, it could potentially elevate his daily production to at least 21 bottles. Moreover, Lin Mu was not short-sighted. As his cultivation progressed, the significance of that 1/5 of energy would also amplify. 1/5 of energy at the 7th layer of Qi refinement could enable Lin Mu to produce an additional bottle of spirit-gathering pills daily. What about at the 8th layer? The 9th? The 10th? The answer is evident. Certainly, the quantities would increase. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting wood. This jade slip could significantly enhance Lin Mu's alchemical skills. He dedicated 3 days to thoroughly study the contents of the slip. The techniques recorded were indeed quite complex and dazzling. However, through the trials of the herbwood technique, Lin Mu's finger techniques had markedly improved. The methods within the jade slip, when compared to the herbwood technique, were akin to a minor sorcerer gazing up at a great wizard. With just a bit of practice, he could wield the techniques inscribed in the slip with ease. Yet, the spiritual herbs within the moon spiral space had yet to mature, necessitating a few more days of patience for practice. In his spare time during cultivation, Lin Mu began to browse through the other jade slips he had purchased previously. Within these jade slips lie numerous ingenious ideas, yet most lack practical utility and fail to gain public recognition. Much of the content eludes Lin Mu's complete understanding, leaving him at a loss when it comes to application. He can only glance through them, allowing a smile to escape. Up until the last jade slip, Lin Mu maintained a demeanor of mild amusement and ease. However, upon grasping the final jade slip, a myriad of expressions flickered across his face: astonishment, admiration, excitement, and longing danced in his eyes, which sparkled with vitality. This particular jade slip was neither a cultivation technique nor a spell nor a sword formula. Yet, its contents left Lin Mu in awe, lamenting his own ignorance. This jade slip was titled Chronicles of the Wanderings of Wuyazi. It meticulously chronicled the amusing anecdotes from Wuyazi's travels, with many tales eliciting hearty laughter. Yet, amidst his excitement, Lin Mu felt predominantly astonished and appreciative. He savored the contents of the jade slip, unable to part with it. While the stories were captivating, Lin Mu found himself more enchanted by the world depicted within, the myriad of places igniting a yearning in his heart. As Lin Mu meticulously unraveled the tales, he distilled the essence of the jade slip's contents as follows: the 3,000 realms of cultivators. This phrase captivated him above all else. Until now, Lin Mu had presumed that the realm he inhabited was sufficiently vast. However, after joining the Qianyu Sword Sect and soaring across thousands of miles with the elders to reach the sect, he realized how limited his perspective had been. To cultivators, Immortal Dynasty is but a speck on the map. A mere day's sword flight could traverse an entire dynasty. Upon arriving at the Qianyu Sword Sect, Lin Mu believed he had broadened his horizons, far surpassing those of mere mortals. Yet, after perusing the jade slip, he discovered he remained a frog in a well. According to Wuyazi, the realm of cultivation encompasses 3,000 realms, which refers to the aforementioned 3,000 realms of cultivators. The Qianyu Sword Sect is merely a drop in the ocean, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Under its jurisdiction, there are 3 major dynasties: the New Song, the former Tang, and the Great Jin. Each dynasty boasts vast territories, spanning at least thousands of miles. The population of each dynasty exceeds 10 million, with the Great Jin boasting over 100 million inhabitants. Lin Mu hails from a remote town in the former Tang, which had suffered 3 consecutive years of drought, resulting in crop failures and widespread famine, with corpses strewn across the land. It was during this dire time that an elder from the Qianyu Sword Sect selected him, granting him refuge from calamity. After entering the sect, Lin Mu believed the world was limited to what he had experienced. He thought that as long as he established a foundation in the Qianyu Sword Sect and became an inner disciple, success was merely a matter of time. He envisioned returning to the former Tang as a city lord, an easily attainable dream. However, after reading the jade slip, Lin Mu realized he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. The seemingly formidable Qianyu Sword Sect was merely an average sect within the Tianshao realm. There are approximately a dozen such sects in the Tianshao realm. The territorial influence of the Qianyu Sword Sect pales in comparison to that of the renowned Wushuang Sword Sect. Within the Qianyu Sword Sect, the number of practitioners barely exceeds 10,000. In stark contrast, the Wushuang Sword Sect boasts over 100,000 cultivators. Just as Lin Mu believed the Tianshao realm to be immensely vast, he discovered through the travelogue of Wuyazi that the Tianshao realm is merely a subordinate realm of the Kunlun realm. Among the 3,000 realms, Tianshao ranks at the very bottom, reliant on the protection of Kunlun for its existence. Under the jurisdiction of Kunlun, there are dozens of such minor realms as Tianshao. The Kunlun realm is highly esteemed among the 3,000 realms, regarded as a major realm, yet it is not invincible. Kunlun is merely a gathering place for sword cultivators. Within the vast multitude of practitioners, there also exist Buddhist, demon, and miscellaneous cultivators. For instance, the Buddhist community in the West, represented by the Lingguang realm, can contend with Kunlun, while the Wuju realm, home to miscellaneous cultivators, is also comparable to Kunlun. The demon and devil cultivators, 2 factions that are fundamentally at odds with humanity, wield considerable power as well, each governing several major realms. At this juncture, Lin Mu comprehended the vastness of the world and his own insignificance. Currently, he is but an outer disciple of the Qianyu Sword Sect, unnoticed even by the higher echelons of the sect. The meager achievements he has garnered hardly warrant pride. The journey ahead remains long. Presently, Lin Mu's sole concern is for his parents. He yearns to establish his foundation swiftly and return to visit them. This has been his unwavering pursuit. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he also aspires to traverse the bizarre and wondrous 3,000 realms, embarking on thrilling adventures akin to a Yazi. Just as Lin Mu's heart brimmed with anticipation for the future, a resounding bell tolled through the valley. Dong, dong, dong. The bell's chime was melodious and crisp, neither hurried nor slow. Lin Mu was startled. He had only heard such a bell since joining the Qianyu Sword Sect on one occasion. Surely, a significant event must be unfolding. He hastily rose from the mat and rushed towards Qianyu Peak. Lin Mu arrived at Qianyu Peak, where the area in front of the Qianyu Great Hall was already teeming with people. Numerous disciples continued to arrive, creating a bustling scene. The square in front of the Great Hall was filled with a cacophony of voices, with discussions flowing like a tide. Lin Mu found a secluded corner to stand in, surrounded by strangers. However, the people nearby recognized him and greeted him warmly, to which Lin Mu responded with polite nods. The sound of bells echoed through the valley, their lingering tones resonating in the air. Disciples from various peaks hurriedly made their way, and the outer disciples before the Qianyu Great Hall continued to gather in increasing numbers. In the 4 years since Lin Mu entered the sect, he had witnessed such a grand occasion only once before. On the high platform in front of the Great Hall, a long table made of zeton wood was set up, with 5 chairs neatly arranged behind it. Disciples from the law enforcement hall maintained order at the edges, while Luo Qin stood proudly in midair, surveying the crowd. Lin Mu remained silent in his corner, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. The murmurs of those around him occasionally reached his ears, filled with various speculations. This must be something significant, a disciple exclaimed from a distance, his voice booming and clearly audible even to Lin Mu. Isn't it obvious? If there were no important matters, why would they summon all the outer disciples? Someone nearby scoffed. Intrigued, another voice chimed in. I wouldn't be surprised if one of the elders in the sect had passed away. This speculation was bold and unrestrained. Immediately, someone rebutted. You fool, stop talking nonsense. You're only making a laughingstock of yourself. The loudmouth dismissed their concerns, saying, What is there to fear? Are we not allowed to speak? Upon hearing the commotion, the disciples from the law enforcement hall quickly approached to restore order. Do not create a disturbance. In a moment, you shall know. Came a cold and commanding voice, accompanied by a piercing gaze directed at the loud individual. The once boisterous speaker faltered under the intense scrutiny and fell silent, his bravado evaporating. Chi Feng, with keen eyes, spotted Lin Mu in the corner and nodded with a smile. Lin Mu promptly returned the gesture, his face brightening with joy. After ensuring the area was calm, Chi Feng hurried off to attend to other matters. The wait was not long. Moments later, enchanting celestial music floated down from the heavens, melodious and sweet, captivating all who heard it. The raucous atmosphere fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. It was the Taishang Anshan Chu, the Taishang Anshan Chu of the Ice Fairy. From the skies above, a billowing cloud descended, upon which stood 5 exalted figures, exuding an ethereal grace, seemingly ready to ascend into the heavens. To the left stood a stunning fairy, her expression icy, gently blowing into a jade flute, the enchanting melodies emanating from her lips. She was the only woman among the 4 elders of the sect, the Ice Fairy. In front of her stood a middle-aged cultivator clad in a green robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. This was none other than the sect leader of the Qianyu Sword Sect, Shi Han. Lin Mu's gaze drifted past these 2 most striking figures and settled on the elder with the longest beard, the most senior among the 4 elders, Luo Yin. It was he who, through a moment of kindness, had welcomed Lin Mu into the sect, and for that, Lin Mu felt profound gratitude. Elder Luo Yin appeared remarkably ordinary, clad in a simple robe, making him quite inconspicuous among the other elders. The leaders of the Qianyu Sword Sect had gathered together. As the faint sound of the flute faded away, auspicious clouds slowly descended before the grand hall. As soon as the sect master and the elders landed, Luo Qin led the law enforcement hall and thousands of outer disciples in a respectful bow. We pay our respects to the sect master. Their voices rang in unison. The sect master, Shi Huan, nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he said, Please, be seated. Yes. The assembly promptly settled down, sitting cross-legged upon the ground. After exchanging pleasantries with the 4 elders, Sect Master Shi Huan took his place at the zeton table. He sat in the center, with the Ice Fairy on his left and Elder Luo Yin on his far right. Lin Mu sat upon the cool stone floor, quietly awaiting the proceedings along with those around him. Taking a gentle sip of tea, Shi Huan spoke with a deliberate tone. The purpose of this gathering, alongside the esteemed elders, is to convey an important matter. The 4 elders remained silent beside him. Shi Huan continued, according to tradition, The Outer Disciples competition occurs once every 5 years, and it is still a year away. However, after a discussion with the elders, we have decided to advance it. Your time in the sect has not been short. Some of you have been here for 4 years at the least, with many having been here for 30 or even 40 years. Nevertheless, as long as you remain Outer Disciples, you are eligible to participate in this upcoming competition. Lin Mu listened intently from below, having never before heard of the Outer Disciples competition, and was entirely unaware of its particulars. I have 2 stipulations for this competition, Shi Huan declared. Firstly, disciples at the 9th or 10th level of Qi refinement must participate. Those who refuse shall face 3 years of wall-sitting. Secondly, no deliberate harm to another's life is permitted. Those who violate this rule shall have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. His voice was stern and icy, devoid of any emotion. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd. The severity of these stipulations was palpable, each more severe than the last. The assembly felt a chill of trepidation. Yet, Shi Huan followed with a warm smile. Of course, this competition is of great significance to the sect, so the rewards are substantial. The first place will receive a high-grade magical artifact and a foundation establishment pill. The remaining 4 will each receive a mid-grade magical artifact and a foundation establishment pill. Instantly, the crowd's eyes glimmered with excitement. Mid-grade magical artifacts were extremely valuable. A low-grade artifact required dozens of low-grade spirit stones, while a mid-grade artifact would demand at least hundreds. And a quality mid-grade artifact could reach over 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Most enticing was the reward for first place, with a high-grade magical artifact costing no less than 10 times that of a mid-grade artifact, requiring thousands, even tens of thousands, of spirit stones. At present, Lin Mu held little interest in these magical artifacts. His sole desire was to establish his foundation. Each of the top 5 rewards included a foundation establishment pill, which was his most coveted treasure. Until now, no one in the sect had revealed how to obtain a foundation establishment pill. This method presented itself as a potential shortcut. As the murmurs of excitement began to rise, Shi Huan's voice rang out once more, silencing the assembly. This competition is of utmost importance. The sect's supply of foundation establishment pills is dwindling, and should one fail to secure a ranking this time, there will be no foundation establishment pills for the next 5 years. With a smile, Shi Huan continued to lay down the law. This sentence, akin to a clap of thunder, fell upon Lin Mu's ears. 5 years. For him, 5 years may not seem like an eternity. Yet, it has been 5 years since he departed from home, and he remains utterly oblivious to the current circumstances there. His concerns for his parents have lingered heavily on his mind. If it were to take another 5 years for him to establish a foundation, Lin Mu fears he may not have the fortitude to wait. Take some time to consider whether you wish to participate, Shi Huan stated. This is a test for you within the sect. Should you perform commendably, I and several elders shall personally offer guidance. These words ignited a fervor among the disciples present. The prospect of receiving direct instruction from the sect leader and elders surpasses the efficacy of any elixir. Such an opportunity is a rare blessing in a lifetime. The grand competition is set to unfold in 2 months. Prepare well, Shi Huan commanded. You may leave now. With that, the 5 departed upon their cloud-like mounts, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. The arrival had been hasty, and so was their departure. Luo Chen and the disciples of the law enforcement hall began to disperse the multitude of external disciples. Many bore expressions of delight, clamoring to participate in the upcoming contest. Lin Mu walked out of Qianyu Peak alongside the others, a singular thought swirling in his mind. Should he enter the competition? Upon returning to his secluded chamber, Lin Mu hurried to contemplate the matter of the external disciples' competition with utmost seriousness. Currently, he has only just reached the 7th layer of Qi refining. Competing against those at the 9th or 10th layers would place him at a distinct disadvantage. After all, the disparity in cultivation levels is significant, and the nuances of techniques cannot dictate the outcome alone. Given their prowess, even a low-tier technique like the fireball spell could prove overwhelming for Lin Mu. A single misstep might lead to severe injury, or even a wound that could never heal. At present, he enjoys considerable favor within the sect, attracting both allies and envious adversaries. Should they seize an opportunity to strike, Lin Mu cannot be certain he would evade their malice. Although the sect leader, Shi Huan, has sternly decreed that no harm may come to a fellow disciple, those with ill intentions could easily ensure his incapacitation without taking his life, thus bending the rules. Such a fate, where he would become a mere shell of his former self, is utterly unacceptable to Lin Mu. If he refrains from participating, he is confident that, In 5 years' time, he will undoubtedly succeed in establishing his foundation. Yet, the thought of his parents, far away in their homeland, pierces his heart with anguish. The image of his father kneeling before elder Luoyin, pleading desperately, with bloodied wounds still fresh in his memory, brings him no peace. He must participate. He cannot afford to wait another 5 years. The longer he delays, the deeper his internal torment becomes. Not only must he enter, but he must also strive to secure a place among the top 5. A steely resolve flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Should anyone cross him, he would retaliate with doubled fervor. Once he made this resolution, the tension in his heart eased, allowing him to thoughtfully consider the upcoming competition. The gathering called by the sect leader and the 4 elders, while seemingly grand, was more thunderous than impactful. The 4 elders merely sat in silence, not uttering a word. Even when the sect leader, Shiwei Huan, briefly outlined the grand competition, he refrained from delving into specifics. This lack of detail emanated an air of mystery, suggesting that something was being concealed. Lin Mu found himself perplexed by these uncertainties. Unable to arrive at a satisfactory resolution, he decided to set aside his concerns and strategize on how to approach the upcoming contest. In truth, Lin Mu harbored a modicum of confidence. Given his current prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish practitioners at the 8th level of Qi refinement and stand on equal footing with those at the 9th level. However, should he encounter a practitioner at the 10th level, he would have to concede defeat. With a stroke of extraordinary luck, there might be a chance for the weaker to triumph over the stronger, but Lin Mu had little faith in fortune. He believed that only genuine strength could provide him with reassurance. Based on Lin Mu's estimations, the Qinyu Sword Sect likely boasted no fewer than 10 practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement. These formidable individuals would serve as the backbone of the competition, while the rest would merely partake in a perfunctory display. Of course, the emergence of some prodigious talents could not be entirely ruled out. Lin Mu had heard that Luoyin had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of Qi refinement and, with 2 months remaining before the contest, was poised to break through to the 9th level with ease. Thanks to his brother, Luochen, the chief disciple of the enforcement hall, Luoyin had begun studying sword techniques during his Qi refinement phase, thus officially becoming a sword practitioner. The formidable offensive capabilities of a sword practitioner far surpassed those of ordinary outer disciples. Lin Mu firmly believed that Luo Yun's abilities would render him a worthy opponent even against practitioners at the 10th level. Although Lin Mu had only just reached the 7th level of Qi refinement and harbored aspirations of becoming a sword practitioner, he recognized that, within the span of 2 months, mastering an impressive sword technique was implausible. Rather than squander time on such pursuits, he resolved to enhance the potency of his own techniques. With 2 months at his disposal, Lin Mu was confident he could elevate his cultivation to the 8th level of Qi refinement. At that juncture, he would be capable of contending with practitioners at the 10th level. In terms of offensive power, his 4th-layer technique, the Gung Jinju, was unparalleled and extraordinarily sharp, alleviating any concerns on that front. However, Lin Mu acknowledged a significant weakness in his defenses. Most practitioners at the Qi refinement stage focused on cultivating techniques, while only a select few, typically those of considerable wealth, managed to forge a low-grade magical artifact. Such strength was not vastly superior to Lin Mu's own. Nonetheless, these lower-tier techniques should not be underestimated. For instance, Lin Mu's Gung Jinju could penetrate the bodies of practitioners, exhibiting formidable attacking power. The Gung Jinju he had learned was merely a planning-type technique. Authentic metal-based techniques, such as the low-grade Jinjinju, also wielded tremendous power. Naturally, when compared to the 4th-layer Gung Jinju, they fell slightly short. Even so, a single Jinjinju could potentially lead to Lin Mu's demise. Fortunately, practitioners endowed with metal spiritual roots were few and far between. However, one could not dismiss the possibility of individuals possessing dual spiritual roots, deliberately concealing their abilities. Even if they mastered the Jinjinju, they might choose to remain silent. This was akin to Lin Mu's previous encounter with Ma Huiyuan, where he bewildered Ma with an array of techniques before delivering a lethal strike with the Gung Jinju. Techniques like the Jinjunju possessed immense destructive capability. A mere moment's inattention could result in severe injury, leading to inevitable defeat. However, these spells are not without countermeasures. After all, they are low-tier techniques. If a cultivator possesses agility and swiftness, merely evading them can lead to a narrow escape. Lin Mu's intention was to enhance his own agility. If he could move with such swiftness that not a single leaf would touch him, no matter how formidable the spells may be, they could not harm him. Having made this decision, Lin Mu took some spirit stones and headed straight to the scripture repository. Upon arriving at the falling sunset peak, Lin Mu entered the scripture repository. Among the numerous wooden shelves, he carefully selected and finally found 2 suitable jade slips on the auxiliary shelf. Among the various spells that could enhance a cultivator's agility, 2 stood out: the wind control technique and the divine movement technique. Spells are categorized into 5 elements, and without the corresponding spiritual root, one cannot learn them. For instance, a cultivator with a fire-type single spiritual root would be incapable of mastering the water technique. However, there exist neutral spells that any spiritual root can learn, such as the wind control technique, the divine movement technique, and the sound transmission technique. Though these spells may lack immense power and are primarily auxiliary in nature, their abundance allows for significant utility when employed correctly, enabling cultivators with single spiritual roots to access a considerable number of spells. Of course, these considerations were of little consequence to Lin Mu, who possessed a 5-element spiritual root, although he could not rival those with single spiritual roots in terms of cultivation speed. His choices and spells far surpassed theirs. The wind control technique and the divine movement technique both enhance mobility, yet they emphasize different aspects. As the name suggests, the wind control technique allows cultivators to glide briefly, leaping several dozen feet with ease. In contrast, while the divine movement technique does not permit aerial flight, it offers superior speed on the ground compared to the wind control technique. After contemplating this, Lin Mu concluded that the wind control technique was more suitable for him, especially when facing fire-type cultivators. When confronted with a barrage of fireballs, evasion becomes nearly impossible. However, if he could suddenly leap into the air, dodging these fireballs would require little effort. While the divine movement technique is slightly faster, it lacks the versatility of the wind control technique. Holding the jade slip containing the wind control technique, Lin Mu approached the elderly guardian and presented his spirit stones. To his astonishment, this low-tier technique was priced at 60 low-grade spirit stones, leaving Lin Mu speechless. It was surprising that such a simple spell commanded such a high price. It is no wonder the elders do not recommend Qi refinement stage cultivators to pursue spell learning, as most cultivators simply cannot afford it. Lin Mu felt fortunate that the first spell he learned was the basic 5 elements techniques. Although the planting techniques may initially lack the potency of low-tier spells, they are remarkably affordable. After rigorous practice, the 3rd level of the planting techniques has already matched low-tier spells in efficacy. Now, the 4th level of the planting techniques has surpassed low-tier spells, achieving a level of control comparable to mid-tier techniques. With the jade slip in hand, Lin Mu bowed slightly to the elder and slowly exited the scripture repository. After leaving, the elder watched Lin Mu's retreating figure, a faint hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Mu proceeded to the meditation room. Taking out the jade slip containing the knowledge of the wind manipulation technique, Lin Mu began to infuse it with spiritual energy and carefully study its contents. Having dabbled in various elemental techniques, Lin Mu had made notable progress in this realm. Thus, the learning of the wind manipulation technique was a familiar endeavor. Once he comprehended the essence of the jade slip, Lin Mu commenced his attempts at practicing the technique. With a subtle gesture of his hands, Lin Mu felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping him, as if he were floating. A flicker of joy sparkled in his eyes as he stepped out of the tranquil chamber and into the courtyard. Beneath the ancient trees, he diligently practiced, just as he had before. As time passed, he executed the wind manipulation technique with increasing frequency, feeling himself grow ever lighter, as if he might soar away on the breeze. By nightfall, Lin Mu's efforts bore fruit. With the aid of the technique, he found his feet hovering half a foot above the ground, buoyed by an unseen wind that allowed him to glide freely. However, the limitations of the wind's strength rendered his movements slow, and he could only remain suspended for a brief moment. Nonetheless, an authentic joy welled within him. This was his first experience of true flight, transcending the mortal realm and moving effortlessly through the air. As Lin Mu's mastery of the wind manipulation technique deepened, he was able to linger in the air for increasingly longer durations, even reaching greater heights, where he could pluck leaves from the trees with ease. For 3 consecutive days, he devoted himself to practicing the technique. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, he had ascended over 10 feet, and his time aloft extended to the duration of half a stick of incense. At this point, his command of the wind manipulation technique had improved significantly, sufficient for typical circumstances. However, against Ma Huayuan's multiple fireball techniques, his chances of evasion remained slim. As he had yet to master the art of precise control, the execution of the wind manipulation technique required a certain amount of time, prompting Lin Mu to focus on enhancing its speed. While the technique's hand gestures were not overly demanding, its energy consumption ranked among the highest for low-tier techniques. Lin Mu's inability to achieve instinctive control was partly due to his lower cultivation level and partly a result of his insufficient familiarity with the technique. Mastery in any art requires countless hours of practice. It cannot be forced but must be earned through diligence. With 2 months remaining until the grand competition, Lin Mu had ample time to practice at a leisurely pace. In addition to honing the wind manipulation technique, he also dedicated time to cultivating within the celestial moon space. No longer did he harbor thoughts of concealing his brilliance. He approached his training with renewed fervor. Each day, he consumed a bottle of spirit-gathering pills to aid in his cultivation. After advancing to the 7th level of Qi refinement, he had acclimated to the effects of the pills. For him, daily consumption resulted in a moderate increase in his cultivation, all within his control, allowing him to manage his internal spiritual energy with ease. However, Lin Mu simultaneously discovered that as the quantity of spirit-gathering pills he consumed increased, their effectiveness diminished significantly. Initially, Lin Mu required only 30 bottles of spirit-gathering pills to progress from the 6th to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Yet now, he estimated that he would need at least over 100 bottles solely to advance from the 7th to the 8th layer. This was an inevitable reality. The spirit-gathering pill was merely a low-grade pill, and as one's cultivation advanced, its efficacy would naturally wane. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, the spirit-gathering pill would lose all effectiveness. The days of cultivation were exceptionally monotonous, devoid of any joy, demanding nothing but perseverance and diligence. Every night, Lin Mu practiced the wind control technique in the courtyard, while during the day, he meditated and cultivated within the moon rotation space. Life passed by in a busy yet fulfilling manner. This routine lasted for merely 8 days before the spiritual herbs within the moon rotation space matured once again. The intoxicating fragrance of the herbs enveloped him, and Lin Mu found himself entranced amidst the plants. The yield this time was no different from the previous occasions, except that under Lin Mu's careful cultivation, he had planted a greater quantity of the 8 types of spiritual herbs required for refining spirit-gathering pills. After spending a day gathering all the herbs into his small dwelling, he managed to prepare materials for 500 portions of spirit-gathering pills, which was an increase of 200 portions compared to last time. Following this harvest, Lin Mu acutely sensed a profound desire for spirit-gathering pills. The later stages of cultivation demanded an even greater quantity of these pills. Initially, he believed that the 500 bottles would suffice to support his advancement to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. However, it now seemed that reaching the 9th layer would be a considerable achievement. Lin Mu utilized the earth spirit hoe once more to till the land, deciding this time to dedicate all his spiritual fields to the cultivation of the 8 types of spiritual herbs needed for the spirit-gathering pills. After spending another day, he completed the planting across 6 acres of spiritual fields. The number of plants was tremendous. Lin Mu estimated that upon maturation, he could reap at least 1,200 portions of materials. Such an abundance would be sufficient to sustain him until he reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement. With the planting concluded, Lin Mu felt a sense of relief. Life returned to its previous rhythm, with daily practice of the wind control technique and diligent cultivation. Besides his cultivation efforts, Lin Mu also devoted time to practicing the techniques he had previously learned, namely, the metal transformation technique, the scarlet fire technique, the azure water technique, and the earth technique, ensuring he did not become rusty in his skills. Even the star refinement technique was not neglected. As he dedicated a portion of each day to its rigorous practice, his spiritual awareness had reached a level akin to that of a silken thread. Although qualitatively it could rival that of practitioners in the foundation establishment stage, quantitatively it still resembled the spiritual awareness of a 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner, slightly inferior to that of an 8th layer practitioner. The star refinement technique contained methods for refining spiritual awareness, and Lin Mu practiced diligently each day, sensing gradual progress. Though the improvements were modest, accumulation over time led to significant achievements. To his surprise, Lin Mu discovered a method within the star refinement technique for utilizing spiritual awareness. This technique, known as the spiritual awareness needle, allowed one to condense their spiritual awareness into a fine needle and release it to attack the opponent's sea of consciousness, potentially inducing a momentary dizziness in the target. In the midst of confrontation, a fleeting moment of dizziness can determine victory or defeat, and even life or death. However, the mind needle possesses its drawbacks. It cannot be executed against those with superior consciousness, as such an attempt would result in a backlash, causing turmoil in the sea of consciousness and inflicting significant harm. Once the consciousness is wounded, recovery is arduous, and even if healing is possible, it requires an extensive period. Furthermore, the conditions for wielding the mind needle are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, one must attain the realm of consciousness as delicate as a thread. Secondly, a steadfast will and an unwavering belief are essential to shatter the opponent's defenses and penetrate their sea of consciousness, inducing a state of dizziness. Lin Mu has a particular fondness for this mind needle. In the grand competition, all participants are at the chi refining stage, and there are none whose consciousness exceeds his. Should Lin Mu suddenly employ the mind needle in battle, it would undoubtedly catch his adversaries off guard. This technique can serve as a clandestine measure to conquer foes. Yet, mastering the mind needle is no simple feat. It necessitates the extreme refinement of consciousness to release a minuscule needle that infiltrates the opponent's sea of consciousness. This process is excruciating, as each attempt at refining his consciousness leaves Lin Mu with waves of dizziness, at times accompanied by splitting headaches that render him nearly incapacitated. The pain, akin to a relentless onslaught of needles, is overwhelming. Despite the torment, Lin Mu perseveres through his practice, emerging each time drenched in sweat. His fingers pale from clenching in agony. It takes 5 days for Lin Mu to barely master the mind needle. At the very least, his mind no longer spins when he attempts it. However, its potency remains untested, and he can only await the commencement of the outer sect disciples' competition to ascertain its true efficacy. On this particular day, Lin Mu, as usual, practices the wind control technique in the courtyard. Just as he reaches a fervent state, a series of knocks at the door interrupts his training, leaving him momentarily vexed. After straightening his attire and gathering his composure, Lin Mu proceeds to open the door. Upon doing so, he nearly stands frozen in astonishment. A woman of ethereal beauty graces the threshold, her smile radiant. It is none other than Mu Qing. Lin Mu hastily diverts his gaze, bowing slightly in respect. "Senior sister." Mu Qing replies with a smile, "Forgive the intrusion, junior brother, no need for formalities." Her smile is so enchanting that it seems to dim the very world around him. And Lin Mu feels as if the surrounding scenery has faded away, leaving only her smile etched in his mind, impossible to erase. With a start, Lin Mu steadies his thoughts, silently invoking the stellar refinement technique to fortify his sea of consciousness. In that fleeting moment, he nearly falters, entranced by Mu Qing's beauty. What formidable charm she wields! Lin Mu suddenly comprehends the reason behind her immense popularity within the sect. It turns out she has mastered a potent charm technique, exuding an indescribable allure in her every gesture, captivating those around her. Were it not for his practice of the stellar refinement technique, which has brought him to the realm of consciousness as delicate as a thread, he might have succumbed to her enchanting allure. Reflecting on this nearly disastrous encounter fills Lin Mu with trepidation. Daring not to meet her gaze any longer, he calmly inquires, "What brings you here, senior sister?" Mu Qing smiled gently. "It's no great matter. For you, junior brother, it is but a trifling effort. I wish to request your assistance in alchemy." Lin Mu, ever vigilant, remained unfazed by her smile. "I recall recently assisting sister in refining 80 bottles of spirit-gathering pills." "Why the need for more?" Lin Mu inquired with a chuckle. "To be candid, I aim to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Thus my substantial need for spirit-gathering pills," Mu Qing replied with earnestness, a statement that bore a semblance of truth yet remained somewhat deceptive. Lin Mu was taken aback. "Does sister not intend to participate in the sect's grand competition?" "The sect master has mandated that those at the 9th and 10th levels of chi refining must engage. That is precisely why I am so eager to establish my foundation," Mu Qing remarked with a smile. "As a wood affinity practitioner, my offensive capabilities are weak and my defense is pitiful. Competing would only lead to humiliation. It is far better to establish my foundation early and extricate myself from this conflict." Lin Mu remained non-committal, sensing the numerous inconsistencies in her words. Mu Qing had not revealed her true thoughts. If she genuinely feared injury, her beauty would afford her an immediate concession or a mere performance on stage. It was likely that many male disciples would not object. As far as Lin Mu was aware, there were nearly 2,000 male disciples enamored with her. Her words seemed merely to placate. Why the urgency to establish her foundation? What connection was there between her haste and the sect master's requirement for participation? Both were shrouded in mystery. With scant information provided by the sect master and evasive responses from Mu Qing, Lin Mu discerned that this grand competition was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Beneath the surface, tumultuous currents swirled, each individual harboring their own motives and schemes. Yet Lin Mu understood that in pursuit of the foundation establishment pill, He must partake in the competition. He felt as if he stood on the cusp of an impending storm. What was destined to arrive would inevitably do so, and evasion was futile. How many? Lin Mu pondered for a moment before asking. A flicker of joy crossed Mu Qing's face. 300 portions. Upon uttering this, she sensed the inappropriateness of her words and quickly added, I realize this quantity may be excessive, and I implore you for assistance. There will undoubtedly be a generous reward. Each portion requires 2 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 600 low-grade spirit stones. You need only complete the refining within a month. 600 low-grade spirit stones held little allure for Lin Mu at present. For one who possessed over 500 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, 600 low-grade spirit stones amounted to little more than 100 additional bottles. Moreover, the spiritual fields within the Xianyu space yielded materials with each harvest. In 2 months, he anticipated being able to concoct at least 1,200 portions, equivalent to 2,400 low-grade spirit stones, even without exerting effort. His monthly harvest could surpass 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, why should Lin Mu expend such effort assisting others in alchemy? With that time, he could diligently cultivate and enhance his own prowess. Lin Mu smiled softly. I sincerely apologize, but I also wish to participate in the sect's grand competition. My cultivation level is too low. You can see that at a glance. I intend to dedicate these 2 months to diligent cultivation. Matters regarding alchemy shall be postponed until after the grand competition. I hope my esteemed senior sister will be understanding and not take offense. Does the junior brother wish to participate in the grand competition? Mu Qing inquired with a hint of curiosity. Are you aiming for the foundation establishment pill? Indeed, Lin Mu replied. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Qing seemed to resolve herself, biting her lip as she said, allow me to confide a secret. In truth, there are no foundation establishment pills left in the sect. This revelation struck Lin Mu like a thunderclap. Is my esteemed sister jesting? If that were the case, why would the master still make such a promise? Lin Mu quickly discerned the inconsistency. Mu Qing, feeling unrestrained, smiled lightly and continued. The foundation establishment pills have indeed been completely depleted, and furthermore, a crucial spiritual herb required for their refinement is also missing. The Master's words merely intend to select the 5 most formidable individuals from our sect to venture to a certain location to gather materials for the creation of the foundation establishment pill. Lin Mu eagerly urged, I would like to know more. Mu Qing chuckled softly, her gaze fixed upon Lin Mu. Understanding her implication, Lin Mu acquiesced, very well. If what you say is indeed true, I shall agree to assist you. Moreover, I can complete the refinement within half a month. With this satisfactory response, Mu Qing beamed with joy, solemnly stating, this is merely what I have heard, yet the general situation should not be mistaken. Every 50 years, our sect must venture to that location to gather spiritual herbs. It is said that only cultivators below the foundation establishment level may enter, which is why the master is holding the competition for the outer disciples. However, that place is fraught with peril. Among 10 who venture, 9 meet their demise. Mu Qing smiled mysteriously. I cannot divulge too much about the circumstances involved. I leave that for the junior brother to ponder. You mentioned that there are herbs for crafting the foundation establishment pill? Lin Mu inquired. Mu Qing affirmed, yes. A crucial spiritual herb that has become extinct elsewhere can only be found there. This statement eased Lin Mu's heart. If the herbs for crafting the foundation establishment pill are indeed available, he could produce them in abundance. Initially, Lin Mu was concerned that, being of the 5 elements physique, a single foundation establishment pill might not suffice for a breakthrough. However, with a plentiful supply of these pills, establishing his foundation would be a mere formality. Lin Mu smiled. Very well, I trust you. Provide me with the materials, and I shall assist you in the refinement. Mu Qing was overjoyed and hastily handed over a ring. After bidding farewell to Mu Qing, Lin Mu closed the courtyard gate. Standing beneath the ancient tree in the courtyard, thoughts surged through his mind. The forthcoming grand competition was rife with undercurrents. If Mu Qing's words held true, the situation would be exceedingly precarious. Even cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement must strive to establish their foundations to evade this competition. Clearly, the place Mu Qing mentioned is no ordinary location. A perilous venture. This was Mu Qing's assessment of that treacherous site. For those lacking strength, venturing forth would be akin to walking into a death trap. If this is indeed the case, the Master's arrangement seems rather insidious. By withholding the reasons from everyone beforehand and allowing the top 5 results to emerge, only then would they be sent to gather herbs. Under the pressure of threats and temptations, who would dare to refuse? The thought sent a shiver down Lin Mu's spine. Within this vast sect, from the master to the most menial of servants, there lay intricate depths of cunning. With a moment's inattention, one may fall prey to the machinations of others, plunging headlong into a trap meticulously laid out in advance, yet remaining blissfully unaware. However, Lin Mu, fully cognizant of the snare, is nonetheless compelled to leap into it. His yearning for foundational cultivation is profound. Yet, Lin Mu does not lack confidence. The sect leader, Shi Wei Huan, chose the 5 most formidable disciples with the expectation that they would succeed in their quest for medicinal herbs. He must have devised a contingency plan. Surely, someone will emerge alive from that perilous place. Otherwise, the absence of foundational elixirs for 50 years would inevitably lead to a schism within the Qinyu Sword Sect, resulting in a dearth of successors, and the demise of the sect would be imminent. Lin Mu does not aspire for much. Survival is paramount, and attaining the foundational elixir as swiftly as possible is his goal. He harbors his own schemes as well, intending to gather a greater quantity of spiritual herbs to concoct the foundational elixir himself. In these times, relying on the sect is far less advantageous than self-sufficiency. After 3 years of menial labor within the sect, he had achieved little. However, ever since acquiring the Xianwei pendant, he has cultivated his own herbs and refined his own elixirs, resulting in remarkable progress in his cultivation. To establish a solid foundation, becoming one of the top 5 outer disciples is Lin Mu's next objective. With over a month remaining before the grand competition, Lin Mu has already reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement, just a step away from the 8th. Within this month, he could break through to the 8th layer at any moment, yet he chooses to remain discreet, deciding to postpone this revelation until after refining the current batch of gathering spirit pills. Donning his storage ring, Lin Mu departs from his small courtyard, making his way directly to Danxia Peak. Upon reaching the deacon's office, Tai Ning greets him with a broad smile. "Junior brother, your diligence is commendable. It has not been long since your last alchemical endeavor, and here you are again." Lin Mu smiles lightly. "Senior brother, you flatter me. I am merely fulfilling a request, for I do not possess ample spirit stones to procure materials." Tai Ning jests. "Do not lament your poverty in my presence, junior brother. Your current wealth surpasses that of most in the sect." His words are laced with a hint of envy. Lin Mu, uninterested in idle chatter, forces a smile. "May I use the same alchemical chamber as last time? What do you think, senior brother?" Tai Ning rises with a grin. "That chamber has been reserved for you. Rest assured and proceed." With a smile and a farewell, Lin Mu exits the deacon's office and strides towards the alchemical chamber. Upon entering and closing the stone door, he begins the alchemical process. He places a portion of materials into the high-grade bronze furnace, covers it, and with one hand, grips the golden circular handle of the stone platform. Channeling his spiritual energy within, crimson flames suddenly erupt, enveloping the entire base of the furnace. Lin Mu swiftly employs his spiritual consciousness to monitor the situation within the alchemical furnace. This time, he is met with unexpected delight. His heightened perception allows him to scrutinize the process with exquisite detail, as the conditions within the furnace are vividly relayed to his mind. Each spiritual herb's refinement and every droplet of medicinal liquid's movement manifest clearly in his consciousness. Lin Mu can adeptly adjust the flame's intensity in response to the furnace's fluctuations. Consequently, his efficiency experiences a remarkable enhancement. After a little over half an hour, a batch of elixirs is successfully refined. Due to his clearer understanding of the flame's management, Lin Mu conserves a significant amount of his spiritual energy, requiring only half of what he previously expended to achieve the same results. During the alchemical process, Lin Mu continuously experimented with the methods inscribed on the Jade slip to conserve spiritual energy, and he discovered that they indeed proved effective. By the end of the day, Lin Mu was astonished to find that he had successfully crafted 23 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. This remarkable speed was nothing short of astonishing. Typically, it takes over an hour to refine a batch of spirit-gathering pills, requiring significant rest as well. When factoring in the low success rate and the time wasted on failed concoctions, an ordinary alchemist would manage to produce merely around 5 bottles in a day. Lin Mu's achievement of 23 bottles in a single day surpassed that of an average alchemist by more than fourfold. As joy spread within him, Lin Mu discovered further progress the following day, managing to refine 24 bottles. By the 5th day, his speed had increased yet again, reaching 25 bottles in a day. Over the span of 10 days, he utilized 300 portions of materials, completing the entire refinement process. Perhaps due to his heightened awareness, His success rate had also seen a slight improvement. In those 10 days, he managed to produce a total of 256 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, with a success rate of an impressive 85%. This was indeed a breathtaking achievement. However, Lin Mu felt unable and unwilling to share this joy with anyone. He remained in the alchemical chamber for an additional 5 days, extracting his 500 portions of materials to continue his work, yielding over 120 bottles. After half a month, Lin Mu emerged from the alchemical chamber. Tai Ning handed him a cup of fragrant tea and remarked, "Junior brother, your harvest this past month has been quite significant." Lin Mu chuckled and replied, "It all belongs to others. I have none for myself. This is the rental fee for this month, totaling 12 bottles of spirit-gathering pills." He retrieved 12 bottles from his storage ring and placed them on the table. Tai Ning expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much, junior brother." This gratitude was sincere. Initially, Lin Mu had no spiritual stones and had used spirit-gathering pills as substitutes. Each bottle of spirit-gathering pills was equivalent to 4 low-grade spiritual stones, while purchasing them from the 100 Treasures Pavilion would cost 5 low-grade spiritual stones per bottle. Now that Lin Mu had spiritual stones, he continued to use the spirit-gathering pills as rent, evidently to show his consideration for Tai Ning. Lin Mu smiled, exchanged a few pleasantries, and made his way out of Danxia Peak. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he shed his clothes and plunged into the fish pond for a refreshing bath, changing into clean garments without taking a moment to rest. With his ring in hand, he set off towards the East Peak. As he journeyed, Lin Mu paid little attention to the beautiful flowers and trees along the way, hurrying to deliver the spirit-gathering pills to Mu Qing. Eager to conclude this matter and hasten his cultivation to reach the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon arriving at the fragrant gathering courtyard, he announced his presence, and the attending female disciple did not deliberately create obstacles as Han Shui had done previously. Upon learning that Lin Mu sought Mu Qing, she promptly granted him passage. Unbeknownst to Lin Mu, Mu Qing had already discreetly made arrangements prior to his arrival. Otherwise, even with his rising fame, he would not have been able to enter the fragrant gathering courtyard at will. Upon reaching Mu Qing's abode, Lin Mu gently knocked on the door. Before long, Mu Qing emerged, clearly having been waiting for him. Lin Mu presented the ring, smiling as he said, "Junior brother is unworthy. From 300 portions of materials, I have refined a total of 244 bottles of spirit-gathering pills." Mu Qing joyfully accepted the ring and replied, "You have worked hard, junior brother. Please come in for some tea. I have a few tales of excellent spring tea here." Lin Mu shook his head, saying, "There is no need for trouble. The matter here is resolved, and I must return to my cultivation. I hope you can understand, senior sister." With that, he took his leave. Mu Qing smiled and bid farewell, closing the courtyard door behind her as she returned inside. Just a few steps away, a voice called out to him, "Senior brother." The voice was melodious and filled with joy. Lin Mu turned around to see Yun Ming, her smile radiant as a flower, her face flushed with excitement. She ran toward him. Lin Mu, smiling, stepped forward to greet her. However, as he drew near, he was taken aback. He immediately discerned Yun Ming's cultivation level. In the short time since they last met, she had remarkably advanced several ranks, now standing at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Such a rapid progression left Lin Mu astonished. Indeed, those with dual spiritual roots evoked admiration. Lin Mu recalled that although he too had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement within 2 months, he had initially been at the 5th level. In just 2 to 3 months, Yun Ming had ascended from the 4th level to the 7th. Lin Mu found himself at a loss as to whether to commend the efficacy of the spirit-gathering elixir or to marvel at Yun Ming's exceptional talent. He praised her, saying, "It has been but a few days, yet your cultivation has soared. Sister, congratulations on reaching the 7th level." Yun Ming, slightly displeased, retorted, "It has been nearly 3 months since we last met." But her expression brightened again as she added, "It is indeed thanks to your spirit-gathering elixir." This statement held a kernel of truth, albeit only partially. While the elixir was indeed remarkable, her own efforts were indispensable. Over the past 2 months, Yun Ming had diligently practiced daily, enduring considerable hardship. Although her progress upon entering the sect had been commendable, it paled in comparison to her senior sister Mu Qing. Despite her lack of interest in combat, she was determined not to fall behind. When Lin Mu gifted her the elixir, she perceived it as a sign of her low cultivation level. After 2 months of rigorous training, encountering Lin Mu upon her emergence filled her with joy. His praise further convinced her that her efforts had not been in vain, amplifying her delight. Lin Mu smiled and remarked, "Sister, your innate talent is exceptional. Even without the elixir, you would eventually reach the 7th level of qi refinement. My gift merely adds a touch of embellishment. Elated, Yunming invited him, "Senior brother, why not visit my courtyard for a brief respite?" Lin Mu replied with a slight smile, "I would be honored. The breathtaking scenery of your courtyard is indeed unforgettable." Yunming led the way, with Lin Mu following closely behind them as they entered her courtyard. Upon crossing the threshold, a fragrant bouquet of flowers and herbs enveloped them, refreshing Lin Mu's senses and invigorating his spirit. Once inside Yunming's room, they sat at the table where she hurriedly prepared a cup of fragrant tea, the rich aroma lingering in the air. Lin Mu took a gentle sip and praised, "This is exquisite tea. The fragrance is delightful, fresh, and leaves a lingering taste. If you enjoy it, I shall gift you some. This tea is from the early spring harvest, brewed with morning dew, and the leaves were meticulously selected and carefully gathered." Yunming said with a smile, pleased that Lin Mu genuinely appreciated it. Such delicacies should not be indulged in excessively. Lin Mu chuckled, and excellent tea, naturally, should not be consumed in abundance. "Sister, you have gone to great lengths. For me, this tea is quite a luxury, as I typically engage in solitary cultivation within the courtyard. Please keep it for yourself. If you think of me in the future, I often visit. I hope you will not be stingy then." Yunming's face flushed, and she lowered her head, saying, "Brother, you are always welcome to come. I shall reserve this tea for you." Lin Mu raised his cup and drank it all in one go, smiling, "Very well. With your words, I need not worry about having no refuge in times of misfortune." Lin Mu set down his cup and produced 50 bottles of spirit-gathering pills from his storage ring. Placing them on the table with a grin, "I shall gift these spirit-gathering pills to you. A storm is brewing within the sect. Diligent cultivation is essential for self-preservation." Yunming hurriedly replied, "Brother, you should take these back. I cannot accept any more of your pills. You should keep them for yourself." Her tone was resolute. She understood that Lin Mu, possessing a 5-element spiritual root, relied on medicinal pills far more than she did. Lin Mu chuckled lightly, a surge of generosity arising within him. "I cannot say much, but rest assured, I have plenty of these pills. If you find yourself in need, feel free to come and collect more." Tears welled in Yunming's eyes. "Why are you so kind to me, brother?" Lin Mu was taken aback, realizing that Yunming had misunderstood his intentions. However, he felt powerless. Kindness, given without reason, often leads to misinterpretations. "It is not that I am being kind to you. I merely wish to protect a semblance of purity and goodness," Lin Mu stated earnestly. This was Lin Mu's true sentiment. Yunming was innocent and kind-hearted, and in this treacherous sect, lacking sufficient cultivation could easily ensnare her in a web of conflicts. A formidable level of cultivation would at least enable her to safeguard herself and pursue her desires. Yunming remained silent, her cheeks flushed. "Let us gather again when time permits. I must return now and strive to cultivate diligently," Lin Mu said with a smile, rising to leave. Yunming, unable to retain him, followed him outside to see him off. Watching Lin Mu's departing figure, Yunming leaned against the door, her eyes glistening with tears. Lin Mu strode towards the west peak with an easy gait, reflecting on his interactions with Mu Qing and Yunming along the way. Among the female disciples, these were the two with whom he shared a close bond. However, of the two, he felt a mixture of admiration and wariness towards the most beautiful disciple, Mu Qing. She was a woman of both cunning and beauty, and Lin Mu dared not approach her closely, choosing instead to maintain a respectful distance. Yunming, on the other hand, was a kind-hearted young woman, and Lin Mu felt an innate fondness for her. He was unwavering in his assistance, willingly offering her medicinal pills without charge. Lin Mu could not pinpoint the reason for this, yet he was certain that his feelings for Yunming did not extend beyond platonic affection. Deep within, he yearned for kindness and innocence. Amidst the myriad complexities of life, Lin Mu realized he could no longer sustain his original purity and goodness. Yet he did not succumb to despair. He was unwilling to witness the same fate befall Yunming as had befallen him. Her kindness ignited within him a protective instinct, compelling him to prevent her from suffering unwarranted misfortunes. In his view, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, one can remain true to oneself, free from external coercion and the necessity of acting against one's conscience. He did not wish to see Yunming repeat his own journey from an innocent youth to a cautious, calculating individual. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, Lin Mu arrived at the tranquil chamber. With a month remaining until the grand competition, he resolved to devote this time to intensive cultivation. In a fleeting motion, Lin Mu entered the crescent moon space, consuming a pill of fasting. He settled into a meditative posture within the small room and commenced his practice. The surrounding spiritual energy swiftly coalesced around him, permeating his limbs and body. Lin Mu diligently employed the 9 directions heart method, cautiously absorbing and transforming the energy. The spiritual force circulated methodically within his meridians, and after a complete cycle, all the energy returned to his dantian. Utilizing his inner sight, Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised to discover that the gas within his dantian had grown increasingly dense, filling the entire chamber. He understood that if this spiritual gas reached a certain concentration, it could condense into liquid, enabling him to enter the foundation establishment stage. From his robe, he retrieved a small white vial and consumed a spirit-gathering pill. Instantly, warmth surged through his body, and the spiritual power radiated through his limbs and channels, prompting Lin Mu to hastily cultivate and absorb it. The energy within his dantian became ever more concentrated. Cultivation is a process of repetitive effort, accumulating strength over time. After half a month, Lin Mu awoke from his deep meditation, his eyes brimming with joy. The spiritual power within him surged vigorously, far surpassing the 7th level of chi refinement. After weeks of relentless training, Lin Mu finally achieved a breakthrough to the 8th level of chi refinement. This instilled in him a greater sense of confidence for the upcoming competition within the sect. Exiting the crescent moon space, Lin Mu stepped into the courtyard, where the night was adorned with countless stars. Gazing at the boundless celestial expanse, he remained silently contemplative. His gaze was directed towards the ancient Tang dynasty, his homeland. Lin Mu stood motionless in the courtyard throughout the night. That night, he neither cultivated nor practiced incantations. He merely gazed at the star-studded sky until his neck ached and his eyes grew weary, yet he remained oblivious. Only when dawn arrived and the starlight faded did Lin Mu finally snap out of his reverie, forcing a faint smile upon himself. He thought of the upcoming sect competition in half a month, ample time for thorough preparation. His foremost task was to stabilize his cultivation base. As one advances in cultivation, each breakthrough becomes increasingly unstable. A moment of carelessness could cause regression to the previous realm, while falling back is easy. Ascending again would be at least twice as arduous as the initial breakthrough. Lin Mu had no intention of suffering such a ludicrous setback. Each day, he devoted his mornings to cultivation within the Moon Whisper space to consolidate his realm. Through deliberate nurturing, the Moon Whisper pendant had absorbed moonlight nightly, its hue deepening from pale cyan to profound emerald. Lin Mu estimated it wouldn't be long before the pendant underwent another transformation, a prospect that filled him with keen anticipation. The spiritual fields within had already reached 3rd grade quality. The next evolution would elevate them to 4th grade. To his knowledge, even the esteemed Cloudvale Valley of the Thousand Feather Sword Sect boasted no spiritual fields beyond 5th grade, and those covered a mere 3 acres. The pendant's metamorphosis extended beyond the spiritual fields. The ambient spiritual energy within Moon Whisper space had grown increasingly dense. Lin Mu reckoned his current cultivation environment there nearly rivaled that of inner sect disciples' quarters. Though the Thousand Feather Sword Sect occupied blessed lands abundant with spiritual energy, its distribution varied greatly. The western peak housing outer disciples like Lin Mu contained the thinnest concentrations, while inner disciples enjoyed far richer energies in their cave abodes. The Elders' Mountain residences, enhanced by formidable arrays, brimmed with the most potent spiritual essence. Beyond atmospheric energy, those privileged dwellings sat atop underground spiritual veins, wellsprings of even more concentrated power than ambient chi. These veins branched across the peaks, meticulously apportioned among inner disciples according to seniority, leaving outer disciples like Lin Mu utterly excluded. Thus, the intensifying spiritual energy within Moon Whisper space proved a godsend. At least regarding resources, Lin Mu now nearly matched his inner sect counterparts. When not cultivating, Lin Mu dedicated all remaining time to mastering incantations. He practiced wind riding art with particular diligence daily. Through relentless repetition, he could now execute it effortlessly, achieving movements twice as swift as before, light as a swallow's flight. While aerial travel lasted only about an incense stick's duration at slightly reduced speed, lacking terrestrial leverage for directional changes midair, such prolonged hovering would be impractical during the competition. Firstly, the target is too conspicuous, making it susceptible to being struck. Secondly, the consumption of spiritual energy is substantial, which places Lin Mu at a disadvantage during combat. With his cultivation level at merely the 8th layer of chi refinement, he is inherently weaker in terms of spiritual energy compared to those at the 9th and 10th layers. If he were to exhaust a considerable amount of spiritual energy, it would be highly detrimental to him. As for defensive measures, Lin Mu can only manage so much. While magical artifacts can be remarkably effective for defense, they remain a distant goal for him. Even a low-grade magical artifact requires at least several dozen low-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, spirit stones are not a concern for Lin Mu at present. The issue lies in the fact that even a low-grade magical artifact necessitates extensive time for refinement. And without a period of 2 to 3 months, success is improbable. This lengthy process is too time-consuming for Lin Mu, compelling him to forego it. Moreover, the efficacy of low-grade magical artifacts is rather limited, comparable to Lin Mu's own techniques. He is reluctant to invest months of effort only to refine a fleeting low-grade magical artifact. His aspiration is to refine a mid-grade artifact. Mid-grade artifacts are commonly utilized by foundational stage cultivators, while few chi refinement practitioners employ them. This is primarily due to their exorbitant cost, rendering them unattainable for those of modest means and the considerable time required for refinement, as it often takes a year and a half for chi refinement cultivators to succeed in refining a mid-grade artifact. However, once successfully refined, their power is immense. Some superior mid-grade artifacts can exhibit significant might in the hands of chi refinement practitioners, enabling them to challenge foundational stage cultivators. Lin Mu's goal is to secure a spot among the top 5 and acquire a mid-grade artifact. In addition to the wind manipulation technique, he also diligently practices the stellar refining divine art. The technique of mind piercing has become second nature to him through relentless training. Yet, the most crucial aspect for Lin Mu is the fundamental 5 elements technique, which is the key to his triumph over adversaries. He has mastered the red fire technique, metal technique, blue water technique, and thick earth technique. Having a 5-element spiritual root is not without merit, as it provides a comprehensive advantage. In battle, Lin Mu can adapt his strategy according to his opponent's elemental affinity. If facing a fire element opponent utilizing fire techniques, he counters with the blue water technique. Should the adversary employ metal techniques, he responds with the red fire technique. The interplay of the 5 elements, water extinguishing fire, fire melting metal, metal overcoming wood, wood enriching earth, and earth absorbing water, creates an endless cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Lin Mu has never missed a day of practicing the fundamental 5 elements technique. On the eve of the grand competition, he was still in the courtyard practicing the red fire technique. Had anyone been present to witness Lin Mu's efforts, they would have been taken aback. The fireball danced around him with remarkable agility, a stark contrast to lower-tier techniques. While lower-tier techniques, once unleashed, cannot be redirected by the practitioner, Lin Mu's display transcended such limitations, resembling that of mid-tier techniques. However, in terms of power, it still fell short compared to mid-tier techniques, merely surpassing lower-tier techniques by a slight margin. This is the culmination of Lin Mu's practice over the past few days. In this intermediate-level sorcery, Lin Mu resolved to utilize the low-tier spell as a trump card, to be employed at critical junctures. He believed it would undoubtedly take others by surprise, leaving them utterly astonished. Furthermore, building upon this foundation, Lin Mu also drew inspiration from Ma Huayuan's fireball technique in its quadruple release. After considerable practice, Lin Mu mastered the Crimson Fire technique in a triple release, rivaling the potency of Ma Huayuan's quadruple fireballs. Simultaneously, among the 3 fireballs unleashed, Lin Mu could deftly control the trajectory of 2, rendering his attacks nearly impossible to anticipate. With these accomplishments, Lin Mu brimmed with confidence, even with slightly lesser cultivation. He felt undaunted within the Qianyu Sword Sect. In the afternoon, Lin Mu concluded his training, freshened up, and made his way to Qianyu Peak. The square in front of the Qianyu Great Hall was bustling with a multitude of people gathered around the registration area for the Outer Sect Disciples competition. The outer disciples encircling the inner sect disciple were primarily there to register, including those at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refining, along with several whose levels Lin Mu could not discern, likely masters at the 9th or 10th levels. Of course, there were also those at the 5th or 6th levels, merely there to witness the registration and partake in the lively atmosphere. Lin Mu quickly recognized the inner sect disciple seated at the center. It was his acquaintance, the law enforcement disciple, Qi Feng. Parting the crowd, Lin Mu approached Qi Feng at the table and declared, "I wish to register as well." Qi Feng looked up and, upon seeing Lin Mu, smiled broadly. "Ah, it's junior brother Lin Mu. What brings you here? Are you interested in mid-grade magical artifacts?" Lin Mu offered a slight smile in return. "I am merely here to join the festivities and observe the various masters within the sect." "That is perfectly fine." Qi Feng replied with a grin. "I wish you good fortune. Here, take this. It is your waist token, numbered 666. A rather auspicious number, indeed. I hope everything goes smoothly for you." Lin Mu gratefully accepted the token, responding, "May it be so. Thank you, senior brother." "Not at all. It was a mere trifling effort," Qi Feng said with a smile before calling out to the next person in line. Lin Mu nodded appreciatively to Qi Feng and made his way out of Qinyu Peak with the waste token in hand. However, he paused as an argument erupted behind him at the registration area. "This is unfair. That person over there received the waste token numbered 666. Yet I was given 664, exclaimed a robust voice. Qi Feng had encountered such complaints numerous times and, upon facing this naive challenger again, felt no inclination to explain. "Because he is more handsome than you," Qi Feng remarked, observing the man's appearance without a flicker of emotion. The man instantly became indignant, retorting, "You dare to discriminate against my looks." He then lamented, "But being unattractive is not my fault. Yet frightening others is certainly your wrongdoing." Someone chimed in nearby, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd. Hearing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile slightly as he departed Qinyu Peak, heading towards the West Peak. After enjoying a sumptuous meal at the Lingshan Hall, Lin Mu returned to his small courtyard. As night fell quietly, the starry sky sparkled enchantingly. Lin Mu retrieved a straw mat from the quiet room, laid it beneath the ancient tree in the courtyard, and reclined upon it, gazing up at the celestial expanse above. On the eve of the grand competition, Lin Mu found himself disinclined to practice, yearning instead for a restful reprieve to prepare for the trials that awaited him on the morrow. Having long since acclimatized to the relentless toil of day and night cultivation, he now indulged in the luxury of rest, yet sleep eluded him despite his efforts. The stars twinkled in the night sky as Lin Mu gazed upward, lost in contemplation. It was not until the stroke of midnight that he finally succumbed to slumber. The moonlight cascaded from the heavens, filtering through the leaves and casting a gentle glow upon Lin Mu's form, with the jade pendant at his chest emitting a faint, ethereal light. Bathed in the serene moonlight, Lin Mu's countenance bore none of the shrewdness or worry that characterized his waking hours. Instead, he appeared tranquil, a faint smile gracing his lips, embodying the essence of a simple youth. This night, Lin Mu slept soundly. No, it was rather in the early hours of dawn that he awoke from his dreams. The intense fluctuations of spiritual energy in the atmosphere led him to believe that a furious battle was unfolding nearby. A brilliant beam of golden light surged skyward not far from him, piercing the darkness of the pre-dawn hours, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Such an occurrence was typical only during the foundational stage of cultivation, and this resplendent radiance signified that someone within the sect had succeeded in establishing their foundation. Since Lin Mu's arrival at the Qianyu Sword Sect, he had witnessed this phenomenon only twice. The first time, he had just entered the sect, naive and oblivious, surrounded by a throng of 1,000 disciples, all cheering in jubilation. At that moment, he too had joined in the clamor, unaware of what foundation establishment truly entailed. The second instance occurred 3 years later, when, having only reached the third level of qi refinement, he found himself ensnared in the scornful whispers of others, fully aware that the prospect of his own foundation establishment was but a distant dream. That night, he stood in the cold wind, gazing at the dazzling light, tears streaming silently down his face, which the biting chill soon froze. From that day forth, he had not allowed a genuine smile to grace his lips again. Now, as he beheld the familiar radiance once more, his heart was no longer the same as it had been in the past. A smile adorned Lin Mu's face, though whether it was genuine or feigned remained a mystery even to him. Such a magnificent sight was a rarity within the sect, sometimes not witnessed for years on end. The commotion had already stirred the entire sect. Some younger disciples, still lost in slumber due to their insufficient cultivation, remained oblivious to the waves of spiritual energy. However, the jubilant exclamations soon roused them, and upon awakening, they eagerly joined in the chorus of admiration. Many disciples rushed to spread the word, calling their friends to witness this stunning spectacle. Countless cultivators might spend their entire lives without ever attaining such an extraordinary phenomenon. As the crowd gazed at the mesmerizing golden light, emotions varied. Some were filled with longing, others with envy, while some felt a profound sense of loss, and others mourned as though their hearts had perished. All were drawn to the source of the golden light, eager to discover who among them had been fortunate enough to achieve foundation establishment. This accomplishment would double one's lifespan, extending it to over 200 years, thus transcending the realm of mere mortals. Lin Mu, however, did not join the throngs gathering to witness the event. Instead, he employed the wind manipulation technique, floating quietly in the air, enraptured by the golden light above. Just as the eager disciples approached the source of the light, it suddenly dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The crowd lamented their misfortune at not being able to witness the magnificent scene of Foundation establishment up close, expressing their regret in hushed tones. At that moment, Lin Mu suddenly noticed a green light soaring into the sky from the eastern peak, identical to the golden light witnessed earlier. Were the two individuals simultaneously establishing their foundations? The onlookers, abandoning their previous discussions, showcased their abilities and hurriedly made their way towards the eastern peak, determined not to miss this extraordinary event. Such a spectacle of two individuals establishing their foundations simultaneously had not graced the sect in a decade. Everyone felt fortunate to be awake that night, able to bear witness to this rare occurrence. Lin Mu gazed at the resplendent green light, a stirring sensation igniting within him, and a faint smile graced his lips. This green light was emblematic of a practitioner with who would attribute spiritual root during their foundation establishment. The brilliance of a practitioner at this moment is dazzling and captivating. Yet the color is predetermined, inherently linked to the practitioner's innate spiritual root. Fire corresponds to red, water to azure, earth to gray, metal to gold, and wood to green. For those with dual or triple spiritual roots, the color manifested during foundation establishment is determined by the strongest root among them. The two individuals who had just established their foundations, one radiating gold and the other green, represented a practitioner of the metal root and one of the wood root, respectively. Lin Mu recalled someone who had mentioned possessing a wood spiritual root. This soaring green light corresponded perfectly to it. Moreover, that individual resided on the eastern peak. Lin Mu's suspicions were indeed correct. The female disciples in the flower hall were far more fortunate than their male counterparts. They had just expressed their disappointment at not being able to witness the golden light up close, yet scarcely had their sighs escaped when a green light erupted nearby. Seizing the opportunity, they rushed towards the source of the green light. This time, their view was exceedingly clear. Yu Ming stood in her courtyard, also able to see distinctly. For the one establishing their foundation was her dear friend, the most beautiful woman in the sect, Mu Qing. As the male disciples arrived breathless at the eastern peak, the light had already vanished. The female disciples seized the moment to jest at their expense, leaving them feeling rather embarrassed. Just then, a crimson light ascended from the western peak, illuminating the entire night sky. Lin Mu was taken aback. The color of the light during foundation establishment not only correlates with the practitioner's cultivation strength but also with the potency of their spiritual roots. Even among those recently establishing their foundations, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The more formidable the cultivation, the stronger the spiritual root, and thus, the more intense the fluctuations of spiritual energy during this pivotal moment, resulting in a more radiant light. Lin Mu speculated that this newly established practitioner was likely a fire attribute single-root cultivator. The crimson light brightened the darkened night sky, creating a moment of ephemeral beauty that was utterly enchanting. Many disciples stood in a daze, wondering what was unfolding. Everything felt surreal. The spectacle of the night was truly exhilarating. They disregarded their fatigue and hastily made their way back to the western peak once more. The collective efforts of the crowd proved to be in vain. Upon their arrival at the western peak, the radiant red light gradually faded away. However, fortune smiled upon them this time, as the red light lingered longer than on the previous occasions, allowing them a glimpse of its final brilliance. Just as the red light extinguished, another azure glow ascended nearby, this time, at the western peak. The crowd hastened to draw closer, eager to behold this spectacle. Yet, in both hue and splendor, the azure light paled in comparison to its predecessor. The onlookers began to voice their opinions, declaring that the azure light was significantly inferior to the resplendent red. Little did they realize that even the most modest white light was born from an individual whose foundational cultivation far surpassed that of these outer disciples. As the azure light faded amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the cultivator of water elemental roots, in other times, would have been lauded, yet on this day, in contrast, they found themselves ridiculed as the least remarkable. After the azure light vanished, the crowd lingered at the spot. For this night had already witnessed the foundational achievements of 4 individuals. Such an occurrence was a rarity at the Qianyu Sword Sect, seldom witnessed in a century. Everyone was filled with anticipation, wondering if another would ascend to foundation establishment, thus enhancing the night's brilliance even further. The simultaneous foundational success of 5 individuals would herald a prosperous era for the Qianyu Sword Sect. Yet, would such a phenomenon truly unfold? As they awaited in silence, the final stretch of darkness before dawn began to dissipate. With the coming of daylight, even if another were to establish their foundation, the spectacle would be considerably diminished. No matter how dazzling the brilliance, it would inevitably pale in the light of day. The night, indeed, served as the finest backdrop for radiance. The darkness deepened. As black as ink, the crowd, anxious and impatient, maintained their vigilance. However, as time wore on, their restlessness grew, and disappointment loomed larger. At last, someone, unable to contain their impatience, shouted, "No more waiting. Let us disperse." But scarcely had the words left their lips when a magnificent golden light shot up into the sky. It unfurled its glory against the pitch-black canvas of night. The fifth individual. In a single night, 5 disciples of the Lin Sword Sect had successfully established their foundations. Such a spectacle had never before graced the sect. As the golden light gradually dissipated, the crowd remained, reluctant to leave, their spirits undampened, filled with exuberance and lively discussions. After the golden glow vanished, few noticed the emergence of a gray light in the direction of Warm Cloud Valley. Lin Mu gazed at the gray radiance suspended in midair, a flicker of insight igniting in his eyes. This gray light was the most subdued, not only closely resembling the darkness, but also fleeting in duration. Lin Mu discerned immediately that the individual responsible possessed exceedingly poor spiritual roots. He couldn't help but recall an acquaintance whose roots were only slightly better, for elemental roots. To be precise, this marked the 6th individual. In a single night, 6 individuals from the Lin Sword Sect had established their foundations. It was a momentous occasion. Yet Lin Mu understood that it also signaled the impending storm. Everything was merely beginning. As dawn broke, Lin Mu made his way towards Lin Peak. Along the journey, he often overheard conversations about the previous night's grandeur, faces alight with excitement. Lin Mu, however, had no inclination to listen. These glories belonged to others. In Lin Mu's eyes, those who had established their foundations the previous night were of little consequence. Their urgent need to solidify their foundations undoubtedly stemmed from having heard some whisper of impending calamity. Akin to mooching, this endeavor was merely a prudent measure for self-preservation, and thus, it was not to be blamed. Lin Mu chose to shift his focus away from such matters, having already set his sights on the grand competition within the sect. Today marked the official commencement of the contest. Upon arriving at Lin Peak, Lin Mu, alongside the others, stood silently in the plaza, awaiting the proceedings. Prior to the official start of the competition, the sect leader and several elders would address the disciples participating in the trials, offering words of encouragement. Under the guidance of Luo Chun, the disciples of the law enforcement hall maintained order at the periphery, ensuring that no one dared to raise their voice. Everyone awaited the arrival of the sect leader and the elders. At Yunxia Peak, within the chamber of sect leader Shui Huan, he expressed his displeasure. "You are all aware of last night's events, and I have no desire to dwell on them. 6 of you. It has been a long time since Lin Sword Sect has witnessed such a spectacle. Yet, why must it occur at this moment? Why not in 4 months? Elder Luo Yin, the eldest among them, intervened gently. "Sect leader, do not let your anger consume you. It is surely a case of information leaking within the sect. I inspected the alchemy chamber and found that all the foundation building pills have been entirely depleted. Not a single one remains." The ice fairy stood as she always did, her expression frosty and silent. The other 2 elders, being solitary practitioners themselves, rarely involved themselves in the sect's mundane affairs and remained silent at this moment. With a heavy sigh, Shui Huan conceded, "Very well, one cannot force the inevitable. Perhaps I have been too hasty in my judgments. If they are able to break through at this time, it is a blessing. Let them venture into the misty forest to hunt demons." Elder Luo Yin nodded in agreement. They ought to face some form of punishment. Otherwise, it will be difficult to maintain discipline. Hunting demons was a crucial task for sword cultivators and served as a significant source of income for the sect. The inner cores and hides of the demon beasts were essential materials for alchemy and artifact forging, capable of fetching high prices. Lin Sword Sect was not particularly skilled in alchemy or artifact crafting. Therefore, half of their necessary resources relied on the spoils from demon hunting. The Misty Forest, being a prime hunting ground teeming with formidable demon beasts, posed great danger. The weaker beasts had long been hunted to extinction, leaving only the strongest behind. For those who had just established their foundations, with their realms still unstable and lacking suitable artifacts, venturing forth to hunt demons could be exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatal consequences. "Let it be," Shui Huan stated coldly. Even without them, Lin Sword Sect can still procure spirit herbs. The sect had endured for over 3,000 years under his leadership, and should they fail to gather spirit herbs this time, the inability to produce foundation-building pills would result in a critical gap within the sect. Such a scenario was intolerable for Shui Huan. He had made thorough preparations and was determined to acquire the necessary spirit herbs, rendering the disciples' foundation building of little consequence to him. With a wave of his hand, Shi Huan summoned the three zhang, approximately 10 feet, long cloud feather artifact, nodding to the four elders as he stepped onto it together with them. As his thoughts stirred, the cloud feather slowly ascended, resembling a floating cloud as it journeyed towards Qianyu Peak. Thousands of disciples had long awaited before the Qianyu Grand Hall, their gazes drawn skyward as they beheld the approaching auspicious clouds. As the clouds descended, Shi Huan gathered his three zhang feather of cloud and mist. Standing alongside the esteemed elders upon the steps of the hall, under the guidance of Luo Chun, the multitude of disciples bowed in unison, their voices resonating harmoniously. Soaring towards the heavens, with a gentle smile illuminating his countenance, Shi Huan, having dismissed his earlier displeasure, appeared radiant and warm-hearted. He proclaimed, "The triennial competition is set to commence once more today. I implore you to showcase your true prowess and strive earnestly. Those who cultivate the way of immortality do not indulge in superfluous words." He then proceeded directly to the matter at hand. "Furthermore, I am pleased to announce that last night, 6 individuals successfully established their foundations. This brings great joy to me and the elders. For such a remarkable occurrence is seldom witnessed in the millennium of Qianyu Sword Sect. After deliberations, we have resolved to enhance the rewards for this competition. The top 3 will each receive a superior grade magical artifact, while the 4th and 5th places will each be awarded a high-quality medium-grade artifact. The foundation establishment pills remain unchanged, with each participant receiving one. However, I assure you that should you secure a position within the top 5, I will facilitate your foundation establishment. If one pill proves insufficient, I shall grant you 2. If 2 fails, then 3, until your foundation is firmly established." Such declarations ignited fervor among the assembly, with some even regretting their decision not to participate. They wholly overlooked their own cultivation levels, which merely ranged from the 5th to 6th layers of qi refinement. Realizing their hopes of ranking among the top 5 were exceedingly slim. Observing the exhilarated crowd, Shi Huan remarked, "This grand contest sees 2,000 participants, and your enthusiasm brings great comfort to the elders and me. In my own youth, I emerged victoriously from such competitions, ultimately ascending to the role of sect leader. Therefore, I implore you to treat this contest with the utmost seriousness and exert your full efforts." As he gazed upon the throng of disciples stirred by his words, Shi Huan knew his purpose had been fulfilled. Standing tall, he proclaimed in a powerful voice, "The grand competition officially begins." Instantly, cheers erupted from the crowd, their excitement palpable even before the contest commenced. Shi Huan exchanged knowing smiles with the elders, then summoned his 3 zhang feather of cloud and mist, departing with the elders upon the auspicious clouds. Before the final duel commenced, the sect leader and the elders would not be present on the scene. All matters were entrusted to the inner disciples and true disciples of the sect. Only when the final 15 contenders emerged would the sect leader and the 4 elders oversee the competition personally. Until then, the contest among the 2,000 participants would be adjudicated by the true disciples, who seldom appeared publicly, dedicating their days to rigorous cultivation within their own abodes. Compared to the foundation-building inner disciples, they possess superior cultivation levels, most being at the spirit tranquility stage. These true disciples were typically instructed by the elders or the sect leader, making them more than capable of serving as judges for the qi refinement competitors. The inner disciples would primarily attend to logistical matters, such as arranging matches and drawing lots. At this juncture, Luo Chun, standing proudly in midair upon his sword, announced, "Those with odd numbers, please come forward to draw lots. The numbers you draw will correspond to your opponents in the first match." This competition has a total of 2,024 participants. Due to spatial constraints, only 50 pairs may compete simultaneously. The first match will span an entire day. Moreover, there is another matter. Luo Chen stated, "This time, a total of 15 masters have been selected to participate in the final duel. To ensure fairness and avoid the unfortunate circumstance of 2 masters confronting each other at the outset, which would inevitably result in the elimination of one. The competition will be divided into 2 parts. After the first round of contests, the victors will advance, while the defeated will enter the loser's bracket for further competition. Ultimately, 11 masters will be chosen from the winner's bracket, and 4 from the loser's bracket. Everyone will have 2 opportunities. Those eliminated from the winner's bracket may still compete in the loser's bracket. However, should they be eliminated again in the loser's bracket, they will irrevocably forfeit their qualification to compete." Lin Mu's eyes brightened. The rules of the competition were quite rigorous and did not hastily dismiss participants. Nevertheless, Lin Mu did not wish to fail. Entering the losers bracket would mean more intense competition, with only 4 masters ultimately selected, posing a significant risk. Regardless of the circumstances, victory was imperative, and he aimed to secure a place among the top 5. Next, all disciples with odd-numbered badges stepped forward to draw lots and select their opponents. Lin Mu's badge bore the number 666. Thus, he had no part in the drawing and could only stand still, awaiting the results. The drawing area was divided into 10 sections to manage the crowd, and the results soon emerged. Lin Mu's opponent was numbered 131. The first day's contest consisted of 1,012 matches, divided into 21 rounds, with 50 matches each round. As Lin Mu gazed at the practitioners of the Spirit Tranquility stage, he increasingly sensed the profound depth of the sect. These were 50 practitioners of the Spirit Tranquility stage, each boasting lifespans exceeding 300 years. The rich heritage of the Qianyu Sword Sect left Lin Mu in awe. Standing still, he quietly awaited the commencement of the contest. Lin Mu's opponent, number 131, was scheduled for the 3rd round. The crowd was vast, making it nearly impossible for Lin Mu to identify his opponent. Gathering information about his adversary before the match proved quite challenging. After scanning the area to no avail, Lin Mu decided to remain still and close his eyes to conserve energy. The initial matches displayed a wide disparity in skill levels, featuring practitioners from the 5th to the 10th level of Qi refinement, resulting in swift outcomes. Most were quickly defeated by a single technique from their opponents. Within a short span, the first round concluded. Many of the lower-tier practitioners seemed to be merely participating for the sake of it. However, some practitioners at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refinement found themselves well-matched, engaging in an intense struggle. Had it not been for such matchups, the first round would likely have concluded even more rapidly. An hour later, the first 2 rounds of competition came to a close, with 100 disciples emerging victorious. The 3rd round soon arrived. An inter-sect disciple was announcing numerous names, and Lin Mu could not help but listen intently. Before long, he heard his own name. Number 131, Su Song, against number 666, Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu promptly rose and made his way to the center of the square. Arriving at the venue for match 31, Lin Mu stepped inside. His opponent, Su Song, appeared quite youthful, seemingly in his early 20s. Yet his cultivation was on par with Lin Mu's, both being at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Lin Mu's heart sank slightly. He retracted any underestimation. This first match would not be easy. Beside them, the true disciple Luo Tong noticed the two entering the arena and casually waved his hand, conjuring a barrier, a transparent dome spanning Tinjiang, enveloping the 2 individuals within. With a serious expression, Luo Tong announced to those inside the barrier, "The competition shall now commence." Lin Mu felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Su Song stood opposite him, clad in flowing white attire, exuding an air of elegance. Outside the barrier, numerous disciples gathered to observe, predominantly female. Due to the barrier's soundproofing properties, Lin Mu could not hear the spectators' remarks, but from their excited expressions directed at Su Song, he discerned they were there to cheer him on. Lin Mu could not help but smile ruefully. Encountering such a formidable opponent in the very first match was indeed a challenge. Su Song clasped his hands in salute, smiling as he said, "In this inaugural contest, I hope my senior will graciously impart his wisdom." Having previously witnessed Lin Mu's prowess during the life and death duel with Ma Huayuan, Su Song held a deep impression of him. Before the competition, he had thought triumph in this first match would be effortless, only to find himself unlucky enough to face Lin Mu. Nevertheless, he was not one to concede easily. Years of diligent practice had instilled in him a profound confidence. Lin Mu returned the gesture with a smile. "There is no need for excessive modesty, Junior. The contest has yet to begin, and the outcome remains uncertain." "Indeed, we shall only know through contest," Su Song replied, a smile gracing his lips. No sooner had he spoken than Su Song swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring a water arrow that materialized in his palm. Releasing the hand seal with a shout, he declared, "Prepare to receive my strike." The sharp water arrow, accompanied by a rushing sound, hurtled towards Lin Mu. A low-tier water spell, water arrow technique. Lin Mu's strategy was to remain unyielding amidst the changes. As soon as Su Song initiated his water arrow technique, Lin Mu had quietly employed wind mastery. Observing the water arrow rapidly approaching, Lin Mu deftly sidestepped to the left, the arrow grazing his clothing before crashing into the transparent barrier behind him. The barrier merely rippled, dissipating the arrow without a trace. The formidable defenses of a spiritual tranquility period practitioner should not be underestimated. With swift footwork and equally rapid hand movements, Lin Mu began forming hand seals, unleashing Crimson Fire technique, producing a massive fireball that soared towards Su Song. Su Song's strategy contrasted sharply with Lin Mu's. This time, he chose to confront force with force. Water counters fire, and he felt no disadvantage. A water sphere rapidly formed in his hand, and as he beheld the approaching fireball, Su Song unleashed the water sphere with fervor. Another low-tier water spell, water sphere technique. The water sphere collided with the fireball in midair, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Boom! The fireball extinguished, sending droplets of water cascading in all directions. The female disciples outside the barrier erupted in excitement, dancing with glee, their cheers resonating throughout the arena. A singular affinity for the water element? Su Song had consecutively employed 2 water spells without showcasing any other techniques, leaving Lin Mu uncertain whether he solely possessed water spells or if he was deliberately concealing his capabilities, with one attacking and the other defending. The two appeared evenly matched thus far. Having gauged the situation, Lin Mu resolved to unleash his full potential and truly commence the competition. Among Lin Mu's offensive techniques, the most lethal were the Crimson Fire technique and the Metal technique. As the fire of the red flame proved ineffective, Lin Mu promptly executed the Metal of Gong. A remarkably sharp golden sword surged silently towards Su Song, its speed astonishingly swift. Faced with the devastating potential of the Metal of Gong, Su Song dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he moved with incredible agility, his form blurring as an illusion flitted past, placing him a yard away in an instant. The golden sword struck nothing but the barrier, producing a resonant clang as it created a small bulge in the transparent shield before swiftly returning to its original state. A jolt of fear coursed through Su Song. Had the golden sword struck him, it would have surely pierced through him like a translucent void. Meanwhile, Lin Mu felt a surge of joy. The Metal of Gong had indeed forced Su Song to reveal his defensive techniques. Divine Movement Technique. What Su Song had just employed was undoubtedly the Divine Movement Technique. Although Lin Mu had never practiced it himself, he had perused the Jade slips detailing its intricacies. His own wind manipulation technique lacked such speed. The fleeting illusions Su Song conjured, while moving so rapidly, filled Lin Mu with envy. Without hesitation, as Su Song regained his balance, Lin Mu unleashed a thick earth technique. Dust billowed, enveloping the surroundings in a gray haze, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The female disciples gasped, vividly recalling this technique. During a life-and-death struggle, Lin Mu had once used a similar cloud of dust to obscure Ma Huayuan's vision, subsequently delivering a lethal blow with the Metal of Gong. Now, as Lin Mu invoked it once more, anxiety washed over them. Though they understood that no harm could come to Su Song during the contest, they still worried for him. Indeed, all present witnessed the blinding flash of golden light darting through the murk, while dust enveloped the scene, leaving everyone uncertain of the events transpiring within the barrier. As the dust settled, clarity returned to the arena. The female disciples erupted in cheers. Su Song had emerged unscathed, still intact. However, the situation was far from favorable. He appeared disheveled, covered in grime, and his attire bore a significant tear from the Metal of Gong. A wave of trepidation washed over Su Song as the golden sword grazed his chest, a moment that made him acutely aware of death's breath. Yet, he was fortunate. In that fleeting instant when the golden light appeared, he instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the deadly strike, though it left him drenched in cold sweat. Lin Mu stood before Su Song, immaculate and composed, as though leisurely strolling through a garden. His previous strike had been executed with restraint, the golden sword passing perilously close to Su Song's chest under Lin Mu's meticulous control. With victory scales tipping in his favor, Lin Mu remained vigilant. Yet Su Song was not ready to concede defeat. He had many more techniques yet to unveil. Despite the peril of the recent maneuver, he believed fortune still favored him. Until the contest reached its conclusion, he could not afford to surrender. In front of so many female disciples, having gained not a hint of advantage and being continually suppressed by Lin Mu was a blow to his pride. Even in defeat, he desired to do so with grace. Su Song straightened his posture, determination gleaming in his gaze. His hands danced in a series of intricate gestures, conjuring illusions before his chest. Lin Mu felt a chill in his heart, realizing that Su Song was determined to make one last desperate attempt. He did not blink, focusing intently on Su Song's movements. Although Su Song had yet to complete his incantation, he began to move rapidly, circling around Lin Mu. At first, Lin Mu managed to keep pace, slowly turning to follow him. However, the speed of the divine movement technique on the ground slightly surpassed that of the wind control technique. And soon Su Song transformed into a mere phantom, circling Lin Mu relentlessly. Dazed by the rapid motion, Lin Mu found himself at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Just as he hesitated, a water projectile struck him head-on, prompting Lin Mu to swiftly sidestep. Before he could stabilize his stance, another water projectile was launched. This time from a different direction. Su Song had already created a circle of illusions around Lin Mu, making it impossible for him to discern his actual location. Yet, Lin Mu understood that Su Song's rapid movements, while creating an unseen aura, were incredibly taxing on his spiritual energy and could not be sustained for long. If he could evade this wave of attacks, he would be poised to counterattack immediately. A thought crossed Lin Mu's mind. He realized that following Su Song in circles was unwise, as being led around like a puppet was hardly a pleasurable experience. He had already witnessed the swiftness of Su Song's divine movement technique, and now he wished to showcase the versatility of his wind control technique. As water projectiles came hurtling toward him, Lin Mu swiftly ascended into the air. During his ascent, 2 more water projectiles were launched at him. This scene felt vaguely familiar to Lin Mu, reminiscent of the 4 consecutive fireballs he had faced from Ma Huayuan. Just as he took off, he managed to evade the second water projectile. Su Song, having noticed Lin Mu's change in tactics, adjusted the trajectory of the 3rd and 4th water projectiles to target him in midair. Lin Mu's speed while airborne was not as swift as on the ground, and he barely managed to evade the 3rd water projectile. However, the 4th was unavoidable. At that moment, Lin Mu's heart tightened. If he were struck by the water projectile, he would not suffer severe injuries, but he would certainly be knocked from the sky. At that point, Su Song would only need to launch a water arrow as Lin Mu fell to inflict significant harm, leading to his defeat. Lin Mu realized that without revealing his true strength, this contest could easily end in disaster. In the air, Lin Mu executed the Crimson Fire technique, sending a fireball toward the water projectile. The two collided in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Lin Mu ascended even higher, conjuring a series of illusions, and then unleashed 3 fireballs from his hands. Su Song continued to move rapidly on the ground, like an elusive specter, making it nearly impossible for anyone to counter. However, Lin Mu smiled subtly. The 3 fireballs split into 3 directions, effectively dividing the circle of illusions. Su Song's swift movements came to an abrupt halt, nearly causing him to collide with one of the fireballs. To his astonishment, the fireball before him did not descend to the ground but surged directly towards his chest. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the fireball struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Lin Mu quickly adjusted the trajectory of the fireball, diverting it to avoid inflicting harm on Su Song. Though Su Song's clothing was singed and torn, he fell to the ground in a state of utter disarray. Lin Mu executed the wind control technique, gracefully descending to the ground, and hurriedly assisted Su Song to his feet. "Are you all right, junior brother?" "I apologize for my momentary miscalculation," Lin Mu expressed with a face full of remorse. Su Song shook his head with a wry smile, replying, "I concede defeat. Your techniques are exceedingly peculiar, rendering any defense utterly futile." At this juncture, Luo Tong retracted the restrictions and proclaimed loudly, "In this match, Lin Mu emerges victorious." Su Song wore a bittersweet expression. Before the competition commenced, he had been brimming with confidence. The top 5 seemed somewhat distant to him. Yet he believed he could strive for a place within the top 100. However, he never anticipated encountering Lin Mu in the very first battle. Although the outcome was within the realm of expectation, he nonetheless felt profound admiration for Lin Mu's ever-evolving techniques. This defeat meant he had not even entered the top 1,000. Although he could still participate in the loser S bracket, the competition there was far more intense. As the number of victors dwindled, the ranks of the defeated swelled, leading to an increased number of matches and considerable fatigue. For this grand competition, Su Song had made ample preparations. He had diligently honed his water-based techniques, achieving a remarkable 4 consecutive launches with the water bullet technique. His mastery of the movement technique was unparalleled, having even devised a phantom arc. If he were to face anyone else, the ghostly speed he exhibited would indeed leave them at a loss, granting him at least a 70% chance of victory. Yet, Lin Mu was an exception. His prowess in the wind control technique matched Su Song's skills in the movement technique. The phantom arc he painstakingly developed became obsolete in the face of Lin Mu's aerial maneuvers. Consequently, the subsequent 4 consecutive water bullets failed to yield the intended effect. Under normal circumstances, after unleashing a series of 4 water bullets, an opponent would be cornered, allowing him to seal the victory with a single water arrow. However, every scenario he envisioned fell short against Lin Mu. The final, curving strike of the red fire technique left him utterly perplexed. The power of that fireball was akin to that of low-tier techniques, and Su Song had not considered it to be of mid-tier caliber. He assumed that Lin Mu, like himself, had grasped some of the subtleties of technique. Just as he could innovate the phantom arc based on the movement technique, Lin Mu could surely achieve something remarkable with the red fire technique. Despite exerting all his strength, victory eluded him, and Lin Mu appeared to have reserves of energy still at his disposal. In this match, Su Song conceded wholeheartedly. "You have won," he exclaimed with a smile, congratulating Lin Mu. Lin Mu had deftly redirected the fireball at the last moment, avoiding injury, which earned Su Song's utmost respect. Although the competition had rules against causing fatal harm, injuries were inevitable. In the clashes among skilled practitioners, injuries were a common occurrence. When opponents matched each other in strength, the battles tended to be fierce, often resulting in mutual detriment. Only those with stark disparities in power could secure victories effortlessly. Lin Mu's kindness warmed Su Song's heart. With a gentle smile, Lin Mu replied, "Thank you, junior brother, for your gracious concession. It was truly a stroke of luck." As the conversation unfolded, the female disciples who had been observing from the periphery gathered around, acutely aware of the imminent danger at the last moment, their hearts filled with concern for Su Song, and silently harboring resentment towards Lin Mu. Yet, the situation took an unexpected turn as the fireball inexplicably veered off course, singeing only a small part of Su Song's clothing, leaving him unharmed. This event significantly altered their perception of Lin Mu. The female disciples began to express their care for Su Song, offering comforting words, each gaze imbued with tender affection and gentle warmth. Simultaneously, they did not neglect to show gratitude towards Lin Mu. He smiled in response, reflecting on Su Song's esteemed position among the female disciples, which was indeed considerable. Much like Mu Qing, exceptional individuals are often surrounded by admirers. Lin Mu, however, remained disinterested in such matters, still a solitary figure, with most of those within his sect being merely acquaintances. This was a deliberate choice on his part, in his view. It was more prudent to devote time to cultivation rather than socializing. He recognized that many fail to establish a solid foundation not solely due to a lack of talent, but because effort is equally paramount. Aware of his own limited aptitude, Lin Mu understood that only through diligence could he compensate for it. Seeing that there was nothing more to be done, he offered a slight smile to Su Song and the surrounding female disciples before taking his leave. Upon returning to his secluded abode on Shifeng, Lin Mu headed straight for his quiet chamber. The recent competition had been profoundly enlightening for him. Initially, he believed that with his current strength, he would seldom encounter formidable opponents within the sect. However, he was taken aback by the challenge posed by Su Song, who was merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Had it not been for his practice of the wind control technique, he would have been at a loss when confronted by Su Song's phantom arc. This experience instilled in him the realization that no opponent should be underestimated. Although he had only exerted about 60% of his strength in the contest, he pondered how he could perform effortlessly in the subsequent matches if the first one proved so taxing. His curiosity was piqued by Su Song's phantom arc, which possessed considerable lethality. Yet, Lin Mu found it difficult to glean insights from it. In terms of speed, the wind control technique paled in comparison to the divine movement technique, failing to meet the requirements of the phantom arc. The arduousness of this encounter made him wary of the upcoming challenges. Throughout the night, Lin Mu practiced his techniques under the enchanting glow of the moonlight. He ceased his exercises only at dawn. During this night, he primarily focused on the metal technique, which among the elemental techniques he had mastered, possessed the greatest power, followed by the fire technique, while the remaining spells were nearly devoid of offensive capability. Although he had contemplated acquiring additional offensive techniques with spirit stones, he ultimately abandoned the idea, realizing that the true potency of a technique lay within the practitioner rather than in the technique itself. Who could have anticipated that a technique initially intended for planting would shine brilliantly during the competition? Lin Mu was confident that his metal technique could rival any low-tier offensive technique in terms of power. Indeed, the 4th level of the metal technique commanded respect. For today's contest, Lin Mu resolved to hold nothing back, to showcase his full strength from the outset, denying his opponents any opportunity for a comeback. After enjoying a hearty meal at the Spirit Cuisine Hall, Lin Mu followed the throng towards Chinyu Peak. The contest for the victorious faction continues atop Chinyu Peak, while the defeated faction has relocated their competition to the remote and secluded Jiao Peak, a place seldom frequented and thus garnering little attention. The rules for today's match differ from those of yesterday. The disciples of the inner sect have collected all the victorious waste tokens and placed them into 2 peachwood boxes. Today's adversaries will be chosen at random by the inner disciples. The 2 wooden boxes, sealed and secured, possess only a small opening at the top, allowing a single hand to reach inside. Enchantments have been cast upon the boxes to isolate them from any spiritual perception until the waste tokens are withdrawn. Even the inner disciples conducting the draw remain oblivious to the numbers inscribed upon them. The tokens within the peachwood boxes have been thoroughly shuffled, with 1 male and 1 female disciple positioned on opposite sides. At the same moment, they each retrieve a waste token from within the boxes. The male disciple announces, number 165, Niu Yan. The female disciple follows suit, number 867, Lin Qing. Upon hearing their names, both competitors step into the arena to commence their contest. Today, Lin Mu finds himself fortunate, as his name is called in the very first round. The male disciple proclaims, number 536, Fu Shan. The female disciple then announces, number 666, Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu promptly rises and makes his way to the 39th arena. The second match is about to begin. Lin Mu entered the arena, accompanied by Fu Shan, his opponent for this round. True to his name, Fu Shan was a towering figure, robust and imposing as a mountain. His mere presence radiated a formidable aura, instilling a sense of awe. Observing the 2 competitors, the adjudicator, the esteemed disciple Feng Lai, nodded slightly. He swiftly erected a barrier to isolate the noise from outside and proclaimed, the contest begins. Within the confines of the barrier, the 2 stood facing each other, alert and cautious. Lin Mu quickly discerned Fu Shan's cultivation level, which was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement. A wave of relief washed over Lin Mu. It seemed the first match would indeed be an exception. Neither spoke, and after a slight nod from Fu Shan, the battle commenced. As Lin Mu raised his gaze, he suddenly noticed Fu Shan charging directly towards him, akin to a robust rhinoceros, propelled by an astonishing momentum. Remarkably, Fu Shan refrained from employing any techniques, opting instead for a direct assault. Lin Mu was baffled, struggling to comprehend Fu Shan's approach. Then, a thought struck him. Could Fu Shan be a body cultivator? Unlike ordinary practitioners, body cultivators focused on refining their physical form. Although they too cultivated spiritual energy, their primary aim was to enhance their corporeal strength, eschewing the slower methods of spellcasting in favor of raw might. Such individuals often possessed immense power, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards as if it were a trivial task. Examining Fu Shan's physique, Lin Mu noted the unmistakable traits of a body cultivator. His strides, though rapid, were marked by an unusual steadiness, each footfall leaving deep impressions upon the ground. As Fu Shan rapidly approached, Lin Mu's singular thought was clear. He must not allow Fu Shan to close the distance. Should Fu Shan engage him in close combat, Lin Mu, with his slender frame, would stand no chance against someone capable of effortlessly dismantling beasts. Fu Shan moved with remarkable speed, surpassing that of ordinary individuals, though not quite matching the elusive arcs of Su Song's illusions. Without hesitation, Lin Mu activated the wind control technique, propelling himself into the air just before Fu Shan could reach him. As Fu Shan lunged at Lin Mu's previous position, Lin Mu had already ascended, narrowly evading the fierce onslaught. Suspended in midair, approximately 3 zhang above the ground, Lin Mu believed he had successfully evaded the attack. He anticipated that Fu Shan would be unable to pursue him and could only stand below, an unwilling target for Lin Mu's spells. However, his assumption proved to be misguided. Fu Shan, undeterred by his missed attack, swiftly altered his trajectory and leapt into the air, his hands clawing towards Lin Mu's legs with fierce intent. Lin Mu's heart raced with trepidation. The leaping prowess of this body cultivator was beyond his expectations. To leap 3 zhang into the air was astonishing. Fortunately, with the wind control technique enhancing his agility, Lin Mu found himself far more nimble in the air compared to Fu Shan. A carp flicked its tail, its feet abruptly soaring, narrowly evading a fierce grasp. Though Fu Shan possessed immense strength and astonishing agility, he had yet to master the art of suspending himself midair. Ultimately, he succumbed to gravity and plummeted downward. Thud! Dust billowed as his foot plunged deep into the stone ground, leaving a significant indentation. Having narrowly dodged the attack, Lin Mu regained his composure and promptly unleashed the Crimson Fire technique. A fireball, accompanied by a whistling wind, hurtled towards Fu Shan. unfazed by the oncoming inferno. Fu Shan bent his knees and drew in his abdomen, delivering a thunderous punch upward. The fireball collided violently with his fist. Boom! Sparks erupted. And under the force of Fu Shan's strike, the fireball disintegrated with a resounding blast. Lin Mu gasped in astonishment, silently acknowledging the power of that punch. Upon examining Fu Shan's fist, he noted it remained unscathed, emerging from the destruction of the fireball without even a scratch. Such formidable mastery of body refinement. It was astonishing that a fireball of that magnitude couldn't inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Without hesitation, Lin Mu continued to weave his incantations, his hands moving like shadows in a dance, conjuring 4 identical fireballs. Crimson Fire Technique, a quadruple barrage. The 4 fireballs lined up in the air like a string of cannonballs, launching fiercely towards Fu Shan. Unperturbed, Fu Shan summoned his internal spiritual energy, his muscles bulging as his body rapidly expanded, akin to an inflating balloon, his garments bursting apart into tatters, strewn across the ground. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and he struck the fireballs with a tremendous fist. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds echoed as the 4 fireballs shattered. The last 2 fireballs fused into one, their combined force even more formidable, yet under Fu Shan's might, they too were obliterated. What a robust physique. Even the quadruple barrage of the Crimson Fire Technique could not harm him. Lin Mu understood that without revealing his trump card, victory in this contest was unattainable. It was imperative to conclude this duel swiftly. The wind control technique would only allow Lin Mu to float in the air for the duration of a fragrant stick. Currently engaged in battle, the consumption of spiritual energy was exacerbated, and any prolonged struggle would spell dire consequences. While Lin Mu could strike Fu Shan with ease, he could not inflict any damage. The two engaged in a dance of offense and defense, seemingly favoring Lin Mu. However, he was acutely aware that once he descended to the ground, defeat was inevitable. Initially, during the contest, Lin Mu was reluctant to employ the metal technique, as its potency was immense, and its use could easily result in severe injury to oneself or others. Yet now, he had no choice but to proceed. Lin Mu swiftly executed the metal technique, conjuring a small golden sword in his hand. This time, he conserved his energy, as the golden sword required minimal spiritual power. With a flick of his incantation, the golden sword darted forth, a flash of speed that left Fu Shan with no opportunity to evade. The golden sword pierced toward Fu Shan's right shoulder, penetrating through and leaving a small, precise hole. Blood gushed forth from the wound, flowing like a spring, ceaselessly surging outward. The sharpness of the metal technique had indeed proven effective. Even the seemingly indomitable physique of Fu Shan could not withstand the onslaught. In this contest, the victor has been determined. Continuing further would only exacerbate Fu Shan's injuries. Lin Mu's Metal of Gung is not merely a one-time technique. Through extensive practice, he has occasionally managed to unleash a double strike. Such formidable offensive power, who could possibly resist? Fu Shan, a man of decisiveness, recognized that Lin Mu's assault was capable of piercing his defenses and understood that his own physical cultivation was not yet perfected. I concede, Fu Shan declared outright. As Feng Lai lifted the restrictions, Lin Mu gently descended. Approaching Fu Shan, he expressed sincere regret. I truly apologize. My strike was too forceful, injuring my junior. I hope you can forgive me. Fu Shan, a practitioner of body refinement, regarded such injuries as commonplace, hardly worth mentioning. Though pain radiated from his right shoulder, he remained composed and smiled at Lin Mu, saying, "It's nothing but a minor injury. Thank you, senior brother, for your restraint. If you could not harm me, I would not concede. No one who cannot injure me can claim victory." His words clearly exuded confidence in his own physical cultivation. Seeing Fu Shan's magnanimity, Lin Mu remarked, "Your spirit is truly commendable, junior brother." At that moment, Feng Lai announced, "In this round, Lin Mu is the victor." After nodding to both contenders, he gracefully departed. Fu Shan's wound continued to bleed. Evidently, this was not his first encounter with such adversity. He retrieved a vial of healing medicine from his storage ring and began to apply the powder to his wound. Lin Mu quickly interjected, "Allow me to assist." Taking the vial, Lin Mu poured a small amount into his palm and gently applied the powder to Fu Shan's injury. Throughout this process, Fu Shan remained silent, as if the wound Lin Mu tended to belong to another, detached from his own experience. The healing powder proved remarkably effective. Within moments, the bleeding ceased. Practitioners of body refinement are not fearful of wounds, for each injury serves to fortify their bodies further. Some ascetic cultivators even deliberately inflict injuries upon themselves to enhance their strength and recovery. Fu Shan's wound halted its bleeding so swiftly due in part to the healing powder, but equally attributable to his own robust recuperative abilities. Such an injury would heal within 10 to 15 days. A common person, however, would require over a month before freely lifting their right arm again. Once the bleeding stopped, Lin Mu handed the vial back to Fu Shan, and the two bid each other farewell. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Mu resumed his practice of techniques. Having won 2 consecutive matches, he had now entered the top 500. The competition surged ahead with fervor. In the following 2 days, fortune favored Lin Mu. Perhaps the initial stroke of bad luck had passed, as his next 2 opponents were rather unremarkable. One was a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 8th level. The 7th level opponent, a fire element cultivator, possessed a mere fireball technique, which he could only execute in a triple strike. Lacking the prowess of Su Song and Fu Shan by a significant margin, Lin Mu was uncertain whether this individual had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, as such prowess could still secure a place among the top 500. However, upon encountering Lin Mu, his fortunate journey came to an abrupt end. In a mere 3 exchanges, Lin Mu unleashed a series of 4 consecutive strikes with the Crimson Fire technique, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. The defeated combatant, thoroughly convinced of his defeat, readily conceded. The practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement adhered to a conventional approach, possessing both water and earth elemental roots. His chosen techniques were commendable. He employed water arrow technique for his water affinity and dust raising technique for his earth affinity. His strategy mirrored Lin Mu's previous tactics, utilizing dust raising technique to create a cloud of dust that obscured his opponent's vision, followed by a decisive strike with water arrow technique. This tactic had proven successful time and again, contributing significantly to his ascent into the top 250. Yet, he now faced Lin Mu, who had achieved an unparalleled mastery in this domain. Lin Mu retaliated with his opponent's own methods, but at the crucial moment, he evaded a fatal blow using wind control technique. Unfortunately for his adversary, the metal element technique pierced through his right arm. Had Lin Mu not exercised restraint, the injury would have been far more grievous. The opponent, drenched in cold sweat, quickly surrendered. These 2 matches were effortlessly won by Lin Mu. A total of 2,024 participants entered the grand competition. Following the first match, 1,012 were eliminated, leaving 506 competitors after the second round. After the third match, only 253 remained, and post the 4th round, the number dwindled further to 127. Traditionally, with 253 participants, there would be 1 individual left without a match, thus granting them the fortune of advancing directly. This practice meant that after the 4 rounds, 127 competitors remained, again an odd number. Should someone be particularly fortunate, they might find themselves continuously unpaired and thus ascend into the final 11. Such occurrences have indeed transpired in the history of the Qinyu Sword Sect, and not merely once. Ironically, there was an instance when a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement managed to infiltrate the final 11. It was said that this competition was the most formidable in the sect's history, with the top 10 all being at the 10th level of Qi refinement, devoid of even a single 9th level practitioner. Yet this individual, through sheer luck, advanced into the final 11 with their modest 7th level cultivation. This incident has since become a celebrated tale within the Qinyu Sword Sect. After 4 consecutive matches, tradition allowed for a 3-day respite before the next round. This interval could be used for rest or healing, as the strength of the competitors grew increasingly comparable post the 3rd match, leading to a heightened likelihood of injury. As the competition progressed, the duration of rest became increasingly significant, with the matches growing ever more intense. At East Peak, in Mu Qing's abode, the tranquil chamber was suffused with an intoxicating sandalwood fragrance, the smoke curling languidly through the air, rendering the figures of the 2 individuals within almost ethereal. Zhang Ruox mused. After years of fervent ambition, I have finally established my foundation. I can prolong my existence for a few more years. The sentiment expressed is undeniably poignant. Yet Zhang Ruox's countenance belies his words, revealing a subtle thrill beneath his demeanor. The successful establishment of their foundation is largely attributable to Lin Mu. Had he not aided in concocting the spirit-gathering pill, their triumph would not have been so effortlessly achieved. Mu Qing remarked with a smile. I have heard that a total of 18 individuals attempted to establish their foundations this time, yet counting the 2 of us, only 6 have succeeded. Truly, we are favored by the heavens to have accomplished this on our first attempt. Zhang Ruoxu's expression shifted, a cold sneer escaping his lips. And what if we have succeeded in establishing our foundations? The remaining 18 foundation pills in the sect were completely divided among us, provoking the ire of the sect leader, who has now sent us to the misty forest to hunt demons. This is clearly a death sentence. I knew those old geezers would not let this slide so easily. He spat through gritted teeth. Mu Qing urged, yet it is certainly preferable to gathering herbs. The risks of hunting demons are significant, but at least we will have the company of genuine disciples of our sect. As long as we do not venture too deeply into the misty forest, our chances of survival are greatly enhanced. If we can successfully refine a magical artifact during this time, we need not fear the demonic beasts we may encounter. Humph. Zhang Ruoxu retorted angrily. Your reasoning holds merit, but how are we to acquire a magical artifact? Inferior artifacts are hardly worth considering, and a medium-grade artifact would cost at least several hundred low-grade spirit stones. In our attempts to establish our foundations, we have already exhausted our spirit stones and find ourselves utterly impoverished. It is difficult to procure even an inferior artifact, let alone a medium one. Mu Qing sighed in agreement. We are to depart for the misty forest tomorrow. This venture truly appears fraught with peril. At this juncture, we are devoid of options. If it comes to it, I may have to sacrifice my appearance. Zhang Ruoxu was taken aback, his face ablaze with fury. Under no circumstances will I allow you to sacrifice your appearance unless it is absolutely necessary. His tone softened slightly. I have plans for you, but not just yet. Mu Qing sat in silence at the table, lost in thought. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Ruoxu's eyes as he spoke in a low voice. I recall that last time you had Lin Mu refine pills, you provided him with 600 spirit stones. Initially, we sought his assistance. But now that we have established our foundations, he serves little purpose to us. Moreover, I am quite intrigued by the secrets he holds. Tonight, we shall take action against him. A glimmer of reluctance crossed Mu Qing's eyes as she softly suggested, to act so swiftly may be unwise. Perhaps we should wait. He is currently participating in the sect's grand competition, and should he suddenly disappear, it would surely raise suspicions. Zhang Ruoxu pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, it is not the right time to act. However, based on my observations, this young man possesses extraordinary character. Given time, he is bound to surpass us. If we do not act soon, circumstances may change unfavorably. Should he suddenly excel in this competition, ranking among the top 10 or even the top 5, the elders of the sect would undoubtedly take notice of him, making it impossible for us to act. Thus, taking action now is imperative. His words were resolute, leaving no room for Mu Qing's dissent. After a brief internal struggle, she slowly nodded in acquiescence. Zhang Ruoxu's satisfaction was evident. He had grown accustomed to her resistance over the years. Countless lives had fallen to their hands, and while Mu Qing always wrestled with her conscience, she ultimately capitulated to his will. This instance would prove no exception. Upon receiving Mu Qing's consent, Zhang Ruoxu revealed a smile and remarked, I understand your reluctance. Fortunately, the disparity in strength is considerable. Victory is assured on my part, and there is no need for your intervention. You merely need to summon him, and I shall handle him myself. Mu Qing nodded gently in agreement. As night enveloped the world, Zhang Ruoxu stealthily departed into the darkness. In the western courtyard, Lin Mu continued his diligent practice of magical arts, as he had done on countless occasions prior. With each passing day, his comprehension of these arts deepened. The same rudimentary spells, when wielded by different individuals, yielded vastly different results. Some exceptionally talented practitioners could even fine-tune these spells to align perfectly with their innate abilities. Su Song's Phantom Arc, for instance, was an enhancement built upon the foundation of the movement technique, ultimately achieving a level of subtlety that rendered it nearly indefensible. Such moments of enlightenment are rare and often elusive. Over the span of thousands of years, magical techniques within the realm of cultivation have evolved into a relatively stable system. Innovating or making adjustments upon this foundation is a formidable challenge. However, since these techniques are ultimately creations of humanity, some high-ranking cultivators, in their leisure, occasionally devise lower-tier spells for the benefit of novice practitioners. Nonetheless, such occurrences remain infrequent. After his battle with Su Song, Lin Mu found himself inspired to make subtle adjustments to his own spells, in accordance with his unique characteristics. Yet, he struggled to find the right approach and made little progress. The Azure Water technique, which Lin Mu utilized most frequently, had reached its 4th tier, yet its ability to summon rain felt like a gross underutilization. He could not conceive how to enhance it. Thick clouds loomed around him like a shroud of mist. enveloping a radius of about 10 feet. These clouds bore no offensive power and offered minimal defense, only providing some protection against fireball technique. During competitions, Lin Mu seldom employed the azure water technique offensively, primarily due to this limitation. In comparison with the water-based technique, water arrow, the azure water technique lacked an offensive capability, and even when weighed against water bullet, it fell significantly short. The reason Lin Mu initially opted to learn the azure water technique was its accessibility. One could grasp the fundamentals within a matter of days, unlike other techniques, which often required months of arduous practice to yield modest results. However, in hindsight, that foresight was insufficient. Yet, at that time, he was financially constrained and could not afford the authentic lower-tier techniques, resorting instead to the relatively inexpensive agricultural spells. The prices of lower-tier techniques varied according to their potency. A jade slip recording the water arrow technique required at least double the spiritual stones compared to the water bullet technique. Furthermore, the learning curve for water arrow was significantly steeper than that of water bullet. Currently, Lin Mu found himself at a bottleneck. In the short term, he was unable to learn other techniques, and the foundational 5 elements techniques he had studied only documented the first 3 tiers, leaving the subsequent levels entirely unaddressed. Lin Mu believed that, given ample time, exploring other techniques would indeed be a commendable choice. If only I could acquire the contents following the fundamental 5 elements techniques, I would no longer be troubled. Yet, despite my vigilant search in the scripture pavilion, I have found no relevant jade slips. Lin Mu speculated that perhaps the Qinyu sword sect lacks more profound jade slips on this subject, which is quite understandable, as the sect primarily focuses on sword techniques and shows little enthusiasm for spellcraft. Alternatively, it is possible that the more advanced jade slips have been placed on the second floor of the scripture pavilion, accessible only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Having reached a standstill in my study of spellcraft, Lin Mu found himself without progress. However, he did not leave empty-handed, at the very least. He had made considerable strides in the application of spells. Now, casting the azure water technique came effortlessly to him, as if it were second nature. Lin Mu gestured with his hand, summoning a dense mist that enveloped the courtyard, yet miraculously, it did not dampen his garments. As the fog dissipated, the courtyard regained its clarity, illuminated by the rising moonlight. Suddenly, a paper talisman soared into view, inexplicably halting before Lin Mu. A communication talisman? Lin Mu was taken aback. He had never received such a paper talisman before, but he had heard that these communication talismans were quite valuable, with even the cheapest requiring a low-grade spirit stone. Only those of considerable wealth would dare to employ such talismans. This particular talisman was crafted from pink note paper, distinctly different from ordinary paper talismans, leading Lin Mu to estimate its worth at no less than 3 low-grade spirit stones. Who could afford such extravagance? Lin Mu channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the talisman, causing it to tremble, and a melodious voice emerged. "Junior brother, do not be astonished. It is Mu Qing. I have some important matters to convey to you." The voice was crisp and enchanting, unmistakably Mu Qing's. Lin Mu was puzzled as to why such matters could not be discussed in person, resorting instead to the opulence of a paper talisman. Wealthy individuals certainly differ. He focused intently, eager to discern what Mu Qing wished to reveal. "Hiki," Mu Qing chuckled. "Thank you for your assistance in alchemy last time. I believe you have surmised that I have successfully established my foundation. To express my gratitude, I wish to share a crucial piece of information that pertains to your life and the acquisition of foundation establishment pills. Previously, I provided you with a brief overview of herb gathering, but I did not elaborate. Now that I have established my foundation, I can expound further. The reason the sect leader is organizing a grand competition within the sect is to select 5 individuals to venture into a perilous location for herb gathering. However, the situation is far from simple. To my knowledge, there will be no fewer than 100 individuals, a gathering of elite disciples from various sects venturing there. And a moment's carelessness could lead to immediate demise. My urgency in establishing my foundation stemmed from a desire to evade this calamity. Mu Qing paused before continuing, however. Due to my premature foundation establishment, the sect leader has become aware of this and is exceedingly furious, ordering the 6 of us to venture into the misty forest to hunt demons. I am sure you have heard whispers of the dangers lurking within the misty forest. It is uncertain whether we shall return from this expedition. At this point, a note of sorrow tinged her voice. We depart tomorrow, and before setting out, I cannot afford to meet anyone. Thus, I implore you to visit Wangyun Peak. I have some items to entrust to you, including the formula for the foundation establishment pill. I shall elaborate on the herb-gathering expedition then. Let us not fail to meet at the midnight hour. As she spoke, the paper talisman ignited spontaneously without the slightest breeze, transforming into a fine layer of ash that drifted gracefully to the ground. Gazing at Mount Wangan, Lin Mu smiled faintly. Indeed, the location chosen by Mu Qing was quite remote, difficult for others to detect. Mount Wangan was situated far from the western peak, in a desolate area devoid of human presence. If one were to walk, it would take at least an hour to reach it. However, employing the wind manipulation technique would significantly expedite the journey. Good deeds are truly rewarded. Lin Mu had not anticipated that assisting her in alchemy would yield such an unexpected benefit. The formula for the Foundation establishment pill stirred a sense of impatience within her. In the dead of night, Lin Mu stealthily departed, heading towards Mount Wangan. Lin Mu executed the wind control technique, gracefully gliding through the forest. The Wangan Peak, located in the northwestern corner of the Qinyu Sword Gate, was a remote place with sparse spiritual energy. Over time, it had become desolate and uninhabited. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Mu surveyed the area, yet he did not spot Mu Qing. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. This place was seldom visited by humans, filled with bizarre stones. And behind the towering rocks, shadows stretched ominously, causing a shiver to run down Lin Mu's spine. After waiting for a while, Lin Mu felt a surge of anxiety as Mu Qing still had not arrived. The moon slipped behind the clouds, plunging the area into darkness, a chilling atmosphere enveloping him. Suddenly, a water arrow shot rapidly from behind a strange rock, aimed directly at Lin Mu's back. An ambush. It was a low-level spell, the water arrow technique. Having practiced the star refinement divine art and reached an extraordinary state, Lin Mu's senses were exceedingly sharp, enhancing his awareness of the surroundings. Even before the arrow reached him, he felt a prickling sensation at his back, an eerie awareness spreading throughout his body, and the sharp sound of wind confirmed that this was no mere illusion. Without a moment to react, Lin Mu threw himself to the ground. The water arrow narrowly missed him, striking a large stone ahead and creating a small hole over half a foot deep. Lin Mu gasped in shock. Had it struck his flesh, he would have certainly perished. The moment he hit the ground, Lin Mu activated the wind control technique, propelling himself back into the air. Floating in midair, he scanned behind him, attempting to locate his assailant. The surrounding piles of stones obscured any view of the hidden figure. Behind a massive rock, Zhang Ruoxa crouched low, concealed from sight. The failure of his lethal attack left him astonished. He had prepared for this strike for quite some time, yet it had missed its mark. Arriving half an hour earlier than Lin Mu, he was thoroughly familiar with the terrain, deeming it an excellent ambush location. Despite possessing greater strength than Lin Mu, he preferred to avoid a direct confrontation, opting instead for a more effortless solution. Thus, he remained hidden, observing Lin Mu's reactions. As anticipated, Lin Mu's impatience grew with Mu Qing's prolonged absence. This was Zhang Ruoxa's most opportune moment. Recognizing the fleeting nature of opportunity, he seized it and secretly summoned his most adept spell, the water arrow technique. To avoid alerting Lin Mu, he deliberately slowed the circulation of his spiritual energy, taking a full 15 minutes to execute a spell that could normally be completed in an instant. When he unleashed the water arrow aimed at Lin Mu's back, he was confident that Lin Mu would be caught off guard and fall. However, everything unfolded contrary to his expectations. Lin Mu, who appeared to have let down his guard, reacted with remarkable agility, leaping forward to evade the attack. In an instant, he soared into the air, clearly utilizing the wind control technique to achieve such heights. Lin Mu's expression darkened ominously. Had it not been for his keen perception, he might have already succumbed to the ground, lifeless. At present, the assailant remained concealed. And based on the formidable power of the previous water arrow technique, it was highly probable that the attacker was a master of the 10th stage of Qi refinement. Was it envy that drove someone to eliminate him during his respite, thereby diminishing a rival? Yet, how could they have anticipated his arrival at this location? Lin Mu was adamant that he had exercised utmost caution on his way, frequently glancing back to ensure he was not being followed. Could it be Mu Qing? A sudden shock coursed through him. Mu Qing. It had to be her. He recalled that during her initial request for his alchemical assistance, she had harbored suspicions about him. But why would she wish him harm? Lin Mu could scarcely fathom that the first person to turn against him would be Mu Qing, a woman he had aided on numerous occasions. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes, yet confusion filled his heart. He distinctly remembered that Mu Qing possessed wood-type spiritual roots. How could she wield the water arrow technique? Did she have an accomplice? His countenance grew increasingly grim. This was a meticulously premeditated conspiracy, aimed squarely at him. Suspended in midair, These thoughts flashed through Lin Mu's mind like lightning, and he swiftly reached a decision. He formed hand seals, and fireballs erupted from his palms, hurtling towards the pile of boulders. Zhang Ruoxu, hidden behind the massive stone, realized that the ambush had failed and resolved to confront his adversary directly. He silently recited an incantation, and a shimmer of spiritual light enveloped him. Before long, he began to shrink and plump in, transforming into an entirely different figure, a short and grotesque individual, starkly contrasting his previous tall stature. This was indeed his tried and true bone shrinking technique. His caution was evident. Even with victory seemingly assured, he refrained from revealing his true visage. Lin Mu aimed to flush out the hidden assailant with the Crimson Fire technique, which coincided with Zhang Ruoxu's intentions. No longer content to remain behind the boulders, Zhang Ruoxu stepped forth. Upon seeing the figure emerge, Lin Mu halted his incantation, only to be astonished by the profound depth of the man's cultivation, far beyond that of a mere 10th-stage chi refiner. He bore a striking resemblance to the inner sect disciple chiefing. Lin Mu's heart sank. This man was a foundational stage expert. Today, it seemed, he was in grave peril. Zhang Ruoxu remained silent, for the bone-shrinking technique could alter his physical form but not his voice. Speaking would betray his disguise. Once he emerged, Zhang Ruoxu immediately unleashed a fireball towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu's pupils constricted, and he summoned his technique, launching a golden small sword directly at Zhang Ruoxu. The 4th level of the metal technique. This was Lin Mu's most powerful spell, and facing the precipice of life and death, he dared not hold back. Unleashing his most formidable attack without hesitation, the golden sword met the fireball midair, and the potency of the metal technique manifested brilliantly at that moment. The golden sword, with unparalleled swiftness, pierced through the fireball, which promptly exploded into nothingness. Yet the golden sword, undeterred, continued its relentless trajectory towards Zhang Ruoxu. Zhang Ruoxu was well prepared. Before the golden small sword could reach his body, he swiftly performed the godly movement technique and evaded to the side. To his astonishment, the golden small sword, having just departed from his form, did not continue its trajectory backward, but instead veered around and lunged directly towards his back. A cold sweat broke out on Zhang Ruoxu in an instant as he accelerated once more, abruptly shifting his body. Yet, he was ultimately too late to react. The golden small sword pierced through his right arm, creating a tiny wound from which blood gushed forth like a surging spring. Middle-tier techniques? Zhang Ruoxu, disregarding his pain, was filled with both shock and dread. Although he had only recently established his foundation and had not yet learned any middle-tier techniques, he had assumed that his cultivation level would be more than sufficient to deal with Lin Mu. Little did he expect that Lin Mu would possess such capabilities. However, he quickly realized that this was entirely improbable. The might of middle-tier techniques was undoubtedly far greater than what he had just experienced. The golden small sword he had encountered was clearly a manifestation of the metal essence technique from the realm of planting arts. Zhang Ruoxu was intimately familiar with the metal essence technique and had practiced it to the 3rd level. Yet, Lin Mu's metal essence technique far surpassed his own, existing on an entirely different plane. Being a foundational cultivator, Zhang Ruoxu quickly regained his composure, disregarding his injury. He resolved to leverage his higher cultivation level and the rapid execution of techniques to eliminate Lin Mu. His hands moved like phantoms, swiftly casting incantations. As he maneuvered his hands, fireballs erupted from his palms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A full 10 fireballs coalesced in an instant, achieving a remarkable 10 consecutive launches of fireball technique. At the age of 62, Zhang Ruoxu had only just established his foundation, lagging behind others in innate talent. Yet he had profound mastery in the art of techniques. After years of rigorous practice, he could now execute each technique with remarkable speed. Furthermore, after establishing his foundation, even low-tier techniques gained increased potency. Before his foundation was set, he could manage an 8-fold launch of fireball technique, and after his advancement, he had improved to a 10-fold launch. This achievement was unparalleled within his sect. 10 fireballs surged from every direction, above, below, and all around, simultaneously converging upon Lin Mu. At this moment, the wind control technique was rendered ineffective. Regardless of where one might flee, the fireballs would inevitably strike. Should he be hit, there would be no escape. It was a scenario of certain death. The fireballs rushed in from all angles, a relentless tide. The surrounding temperature surged instantly, a searing heat enveloping the air. Waves of warmth crashing against him. The dark night sky was illuminated a vibrant red by the fireballs, bright as day. After executing the incantation and unleashing the fireballs, Zhang Ruoxu's complexion paled. The 10 consecutive launches of fireball technique demanded a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Even with his foundation established, this expulsion had drained at least half of his spiritual reserves. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he could not comprehend the peculiarities of Lin Mu's techniques, he was certain that under the barrage of 10 fireballs, all oddities would vanish, leaving nothing behind. Lin Mu, suspended in midair, found himself with nowhere to hide, gazing at the man below, whose face was twisted in a malevolent grin. Lin Mu felt a surge of determination within him. He did not shy away. Instead, he resolutely leaped from the air, hurtling directly toward Zhang Ruoxu. Simultaneously, he summoned his spiritual energy with fervor, swiftly executing the technique known as Azure Water Art. A massive cloud formation abruptly appeared, shielding Lin Mu from harm. The moisture within the cloud was dense and palpable, consuming a significant portion of Lin Mu's spiritual energy. However, the results were undeniable. 3 fireballs surged into the cloud, only to be extinguished in a burst of vapor. The direction Lin Mu chose faced the fewest fireballs, yet there were still 4. After quenching the 3 fireballs, the cloud dissipated, leaving only 1 fireball, which continued its rapid approach toward Lin Mu. As Lin Mu proactively met the fireball, the distance between them diminished. Just as the fireball was about to strike, Lin Mu abruptly withdrew from wind control technique and plummeted straight down. The fireball whizzed past his head, singeing a few strands of hair. Falling from a height of over 10 feet, Lin Mu landed with a jolt, feeling a tingling in his feet. But he paid it no heed. Even as he descended, he began to form a hand seal, and upon landing, he unleashed a golden small sword, propelled by unmatched vigor, aimed directly at Zhang Ruoxu. The amusement faded from Zhang Ruoxu's corpulent face. Azure Water Art, another form of planting technique. In Zhang Ruoxu's eyes, planting techniques were negligible. He had long abandoned them in favor of more formidable arts many years prior. To him, authentic techniques were 1,000 times, even 10,000 times, superior to planting techniques. Yet, on this day, his series of powerful attacks had been foiled by Lin Mu's planting techniques. His right arm had been pierced by metal essence technique and was still bleeding profusely. In the moment Lin Mu charged toward him, Zhang Ruoxu deciphered Lin Mu's intent. Lin Mu aimed to close the distance, leveraging the adaptability of his techniques to leave Zhang Ruoxu defenseless. As long as the golden small sword could approach Zhang Ruoxu's body, Lin Mu was confident it would inflict injury. Zhang Ruoxu, naturally aware of this, recognized that while Lin Mu's techniques were still at a low level, his control resembled that of mid-tier techniques. The golden sword must not be allowed to draw near. As the golden small sword hurtled toward him, Zhang Ruoxu raised his somewhat numb right arm, forming hand seals, and a thick earthen wall suddenly emerged in front of him. The low-tier earth technique, earth wall technique. Although Zhang Ruoxu possessed roots in 4 elemental types, his strongest affinity lay with the earth element. While earth techniques lacked offensive power, their defensive capabilities were formidable. The earth wall technique boasted exceptional defense among low-tier earth techniques. This was Zhang Ruoxu's secret weapon, rarely necessitating its deployment. Lin Mu's formidable strength instilled fear in him. The earth wall was over 3 feet thick, yet Zhang Ruoxu remained uneasy. As the golden small sword pierced the earth wall, he promptly executed further seals, conjuring 2 more earth walls before him. His caution proved well-founded. The first earthen wall could not impede the advance of the golden dagger. It continued forward, shattering 2 walls in succession until it penetrated most of the 3rd wall. Only then did its power wane, a flash of golden light erupting as it disintegrated, leaving the last wall in ruins amidst a flurry of soil and debris. Zhang Ruoxu, covered in dirt and sweat, was overwhelmed by a cold dread. Fortunately, he managed to withstand this attack and swiftly employed the technique of divine movement to retreat, distancing himself from Lin Mu. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxu comprehended that he had acted too late. Lin Mu's current strength was formidable beyond measure, far beyond his capacity to easily subdue. Yet, Zhang Ruoxu remained confident. He had attained the foundational stage of cultivation, and although his realm was not yet stable, his spiritual power surpassed Lin Mu's several times over. To eliminate Lin Mu would merely require additional time. As long as he maintained distance, Lin Mu would be unable to contend with him, and a protracted battle was inevitable. Given time, Lin Mu would inevitably exhaust his spiritual energy, at which point Zhang Ruoxu could easily claim his life. The strategy Zhang Ruoxu employed was one of prolongation. The longer the confrontation lasted, the more favorable the circumstances became for him. Lin Mu was also aware of this. With each spell cast by his opponent, he had to expend a considerable amount of spiritual energy to counter it. Presently, he was merely at the 8th layer of chi refinement. In less than 3 exchanges, he would deplete his spiritual energy. In just a few short exchanges, Lin Mu had already expended 60% of his energy, leaving him with a mere 40%. A dire situation indeed. As soon as Zhang Ruoxu created distance, he launched another attack. This time, his hands danced in intricate patterns, unleashing a barrage of 10 fireballs. Lin Mu found himself unable to withstand this onslaught. With fireballs hurtling from all directions, evasion became increasingly difficult. Zhang Ruoxu had anticipated Lin Mu's use of wind control, and the fireballs in midair were particularly numerous, leaving Lin Mu with no choice but to remain grounded. However, if he were to repeat his previous tactic of employing the water technique for defense, his spiritual energy would be utterly depleted, making defeat unavoidable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Mu disregarded the fireballs and unleashed another strike of the metal technique, shooting forth with fury. Zhang Ruoxu was taken aback, realizing that Lin Mu was willing to engage in a desperate gambit. This was something he could not accept, having barely succeeded in foundational cultivation and drastically increased his lifespan. He was naturally unwilling to risk his life against Lin Mu. He hastily invoked the earth wall technique, his hands moving rapidly to complete 2 spells, erecting 2 walls before him. Yet, he was not convinced and strained to conjure a 3rd wall. In his view, as long as he could evade Lin Mu's final desperate strike, this fierce battle would come to an end. However, just as he exerted himself to cast the earth wall technique, he suddenly felt a tumult in his spiritual realm. His mind assaulted by excruciating pain akin to being pierced by needles, causing dizziness. The mind-piercing strike. In a critical moment, Lin Mu unleashed this secret killing move, his last trump card. After executing the mind-piercing strike, Lin Mu also succumbed to a wave of dizziness. Acutely aware that this was the result of Zhang Ruoxu's mental backlash, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Fireballs surged from all directions, blocking every avenue of escape for Lin Mu, leaving him with no possibility of evasion. At that moment, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, rendering him incapable of invoking the azure water technique. Lin Mu sighed inwardly, and just as the fireballs were about to reach him, his figure abruptly vanished. 10 fireballs collided at the spot where Lin Mu once stood, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom! Sparks flew in all directions, illuminating the night sky. At that instant, Zhang Ruoxu regained consciousness. Moments before, he had been inexplicably attacked in his mind's eye, plunging him into a brief stupor. This disorientation lasted merely a fleeting moment. However, upon awakening, the first sight that met his eyes was the fireballs detonating in midair, their sparks cascading like a dazzling display of fireworks. Yet, the aftermath left him perplexed. As the flames dissipated, he found no trace of Lin Mu. Had he been reduced to ashes? Doubt clouded Zhang Ruoxu's mind. Yet he could not bring himself to accept such a notion. In the distance, figures were seen soaring on swords. Zhang Ruoxu scanned his surroundings, finding no suspicious signs. And without the luxury of further inspection, he hastily departed. Lin Mu's sea of consciousness was in turmoil. A piercing pain surged like a relentless tide, crashing upon him in waves. The repercussions of a backlash from his spiritual sense were dire. Zhang Ruoxu had already established his foundation, though his realm was not yet stable. His spiritual awareness far surpassed Lin Mu's. In that fleeting moment of spiritual backlash, Lin Mu nearly faced the collapse of his consciousness, when an unavoidable fireball threatened him. Lin Mu invoked the Gung Jinju, forcing Zhang Ruoxu to save himself. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Mu employed Zhang Ruoxu's earthen wall technique and, in the instant of Zhang's spiritual lapse, launched a sudden spiritual piercing strike. This maneuver proved effective, plunging Zhang Ruoxu into a state of dizziness. In that critical moment, Lin Mu swiftly entered the lunar spiral space, narrowly evading a fatal blow. His mind was extraordinarily clear, yet waves of pain assailed him, each twinge magnified 1,000-fold, subjecting him to immense agony. Enduring this profound suffering, Lin Mu's heart brimmed with hatred. This harrowing battle, though devoid of Mu Qing's presence, left Lin Mu acutely aware of her involvement. The stout, short individual he had confronted spurred his own suspicions. Reflecting on the skirmish, the techniques employed by the rotund man flashed through Lin Mu's mind. Water arrow technique, divine movement technique, fireball technique, and earthen wall technique, all load-ear spells. It was evident that this individual had only recently established a foundation, boasting at least 3 types of spiritual roots, with a particular proficiency in earth-based techniques, making the earthen wall far more formidable than usual. Connecting this to the recent foundation establishments, a revelation emerged: Zhang Ruoxu. Lin Mu distinctly recalled the night when 6 individuals had solidified their foundations, a faint gray light rising from the direction of Warm Cloud Valley, unmistakably belonging to Zhang Ruoxu. Mu Qing and Zhang Ruoxu, one exuding unparalleled beauty, the other embodying kindness, were figures with whom many sought to associate, believing them to be virtuous. Yet, at this moment, Lin Mu felt a chill, as if plunged into an icy abyss. The disparity between one's faade and inner self was stark and repugnant. Lin Mu had thought himself to have learned the art of calculation, no longer naive. Yet, in comparison to these two, Mu Qing and Zhang Ruoxu's machinations rendered him painfully aware of his own innocence. He had been so easily swayed by Mu Qing's words and had unwittingly arrived at Wang's peak. Had it not been for the lunar pendant, he likely would have met his demise on the spot. In truth, Lin Mu had suspected Mu Qing's mistrust long before she sought his assistance in alchemy. At that time, his success rate in crafting pills had yet to reach 80%. However, to quell Mu Qing's doubts, he utilized the spiritual herbs he had cultivated to concoct a gathering spirit pill, bridging that gap to achieve the necessary success rate. Afterward, Lin Mu believed Mu Qing's mistrust had dissipated. When she again requested his aid in alchemy, he hesitated but ultimately acquiesced, leading to her successful foundation establishment. Consequently, Mu Qing later sent a paper talisman expressing her gratitude, offering him the recipe for a foundation pill. Lin Mu accepted this with sincerity, believing good intentions would be met with good fortune. Little did he know that his arrival at Wang'an Peak would nearly cost him his life. Simultaneously, Zhang Ruoxu's schemes instilled a deep sense of dread within Lin Mu. He has already reached the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Mu has just attained the 8th layer of qi refinement, rendering the outcome of their confrontation utterly predictable. However, he did not initially confront Lin Mu openly. Instead, he lurked in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. This composure and meticulousness were certainly not cultivated overnight. Countless individuals have fallen victim to Zhang Ruoxu's schemes over the past few decades. All along, Lin Mu had been confident that he had not revealed any vulnerabilities within the sect. Each time he concocted alchemical elixirs, he would procure materials from the Baibao Pavilion. Onlookers would naturally assume he possessed an extraordinary talent for alchemy, and over time, this perception would become commonplace. Although some harbored suspicions, none dared to assert that he possessed any extraordinary treasures. Lin Mu was not overly concerned. Yet, he never anticipated that Mu Qing and Zhang Ruoxu, driven solely by suspicion, would resort to such ruthless measures to take his life. This enmity was etched deep in Lin Mu's heart, destined to be avenged in due time. The turbulence within his sea of consciousness surged relentlessly. Lin Mu gritted his teeth against the pain, striving to calm his mind and commence his practice of the starry celestial refinement technique. Generally speaking, injuries to the consciousness are notoriously challenging to heal. The sea of consciousness is the most enigmatic realm for cultivators, and the consciousness itself is of paramount importance. Whether it be practicing spells, concocting elixirs, forging weapons, or engaging in combat, the consciousness is indispensable and holds great significance. Conversely, if the consciousness is injured, it necessitates a prolonged period for gradual recovery. The consciousness differs entirely from spiritual energy. While spiritual energy can replenish itself over time, or be hastened with elixirs, spirit stones, or spiritual veins, the same cannot be said for the consciousness. If it is exhausted, it can only recover slowly on its own. If it is carelessly injured, healing becomes even more arduous. Although some rare elixirs can restore the consciousness, they are precious commodities. Most individuals cannot afford them, and even those of considerable wealth may struggle to acquire them, as few are willing to part with such treasures. However, the starry celestial refinement technique is unique in its ability to strengthen and enhance the consciousness, thus facilitating its recovery. At this moment, Lin Mu's consciousness wounds were ideally suited for the application of the starry celestial refinement technique. The effects were remarkably pronounced. With each passing hour, Lin Mu felt his suffering diminish and his clarity of mind increase. The turbulence within his sea of consciousness gradually subsided under the restoration of the starry, celestial refinement technique. Although remnants of disturbance lingered, immersed in his cultivation, Lin Mu nearly lost track of time. 3 days later, the grand competition within the sect commenced anew. The crowd at Qianyu Peak was bustling, and the contest had reached a critical juncture, with the most intense moments approaching, drawing many disciples to witness the event. Some attended merely for entertainment, while others sought to learn, gathering experience for the upcoming grand competition. Before the matches had even begun, speculations about the top 11 contenders had already begun. The first place was undisputed, with all in agreement that it would be Xiang Yi, who had reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. Xiang Yi's exceptional talent, coupled with his dual-element spiritual roots of water and fire, set him apart with extraordinary prowess. He was among the 18 who had previously attempted to break through to the Foundation establishment stage. Although he suffered a setback, his strength surpassed that of the typical practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement, with a reservoir of spiritual energy that was both profound and enduring. The top 5 positions were largely expected to be dominated by those at the 10th level of Qi refinement. However, some voiced dissent, asserting that a certain practitioner, despite not being at the 10th level, possessed equally formidable capabilities, making his entry into the top 5 far from improbable. This individual was none other than Luo Yun. This prodigy, a rare talent in the sect for a century, had only recently reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet his prowess was striking. Throughout this grand competition, Luo Yun emerged as the most dazzling figure. All the practitioners who confronted him were unable to last more than 2 rounds against him, including several at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refinement, who fell just as swiftly as those at the 5th and 6th levels, without any suspense. Many external disciples who attended the event were specifically drawn by Luo Yun's presence. Once 50 true disciples were in attendance, the competition officially commenced. 2 inner disciples stepped forward to draw lots. The male disciple announced, number 127, Lin Mu. The female disciple followed suit, declaring, number 1378, Sha Yun. Upon hearing their names, the 2 disciples hurriedly made their way to their designated arenas. The drawing of lots continued. The male disciple extracted a token, proclaiming, number 835, Pei Peng. The female disciple smiled and announced, number 36, Luo Yun. A wave of cheers erupted as crowds surged toward the arena where Luo Yun was to compete. The drawing persisted, with the inner disciples continuously calling out the names of the participants. Number 666, Lin Mu. Number 783, Gong Xiang. Gong Xiang swiftly made his way to arena number 46, where he was to face Lin Mu, leaving him feeling quite troubled. He had heard of Lin Mu's reputation and recognized that he was not a formidable opponent to be underestimated. Even as a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, Gong Xiang felt uncertain about easily defeating Lin Mu. Yet, upon entering the arena, he found no sign of Lin Mu. The crowd gathered around the arena was sparse, indicating a lack of anticipation for this bout. True disciple Luo Tong stood by the arena, patiently awaiting the entrance of both participants. After waiting for a moment without spotting Lin Mu, Gong Xiang felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that Lin Mu had forfeited? Gong Xiang optimistically mused. If that were indeed the case, it would be a stroke of luck. He could advance without the ordeal of a fierce battle. Luo Tong, waiting nearby, also felt anxious. He had heard of Lin Mu and was aware that he was to adjudicate Lin Mu's first match. In Luo Tong's view, Lin Mu was a decent individual, kind-hearted and unlikely to resort to unscrupulous means for victory. However, having a favorable impression was one thing. Not showing up for the competition was another. Let us wait for another quarter of an hour. If he has not arrived by then, this match will be considered yours, Luo Tong stated after a brief pause. Gong Xiang's spirits lifted, and he quickly replied, no worries, let us wait a little longer. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Mu's figure still had not materialized. Gong Xiang felt a surge of delight, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of calm, as if completely unconcerned. Luo Tong sighed, turned around, and prepared to announce the results of the contest. He smiled at Gong Xiang, ready to declare the outcome. At that moment, a sudden rush of wind swept in from behind, causing Luo Tong to pause. Upon turning, he beheld Lin Mu soaring towards them, propelled by the wind, exerting his full spiritual power at an extraordinary speed. Gong Xiang, with a bitter smile, realized that victory, which had seemed within reach, was now shifting at the last moment. Lin Mu, with an apologetic expression, remarked, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope both senior brothers can forgive me. Luo Tong chuckled and replied, it's quite all right. You arrived just in time. I was about to announce the results. Lin Mu cast a grateful glance at him and turned to Gong Xiang, saying, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting, senior brother. Gong Xiang laughed heartily. Not at all, junior brother. I presume you had urgent matters that delayed you. A moment's wait is of no consequence. At this juncture, Lin Mu finally exhaled a sigh of relief. To mend his spiritual injuries, he had been immersed in cultivating the star-refining spirit technique within the Xianyu space, completely absorbed to the point of losing track of time. It was only upon awakening from his meditative state that he abruptly remembered the contest. Hastily exiting the Xianyu space, he discovered that daylight had dawned, with the sun shining brightly and the breeze invigorating. Uncertain of how many days he had spent in the Xianyu space, Lin Mu disregarded returning to the Western Peak courtyard and swiftly activated the wind manipulation technique, channeling his spiritual energy towards Qianyu Peak. Upon arriving before the Qianyu Grand Hall and observing the throngs of people akin to a mountain, Lin Mu surmised that the contest had already commenced. Unaware of which round he was in, after inquiring with an inner sect disciple about the draw, he learned that his match was already underway. Lin Mu hurriedly made his way to the designated arena, numbered 46, and just in the nick of time, he reached the venue. As Lin Mu and Gong Xiang entered the arena, Luo Tong waved his hand, casting a barrier, and a transparent shield materialized, encasing the two. Lin Mu nodded and smiled at Gong Xiang, signaling the official commencement of the contest. Having experienced a harrowing duel with Zhang Ruoxu, Lin Mu had come to understand that one must never show mercy in combat. Otherwise, a match that could have been a victory might just as easily be turned around by the opponent at the last moment. As the contest began, Lin Mu swiftly executed his technique, his fingers creating a flurry of illusions. 3 fireballs erupted from his hands in rapid succession, hurtling towards Gong Xiang with a fierce intensity. He initiated the Crimson Fire technique with a triad of attacks. Gong Xiang's expression darkened. He had intended to test their strengths first before engaging in earnest. But he was taken aback by Lin Mu's eagerness to strike first, despite his inferior cultivation level. Gong Xiang, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was the most formidable opponent Lin Mu had faced since entering the contest. His abilities were certainly formidable and could not be underestimated. In direct opposition to Lin Mu, Gong Xiang wasted no time and quickly unleashed his own technique, producing 3 water bullets in rapid succession. Water bullet technique was unleashed in a triad as well. Water counters fire. It was a clash of titans. The water bullets and fireballs collided mid-air, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew, and water splashed everywhere. The two were evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Although Gong Xiang's cultivation surpassed Lin Mu's by a level, Lin Mu's Crimson Fire technique had reached the 4th layer, rendering it slightly more powerful than the average fireball technique. Thus, Lin Mu's Crimson Fire technique was equally matched against Gong Xiang's water bullet art, neither yielding an inch. Gong Xiang, possessing both water and earth affinity roots, primarily practiced water-based techniques. Observing that his water bullet art could not subdue Lin Mu, he swiftly altered his incantation, unleashing a silver water arrow that sped directly toward Lin Mu. Water arrow technique. Lin Mu smiled faintly, showing no sign of retreat. With hands weaving intricate gestures, he summoned a golden small sword to counter, sending it forth with precision. Metallic golden technique. The golden sword, sharp and unparalleled, pierced through the silver water arrow, cleaving it cleanly in two, causing the fragments to fall to the ground. The golden sword remained unscathed, continuing its trajectory toward Gong Xiang. Gong Xiang's expression changed dramatically. He had always held great confidence in his water techniques, particularly the water arrow technique. In previous practice sessions, he had been thoroughly satisfied with its power, believing it comparable to the low-tier metal technique, diamond carving, without any sense of inferiority. He had considered the renowned metal techniques to be merely average. Yet, at this moment, he truly comprehended the unmatched lethality of the metal arts. His prideful water arrow technique had been ruthlessly pierced by Lin Mu's metallic golden technique, split asunder. A chill ran down Gong Xiang's spine as he realized that without revealing his ultimate skills, victory in this contest was unattainable. A flicker of determination glimmered in his eyes as he summoned all his strength, his hands weaving like a tapestry, his complexion flushing with vigor. In an instant, 3 water arrows formed in his grasp, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sunlight, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Gong Xiang narrowed his eyes, aware that these arrows were not only beautiful but also lethal. The 3 water arrows aligned in a straight line, hurtling towards Lin Mu. This was his trump card. The triple water arrow technique. The difficulty of executing the water arrow technique was at least double that of the water bullet art. For Gong Xiang to achieve a triple launch was no small feat. Among the entire sect, few disciples could accomplish such a task. The 3 water arrows raced forth with astonishing speed, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. The first water arrow met Lin Mu's golden sword, which, this time, finally faltered and failed to cleave the arrow. However, the residual golden force still proved formidable, causing the first water arrow to explode mid-air, obliterating it entirely. The remaining 2 water arrows, undeterred, surged forward with tremendous momentum toward Lin Mu. Sensing the urgency, Lin Mu did not dare to be complacent. He fervently channeled his internal energy, swiftly forming 2 additional golden swords with rapid hand gestures, launching them towards the 2 water arrows. Metallic golden technique, double launch. was Lin Mu's current limit. Swoosh, swoosh. The sounds resonated consecutively. The power of the water arrows paled in comparison to the golden swords. The first golden sword shattered the remaining 2 water arrows effortlessly. The last golden sword, following closely behind, sped directly toward Gong Xiang's chest. With no time to react, Gong Xiang hurriedly invoked wind control technique, swiftly evading 3 yards to escape this attack, seeking to regroup for a counteroffensive. Merely moments after standing firm 3 zhong away, Gong Xiang prepared to unleash his incantation and retaliate. Yet, before he could manifest his spell, he was horrified to discover that the golden small sword he had evaded had inexplicably veered in midair and was once again hurtling towards him. The proximity was so acute that Gong Xiang had no time to evade. The golden small sword shot directly towards his throat, leaving him paralyzed in shock. Utterly at a loss. Miraculously, the sword halted a mere half-foot from his throat, lingering ominously in the air. The razor-sharp aura of impending doom caused his heart to race with terror, an inexplicable chill emanating from the sword, penetrating his skin and burrowing into his very core. Lin Mu controlled the trajectory of the golden sword, which paused for but a fleeting moment before veering away, gliding along Gong Xiang's neck before plunging into the blue stone ground, creating a minute hole that exceeded a foot in depth. Gong Xiang closed his eyes, drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as if it were the harbinger of death. When he opened his eyes, still shaken, he stammered, "I concede." With a flicker of spiritual light, the restraints dissipated. Luo Tong withdrew the restrictions and proclaimed loudly, "In this match, Lin Mu emerges victorious." Lin Mu smiled at Gong Xiang, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your magnanimity. My victory was purely fortuitous." Gong Xiang's heart continued to pound, his back soaked with perspiration, his gaze towards Lin Mu tinged with a mix of fear and gratitude. The strength of his junior brother was formidable indeed, deserving of this triumph. He managed to muster a faint smile. After announcing the outcome, Luo Tong smiled and nodded at both individuals, his gaze lingering on Lin Mu for a moment before he gracefully departed. Lin Mu and Gong Xiang promptly bowed in respect, bidding farewell to Luo Tong. Once Luo Tong had distanced himself, Gong Xiang turned to Lin Mu and remarked, "The next competition is in 5 days. I wish you, junior brother, smooth progress in advancing further." Lin Mu replied with a slight smile, "I shall do my utmost to meet your expectations, senior brother." They exchanged casual conversation for a brief, while before parting ways. After leaving Qinyu Peak, Lin Mu returned to the small courtyard of the western peak. Upon entering the quiet chamber, he immediately entered the moon swirl space. Within the moon swirl space, the spiritual herbs had matured splendidly, and the fragrant aroma of medicine filled the air, bringing Lin Mu immense joy. This was yet another bountiful harvest. Lin Mu dedicated an entire day to gathering the herbs. The 6 acres of spiritual herbs consisted solely of the 8 varieties needed to concoct the gathering spirit pill. This time, he prepared over 1,200 portions of materials, which, combined with the 500 from his previous endeavor, totaled more than 1,700 portions. Given Lin Mu's success rate in refining, he could produce over 1,300 bottles of the gathering spirit pill. His eyes sparkled with delight as he utilized the earth spirit hoe to till the spiritual field once more, replanting another 1,200 portions. Once he completed these tasks, Lin Mu finally allowed himself to relax. Now, he began to ponder the matter of Zhang Ruoxu. More specifically, he contemplated how to eliminate Zhang Ruoxu. Zhang Ruoxu, with his malevolent heart and wicked methods, sought to bring about Lin Mu's demise. Had it not been for Lin Mu's astuteness, he would have already fallen victim to Zhang Ruoxu's treachery. This enmity was now irrevocably forged. Neither party would rest until the other was vanquished. At present, Lin Mu has just reached the 8th level of qi refinement, his strength insufficient to confront Zhang Ruoxu, merely able to protect himself. The prospect of vanquishing him appears dim. However, opportunities do exist. The day following an intense battle with Lin Mu, Zhang Ruoxu, and several newly advanced disciples were, under the directive of the sect leader, escorted by esteemed disciples to the misty forest for a demon hunting expedition. This endeavor is an arduous process, with no expectation of return in less than 6 months. This presents Lin Mu with a chance. During this interval, he has ample time to enhance his prowess. With a sufficient supply of spirit-gathering pills, he is poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refinement, a matter of time alone. As long as he secures a position among the top 5 in the upcoming competition, the likelihood of obtaining a foundation establishment pill and successfully establishing his foundation will be greatly increased. After 5 rounds of competition, Lin Mu currently ranks among the top 64. Inching closer to his goal, The forthcoming matches promise to be increasingly fierce. Those of slightly lesser strength have been eliminated, leaving only formidable opponents who are not to be underestimated. Lin Mu dares not slacken his efforts. With 3 days remaining, he dedicates each day to rigorous practice of the metal element technique. The 4th level of this technique is exceptionally sharp, far surpassing ordinary spells in lethality. Lin Mu has already mastered the execution of a double strike and is striving to practice a triple strike. His diligent training has rendered him increasingly proficient in the metal element technique, and success is now within reach. Before long, the day of the competition arrives once more. Lin Mu halts his practice, freshens up, and dons a clean azure robe, making his way to Qianyu Peak. The atmosphere at Qianyu Peak is more vibrant than ever. Lin Mu employs the wind manipulation technique to reach the peak. Upon landing, a surge of sound engulfs him, nearly overwhelming his senses. With a slight smile, he takes his place in a corner, patiently awaiting the commencement of the matches. Soon, disciples from the inner sect begin drawing lots in front of the main hall, signaling the official start of the competition. With 64 contestants remaining and 50 arenas available, a single round will suffice to complete the matches. Lin Mu attentively listens as the announcements commence. Number 381, Liao Zhe, a male disciple calls out loudly. A female disciple's melodious voice follows. Number 666, Lin Mu. The first match features Lin Mu. With a gentle smile, he rises and strides toward Arena 1. Upon entering, he finds Liao Zhe already positioned on the opposite side. Noticing Lin Mu's arrival, Liao Zhe nods and smiles at him, to which Lin Mu responds with a courteous smile in return. The esteemed disciple Liang Qi lightly nods to both, signifying the start of their duel. A barrier is then erected, enveloping the two combatants. Lin Mu scrutinizes Liao Zhe, quickly discerning that their cultivation levels align at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Those who have reached this stage must either have experienced extraordinary luck, facing weak opponents, or possess exceptional strength, making them rare adversaries. Liao Zhe, indeed, falls into the latter category. Although he has only recently attained the 8th level of Qi refinement after 6 years within the Qianyu Sword Sect, his strength is undeniably formidable. His adeptness in the metal element spells is striking, and many who have faced him have succumbed to his prowess, having engaged in numerous battles. Lin Mu is seasoned and refrains from idle chatter, launching directly into a metal element technique, sending forth a small golden sword aimed straight at Liao Zhe. In the realm of confrontations, Liao Zhe never finds himself at a disadvantage. With deft movements, he conjures a gleaming golden dagger that hurtles towards Lin Mu, meeting the golden sword in a fierce clash. Diamond Dagger. This low-tier golden technique wields extraordinary might. Clang. The sharp dagger and the golden sword collide violently, resulting in a dazzling burst of golden light, both shattering into fragments, scattering like stars in the night sky. Neither opponent yields, with both evenly matched. Liao Zhe lets out a cold snort, his hands unwavering, as yet another dagger surges forth. Lin Mu's eyes shimmer with determination, his hands weaving intricate patterns as 3 fireballs erupt in succession, hurtling towards the sharp dagger. Crimson Fire Technique, Triple Strike. Indeed, the dagger's power is formidable, piercing the first fireball, yet the subsequent 2 follow closely behind. Boom. All 3 fireballs explode, sending sparks flying. A surge of elation fills Liao Zhe. He has finally gained the upper hand. Yet, just as a smile graces his face, it freezes. The dagger transforms into a pool of golden liquid, cascading from the air. Its sharpness dissipating, its potency vanished. Fire conquers gold. Liang Qi, observing from the sidelines, expresses a hint of admiration. Lin Mu's techniques are agile and versatile, unbound by rigid forms. Adapting to circumstances is indeed the superior strategy. The once unremarkable Crimson Fire technique turns out to be the nemesis of golden magic. Liao Zhe's expression darkens. With such a turn of events, no matter how powerful his attacks, they are futile if they cannot reach his opponent. Inevitably, they would be ensnared in a battle of spiritual energy, with the first to falter falling into a disadvantageous position. It would be a protracted and exhausting contest. Liao Zhe sighed inwardly. Just then, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. Lin Mu ceased his defensive posture and began to take the initiative. His hands danced with an inexplicable rhythm as 2 golden swords sped towards Liao Zhe. Metallic Technique, Double Strike. A chill ran through Liao Zhe, yet he remained undaunted, executing a series of incantations to unleash his own diamond dagger in a double strike. The first golden sword collided with the first dagger, sending shards of gold flying in all directions. Liao Zhe felt a wave of relief. As he had anticipated, this contest would devolve into a battle of attrition. However, to his astonishment, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. As his dagger approached the golden sword, the latter abruptly veered in midair, executing a graceful arc towards Liao Ze. The golden sword's speed was astonishing. Liao Ze failed to intercept the first strike and had no time to evade. Yet Lin Mu was prepared. Just before the dagger reached him, he invoked the wind manipulation technique, gliding aside with finesse to evade the dagger's assault. Liao Ze, however, was not so fortunate. The sudden turn of the golden sword caught him entirely off guard. Lacking time for a measured response, he shifted his body to the right to avoid a fatal blow, attempting to absorb the impact on his left arm. Yet, unexpectedly, the golden sword executed another maneuver, now hurtling directly towards his left chest. Liao Ze had no time to react. He hastily bent backward to evade, contorting his body into a zigzag shape. When Liao Ze believed he had secured his safety, he was astonished to discover that the golden dagger had not retreated, but instead shot down from midair, aiming directly for his throat. Liao Ze's body could no longer contort. He fell to the ground, staggering. The golden dagger hovered perilously close to his throat, merely an inch away, and he was drenched in cold sweat as he shouted. "I concede." Lin Mu smiled faintly. Since the restoration of his consciousness, he had found his spiritual awareness significantly enhanced, granting him greater mastery over his techniques, allowing for effortless control. The perilous situation had been entirely within his grasp. As he relaxed his incantation, the golden dagger dissipated into the air. Liao Ze, with a complex expression, rose unsteadily from the ground, casting a multifaceted gaze toward Lin Mu. The ability of Lin Mu to manipulate the trajectory of the golden dagger at will was nothing short of astonishing. It was a characteristic typically associated with mid-tier techniques. Although the golden dagger displayed remarkable power, it paled in comparison to true mid-tier techniques. How do you achieve this? This question lingered in Liao Ze's mind. But he refrained from probing further into another's private matters. Liang Qi lifted the restrictions and announced, in this contest, Lin Mu emerges victorious. Lin Mu nodded and smiled at both Liang Qi and Liao Ze, offering a courteous bow before hastily taking his leave. Time flowed like water, swiftly passing by. 5 days elapsed in the blink of an eye, and the next contest arrived as scheduled. Lin Mu was exceedingly fortunate, his opponent's strength and rank being incongruent, proving to be an easy target. This individual, merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, had somehow advanced to the top 32. Initially, Lin Mu assumed he might possess some secret technique, prompting him to approach with caution. However, after a brief investigation, he discovered that this person's most proficient technique was merely the water arrow technique, capable only of a double shot. Lin Mu realized that this individual had simply been fortunate, facing opponents of lesser strength and managing to survive through sheer luck. Yet, with Lin Mu, that stroke of luck had come to an end. Upon discerning his true capabilities, Lin Mu no longer held back, unleashing 2 consecutive triple strikes of the Crimson Fire technique, bringing his opponent to the ground. With this victory, Lin Mu had secured a place among the top 16. One more win would grant him entry into the final showdown. The top 11 victors would be selected from these 16 disciples. According to the contest rules, the 8 victorious individuals would advance to the final 11, while the remaining 3 spots would be contested among the 8 who had been defeated. At this juncture, among the top 16, 8 practitioners were at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 7 were at the 9th level, and Lin Mu stood as the sole representative of the 8th level. Each contender was formidable, and Lin Mu was determined to avoid failure, as competing for one of the 3 spots with the 8 defeated would carry excessive risk. For the upcoming contest, Lin Mu was resolute in his pursuit of victory. At Qianyu Peak, thousands of spectators gathered in the square, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the contest. Today marked the final match before the decisive duel, during which the top 11 victorious disciples would be determined. Gu Qin had also opted not to visit the 100 Objects Pavilion today, choosing instead to come directly to Qianyu Peak to witness this contest. He heard that Lin Mu had successfully entered the top 16, with a strong likelihood of progressing to the final duel. His presence today was solely to cheer for Lin Mu. Following his victory in the previous match, Lin Mu's renown surged within the Qianyu Sword Sect, drawing considerable attention. As the only cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement among the top 16, Lin Mu was particularly conspicuous. Prior to the competition, few had paid any heed to him, as most focused their gaze on the 10th level Qi refinement practitioners, harboring little hope for those of lower cultivation. However, during the competition, Lin Mu skillfully overcame each opponent, astonishing all by defeating adversaries of the 9th level, and even prevailing against those above his rank. Even more astonishing was that most opponents who faced Lin Mu emerged unscathed, with injuries being a rarity. The internal sect competition was notoriously brutal, with injuries being commonplace, which explained the lengthy intermissions between matches, allowing disciples to recuperate swiftly. Lin Mu's ascent was extraordinary, making him a unique phenomenon within the Qinyu Sword Sect. Among numerous practitioners, his remarkably low cultivation level sparked much speculation. Lin Mu quickly became a favored figure among many lower-tier cultivators, enjoying a high status among the female disciples as well. Previously, some had compared Lin Mu to the prodigy Luo Yun, dismissing such comparisons as hyperbolic. Yet now, everyone believed in Lin Mu's true potential. Today, many had come specifically to witness whether this lowest-ranked disciple could once again perform miracles in the grand competition. The inner sect disciples took the stage to draw lots, and the crowd erupted in cheers. A male disciple drew a token, proclaiming, "Number 83, Shahi." The female disciple followed suit, "Number 6, Xiang Yi." The audience buzzed with excitement, as both were practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Shahi was widely anticipated to secure a place among the top 5, while Xiang Yi was a formidable contender for first place. Their pairing promised a thrilling showdown, one not to be missed. Many disciples rose to follow Xiang Yi and Shahi as they surged towards the first arena. The drawing continued. Number 36, Luo Yun. Number 171, Qi Ming. The crowd erupted once more, as Qi Ming was also a 10th level Qi refinement practitioner, while Luo Yun was a rare talent of the century. The outcome of their match remained uncertain until the very end, prompting another wave of followers trailing behind them. The two inner sect disciples continued to draw lots, their excitement palpable as such strong confrontations were crafted solely by their hands. Number 666, Lin Mu, the male disciple announced loudly. Number 49, Yi Xing. The female disciple exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yet another perfect matchup. Lin Mu, the rising star within the sect. Yi Xing, a 10th level expert and a strong contender for the top 5. Their duel would determine whether Lin Mu could continue to create miracles by overcoming Yi Xing, or if Yi Xing would triumph over Lin Mu to uphold the dignity of the strong, igniting fervor and anticipation among the onlookers. Standing in a corner, upon hearing that his opponent was Yi Xing, Lin Mu slightly furrowed his brow. During the past 5 days of respite, Lin Mu not only devoted himself to his training but also seized moments of leisure to gather intelligence on his opponents, gaining a general understanding of the top 16 contenders. Among them, a few posed significant challenges, particularly Yi Xing, who remained etched in his memory. Yi Xing, a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement, possessed dual spiritual roots of gold and fire, excelling in the golden technique diamond carving and the fire technique fireball. His proficiency in the godly movement technique was equally commendable. It was said that during a competition, a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement engaged in a prolonged duel with Yi Xing, resulting in a stalemate. At the critical moment, Yi Xing unleashed his trump card, executing a triple strike of diamond carving, which pierced through his opponent's arms, securing a resounding victory. The power of the diamond carving triple strike should not be underestimated. Currently, Lin Mu could only manage a double strike with the metal essence technique, rendering him somewhat inferior in comparison to Yi Xing. A glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Mu's eyes as he rose and made his way to Arena 3. At this juncture, Guchen refrained from approaching Lin Mu, wary of distracting him. He followed the crowd, trailing behind Lin Mu and Yi Xing toward the arena. Upon entering the arena, Lin Mu faced Yi Xing, and by coincidence, the adjudicator for this match was Luo Tong, a familiar acquaintance of Lin Mu. Luo Tong had actively requested this role, expressing keen interest in Lin Mu. He nodded and smiled at both competitors, then set up the necessary restrictions, signaling the commencement of the match. Unlike the usual spars which were often sparsely attended, this time the arena was teeming with spectators, encircled in layers. Discussions erupted among the crowd. Those who had previously harbored hopes for Lin Mu now felt an unsettling apprehension, fearing that this encounter with Yi Xing might signal the end of his miraculous streak. "I foresee no suspense in this match. Lin Mu is bound to face defeat," proclaimed a stout disciple vocally, clearly a supporter of Yi Xing. A nearby practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, disregarding the significant disparity in their cultivation, glared defiantly and retorted, "Do not underestimate senior brother Lin Mu. I predict that he will continue to create miracles, and Yi Xing shall surely be defeated." Several companions of the 3rd and 4th levels of Qi refinement nodded in agreement, offering their support. The stout disciple, harboring disdain, turned his back on the low-level practitioners, dismissing their words. Gu Chun did not partake in the debate. His gaze remained fixed on the arena, silently anxious for Lin Mu. Lin Mu offered a slight bow to Yi Xing and smiled. "I look forward to your guidance, senior brother." Yixing replied with a smile, "No need for formalities. Let us begin." Nodding, Lin Mu executed a spell, sending a massive fireball hurtling towards Yixing. This move was merely a probe, as Lin Mu held no expectation of success. As anticipated, a faint smile graced Yixing's lips, and without hesitation, he deftly unleashed 3 fireballs in succession. Lin Mu's fireball barely managed to deflect one of Yixing's, while the remaining 2 surged toward him with alarming speed. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Mu, prompting him to activate the Azure Water technique, summoning a billowing cloud to intercept the 2 fireballs. Water conquers fire. The cloud mass possesses limited offensive power, yet it proves remarkably effective in defending against the fireball technique. As 2 fireballs collide with the cloud, a violent reaction ensues, resulting in an explosion of steam. Yixing's gaze turns icy. He knows Lin Mu possesses a 5-element spiritual root, making his techniques versatile and unpredictable. Although Yixing's triple fireball technique fails to achieve its intended effect, he remains unfazed, for his trump card has yet to be revealed. With a cold snort, Yixing unleashes his true strength, casting a series of sharp small golden projectiles in rapid succession, radiating a fierce aura as they hurtle toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu's heart chills at Yixing's underestimation of him. Was he truly so fragile? Maintaining a facade of calm, Lin Mu counters with a triple cast of the red fire technique, sending 3 fireballs roaring toward the sharp projectiles. Without pausing to assess the outcome of his fireballs, he follows up with a double cast of the metal technique, launching 2 golden swords with precision toward Yixing. In midair, Lin Mu's fireballs collide with Yixing's sharp projectiles, incinerating 2 of them in a brilliant display of sparks. The final sharp projectile, still shrieking, continues its trajectory toward Lin Mu, only to encounter the 2 golden swords mid-flight. The first golden sword collides with the sharp projectile, both disintegrating into golden dust that drifts downwards. Undeterred, the second golden sword maintains its momentum, speeding toward Yixing. Yixing's heart races. He quickly casts a triple fireball technique, attempting to incinerate Lin Mu's golden sword. However, Lin Mu remains composed, watching the approaching fireball with unwavering calm. Just as the fireball is about to collide with the golden sword, Lin Mu deftly maneuvers the sword, allowing it to weave through the gaps between the 3 fireballs like a fish gliding through water, heading straight for Yixing. Panic seizes Yixing as he recalls hearing rumors of Lin Mu's peculiar techniques before the contest. He never anticipated their truth. He realizes he cannot allow the golden sword to close in, or his defeat is inevitable. Recognizing the urgency, he hastily casts the fireball technique once more, striving to incinerate the golden sword before it can reach him. Yet, just as he begins to summon his spell, a wave of dizziness overwhelms him, and his consciousness wavers, rendering him helpless against the incoming golden sword. Gasps erupt from the onlookers as the situation grows perilous. The true desire for a swift resolution lies with Lin Mu. With his lower cultivation level, prolonged combat is severely detrimental to him. Seizing the moment Yixing is distracted, Lin Mu unleashes the mind-piercing technique, achieving immediate success. With a mental acuity comparable to that of a foundation establishment cultivator, Yixing stands defenseless. Lin Mu employs the wind control technique, soaring into the air to evade the 3 fireballs. Simultaneously, the golden sword pierces through Yixing's right shoulder, striking the barrier behind him, causing the protective shield to bulge outward into a conical shape. Blood gushed from Yixing's shoulder, and under the throes of pain, he regained a slight semblance of consciousness, although his mind remained shrouded in a haze. Lin Mu floated in midair, preparing to unleash the Gung Jin Ju once more to secure victory in this contest. Yixing's feeble voice echoed, "I concede." Lin Mu relaxed his spell and descended gracefully. Luo Tong dispelled the restraints, his heart filled with the same bewilderment as many others. Yixing had remained as motionless as a statue when the golden sword approached, utterly unresponsive, leaving all perplexed. The spectators outside felt a lingering sense of incompleteness, as the contest had reached its most thrilling juncture, yet it abruptly halted with Yixing's voluntary concession. However, many lower-tier cultivators erupted in jubilant cheers, their focus solely on the outcome, indifferent to the struggle that had transpired. Lin Mu's victory was like a refreshing rain, invigorating their spirits and providing unbridled delight. Luo Tong announced with clarity, "Lin Mu wins." The cheers resounded, marking Lin Mu's progression to the next stage, having triumphed with merely an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivation, successfully advancing to the final duel. The miracle continued. After defeating Yixing, the prospect of entering the top 5 appeared substantially brighter. Guchen approached Lin Mu with a smile. Just as Luo Tong proclaimed Lin Mu's victory, Yixing struggled to rise and depart. This match left him feeling utterly defeated. He had many formidable techniques yet to be deployed, inexplicably falling to Lin Mu, which stirred a deep sense of resentment within him. Naturally, he bore no amiable disposition towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu maintained a calm demeanor, disregarding Yixing's frigid glare. In competitions, there will inevitably be victories and defeats, a truth immutable. Should he offend someone as a consequence, it was an unavoidable reality. Luo Tong regarded Lin Mu with admiration. He had witnessed the latter's series of matches and felt a growing fondness towards him. Luo Tong could empathize with Lin Mu's current feelings. Recalling his own experiences many years prior, he gently patted Lin Mu on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. Do not dwell on it. Pursue what you desire. For there is no fault in that. Lin Mu's expression shifted towards serenity as he bowed to Luo Tong, saying, "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. I shall remember it well." Luo Tong smiled. "Strive to participate in the matches. It is a valuable experience for you." With that, he gracefully departed. At that moment, Gu Chun stepped forward, smiling at Lin Mu. "Congratulations, senior brother, on defeating your opponent once again. The top 5 is within your grasp." Lin Mu's expression returned to calmness as he replied, "Everything remains uncertain. Who can truly predict the outcome?" Gu Chun chuckled. "With your strength, Yixing could barely survive 5 exchanges under your hand. The top 5 is undoubtedly yours, easily within reach." Lin Mu's countenance shifted, and he solemnly remarked, "Do not underestimate anyone. Yixing's strength is formidable. My victory over him was purely fortuitous." Gu Chun chuckled, aware of Lin Mu's cautious nature, and took his words lightly. If Yixing were truly exceptional, how could he crumble so easily, like paper under a single thrust? Lin Mu's match concluded rather swiftly. Following his victory, Xiang Yi also advanced seamlessly, truly deserving of the title of a formidable contender for first place. Following Xiang Yi's triumph, Luo Yun swiftly emerged victorious as well, defeating a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement without sustaining any injuries. However, unlike Lin Mu and his companions, the other matches took considerable time to determine a victor. At this juncture, the cultivators exhibited closely matched strengths, rendering it challenging to discern a clear winner. Among the competitors, 2 individuals, though successfully advancing, bore severe injuries. Even with a 10-day recuperation period post-competition, their wounds would prove difficult to heal. After the top 8 were selected, 3 spots remained among the 11 contenders, to be filled from the pool of the 8 who had fallen short. The competition for these 3 coveted positions was fiercely intense, with each participant exerting their utmost effort to secure one of the limited advancement slots. The battles were exceedingly brutal. Lin Mu's predictions indeed came to fruition. Yixing's prowess shone brightly among the 8. Despite his injuries, he managed to defeat 2 opponents and advance effortlessly. However, the 2 he faced were far less fortunate. Yixing unleashed all his pent-up frustration from his earlier defeat by Lin Mu upon them, striking with brutal ferocity and showing no mercy. One opponent was gravely injured by a fireball technique, while the other was pierced through the abdomen by a diamond cutter. The 2, underestimating Yixing due to his injuries, paid a steep price for their hubris. Within 2 months, they would struggle to rise from their beds. At this moment, Gu Chun began to comprehend the truth of Lin Mu's words and firmly believed in his insights. Indeed, Yixing possessed formidable strength. Remarkably, the 3 finalists chosen were none other than Lin Mu, Luo Yun, and Xiang Yi's original adversaries, Yixing, Qiming, and Shahe. This outcome thrilled the 2 inner disciples responsible for the draw. Prior to the impending duels, the prospect of such exhilarating matchups, drawn from their lot, filled them with delight, as they felt they had not disappointed the hopes of thousands of outer disciples. With the top 11 contenders established, the 4 skilled practitioners from the defeated side were quickly identified. Each of these 4 was also a formidable character, albeit initially unfortunate in encountering even stronger opponents. However, through their efforts, they too secured their place among the top 15, now vying for the final 5 positions. Some even set their sights on the top 3. The reward for first place was an exquisite high-grade magical artifact, a prospect that stirred one's blood with excitement. Such an artifact could be valued at several thousand low-grade spirit stones, a sum many cultivators might toil a lifetime to amass. Yet, achieving a spot among the top 3 in this competition would grant one such a treasure. This was precisely why so many were willing to risk severe injuries in pursuit of victory. Among the 15 selected, 4 bore significant injuries, although they succeeded in advancing. Their victories were bittersweet, with little hope of thriving in the upcoming duels. The battles were scheduled for 10 days hence, to be adjudicated by the sect leader and 4 elders. The rules for the duels underwent changes markedly distinct from the previous draws. In this round, the participants would possess the authority to choose their opponents. The competition would unfold across 5 platforms, each overseen by the sect leader and one of the 4 elders. At the commencement of the competition, the sect leader and 4 esteemed elders shall select 5 individuals from a pool of 15 to defend their positions on the arena. The remaining 10 contestants will each have 2 opportunities to challenge the champions on the stage, freely choosing their opponents. Should they succeed in defeating the reigning champion, they will assume their place. Likewise, the dethroned champion will also be granted 2 chances to retaliate. Ultimately, when all opportunities have been exhausted, those who remain on the arena will be deemed the top 5 contenders. While this set of rules appears equitable, it conceals numerous pitfalls. A single misstep could lead to utter defeat. The 5 initially chosen to stand upon the stage may not necessarily consider themselves fortunate. After a series of relentless challenges, only a scant few will remain atop the arena. Furthermore, the distribution of matches will be exceedingly uneven. Some champions may prove overwhelmingly powerful, instilling fear in challengers who dread the potential loss of their opportunity. Consequently, they may be left unchallenged. Conversely, champions deemed weaker may become the target of a collective assault, as others band together to exhaust them through relentless challenges. Thus, these regulations favor the strong, allowing them to evade considerable hassle, while the weak must navigate a myriad of obstacles. Among the 15 contestants, Lin Mu finds himself at the greatest disadvantage under this system. Should he ascend to the role of champion, he would likely become the primary target for a coordinated onslaught. With his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he stands out conspicuously among the top 15, making him a prime candidate for challenge. Even though Lin Mu possesses the potential to be among the top 5, the relentless nature of the challenges may prove overwhelming. Upon hearing the inner disciples recite the competition rules, Lin Mu maintained a facade of composure, employing the wind manipulation technique to gracefully return to his small courtyard. Once there, he donned a serious expression, harboring unspoken grievances towards the architect of these challenging rules. However, with the situation at hand, he acknowledged that lamentation and sighing would yield no benefits and would only squander precious time. He swiftly entered the moonlit space, where he commenced rigorous practice of his techniques, repeatedly executing the metal manipulation formula. The training of such techniques is exceedingly monotonous, testing one's patience, mastery of the incantations, and the circulation of spiritual energy, all of which are critically demanding and indispensable. Lin Mu's hands danced in intricate patterns, his fingers moving with an extraordinary rhythm, as torrents of spiritual energy surged forth from within him. Suddenly, 2 golden swords of metal materialized before his eyes, their forms solid and indistinguishable from genuine blades. The metal manipulation formula unleashed in a sequence. Currently, Lin Mu could only achieve this level of proficiency. To advance further, you would require extensive practice. The execution of techniques hinges on speed, particularly for lower-tier spells. If one's pace lags significantly behind that of an opponent, whether in offense or defense, one will inevitably find oneself in a precarious position, leading to eventual failure. This is why many strive to master the fireball technique to execute multiple successive casts. The swifter the execution, the greater the advantage. To date, the individual Lin Mu has encountered with the most profound mastery of techniques is Zhang Ruoxu. At the age of 62, Zhang Ruoxu finally established his foundation. His mastery of low-level techniques, honed over decades, rendered him a formidable figure, surpassing many in both the finesse of incantations and the application of spiritual power. Fireball technique, unleashed in a stunning sequence of 10. This was the swiftest incantation speed Lin Mu had ever witnessed. Although Lin Mu could not match Zhang Ruoxu's speed, he held a slight edge in the potency of his spells. Moreover, his control over the techniques far exceeded that of Zhang Ruoxu. Yet, despite these advantages, Lin Mu remained no match for Zhang Ruoxu, primarily due to the latter's speed. A single sequence of 10 fireballs could leave Lin Mu utterly helpless. Even the remarkably resilient low-level defensive technique, Earth Wall, could be cast in a triple sequence by Zhang Ruoxu, rendering Lin Mu's metal technique futile each time. This exemplifies the might of speed. Lin Mu diligently practiced the metal technique, aspiring to achieve a triple sequence himself. Should he attain such mastery, his offensive power would undoubtedly elevate to a new echelon. As his training deepened, Lin Mu's comprehension of the metal technique grew increasingly profound. He felt an elusive understanding stir within him, akin to the thin veil of paper separating 2 realms, seemingly easy to pierce yet fundamentally distinct. An unsettling premonition blossomed within him, akin to wild grass, intensifying with each passing day. The fourth level of the metal technique could very well be classified as a mid-level technique. Reflecting on his journey with planting techniques, Lin Mu found further affirmation for this hypothesis. Initially, the first level of the Crimson Fire technique bore no comparison to the low-level fire spell, Fireball. However, upon mastering the Crimson Fire technique to its third level, its potency surged, rivaling that of Fireball. The fourth level of the Crimson Fire technique even surpassed Fireball in strength, exhibiting control indistinguishable from mid-level techniques. Lin Mu surmised that the fourth level of the metal technique might similarly represent a mid-level technique, yet he had yet to delve deeply enough to confirm this. Should he reach the fifth or even sixth levels, the power might well align with that of mid-level techniques. However, lacking the subsequent content of the basic 5 elements techniques, Lin Mu could not assert his conjecture as fact. The progression of these techniques appeared abrupt, only manifesting after attaining a state of consciousness akin to fine silk. Perhaps this was closely linked to one's awareness. For now, Lin Mu could only suppress such musings deep within. Mastering the metal technique remained his utmost priority. As Lin Mu executed his incantations, 2 golden small swords materialized in his hands each time, yet the third sword remained elusive. However, with each repetition, his growing familiarity with the incantation suggested that a breakthrough was imminent. Time slipped away quietly during Lin Mu's practice. 8 days later, he sat before the door of his cottage, hands in motion, fingers emanating a gentle glow, as radiant light danced gracefully, a sight of exquisite beauty. Suddenly, a burst of golden brilliance erupted, blindingly luminous, rendering it impossible to open one's eyes. Lin Mu squinted his eyes, gazing dreamily at the golden radiance before him. A faint smile gracing his lips. 3 golden small swords stood in parallel, hovering steadily at his fingertips, their luminous glow emanating a palpable aura of lethality. A force that commanded respect. This was the renowned technique of the 3 consecutive strikes of the metal art. With the mastery of this technique, Lin Mu felt an increased assurance of victory. Releasing the spell, the golden light faded, and the 3 small swords vanished into thin air. Having endured 8 consecutive days without sustenance or rest, Lin Mu appeared utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. His visage was haggard, with deep-set eyes and bloodshot sclera. His breath faint and fleeting. This was Lin Mu in his current state. Struggling to rise, he experienced a wave of dizziness, his steps unsteady, and he stumbled slightly. Exiting the moonlit space, he made his way to the courtyard to freshen up, changing into a clean set of clothes before wobbling towards the spirit dining hall. At the spirit dining hall, Lin Mu spent 10 inferior spirit stones on a meal crafted from spiritual grains, which replenished his strength. The dishes made from these grains were exceedingly precious, with a single bowl costing 5 inferior spirit stones. Opting for 2 bowls, he spent 10 stones, leaving him only partially satiated, yet he dared not indulge further. For him, this was a rare extravagance. Had it not been for the remarkable effects of the spiritual grain dishes on the stamina and energy of practitioners attending the gathering, Lin Mu would not have chosen to partake in such delicacies. However, the benefits of these meals were undeniable. Moments after consuming them, he felt a surge of warmth within. As his internal spiritual energy began to swell, the effects were profound. The physical toll from the past 8 days was swiftly alleviated. Were it not for the exorbitant prices, Lin Mu would have eagerly consumed these spiritual grain dishes daily. The cost of spiritual grains was exorbitant, nearly on par with spiritual herbs. When skillfully prepared by experienced spiritual chefs, the abundant spiritual energy contained could be absorbed and transformed into the practitioner's internal power, making regular consumption highly beneficial for cultivation. This delicacy was a favorite among many affluent disciples who preferred to indulge in gourmet meals rather than endure arduous training, allowing their cultivation to progress steadily, a truly delightful arrangement. Yet, among the thousands at the Qianyu Sword Sect, only a handful could afford such indulgence. True foundational cultivators relied solely on their own diligent efforts. Such shortcuts could only serve as supplements. Ultimately, they were not the path to true mastery. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Mu refrained from further cultivation. After 8 days of relentless toil, his spirit was exceedingly weary. Spreading out a mat in the courtyard, he lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. 2 mornings later, Lin Mu awoke, feeling rejuvenated. This sleep had revitalized him, and he rose with a sense of vigor and vitality. After refreshing himself in the courtyard, Lin Mu departed the small residence, employing the wind control technique as he soared towards Qianyu Peak. Today marked the commencement of the duel. Qianyu Peak was more bustling than ever. Thousands of outer disciples had gathered, eagerly anticipating the duel on this final day, with the sect leader and 4 elders in attendance. Lin Mu arrived at Qianyu Peak, as usual, selecting a secluded corner to stand quietly, patiently awaiting the beginning of the contest. Yet today is unlike any other day. As Lin Mu stood firmly in place, a throng of people surged toward him, extending their greetings and inquiring after his well-being. The previously deserted corner instantly transformed into a bustling crowd. Lin Mu felt a twinge of surprise. The enthusiasm of these individuals seemed almost excessive, leaving him at a loss. While he had no fear of engaging in combat with others, navigating social interactions, particularly with such a multitude, proved to be an overwhelming challenge. With an awkward smile plastered on his face, he reciprocated their salutations. However, even after the formalities, the crowd remained, encircling him like a boiling cauldron, chattering incessantly. "Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. Senior brother, your strength is unparalleled. Even Yi Xing cannot compete with you. Senior brother, please impart some secrets. Senior brother, you must secure a position in the top 5. Senior brother, the reputation of us lower-ranking disciples rests upon your shoulders." The cacophony of voices crashed over him like relentless waves, buzzing in his ears. Lin Mu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The barrage of exuberant chatter was more relentless than the fiercest of spells. Overwhelmed, he nearly considered fleeing. Yet, the throng closed in tightly around him, preventing any escape. At that moment, a disciple at the 3rd level of Qi refinement squeezed forward, speaking earnestly. "Senior brother, you must win this duel." The urgency in his voice was palpable as he grasped Lin Mu's arm, exclaiming, "I bet with a friend that you would definitely make it into the top 5. I staked 3 spirit stones, my earnings for 3 months. You must give it your all." Lin Mu felt a wave of embarrassment and gently extricated himself from the disciple's grasp, smiling reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." The disciple exhaled in relief. Beaming, "My spirit stones depend on you." His confidence in Lin Mu was evident. At that moment, Luo Chun soared through the air on his sword. Commanding attention as he called out, "All 15 disciples participating in the duel, please proceed to the Qianyu Hall." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu felt a surge of joy. At last, he could escape the exhausting social ordeal, which had proven even more taxing than physical combat. Swiftly, he employed the wind control technique, gracefully ascending toward the Qianyu Hall amidst the reluctant gazes of the disciples. The 15 of them arrived at the foot of the Qianyu Hall. Forming a neat row on the steps, they aligned themselves from left to right according to their cultivation levels and the duration of their apprenticeship. Lin Mu, being the lowest in both aspects, stood at the far right, with Luo Yun to his left, and Xiang Yi and Yi Xing positioned at the far left, while the rest arranged themselves according to their respective cultivation levels in between. In the realm of cultivation, hierarchy was strictly observed, even extending to the positioning of individuals. Just as they settled into place, the melodious strains of celestial music wafted from the horizon, the lilting notes of a flute captivatingly sweet and enchanting. The sect leader, Wei Han, along with the 4 elders, descended gracefully on clouds. As they approached, the throngs of disciples below knelt in unison. "We humbly welcome the sect leader." The sound resonated like a bell, powerful and grand. The sect leader and 4 elders descended, standing firm before the grand hall, with Shi Wei Huan positioned centrally. He nodded slightly, a smile gracing his features, and softly spoke, "Please rise." Though his voice was gentle, it echoed clearly to the thousands below, akin to whispers in their ears. The internal competition had progressed to the point where the top 15 had been determined. As the crowd stood, Shi Wei Huan proclaimed, "Today marks the day of the duels. The top 5 shall be chosen today. I trust you are well aware of the rules and the rewards." With a clear and resonant voice, he continued, "I shall not indulge in unnecessary words. The duel officially commences now." At this moment, one of the elders, Huaiwen, who rarely made appearances, stepped forward. His expression was calm as he floated gracefully above the square. With a casual wave of his hand, a beam of earthy yellow light flashed, and 5 towering platforms emerged from the ground at the center of the square. Each platform measured 10 zhang in width and was approximately 3 zhang tall, constructed entirely of solid bluestone. With a mere gesture, Huaiwen had conjured 5 formidable arenas, showcasing the prowess of his earth-based magic. These platforms would serve as the battlegrounds for today's pivotal events. Next, the sect leader and the 4 elders would each select a contender to defend a platform. While the first defender may not hold a significant advantage, they were perceived as having the endorsement of the sect leader and elders. The 15 competitors gazed eagerly at the sect leader and elders, their eyes alight with anticipation. Wei Wan was the first to rise, floating to the first platform, and announced the first name, Xiang Yi. A wave of cheers erupted below. Xiang Yi had been a formidable contender for the top spot, and the sect leader's choice of him as the defender was a testament to his strength. Xiang Yi, with a smile, invoked the wind manipulation technique, gracefully ascending to the platform. Following closely, the ice fairy floated in the air and spoke softly. Luo Yun. The selection of Luo Yun, a rare talent in the sect, came as no surprise. The discerning eyes of the sect leader and elders were keen. Typically, those chosen by them would ultimately secure a place among the top 5. Of course, there were exceptions, albeit few. Elder Huaiwen also floated above and announced, Wei Xing. He too was an exceptionally skilled practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Each elder was responsible for one platform, and the disciples remaining on these platforms would form the top 5. Wei Huan had previously stated that any disciple who reached the top 5 would be guaranteed foundational training. After establishing their foundation, they could take an elder or the sect leader as their mentor, receiving personal guidance from them. Thus, being selected by any elder or the sect leader hinted at a promising future as their disciple, bringing joy to the 3 chosen individuals. However, this was contingent upon their placement among the top 5. Otherwise, even selection would be of little consequence. Lin Mu held no hopes for himself. As long as the elders had their wits about them, they would readily perceive that his cultivation was the weakest among the 15. Naturally, he would not be chosen to ascend the platform. Lin Mu did not impose excessive demands on himself. He placed his hopes on the 2 upcoming challenges. As long as he could defeat any disciple on the arena, he would be able to take their place. The elders continued to select disciples to defend their positions on the stage. At this moment, Elder Liang Zheng stood in midair and solemnly announced, Fei Xian. This was also a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Among the top 15, there were 8 cultivators at the 10th level, 6 at the 9th level, and only Lin Mu, the sole practitioner at the 8th level. Among the 4 previously chosen, aside from Luo Yun, all were at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, throughout this grand competition, they had not faced a single defeat. The gaze of the sect master and the 4 elders was indeed astute. A glimmer of light flashed in Yixing's eyes as he quickly cast a glance at Lin Mu. Had he not been defeated by Lin Mu, he would have had a considerable chance of standing on the stage. Contemplating this, his expression darkened. At that moment, the eldest elder, Elder Luo Yan, also ascended into the air, surveying the remaining 11 disciples. With a squint and a smile, he declared, Lin Mu. Instantly, the crowd erupted in disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity that Lin Mu, a mere practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, had been chosen by Elder Luo Yan. It was truly astonishing. The expressions of the remaining 10 shifted dramatically. Some were envious, while others were filled with jealousy. Among them, Yixing's countenance was particularly grim. Lin Mu was equally taken aback. Elder Luo Yan's choice was unexpected. He hurriedly employed the wind manipulation technique and flew towards the final arena. The 5 defenders were now selected. Wei Huan floated in the air and declared, The 5 have been chosen. The challenges will now commence. To ensure fairness, if one person is challenged consecutively, there must be a pause of half an incense stick between each bout. Furthermore, I reiterate, during the competition, no deliberate harm to another's life is permitted. Those who fail to comply will have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. His voice was cold, sending a chill through the hearts of the crowd. The 10 below did not immediately ascend to challenge. Instead, they scrutinized the 5 on stage. Xiang Yi, Wei Sheng, and Fei Xian were all formidable practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement, making victory seem unlikely. Luo Yun, despite being only at the 9th level, was a rare genius within the sect, possessing extraordinary sword techniques that were immensely powerful, leaving no one with absolute confidence of victory against him. Ultimately, all eyes settled on Lin Mu. With a cultivation level of merely the 8th level of Qi refinement, although he had never tasted defeat, the opponents he had vanquished, aside from Yixing, did not possess remarkable prowess. In comparison to the other 4, Lin Mu appeared somewhat weaker. Qi Ming turned to Yixing, who had lost to Lin Mu, and said, Brother Yixing, having clashed with Lin Mu, you should have some understanding of his strength. Could you provide us with some insights? Yixing's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Qi Ming, feeling awkward, jested, I heard that Brother Yixing lost to Lin Mu that day because he was distracted during the competition and forgot to defend himself. Brother Yixing truly has remarkable focus, even daring to lose his concentration during a contest, It is indeed admirable. Yu Xing's expression grew even colder. Glaring fiercely at Qi Ming, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qi Ming, unwilling to show weakness, shot a defiant glare at Yu Xing. A smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth. Sha and Mang, standing nearby, intervened with jovial remarks, saying, "Our opponents are the 5 on the stage. What is the point of squabbling down here? If you truly find them displeasing, prove your worth by conquering a platform and demonstrating your prowess up there." Humph. Both of them simultaneously huffed coldly and turned their heads away. At that moment, Qin Shi among the 10 slowly stepped forward, making his way toward the high platform where Lin Mu stood. The others remained silent, refraining from challenging anyone, clearly waiting to reap the benefits once the contest between Qin Shi and Lin Mu concluded. Unlike them, Yi Xing followed closely behind Qin Shi, heading toward the platform where Fei Xian stood. The remaining 8 stayed motionless, each with their own schemes in mind. Lin Mu stood atop the platform, patiently awaiting the contest. Luo Yin, standing aloft, surveyed the scene from above Lin Mu's platform. The arena spanned a circumference of 10 zhong, devoid of any barriers. Victory was achieved by knocking the opponent off the stage. Qin Shi employed the wind manipulation technique, gracefully ascending to the platform. Lin Mu could not discern the depth of his cultivation but sensed that his spiritual energy fluctuated less powerfully than Yu Xing's, likely indicating he was a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. With a smile, Qin Shi remarked, "The position you occupy, junior brother, is indeed enviable." Lin Mu replied with a chuckle, "It is merely the elder's favor, a stroke of luck." Qin Shi countered, "Luck or strength? Only through a contest will we know." Lin Mu took a few steps back, creating distance, and said, "I humbly request your guidance, senior brother." Qin Shi, not one to hold back, swiftly retreated while simultaneously casting his spell. In a flash, 4 fireballs hurtled toward Lin Mu. Launching the fireball technique in a rapid succession, Lin Mu remained calm, opting not to meet force with force, nor did he deploy the water shield technique for defense. Instead, he executed the wind manipulation technique, soaring into the air as the fireballs zoomed past him, brushing the soles of his shoes. Suspended in midair, Lin Mu formed a series of intricate hand seals, his fingers weaving a golden radiance. 3 shimmering golden swords erupted forth, darting directly toward Qin Shi. 3 consecutive strikes of the metal technique. Lin Mu began with his most formidable move, the 3 golden swords infused with unmatched killing intent, swiftly targeting Qin Shi. Startled, Qin Shi recalled tales of Lin Mu's peculiar techniques and realized he must not allow him to close the distance. Hastily, Qin Shi conjured 3 water arrows from his palms, directing them toward Lin Mu's golden swords. However, Lin Mu had already anticipated this. Under his command, the 3 golden swords suddenly veered apart, each heading toward Qin Shi independently. The water arrows fell harmlessly to the ground, failing to graze even the edges of the golden swords. In a desperate bid, Qin Shi attempted to retreat, but his movements were too sluggish. The golden swords, radiant and menacing, swiftly approached, targeting his heart, throat, and forehead. Such an onslaught left Qin Shi with no means of evasion. He was utterly defenseless against the might of the golden swords. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he shouted with urgency, "I concede." Lin Mu directed his golden small sword towards the azure stone ground before Qin Shi, and instantly, a deep, narrow hole exceeding a foot in depth appeared at Qin Shi's feet. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Shi's back as he glanced fearfully at Lin Mu and awkwardly leaped off the stage. Thus, his first challenge ended in failure. Elder Luo Yin maintained a tranquil expression, quietly observing all that transpired below. The audience was taken aback. In just a single round, Qin Shi had been defeated by Lin Mu without the slightest chance to retaliate. Such prowess was truly astonishing. Qin Shi was among the top 15 experts, undefeated in previous contests. Yet who could have anticipated that he would falter so swiftly against Lin Mu? A wave of frustration surged within Qin Shi. He had numerous formidable techniques yet to be unleashed, but Lin Mu's Gung Jin Ju left him utterly powerless, forcing his defeat. Standing atop the arena, Lin Mu reveled in the astonished expressions of those below, feeling immensely gratified. This was the intimidation he sought. The lethal blow he had just executed appeared effortless. Yet it was, in reality, his most potent attack at present. The moment he ascended the stage, Lin Mu understood that challengers would inevitably flock to him. Even with his considerable strength, he would be unable to withstand a relentless barrage from so many. The only recourse was to instill fear, making them hesitant to challenge him recklessly. This tactic proved effective. Those who had been eager to engage moments ago now fell silent. After a brief contemplation, some stepped forward from the crowd towards the platform where Wei Xing stood. After a short while, Shahi made his decision and headed directly for Lin Mu's arena. Shahi, a practitioner of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, possessed formidable strength. This individual was remarkably decisive. Upon stepping onto the stage, he promptly unleashed his spell, launching an assault on Lin Mu. 6 water projectiles surged from all directions. The water projectile technique unleashed in a 6-fold barrage. This attack bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Ruoxu's 10-fold fireball technique, leaving Lin Mu with no option to evade. Initially, Lin Mu contemplated charging in a specific direction to disperse the approaching water projectiles with a 3-fold crimson fire technique, but he swiftly reconsidered. Instead, he executed his spell and sent 3 golden small swords hurtling towards Shahi. The 3-fold Gung Jinju, an attack for an attack. The water projectile technique was not lethal, yet the formidable offensive power of the Gung Jinju was overwhelming. Shahi grimaced in despair. He had anticipated that Lin Mu would attempt to evade his water projectile technique, believing that as long as he continued casting spells, he would maintain the upper hand. However, he was taken aback by Lin Mu's resolute demeanor as he refused to fall into his trap. The 3 golden small swords forced Shahi off the stage. Lin Mu managed to evade 4 of the 6 water projectiles, but 2 struck him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Rising from the earth, Lin Mu coughed up blood and wiped the traces from his lips, hastily sitting down to meditate and heal. Although he emerged victorious once more, he had not gained the upper hand in this encounter. Shahi, despite his defeat, stood unscathed below the stage. After a brief moment, Zhong Luan could no longer contain himself and rushed onto the stage, setting his sights once again on Lin Mu. Zhong Luan, a practitioner of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, specialized in fire-based techniques, of which Lin Mu had heard a little. As Lin Mu rose from the ground, Zhong Luan unleashed 5 fireballs aimed directly at him. Lin Mu, adhering to his previous strategy, refrained from engaging in a prolonged confrontation, opting instead for swift counterattacks. He understood that exhausting his spiritual energy would inevitably lead to his downfall. 3 golden small swords erupted from Lin Mu's hand, hurtling towards Zhong Luan. In a decisive move, Zhong Luan had already leapt off the platform as Lin Mu executed the Gung Jinju, conceding defeat. Although his fireball technique was unleashed in rapid succession, Lin Mu managed to evade 4 of them, only to be struck by the final fireball on his left shoulder, scorching both his garment and flesh, leaving it a painful crimson. Zhong Luan smirked sinisterly, having discerned Lin Mu's strategy. His intent was not merely to vanquish Lin Mu, but to inflict injury upon him. An insidious tactic indeed. Moments later, Qiu Sheng, equally impatient, ascended the stage, his sights still set on Lin Mu. The concept of a wheel battle was evidently a shared strategy among them, as they all believed it to be the most effective means of dealing with Lin Mu. Qiu Sheng's approach mirrored that of Zhong Luan, initiating a barrage of spells the moment he stepped onto the platform. Water bullet technique, a quintet unleashed. Water arrow technique, a quartet followed. The air was filled with glistening water-based spells dancing in the sunlight. The relentless onslaught left Lin Mu with little respite to recuperate. Struggling to stand, Lin Mu realized that evasion was futile. The only recourse was to retaliate. 3-fold Gung Jinju. 3 golden small swords shot forth from Lin Mu's hand. The first 2 clashed with Qiu Sheng's 4 water arrows, shattering in midair, while the 3rd golden sword deftly evaded 5 water bullets, soaring straight towards Qiu Sheng. With a cold chuckle, Qiu Sheng gracefully leapt off the stage. Injured, Lin Mu's movements were not as swift as before. He could only dodge 2 of the approaching 5 water bullets. The remaining 3 collided forcefully with him. Bang! Lin Mu was once again knocked to the ground. Although the water bullet technique did not physically harm him, his internal organs were severely jolted, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Unsteadily, Lin Mu rose, casting a fierce glance at the 10 individuals below the stage. Just moments ago, 5 challengers had approached, and aside from Yixing, the remaining 4 had all targeted him. Despite his victories over them, Lin Mu had not inflicted any significant injuries. Rather, he had sustained grave wounds himself. After a brief moment, before Lin Mu could fully recuperate, Qi Ming, unable to contain his eagerness, soared onto the stage. The previous 4, having fallen one after another, had left Lin Mu battered and on the brink of defeat. Qi Ming sought to seize the opportunity and claim victory before anyone else could intervene. However, Zhong Luan objected. The credit for Lin Mu's injuries belonged to their quartet. He would not permit Qi Ming to capitalize on their efforts. Zhong Luan executed divine movement technique, darting towards the high platform with the swiftness of an arrow, intent on outpacing Qi Ming to secure the victory. Mid-air, Qi Ming noticed Zhong Luan ahead of him and, without hesitation, unleashed a water bullet technique in a rapid fourfold barrage, sending 4 water bullets whistling towards Zhong Luan. Zhong Luan charged forward, entirely oblivious to what lay behind him. It was only when the water arrows were nearly upon him that he registered their presence. Panic and fury surged within him. However, given the dire circumstances, he hastily sidestepped. He managed to evade 2 of the 4 water arrows, but the remaining 2 struck squarely against his back. Staggering, Zhong Luan fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth in a crimson torrent. Lin Mu observed this scene in its entirety, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart, chilling him to the core. Before the Foundation establishment and the superior-grade magical artifacts, all notions of benevolence, righteousness, and camaraderie lay utterly shattered. To Qi Ming and Zhong Luan, the position they occupied was tantamount to Foundation establishment, to superior-grade magical artifacts. Everything else paled in significance. The sect leader, Shiwei Han, who had orchestrated this scene, hovered in mid-air, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the unfolding drama. Thousands of outer disciples surrounding the arena mirrored his expression, their smiles unwavering as they witnessed the spectacle. Lin Mu watched coldly, his resolve hardening further. Qi Ming, casting not even a glance at the fallen Zhong Luan, soared directly to the arena where Lin Mu stood. No sooner had he alighted on the platform than he, like the previous challengers, refrained from engaging in any dialogue with Lin Mu, denying him even a moment's respite. With hands forming seals, 4 water arrows materialized, intent on delivering a fatal blow and casting Lin Mu from the stage. Lin Mu, appearing feeble atop the platform, suddenly glimmered with a fierce brilliance in his gaze. Before the water arrows could be unleashed, the mind spike activated with sudden ferocity. Qi Ming was seized by a wave of dizziness, his mind assaulted by excruciating pain. His grip on the magical seals faltered, and the 4 water arrows dissipated into the air. Lin Mu hesitated only briefly, his seals unceasing. As 3 golden small swords shot forth toward Qi Ming stood frozen, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming golden blades, failing to register any reaction. The 3 golden swords pierced through his right chest, abdomen, and right shoulder, leaving behind 3 transparent wounds from which blood flowed profusely. The azure ground was soaked in crimson, a stark contrast against its color. A profound silence enveloped the arena, as thousands gazed in stunned disbelief at the bloodstains on Qi Ming's body, rendered speechless. Qi Ming toppled backwards, stirring up a cloud of dust, his consciousness already slipping away. The sound of his fall resonated with astonishing clarity in the ears of the thousands present, echoing like thunder in the hearts of the 8 below, lingering endlessly. Lin Mu stood steadfast, his expression devoid of emotion. Elder Luo Yin instructed the inner disciples to carry Qi Ming away. Such grievous injuries would require no less than 3 months for recovery. Though Qi Ming was removed from the arena, the bloodstains on the platform remained, instilling a sense of trepidation in the others present. Prior to this, 6 challengers had ascended the stage. Only Yi Xing succeeded in defeating Fei Xian, claiming the title of champion. The other 5 challengers faced Lin Mu and fell short, with Qi Ming suffering severe injuries that rendered him unable to compete further. After a brief moment of silence, the remaining challengers remained motionless, scrutinizing the 5 on the stage. Lin Mu was no longer their sole target. The recent visceral display of violence had left an indelible impact upon them. At this moment, the audience had long regarded Lin Mu as an equally formidable presence, if not more so, than the other 4. No one dared to underestimate his cultivation of the 8th layer of Qi refinement any longer. Lin Mu observed their reactions with keen clarity. Qi Ming's severe injuries served to establish Lin Mu's authority. Indeed, asserting dominance was Lin Mu's intention. He aimed to instill a sense of caution among the onlookers. After failing to intimidate, enduring a relentless barrage of attacks, and sustaining heavy injuries, what Lin Mu could do was to assert his power. Qi Ming, with his exceptional strength, was the ideal target for this demonstration of authority. The effect was palpable. Qi Ming lay unconscious, defeated in a bewildering manner, causing the spectators to shift their attention. One individual stepped forward, heading directly towards Luo Yun's arena, eager to ascertain whether this prodigy was truly as formidable as the rumors suggested. This sentiment resonated among the audience. Luo Yun had keenly observed Lin Mu's plight and had no desire to follow in his footsteps. As soon as the challenger ascended the stage, Luo Yun unleashed his most potent technique, the third move of the Qing Yun sword technique, striking the opponent directly through the right chest with an ordinary flying sword, resulting in a gushing flow of blood. The might of his sword left the onlookers in a state of trepidation, and no one dared to act rashly thereafter. With 2 elite fighters incapacitated, the remaining 5 on stage had only Yixing as the new contender. Someone's thoughts began to shift, and they rushed towards Yixing. This individual was Chu Bo, a master of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, and one of the 4 formidable opponents from the previous defeat. Yixing's expression darkened immediately. As soon as Chu Bo landed, Yixing unleashed a barrage of 3 consecutive strikes from the Vajra drill, 3 sharp projectiles swiftly aimed at Chu Bo. Chu Bo hastily dodged, moving 3 feet to the left, only to be met with another trio of sharp projectiles. He was compelled to shift left once more. But Yixing, relentless in his pursuit, continued to cast spells, forcing Chu Bo to evade. Soon, he found himself at the edge of the stage, unable to escape further. The piercing gold-based techniques were not something he could withstand directly, leaving him no choice but to jump down from the platform, conceding defeat. The remaining contestants, like spectators at a fleeting spectacle, took turns challenging one another. Those selected by the elders or the sect leader were hardly easy opponents. Ultimately, all challengers were defeated, with none succeeding in their attempts. Following Qi Ming's fall, no one dared to challenge Lin Mu again. His ability to inexplicably render opponents dazed instilled a profound sense of trepidation among the onlookers. None wished to ascend the stage only to become a fool, left at Lin Mu's mercy as he unleashed the Gung Jin technique, transforming them into a porcupine of wounds. Once the 10 opportunities for the audience had been exhausted, the duel came to an end. The 5 remaining on the stage were crowned as the top 5: Yixing, Luo Yun, Xiang Yi, Wei Xing, and Lin Mu. At this juncture, Lin Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having secured a place among the top 5, the prospect of foundation establishment was now within reach. At that moment, the sect leader, Shi Wei Han, floated in midair, a smile gracing his face. The top 5 have been selected. Next, we shall identify the top 3. The 5 contenders on the stage brightened at the prospect. The top 3 would each receive a high-grade magical artifact, the value of which far surpassed that of mid-grade artifacts by 10-fold or more, naturally making it a coveted prize for all. In the ethereal realm, Shi Wei Han hovered gracefully, a faint smile gracing his visage, exuding an aura of profound mystery and otherworldliness. With a gentle laugh, he proclaimed, "For those who cultivate the way, character holds greater significance than mere strength. Thus, this final contest shall not be a measure of power, but a testament to virtue." A wave of astonishment rippled through the audience, their whispers filling the air with confusion and speculation. Shi Wei Han had anticipated their bewilderment and continued. In the esteemed Qinyu Sword Sect, a distinguished lineage in the Tianshao realm, we uphold the highest standards of character. The essence of one's character cannot be determined by a singular voice but must be attested by all peers. Gazing upon the crowd with a knowing smile, he declared, "The top 3 shall be chosen by you, the outer disciples, without interference from myself or the 4 elders, to ensure fairness." At that moment, Lin Mu grasped the implications. The selection of the top 3 was to be determined by the thousands of spectators below. This revelation was not particularly fortuitous for Lin Mu, who had devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, maintaining only cordial, yet distant relations with his peers. The prospect of securing a place among the top 3 seemed rather bleak. Following the sect leader's instructions, Luo Qin, the chief disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, commenced the procedure. Several disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall sprang into action, each armed with bundles of yellow paper and a bamboo brush. Gu Qin watched with eager anticipation as Qi Feng approached him. Soon, Qi Feng stood beside him, and Gu Qin carefully accepted the paper he was handed, solemnly inscribing Lin Mu's name upon it with the brush. This paper symbolized his support for Lin Mu. After completing his task, Gu Qin earnestly urged his companions to vote for Lin Mu. Those standing with him nodded vigorously in agreement. Gu Qin then turned to Qi Feng. Smiling as he handed over the paper, "Brother Qi Feng, do you believe Brother Lin Mu can secure a top 3 position?" Receiving the paper, Qi Feng replied with a grin, "Given Lin Mu's prowess, he certainly stands a good chance. If I had the right to vote, I would undoubtedly choose Lin Mu." Gu Qin chuckled. "I too feel optimistic about Brother Lin Mu's prospects." As Qi Feng collected papers from the gathering, he noted that each one bore Lin Mu's name. He exchanged a knowing smile with Gu Qin before continuing his quest for more votes. Feng soon observed a curious phenomenon. Many of the lower-ranked disciples predominantly chose Lin Mu. Initially puzzled, he quickly understood. Lin Mu, with his 8th level Qi refinement cultivation, had secured a place among the top 5, remaining undefeated throughout the trials, a performance that left an indelible impression. These lower-tier disciples, often subjected to the bullying of their higher-ranked counterparts, were more inclined to support Lin Mu, a kindred spirit standing in solidarity with them. Among the outer disciples, the number of lower-tier cultivators was substantial, leading to a significant number of votes for Lin Mu. Many disciples, like Gu Chun, earnestly inscribed Lin Mu's name on their papers, though votes for Luo Yun and Xiang Yi were also plentiful. The two individuals in question are a prodigy within the sect and a formidable cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, merely a step away from establishing their foundation. Among the outer disciples, they both possess a multitude of steadfast supporters. In comparison, the backing for Wei Sheng and Yi Xing appears somewhat less fervent. Within less than 2 hours, thousands of slips of paper were collected, each inscribed with the name of a disciple that the writers supported. These numerous slips were placed into a zeton wood box situated before the Qinyu Hall. The sect leader, Shi Weihuan, approached the zeton box, closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, he turned to address the 5 individuals standing below, as well as the multitude of outer disciples. I have just utilized my spiritual sense to ascertain the number of these slips, and I am fully aware of the tally. The top 3, based on their respective counts, are as follows. First place, Xiang Yi. As soon as the name was uttered, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Second place, Luo Yun. Another round of exuberant applause ensued, shaking the very ground beneath them. Shi Weihuan, pleased with the response, beamed and announced, third place, Wei Sheng. This time, the reaction was less enthusiastic. Only a smattering of cheers broke the silence, accompanied by a greater chorus of sighs. Yu Xing's countenance darkened as he stood silently, while Lin Mu, though having anticipated this outcome, felt a tinge of disappointment. He reminded himself that such matters could not be forced. As long as he could establish his foundation, that was sufficient. Lin Mu turned to offer his congratulations to Luo Yun, Xiang Yi, and Wei Xing, who all returned his gesture with smiles. In the crowd, Gu Chun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. In his estimation, Lin Mu should have placed among the top 3, yet he had fallen short. Feng shared a similar sentiment during the collection of slips. He had noted a significant number of votes for Lin Mu and had not anticipated this result. At that moment, Shi Weihuan's voice resonated once more. This competition has now concluded. Xiang Yi, Luo Yun, Wei Sheng, Yi Xing, and Lin Mu. You 5 are to visit Yunxiao Peak tomorrow morning, where the 4 elders and I shall bestow upon you your rewards. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Lin Mu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The sect leader then instructed Luo Chen, who stood nearby, to ensure that the collected slips were burned, before soaring away to Yunxiao Peak accompanied by the 4 elders. As the plaza began to empty, Lin Mu bid farewell to the other 4 and, employing the wind control technique, hastily returned to his small courtyard. Having sustained considerable injuries in the final contest, he firmly shut the courtyard door behind him, swiftly entered the moon rotation space, and commenced meditative healing. At Xinyu Peak, Luo Chun observed the dispersing crowd and gestured towards the zeton box, turning to Feng. Please take these slips and burn them. Feng promptly responded, yes, I shall do so, and with that, he carried the zeton box towards a secluded corner. Upon arriving, however, Feng hesitated to incinerate the slips, as lingering doubts filled his mind. He emptied the contents of the box, sorting the slips by name into 5 distinct piles. Feng meticulously counted the number of slips of paper, and the revelation left him astounded. The sect leader, Shi had been deceitful. Among the 5 individuals, Lin Mu possessed the most slips of paper, followed by Luo Yun in 2nd place, Xiang Yi in 3rd, and Wei Sheng in 4th. This starkly contradicted the results declared by the sect leader. A faint smirk appeared on Feng's face. He seemed to hear a shattering sound deep within himself, a disquieting creak that troubled his mind. After the cold laughter subsided, Feng unleashed the fireball technique, conjuring a small fireball that descended upon the pile of paper. In mere moments, the slips were reduced to a heap of ashes, carried away by the wind. As night fell, darkness enveloped the sky, and Feng's figure vanished into the vastness of the night. At dawn, Lin Mu awoke from his meditation, feeling that his injuries had healed by 70 to 80%. However, complete recovery would require 3 to 5 more days of rest. Today was the day Lin Mu was to ascend Yunxiao Peak to receive his reward. After freshening up, Lin Mu departed from his small courtyard, and employed the wind control technique to soar towards Yunxia Peak. Upon his arrival, he immediately sensed the abundant spiritual energy in the area, though still at the base of the peak. The energy was already tenfold more potent than that at the western peak. Lin Mu mused internally about the richness of the spiritual energy at the summit, contemplating that cultivation here would make foundational establishment a matter of time. This thought flitted through Lin Mu's mind before he buried it deep within his heart. As Lin Mu landed at the base of the peak, he noted that Yunxia Peak was the residence of the sect leader. Aside from the leader and several elders, no disciples were permitted to fly within its vicinity. Ascending the stone steps, Lin Mu was surrounded by flourishing flowers and verdant trees. The scenery pleasing enough that he hardly felt the distance traveled. Upon reaching the summit, a cave dwelling came into view, shrouded by multiple barriers, with swirling mists obscuring the interior. Before the cave, four individuals were already waiting patiently. Xiang Yi, Luo Yun, Wei Sheng, and Yi Xing. Lin Mu promptly greeted them. Senior brothers. Luo Yun, having entered the sect in the same year as Lin Mu, replied warmly, "There's no need for such formalities, junior brother." Xiang Yi interjected, "Junior brother, you have truly made a name for yourself within the sect. With merely an 8th level Qi refinement cultivation, you have managed to defeat many adept 10th level practitioners. It is indeed remarkable." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Yi Xing. This struck a nerve with Yi Xing, who scoffed and turned his head away, his expression darkening. Wei Xing, ever modest, interjected to redirect the conversation, saying with a smile, "I wonder what magical artifacts will be included in this reward." This remark instantly piqued everyone's interest, and they set aside their earlier discomfort to discuss the contents of the rewards. Luo Yun was the first to speak. "I desire nothing more than a flying sword. Although I have only just learned 3 moves of the Azure Cloud Sword technique, I still lack a suitable flying sword." Xiang Yi chuckled, "You need not worry, junior brother. Though you have only recently reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, you will undoubtedly receive a high-quality magical artifact. Given the elders' fondness for you, I am sure they will fulfill your request." Wei Xing chimed in, "I too seek a flying sword. As a sword cultivator, lacking a flying sword is indeed a source of amusement." Lin Mu smiled and remarked, "I have no particular demands. Whatever the sect leader provides, I shall accept." Yi Xing stood nearby, his countenance cold and silent, lost in his own thoughts. Xiang Yi chuckled, "Junior brother is quite unselfish, which spares the sect leader much trouble." The subtle sarcasm stirred discomfort within Lin Mu. Just as Xiang Yi's words faded, a swirling mist enveloped the entrance to the sect leader's cave, parting to reveal a narrow path leading inside. The voice of the sect leader echoed from within, "Come inside." Xiang Yi promptly took the lead, followed by Luo Yun, Wei Sheng, and Yi Xing, with Lin Mu trailing behind as they proceeded into the sanctuary of the sect leader. Upon entering, Lin Mu discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Contrary to his expectations of opulence, the cave was strikingly simple. In the main room stood only a square table and a few wooden stools for receiving guests. The meditation area was further inside, concealed by restrictions that prevented Lin Mu from examining it. The 4 elders were seated around the table, each with a cup of tea, appearing quite at ease. After the 5 of them paid their respects, they stood side by side before the sect leader and the elders. The sect leader regarded them with a smile, saying, "Well done, your performance this time has been commendable. The 4 elders and I have taken note, and we are prepared to reward you generously. Speak up, what do you desire? As long as I can fulfill it, I shall do so." This declaration steadied the hearts of Xiang Yi and the others, who had been anxious just moments before. Luo Yun was the first to respond. "I would like a high-quality flying sword, preferably one with water attributes." The sect leader smiled slightly, retrieving a jade-hued flying sword from his storage bag. "I recall that you practiced the Qingyun sword technique. This Qingyun sword was crafted specifically for you by Elder Luo Yin. It is a high-grade water attribute artifact, perfectly suited for your use." Overjoyed, Luo Yin hurriedly accepted the sword, cradling it in his hands with great affection. Observing Luo Yun's delight, Shi Huan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips, pleased that his efforts had not been in vain. Turning to Xiang Yi and Wei Sheng, Shi Huan continued with a smile, "I have also prepared high-quality flying swords for both of you. As a sword cultivator, one cannot be without a sword. The sword and the wielder are inseparable. The absence of a sword means the loss of one's vitality. This not only signifies the bond between a person and their sword, but also illustrates the reliance one has on it. Without a sword, a cultivator can barely harness a fraction of their potential, rendering them unable to compete. However, with a suitable flying sword, One can traverse the heavens and earth, capable of anything. In a flash of light, Shi Huan produced two flying swords, one golden and the other red. He handed the golden sword to Xiang Yi, stating, "This Qianjin sword is a gold attribute flying sword, unmatched in sharpness, forged from the essence of the 5 metals, perfectly suitable for you." He casually picked up the crimson flying sword and addressed Wei Xing, saying, "This fire rain sword is exceptionally compatible with your spiritual root. Coupled with your Liwa heart method, your strength will undoubtedly increase by more than threefold." The three individuals received their flying swords with expressions of sheer delight. Lin Mu looked on with a twinge of envy, eagerly anticipating his own magical artifact. After bestowing gifts upon the trio, Shi Huan turned to Lin Mu and Yi Xing, remarking, "Your strengths are commendable, placing you on par with them. Regrettably, fortune has not favored you, leaving you slightly behind. Rest assured, I shall treat you equally and ensure you are not slighted." Lin Mu quickly replied, "I humbly accept whatever the sect leader bestows. My only wish is to receive a foundation establishment pill." The sect leader smiled and said, "We shall discuss the foundation establishment pill shortly. For now, allow me to present you with these 2 medium-grade magical artifacts." From his storage bag, Shi Huan extracted a blue shield and handed it to Yi Xing, stating, "This water shield is an excellent defensive artifact of the water element. Though only of medium grade, it proves remarkably effective against fire-based techniques. Once refined, even mid-tier fire spells will not harm you in the slightest." Subsequently, Shi Huan produced a small yellow umbrella and presented it to Lin Mu with a smile, saying, "This earthly umbrella, while merely a medium-grade artifact, is renowned among earth-type artifacts and boasts superior defensive capabilities, even outclassing the water shield. It is yours." The first 3 individuals received top-grade flying swords, each possessing formidable offensive power, while Lin Mu and Yi Xing were bestowed only medium-grade defensive artifacts, which did little to enhance their combat prowess. Lin Mu forced a smile and expressed his gratitude to the sect leader, saying, "Thank you for your generous gifts." Yi Xing accepted the water shield with a calm demeanor, betraying no visible emotion. The 4 elders sat leisurely at the table, sipping tea. Though Elder Luo Yin briefly cast a sympathetic glance at Lin Mu, revealing a hint of compassion in his eyes. Once the rewards had been distributed among the 5, Shi Huan spoke with solemnity, "These artifacts must be diligently refined. Strive to wield them with the ease of extending your fingers, and do not be complacent." Observing their nods of agreement, he added with a smile, "Now, let us discuss the matter of the foundation establishment pill." Lin Mu's eyes brightened. To him, the quality of the magical artifacts was of little significance. What truly mattered was the foundation establishment pill, for he yearned solely to reach that foundational stage. Shi Huan glanced over the faces of the 5 individuals and remarked with a smile, "It would be more fitting for Elder Huiwen to discuss the matter of the foundation establishment pill." Several crucial elixirs within the sect were concocted by Elder Huiwen, and the foundation establishment pill was among them. Elder Huiwen, with a rosy complexion and youthful appearance, despite being over 300 years old, resembled a young person in their 20s. Turning to the 5, he spoke gently, "We currently have no foundation establishment pills available." His tone was calm and soothing. Yet to the 5, it resonated like a thunderclap, shaking their very spirits. The foundation establishment pill held immense importance for those in the Qi refinement stage. Without it, the chance of successfully establishing a foundation was nearly non-existent. Although Lin Mu had already been aware of this news, hearing Elder Huiwen confirm it personally still left him feeling a wave of disappointment. Observing the expressions of Lin Mu and the others, Elder Huiwen smiled and explained, "The shortage of the foundation establishment pill is due to the absence of a particular spiritual herb required for its creation. Once that herb is found, I can promptly concoct the pill." Noticing the slight easing of tension among the crowd, he continued, "This herb is known as fire dragon grass, the primary ingredient for the foundation establishment pill, and it is exceedingly rare. Fire dragon grass is a yang-type spiritual herb, demanding an exceptionally specific growing environment. It has long since vanished from common lands, existing only in the Fire Dragon Valley." Xiang Yi eagerly suggested, "Then we should hasten to the Fire Dragon Valley to gather fire dragon grass." The sect leader, Shi Huan, smiled at Xiang Yi and replied slowly, "This is precisely the reason why I and the 4 elders summoned you here." Elder Huiwen added, "Although there is fire dragon grass within the valley, we, as Golden Core practitioners, are unable to enter. We can only gaze longingly at the grass, wishing we could reach it, but are powerless." Shi Huan took over, saying, "Indeed, the Fire Dragon Valley is safeguarded by ancient prohibitions, barring any practitioner above the Qi refinement stage from entry. We, the 4 elders and I, hope that you can venture into the valley to collect the fire dragon grass. Xiang Yi promptly led the others in agreement, declaring, we 5 are willing to serve. Lin Mu and Luo Yin also quickly expressed their willingness to gather fire dragon grass in the valley. At this moment, Elder Huiwen cautioned, however. The collection of fire dragon grass is fraught with challenges and peril. In the Tianxiao realm, many sects require the foundation establishment pill, not just our Qianyu Sword Sect. Other sects, such as the Wushuang Sword Sect, have an even greater demand for it. Yet, within the Tianxiao realm, fire dragon grass can only be sourced from Fire Dragon Valley, resulting in a severe scarcity. Moreover, the maturation period for fire dragon grass is no less than 10 years. Otherwise, its efficacy diminishes significantly. Over time, the supply from Fire Dragon Valley will fail to meet the demands of various sections 300 years ago. Numerous sects in the Tianxiao realm reached an agreement, prohibiting any one sect from independently entering the Fire Dragon Valley to collect the grass. Violators would face collective retribution from all sections. Every 50 years, each sect selects its Qi refinement disciples to jointly enter the valley and harvest the fire dragon grass. Thus, over the span of 50 years, the fire dragon grass flourished and propagated. Taking a delicate sip of tea, Elder Huiwen continued, numerous cultivators from various sects, all at the Qi refinement stage, surged into the Fire Dragon Valley, each eager to gather as much fire dragon grass as possible, inevitably leading to disputes. Ultimately, 2 centuries ago, disciples from different sects engaged in a fierce battle over the unequal distribution of the fire dragon grass within the valley. It was a chaotic melee, resulting in significant losses for every sect. Some disciples entered and never emerged again. The leaders and elders of the sects were deeply shaken, prompting a new agreement to regulate the number of participants allowed into the Fire Dragon Valley, with each sect's quota determined by the number of golden core practitioners they possessed. This measure reduced casualties considerably, yet the competition grew increasingly fierce. Every disciple entering the valley bore medium-grade magical artifacts or even high-grade ones, their powers comparable to those at the foundation establishment stage. Consequently, the casualty rate rose dramatically during confrontations. Typically, around 1 to 200 disciples would enter the valley, but only 20 to 30 would ultimately emerge. At this juncture, Elder Luo Yin added, the Fire Dragon Valley is fraught not only with conflicts among cultivators, but also teeming with formidable magical beasts. A portion of the casualties results not from human combat, but from unfortunate encounters with the beasts, which can be fatal. You must exercise utmost caution. The 5 individuals fell silent, the weight of his words striking them profoundly. Doubts began to take root in their hearts. At that moment, the sect leader, Shui Wan, spoke with gravity. The venture into the Fire Dragon Valley to gather herbs is perilous beyond measure. It pains me and the other elders to send you into such danger. Yet for the sake of our sect's legacy, we must reluctantly allow it. I hope you will act prudently within the valley and return safely. This declaration left the group with no alternative. To abstain would be tantamount to opposing the leader and the sect, a fate potentially more dire. In life, one often finds oneself uttering insincere words and engaging in actions of necessity. The journey to the Fire Dragon Valley had become unavoidable. The 5 felt a profound unease. The valley's treachery had remained unknown to them until now, revealing its true peril. Although Lin Mu had heard whispers before, they had been vague and incomplete, leaving him unprepared. Now, it dawned on him why Zhang Ruoxu and Mu Qing had been in such a hurry to establish their foundation. It was to evade this impending calamity. A mere 10% chance of survival. The brutality was stark and merciless. The severity of the sect's internal competition paled in comparison. Sect leader Shui Wan understood that the 5 would need time to fully accept this grim reality, so he instructed them, return and refine your respective artifacts. With half a year remaining until the fateful mark of 50 years, I hope you will dedicate yourselves to rigorous training to enhance your chances of survival. The 5 exchanged glances, their expressions unified in concern. They bowed in unison and gradually exited the leader's cave dwelling. Once they departed, silence enveloped Shui Wan's abode. After a lengthy pause, Elder Luo Yin spoke softly. The sect leader's favoritism this time may have been excessive. I fear that Yu Xing and Lin Mu may harbor resentment. With a heavy heart, Shui Wan lamented, I, too, wish it were otherwise. However, our sect is currently lacking in the necessary materials to forge a flying sword. Providing each of Xiang Yi and the other 2 with such a weapon has already consumed 2 months' worth of our sect's income. Should I attempt to craft swords for Yi Xing and Lin Mu as well, it would likely jeopardize the sect's operations. This statement was riddled with inconsistencies. The mere 2 medium-grade flying swords could hardly destabilize the foundation of the Qianyu Sword Sect. revealing Shi Weihuan's insincerity. Elder Luo Yin sighed softly and chose to remain silent, allowing the cave to fall into a heavy stillness once more. Upon departing from the sect leader's cave, Yuxing's expression darkened. He did not greet the four others and hastily left Yunsha Peak. On his way, he retrieved the blue water shield, gritting his teeth in frustration. This shield, merely a defensive artifact, was an affront considering the sect leader was aware of his dual elemental roots of gold and fire yet provided him with a water-based artifact. The condescension and disregard embedded within this gesture ignited his fury. Stowing the blue water shield into his storage bag, Yuxing hastened towards the western peak. In contrast, Lin Mu's demeanor was considerably more composed. Xiang Yi, Wei Shang, and Luo Yun were all fraught with worry, yet the thought of their superior-grade flying swords, which greatly enhanced their chances of survival, brought them solace. They began to engage in light-hearted banter, comparing the merits of their swords. Lin Mu bid farewell to the three with a smile and invoked the wind control technique to soar towards the western peak. Upon returning to his small courtyard and securing the door, Lin Mu made his way directly to the tranquil chamber. Once inside, he retrieved the yellow earth umbrella from his storage ring, and his countenance immediately darkened. The expedition to Fire Dragon Valley was fraught with peril. The sect leader had only provided him with this medium-grade defensive artifact, the earth umbrella. If he were to engage in combat within Fire Dragon Valley, he would be relegated to passive defense, leaving defeat and demise as mere inevitabilities. Shi Weihuan's actions were clearly a directive to send him to his doom. Should Lin Mu miraculously return alive with Fire Dragon Grass, it would be a significant boon for the sect. Such a gamble was undeniably advantageous for a sect leader. A cold smile crept upon Lin Mu's face as he felt a profound sense of betrayal. His primary objective in venturing to Fire Dragon Valley was to collect Fire Dragon Grass. By acquiring the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill, he could concoct it himself. Shi Weihuan had once promised that should Lin Mu rank within the top 5, he would ensure his foundation establishment. In retrospect, this promise now appeared to be a beautiful lie, as fragile as a bubble, easily burst. Lin Mu realized that he must rely solely on himself, which was the most genuine sentiment echoing within him at that moment. Before embarking on his journey to Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Mu had 2 tasks to accomplish: to enhance his cultivation and to refine the earth umbrella. Although the umbrella was merely a medium-grade artifact, it would provide some measure of defense, which was better than having none at all. He felt relatively secure about his cultivation, with an ample supply of spirit-gathering pills. He should be able to advance to the 10th layer of Qi refinement without significant issues, even if that proved insufficient. The over 1,000 materials in the crescent moon space would allow him to continue refining. However, the task of refining the earth umbrella posed a considerable challenge, as Lin Mu had never attempted to refine an artifact before. Faced with the earth umbrella now, he found himself at a loss. It seemed he would need to visit the scripture pavilion to purchase some relevant jade slips for study, Lin Mu mused. Departing from the tranquil chamber, Lin Mu made his way to the courtyard, intending to close the gate and proceed to the scripture pavilion. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, landing gracefully within the courtyard. As the glimmer of the sword faded, Lin Mu recognized the visitor and promptly bowed, exclaiming, "Greetings, Elder." His heart raced, and his voice quivered slightly. This was the first time an elder had come to visit, and he could not help but feel a sense of nervousness. Elder Luo Yin smiled warmly, saying, "There is no need for excessive formalities. Let us converse indoors." With that, he strode confidently toward Lin Mu's tranquil chamber. As if it were his own abode, Lin Mu followed closely behind. Upon entering the chamber, Elder Luo Yin waved his hand casually, enveloping both of them in a translucent barrier. Surveying the sparsely furnished chamber, Elder Luo Yin remarked approvingly, "Very well. Your diligence is commendable. It is no wonder your cultivation has advanced so swiftly." Lin Mu hurriedly replied, "It is all thanks to the teachings of the sect. My efforts are but a trifling matter." Elder Luo Yin gazed at Lin Mu with a knowing smile, saying, "Do not be overly modest. I have taken note of your hard work. If I am not mistaken, the mind-piercing strike you employed during the grand competition was derived from the star-refining technique, correct?" Lin Mu felt a jolt of apprehension. Elder Luo Yin's penetrating gaze left no room for deception. He quickly confessed, "Indeed, it is so. I stumbled upon a jade slip containing the star-refining technique in the scripture pavilion, purchased it to refine myself, and unexpectedly achieved a degree of success. Mastering the mind-piercing strike. That is precisely why I fortuitously ranked among the top 5. Elder Luo Yin chuckled lightly. "That is your fortune. The star-refining technique is not something everyone can master, and I am aware of the pain it entails. Although your innate talent may not be exceptional, your resolve is remarkably steadfast. This is precisely why I valued you from the beginning. Gratefully, Lin Mu responded, I am profoundly grateful for the Elder's life-saving grace. It is etched in my heart and will never be forgotten. Elder Luo Yin nodded in approval. I have come to assist you in refining the Earth Umbrella. This mid-grade magical artifact cannot be successfully refined without at least a year and a half for those in the Qi refinement stage. If one cannot successfully refine it, they will be unable to wield even a fraction of its power. This may pose a challenge for others, but your mental prowess is already comparable to that of a foundation establishment practitioner. You will require only 2 or 3 months to refine this Earth Umbrella, and my assistance is unnecessary. After a brief pause, Elder Luo Yin fixed his gaze upon Lin Mu and inquired, Do you harbor resentment toward the sect leader? Do you blame him for not providing you with a flying sword, but rather bestowing upon you a defensive artifact? Lin Mu hastily replied, I dare not. I hold no grievances toward the sect leader for what he has granted me. Elder Luo Yin pointed to the translucent barrier and smiled, as we converse. Feel free to speak your mind. Within this barrier, no one else can hear. Uncertain of Elder Luo Yin's intentions, Lin Mu refrained from saying anything indiscreet, reiterating that he bore no grievances. With a gentle smile, Elder Luo Yin ceased his probing and addressed Lin Mu. I too disapprove of the sect leader's actions. However, you must understand that human indifference is not directed solely at you. It applies to everyone. Being utilized by others can indeed evoke feelings of anger. And I am pleased that you have managed to endure. The upcoming expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley is fraught with peril. It will serve as a trial for you. As long as you can return alive from this experience, I shall accept you as my true disciple, despite the usual standards. Lin Mu hurriedly knelt in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Elder, for your kindness. Elder Luo Yin chuckled and replied, The Thousand Feather Sword Sect has become a chaotic mess under the leadership of your master, and several of us elders have grown increasingly discontented. With disciples like you, my only hope is to protect you from an untimely demise. The path ahead, however, must be traversed by you alone. I have a magical artifact that I wish to bestow upon you, hoping it will safeguard your well-being. With that, he retrieved a multicolored ring and a jade slip from his storage pouch and handed them to Lin Mu, who eagerly accepted them. Elder Luo Yin continued, This 5 elements ring is merely a low-grade magical artifact. Do not underestimate it, for it was crafted by my master shortly before his demise. He intended to refine it into a true treasure, but his time was cut short, and he could only produce a rough version before passing away. Though I have gained some proficiency in artifact crafting, I cannot compare to my master and am unable to continue his work. This artifact is the least remarkable of my master's creations, yet it possesses the greatest potential. Although it is currently a low-grade artifact, my master believed that if a person with a 5-element spiritual root were to successfully refine it, the artifact could shine brilliantly. Within this 5 elements ring, there are several primary formations, one of which is called the treasure-devouring formation, enabling it to consume other artifacts or treasures to enhance its own power. If you take the initiative to acquire more artifacts for it to devour, it could continuously advance, ultimately transforming into a true treasure, which is entirely possible. Lin Mu's eyes brightened at this revelation, yet he struggled to associate the dimly glowing ring in his hand with the immense power of a true treasure. He expressed his gratitude, saying, Elder, I am truly humbled by your generosity. Elder Luo Yin replied with a smile. The reason I entrust this artifact to you is that you happen to possess a 5-element spiritual root and are one of the disciples I personally selected. So I naturally care for you more. The Jade slip contains the methods for refining artifacts. Be sure to study it diligently. The journey to Fire Dragon Valley is fraught with danger, and I hope you return safely. The concern conveyed in his words touched Lin Mu deeply. He knew that his current achievements were entirely due to Elder Luo Yin's guidance. As Elder Luo Yin lifted the restrictions and declared, It is getting late. I must take my leave. Lin Mu quickly rose to see him off. In the courtyard, Elder Luo Yin nodded and smiled at Lin Mu before soaring away on a beam of sword light. Standing in the courtyard, holding the 5 elements ring and jade slip, Lin Mu felt a wave of emotion wash over him, his eyes moistening as he remained speechless for a while. After a moment, he regained his composure. Gazing at the ring and jade slip, warmth filled his heart. Upon returning to his quiet chamber, Lin Mu infused spiritual energy into the jade slip, beginning to explore its contents. 2 hours later, Lin Mu set the jade slip aside. It contained the insights of Elder Luo Yan's master, the celestial craftsman, regarding artifact refinement. Titled The Comprehensive Guide to Artifact Refinement. This guide meticulously detailed the methods for crafting artifacts and treasures, as well as the techniques for their refinement. The celestial craftsman's mastery in this field was extraordinary, and Lin Mu found himself deeply captivated. The content of the Jade slip was clear and accessible, allowing Lin Mu to immerse himself fully in its teachings. From the Jade slip, Lin Mu discerned that the power of this magical artifact primarily hinges on three aspects. Firstly, it is determined by the inherent might of the artifact itself. Generally, a medium-grade artifact surpasses a low-grade one in potency, while a high-grade artifact significantly outshines a medium-grade counterpart. The higher the rank of the artifact, the greater its power. Secondly, the strength of the practitioner plays a crucial role. The same artifact can exhibit varying degrees of power in the hands of different individuals. A practitioner of greater cultivation can channel more spiritual energy into the artifact, thereby amplifying its effectiveness. Conversely, a practitioner of lesser cultivation cannot fully unleash the artifact's true potential. Typically, practitioners in the chi refining stage wield low-grade artifacts. Those at the foundation establishment stage utilize medium-grade artifacts, and practitioners in the spirit tranquility stage employ high-grade artifacts. Such pairings are deemed more reasonable. A medium-grade artifact in the possession of a chi refining practitioner can only exert at most half of its power, while a high-grade artifact in their hands may barely unleash 1/10 of its potential. Thirdly, the practitioner's proficiency in manipulating the artifact is paramount. Even with equal cultivation and identical artifacts, the resultant power can differ, fundamentally due to the practitioner's adeptness in wielding the artifact. The more one comprehends the nuances of the artifact's application and the more skillfully it is utilized, the greater the power it can manifest. An artifact can only truly reveal its wonders when the practitioner has refined it and left a trace of their spiritual consciousness upon it. The Jade slip further elucidated that the speed of refining an artifact is significantly influenced by the practitioner's cultivation level and spiritual awareness. The higher the cultivation and the stronger the spiritual awareness, the swifter the refinement process. Lin Mu currently stood at the pinnacle of the 8th level of chi refining, just a step away from the 9th. Should he attempt to refine the 5 elements ring and the earth luo umbrella now, it would likely consume half a year. And with the perilous journey to the Fire Dragon Valley looming, he needed time for additional preparations. Otherwise, venturing there with his current abilities would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Mu resolved to focus on enhancing his cultivation first, as elevating his prowess would not only bolster his strength but also expedite the artifact refinement process, achieving a dual benefit. With over 300 bottles of spirit-gathering pills remaining, he possessed ample resources to sustain himself for several months. Sealing the courtyard gate and establishing barriers in his quiet chamber, Lin Mu swiftly entered the crescent moon space. This time, he resolved to enter a prolonged seclusion, vowing not to emerge until the spirit-gathering pills were exhausted. Settling in front of the small cottage, he ingested a spirit-gathering pill and commenced meditation. The pill rapidly transformed into spiritual energy within his body, which Lin Mu refined and absorbed. The energy cycled through a fixed route within him, increasing with each complete circulation. Lin Mu had now mastered the ability to allow the spiritual energy to circulate continuously for 8 cycles, leading to a significantly accelerated growth in his cultivation. The number of spirit-gathering pills consumed daily also escalated, gradually increasing from 2 bottles to 3. Within half a month, Lin Mu shattered the bottleneck of the 8th level of chi refining, ascending to the 9th level. This outcome had been anticipated by Lin Mu, who felt little surprise. He continued to consume the spirit-gathering pills diligently, persisting in his training. His cultivation continued to increase steadily. After the grand competition within the sect, the Qianyu Sword Sect returned to its tranquil demeanor, regaining the serene atmosphere that once prevailed. The outer disciples are divided in their pursuits. Some diligently cultivate their skills in hopes of participating in the next grand competition, while others succumb to despair, believing in the futility of foundational cultivation, and begin to indulge in the pleasures of life, wandering the sect's landscapes and frolicking with female disciples. There are also those who drift along aimlessly, neither particularly striving nor seeking enjoyment. Such individuals are the most numerous. However, what puzzles everyone is that since the conclusion of the competition, no one has seen the 5 individuals, Xiang Yi, Luo Yun, Lin Mu, Wei Xing, and Yi Xing. They seem to have vanished without a trace. Their presence no longer felt within the sect. Gu Qin is equally baffled. For 4 consecutive months, he has not laid eyes on Lin Mu, who has not set foot in the 100 Treasures Pavilion even once. Previously, with Lin Mu's presence, Gu Qin's earnings among the numerous disciples were the highest, his commissions far surpassing those of his peers. Yet, since Lin Mu's disappearance, Gu Qin's business has plummeted, dwindling to the same level as that of other disciples. Uncertain of the events that transpired, Guchen discreetly inquired about Lin Mu's whereabouts, but to no avail. Restless, he even visited Lin Mu's courtyard. But after knocking for an extended period, no one answered the door. This same scenario unfolded for Xiang Yi, Luo Yun, Yixing, and Wei Xing. The Thousand Feather Sword Sect has grown eerily quiet, with many disciples sensing an unusual atmosphere. Yet no one can articulate the source of this oppressive feeling. All remain in silent anticipation, forced to wait in silence. For months later, in the Xianyu space, before a small dwelling, Lin Mu awakens from his meditative state, his eyes brimming with joy. After 4 months of arduous cultivation, he has exhausted over 300 bottles of spirit-gathering pills. At last, his efforts yield rewards. Lin Mu can distinctly feel the surging spiritual energy within him, now exceeding 3 times its previous capacity. He has reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. The spiritual energy within his dantian has become extraordinarily dense, exhibiting signs of vaporization. Lin Mu understands that if this spiritual energy could transform from gas to liquid, he would be able to enter the foundational stage. Time in the Xianyu space flows in parallel with the outside world. These 4 months, Lin Mu has remained within the confines of this space, never stepping outside. He relied solely on the fasting pills for sustenance and consumed spirit-gathering pills to enhance his cultivation. Having attained the 10th layer of qi refinement, Lin Mu now shares no disparity with his fellow disciples, and in terms of spiritual awareness, he holds a distinct advantage. This journey to the Fire Dragon Valley grants him newfound confidence. In the coming 2 months, Lin Mu plans to devote himself entirely to the refinement of the 5 elements ring and the earthly Luo umbrella. Before commencing the artifact refinement, Lin Mu resolves to visit the scripture pavilion to acquire the object manipulation technique. The overview of artifact refinement indicates that to adeptly wield artifacts, one must first master object manipulation technique. This technique serves as the foundation for controlling all artifacts, essential knowledge for practitioners at the foundational stage and beyond. Exiting the Xianyu space, Lin Mu finds himself in the tranquil chamber, where the protective barriers remain intact, indicating that no one has intruded. A sigh of relief escapes Lin Mu's lips as his sole concern has been alleviated. Upon inspecting the number of spirit stones within his storage ring, Lin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him as he noted over 500 stones at his disposal. These spirit stones would be more than sufficient for purchasing the coveted artifact manipulation technique. Exiting his small courtyard, Lin Mu executed the wind manipulation technique, soaring towards the falling sunset peak. Upon reaching the peak, he made a beeline for the Sutra Hall. As usual, the hall was sparsely populated. For each jade slip contained within was prohibitively expensive, often costing dozens of low-grade spirit stones, with some even exceeding 100. Such prices were beyond the reach of most disciples. Several disciples at the 7th and 8th levels of qi refinement hurriedly bowed their heads in greeting upon seeing Lin Mu. Senior brother, senior brother. Lin Mu responded with a warm smile and a nod, choosing to disregard them as he approached the wooden shelves housing various common techniques. The array of common techniques was vast, each serving distinct purposes. Lin Mu perused several jade slips, his interest piqued. The invisibility technique, a low-tier common technique, allowed one to conceal their form, rendering them undetectable, priced at 40 low-grade spirit stones. The heavenly eye technique, another low-tier common technique, countered the invisibility technique, capable of piercing through its concealment. When mastered, it could even discern the cultivation level of the opponent, costing 60 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Mu found himself captivated by both the invisibility technique and the heavenly eye technique. After a cursory read, he grasped their implications. Although the heavenly eye technique could negate the invisibility technique, it did not render the latter entirely ineffective. Should the practitioner of invisibility possess a higher cultivation level than their opponent, even a cultivator adept in heavenly eye would be unable to unveil their concealment. The heavenly eye technique was also impressive, capable of discerning the cultivation levels of those just 1 tier above. For instance, as a 10th level qi refinement practitioner, should Lin Mu master the heavenly eye technique, he would be able to gauge the cultivation depth of foundational stage practitioners. With newfound resolve, Lin Mu decided to procure both techniques. Each jade slip floated gracefully in the air, supported by swirling air currents. Continuing his search, he sought the artifact manipulation technique. Upon grasping a jade slip and infusing it with spiritual energy, Lin Mu's heart leapt with joy. Artifact manipulation technique. This was precisely what he had come for. Priced at 50 low-grade spirit stones, this foundational technique was essential for manipulating artifacts. Altogether, the 3 jade slips amounted to 150 spirit stones, a cost Lin Mu considered quite reasonable. Recalling 2 years prior when he had hesitated for ages over a 20 low-grade spirit stone foundational elemental technique, A smile crept upon his lips. After paying the elder 150 spirit stones, Lin Mu bowed respectfully and collected the 3 jade slips, gradually making his way out of the sutra hall. The elder watched Lin Mu's retreating figure with a slight nod and a smile gracing his lips. At the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Guchen sat drowsily behind the counter. Business had dwindled significantly compared to the bustling activity before the grand competition. Prior to the event, many disciples frequented the pavilion to purchase spirit-gathering pills to enhance their cultivation or to acquire materials for alchemical assistance. However, following the competition, the number of disciples seeking pills had sharply declined. Guchen primarily focused on elixirs and spiritual herbs. With no customers to purchase elixirs, he found himself increasingly at leisure. The art of dozing had been perfected by him to an extraordinary degree. Just as he hovered between sleep and wakefulness, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through his mind. He hastily opened his eyes and beheld a figure soaring from the opposite scripture pavilion, heading towards the western peak. From the silhouette, it vaguely resembled his senior brother, Lin Mu. Guchen quickly rubbed his eyes, peering more intently, only to discover that the figure had transformed into a mere black, vanishing into the distance. Could it be that he was merely imagining things? Guchen pondered quietly, observing the desolate Baibowu pavilion. He shook his head and laid his head upon the counter, resuming his nap. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Mu made a beeline for the tranquil chamber. Entering the Xianyu space, Lin Mu commenced his studies in the art of object manipulation. With only 2 months remaining before the expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley, time was of the essence, and the time dilation within the Xianyu space would alleviate some of Lin Mu's pressure. For months' time in the Xianyu space was ample for Lin Mu to refine his magical artifacts. Prior to this, however, he needed to master the art of object manipulation. With his prior experience in learning techniques, Lin Mu required merely 5 days to proficiently wield the art of object manipulation. Gazing at the stones that floated and danced under his command, Lin Mu beamed with satisfaction. He had grasped the fundamentals of the art of object manipulation. The subsequent task was simply to practice until he attained a level of expertise. Seated within the small chamber of the Xianyu space, Lin Mu began the refinement of the 5 Elements Ring. The Di-Luo umbrella and the 5 Elements Ring were both magical artifacts, with the latter being of inferior grade, thus requiring a shorter duration for refinement. Employing the art of object manipulation, the 5 Elements Ring hovered above Lin Mu's head under his control. Following the guidelines outlined in the general principles of artifact refinement, Lin Mu continuously infused the ring with incantations, as his spiritual energy flowed into it. The 5 Elements Ring radiated a brilliant light, swirling incessantly above him. Gold, green, azure, red, and gray, these 5 hues corresponded to the elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With Lin Mu's spiritual energy input, the colors deepened from light to vibrant, captivating the eye. 10 days later, Lin Mu sat within the small chamber of the Xianyu space, his hands deftly executing hand seals. A 5-colored circular ring floated above his head, its luminous colors entwining with Lin Mu's spiritual energy, illuminating the entire room. Gradually, Lin Mu's spiritual energy began to merge with the 5 Elements Ring, creating a seemingly inexplicable connection between them. Yet, this bond was tenuous. Lin Mu believed that if he were to withdraw his energy at this moment, the connection would dissipate entirely. After 10 arduous days of refinement, he would certainly not allow such a thing to occur. As the refinement reached its critical juncture, if he failed to imprint his consciousness onto the 5 Elements Ring, all his toil would be in vain. Lin Mu meticulously controlled the output of his spiritual energy, simultaneously focusing his mind as a wisp of consciousness emanated from his sea of awareness, seeking to meld with the 5 Elements Ring. However, the ring appeared to resist Lin Mu's consciousness vehemently. Regardless of his efforts, he could not anchor his consciousness to it. Lin Mu's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. After 10 consecutive days of ritual refinement, the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. Had it not been for the abundant spiritual aura within the Xianyu space, this endeavor would have surely ended in failure. Lin Mu's consciousness incessantly probed within the 5 Elements Ring, seeking the most suitable foothold for his spirit. After half a stick of incense, Lin Mu's consciousness finally succeeded in anchoring within the 5 Elements Ring. Just as he was about to conclude his efforts, a sudden jolt of surprise coursed through him. Logically, once his consciousness successfully adhered to the 5 Elements Ring, he should be able to manipulate it effortlessly. Yet, for reasons unknown, he did not experience that sensation of seamless control. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu recalled the teachings from the fundamentals of artifact refining. where Master Tianzhu had mentioned that certain artifacts possess such extraordinary qualities that, during the refinement process, they may exhibit pseudo-points that interfere with the practitioner's efforts. Among these artifacts, only one point is truly suitable for the practitioner's consciousness to attach to, if one inadvertently anchors their spirit to a pseudo-point. Although the refinement may be deemed successful, the artifact's true potential would remain largely unutilized, possibly yielding no more than a fraction of its power. This is a pseudo-point. Lin Mu gasped in realization. Had it not been for his keen awareness, he would have nearly committed a grave error. He began to cautiously maneuver his consciousness, meticulously selecting a new foothold within the five elements ring. His spirit delicately tested the area around the pseudo-point. For the genuine suitable point often lies in close proximity to it. Following Master Tianzhu's guidance, Lin Mu avoided many unnecessary detours and proceeded with careful exploration. Suddenly, Lin Mu felt a stirring within his heart and sensed a renewed connection between himself and the five elements ring. This time, the sensation was magnified tenfold. With utmost caution, he affixed his consciousness to it, channeling multiple incantations into the five elements ring. These incantations were reinforcing spells, designed to secure his spirit's attachment, preventing any unwarranted shifts. After a brief moment of meditation, the five elements ring erupted with melodious chimes, radiating brilliance, with vibrant five-colored spiritual light intensifying as the spiritual energy flowed unceasingly within. With a pointed gesture, Lin Mu summoned the spiritual energy to soar forth from the ring, coursing through his meridians and re-entering his body. As he reclaimed all the spiritual energy, he gazed at the five elements ring, now spiraling above his head, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The refinement was a success. A smile graced Lin Mu's lips as he formed a hand seal, causing the five elements ring to orbit around him with remarkable agility. Altering his incantation once more, the ring expanded to several times its original size. Lin Mu commanded this transformation effortlessly, his face alight with joy. As he released the spell, the five elements ring returned to its original form, resting in his palm. Having completed the refinement of the five elements ring, Lin Mu did not relent, but instead seated himself to rest. 3 days later, his spiritual energy fully restored, he returned to peak condition. Taking out the Earth Luo umbrella, Lin Mu commenced the refinement once more. Although the Earth Luo umbrella was a medium-grade artifact, it was, in terms of complexity, less demanding than the five elements ring. While the five elements ring was merely a low-grade artifact, it had once been a rough form of a true treasure, holding the potential to evolve into one. In this recent endeavor of refinement, Lin Mu expended considerably less effort than with the five elements ring. However, in terms of spiritual energy output, it was thrice that of the five elements ring. A month later, Lin Mu successfully completed the refinement of the Earth Umbrella. Under his command, the Earth Umbrella could expand threefold, enveloping his entire being beneath its canopy. The surface of the umbrella was crafted from the hide of a second-tier Earth attribute beast, bestowing it with formidable defensive capabilities, rendering low-tier spells utterly ineffective against it. With the successful refinement of these two artifacts, Lin Mu felt a profound sense of assurance. Lin Mu's figure suddenly appeared in the quiet chamber. Within the moonlit space, 2 months had elapsed, while merely a month had passed outside. There remains 1 month until the journey to the Fire Dragon Valley. Although this month may seem brief, if utilized wisely, it can yield significant accomplishments. Currently, Lin Mu's cultivation has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, and his mastery of techniques is on par with anyone else. His spiritual awareness far surpasses that of an average practitioner at the same level. In terms of defensive measures, the Earth Luo umbrella can withstand most confrontations, as long as it does not encounter excessively formidable artifacts, which would generally find it challenging to breach the umbrella's defenses. However, in terms of offensive capabilities, the five elements ring falls slightly short. Being a low-grade artifact, it contains numerous formations, but primarily only 2 are of significant effect. One is the Devouring Treasure formation, which allows the five elements ring to consume artifacts of the same or lower rank to enhance its own power. The other is the Minor Five Elements formation, which utilizes the principle of the five elements mutual generation to transform the 5 elemental spiritual energies into the specific type Lin Mu desires. While these formations inherently lack great power, their potential effects, when skillfully employed, should not be underestimated. Lin Mu stowed the 5 elements ring and Earth Luo umbrella into his storage ring, pushed open the door of the quiet chamber, and flew directly towards the falling sunset peak. Upon reaching the peak, he made a beeline for the Sutra Pavilion. After searching through the shelves for a considerable time, he finally found the jade slip he sought, the initial understanding of talismans. A talisman-making Jade slip priced at 100 low-grade spiritual stones. This initial understanding of talismans records the drawing methods for 5 types of talismans: the Earth Escape Talisman, Ice Bolt Talisman, Fire Bolt Talisman, Sound Transmission Talisman, and Turtle Shell Talisman. The Earth Escape Talisman, a low-grade talisman, can be used for Earth-based evasion, making it an excellent escape talisman. The Ice Bolt Talisman, also low-grade, can freeze enemies. The Firebolt Talisman's effect is quite similar to that of the Fireball technique. The Sound Transmission Talisman is essential for long-distance communication. The Turtle Shell Talisman serves as a defensive talisman when affixed to the body. It forms a protective layer that can withstand 3 low-grade spells. All 5 of these talismans resonated deeply with Lin Mu's intentions. Another way to describe talismans is a spell sealed within paper symbols. Although the creation of talismans is exceedingly complex, their usage is remarkably straightforward. By simply infusing a bit of spiritual energy, one can activate the spell sealed within the paper talisman. Lin Mu's desire to purchase the initial understanding of talismans was not a rash decision, but rather a well-considered choice. His harrowing battle with Zhang Ruoxu profoundly impressed upon him the significance of speed. Under the barrage of 10 consecutive fireball techniques, fireballs assailed from all directions, rendering evasion impossible, truly an insurmountable challenge. Given Lin Mu's current level, he is still far from achieving 10 consecutive fireball techniques with the red fire technique, a feat that cannot be realized in the short term. However, this does not diminish Lin Mu's yearning to accelerate his spellcasting speed. Since direct enhancement of speed is unattainable, Lin Mu resolved to advance through an alternative route, seeking a unique approach. Indeed, Lin Mu's intention lies in the realm of talismans. If one were to possess a multitude of talismans and activate them simultaneously, it would undoubtedly yield an effect akin to Zhang Ruoxu's 10 consecutive casts of the fireball technique, perhaps even surpassing it. Upon witnessing the initial understanding of talismans, Lin Mu's hope surged immensely, as long as he could produce a significant quantity of the talismans contained within. Such as the Ice Bullet Talisman or Fire Bullet Talisman, offensive power would no longer be a concern. Furthermore, the other talismans within the initial understanding, such as the Earth Escape Talisman and Tortoise Shell Talisman, which are protective in nature, also greatly intrigued Lin Mu. However, the price of 100 low-grade spirit stones took him by surprise. Talismans and jade slips were exceedingly rare in the scripture pavilion. With a firm resolve, Lin Mu decided to endure the financial strain and purchase it. After paying the spirit stones to the elderly guardian, he stored the jade slip in his storage ring and exited the scripture pavilion with a calm demeanor. Upon leaving, Lin Mu headed straight for the adjacent Baibao Pavilion. Much like the scripture pavilion, Baibao Pavilion was notably quiet. Since the grand competition, disciples had lost their fervor for enhancing their abilities, causing the business there to dwindle day by day. Gu Chen was slumped over the counter, supporting his chin with his hand, his head bobbing as he dozed off. When Lin Mu arrived at Gu Chen's counter, he chuckled softly. "It seems my junior's days are rather comfortable." Gu Chen instantly awoke, opening his eyes to see Lin Mu. Disregarding the drool at the corner of his mouth, he beamed. "Forgive me for the unseemly sight, senior brother. What can I fetch for you?" Lin Mu jotted down a list on a piece of paper beside the counter and handed it to Gu Chen, saying, "Please prepare a set based on this." Gu Chen glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother, you are quite ambitious. After busying yourself with alchemy not long ago, now you wish to learn talisman crafting? Why not pursue sword cultivation instead?" Lin Mu's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly smiled, replying, "The sword techniques are rather intricate and not easily mastered. It would be wiser to first practice some fundamental skills before delving into sword cultivation." Gu Chen did not press further and retreated into the back room. In a short while, he emerged with several items and placed them on the counter. Lin Mu's eyes brightened at the sight. A talisman brush made of golden bamboo, 24 sheets of blank paper, and 2 bottles of vermilion, each an essential tool for talisman crafting. Perhaps having not conversed with anyone for quite some time, Gu Chen energetically began to elaborate. "This golden bamboo brush is the only talisman brush in Baidao Pavilion, although it is merely a low-grade magical artifact. The brush handle is crafted from rare golden bamboo, while the tip is made from the fine hairs of a level 2 demon beast, the snout-ale fox. After proper refinement, it is more than sufficient for inscribing low-grade talismans. These 24 7-star paper sheets are made from the 3rd-grade spiritual herb, 7-star grass, and are considered top-tier among low-grade papers. The 2 bottles of vermilion are also remarkable. They were painstakingly refined from coarse sand collected by disciples from the Red Rock Peak." With a smile, Lin Mu listened to Gu Qin's enthusiastic introduction, then got straight to the point. How many spirit stones do I owe you? 260. Gu Qin replied decisively. So expensive. Lin Mu countered, is there any room for negotiation? Is this what you call expensive? Gu Qin lamented dramatically. This is a small business with no profit to be made. Just look at this golden bamboo brush, then consider the 7-star paper and the high-quality vermilion. Each is a fine product. Had it not been for his acquaintance with his senior brother, Lin Mu would have hesitated to sell to a stranger. Unmoved, he inquired once more, is there truly no possibility for a further discount? After a moment of hesitation, Gu Qin finally resolved, with visible reluctance, very well. I shall reduce it by 1 inferior spirit stone. That makes it 259. Defeated, Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively, saying, let it be. Business is no easy task for you. 260 it is. With that, he promptly paid the spirit stones, gathering the golden bamboo pin, the 7-star paper, and the cinnabar into his storage ring before exiting the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Gu Qin, smiling broadly, saw Lin Mu off from the pavilion until his figure vanished beyond the horizon. Only then did he leisurely return inside. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lin Mu entered the tranquil room and slipped into the moonlit space. Retrieving the golden bamboo pen, cinnabar, and 7-star paper from his storage ring, he began his attempts at crafting talismans. Every magical artifact must undergo a process of refinement to truly unleash its potential, and the golden bamboo pen was no exception. Fortunately, being merely an inferior-grade artifact with only a few engraved formations, Lin Mu completed the refinement of the pen in just 3 days. After the refinement, Lin Mu did not immediately commence crafting talismans. Instead, he retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and once again studied an introduction to talismans, committing the various drawing techniques of several talismans to memory, even noting the thickness of the strokes. Such preparations were essential before embarking on talisman crafting. Exiting the moonlit space, Lin Mu fetched a square table from the cluttered room adjacent to the tranquil chamber. Having been unused for a long time, the table was covered in dust, which Lin Mu swept away using the azure water technique, followed by gently drying it with the crimson flame technique, leaving the table looking as good as new. With a flicker of his consciousness, the table vanished, and in the next instant, Lin Mu's figure also disappeared from his original spot. Inside the small room of the moonlit space, a square table was positioned at the center. Lin Mu carefully arranged the cinnabar and 7-star paper on the table. Grasping the golden bamboo pen, he began the formal process of talisman crafting. A pack of 7-star paper contained 100 sheets. Lin Mu casually took one and placed it before him. Firmly gripping the golden bamboo pen, he infused it with his spiritual power, causing it to shimmer with golden light. Dipping the pen tip into the cinnabar, he meticulously began to sketch on the 7-star paper, drawing upon his mental recollection. Perhaps due to it being his first attempt, his technique was somewhat clumsy, his right hand trembled, and the lines he drew were crooked and far from his envisioned precision. However, Lin Mu felt a flicker of satisfaction as, despite the lack of aesthetic appeal, the cinnabar began to take effect on the 7-star paper, emitting a faint glow under the influence of his spiritual power, with a subtle ripple of energy palpable to him. The talisman he was attempting to create was the Ice Bullet Talisman. Although a low-tier talisman, its drawing technique was anything but simple. Featuring a dense array of intricate lines interwoven with one another, each line connected by spiritual energy, Lin Mu dedicated a full hour to successfully inscribe every line of the Ice Bullet Talisman. To Lin Mu's astonishment, the golden bamboo brush had scarcely departed from the 7-star paper when the talismans on the table ignited spontaneously, transforming into a heap of ashes without a sound, leaving Lin Mu utterly perplexed. Why did this occur? Lin Mu was certain that the lines he had drawn were flawless, despite his novice technique resulting in somewhat twisted strokes. He had meticulously followed the illustrations and elementary insights into talismans. Throughout the process, Lin Mu was exceedingly cautious, fearful that even the slightest error might render his efforts futile. However, after dedicating an hour to crafting the talisman, it unexpectedly ignited before he could even activate it, far beyond his expectations. What could be the cause? Lin Mu was eager to uncover the reason. Yet, within the Qianyu Sword Sect, there had yet to be a true talisman maker, leaving Lin Mu without anyone to consult. He had to rely solely on himself. Lin Mu began to reflect deeply on the entire talisman-making process, meticulously reviewing each step. He recalled every stroke, the quantity of vermilion used, and the output of his spiritual energy. A flash of insight illuminated Lin Mu's mind. The output of spiritual energy. He suddenly remembered that elementary insights into talismans mentioned that talismans, like magical arts, are a form of spiritual energy release. When casting a spell, one must employ specific gestures, during which the internal spiritual energy undergoes constant transformation until the spell is released. Lin Mu also recalled that during alchemy, the output of spiritual energy was similarly dynamic. The intensity of the flames had to be meticulously controlled to successfully concoct a potion. Although alchemy and talisman crafting were not directly related, mastery of one could lead to mastery of the other. Transformation. There must be transformation. At last, Lin Mu discerned the source of his failure. During the talisman-making process, the output of spiritual energy had remained entirely stable. While this was commendable, it ultimately led to failure. With this realization, Lin Mu resolved to try again. This time, he consciously varied the output of his spiritual energy, adjusting the pressure of his strokes during the drawing process, which was a stark contrast to his previous attempts. However, the outcome was not as optimistic as he had hoped, as he had barely completed half of the talisman. A flicker of spiritual light danced across the surface of the paper, causing the energy to become chaotic. With a resounding explosion, the talisman shattered in midair, scattering the 7-star paper across the floor, which Lin Mu hurriedly gathered. Once again, Lin Mu pondered deeply, cross-referencing his work with the illustrations and elementary insights into talismans. Gazing at the uneven lines, he seemed to grasp something profound. Previously, Lin Mu had assumed those lines were mere whims of past masters. But now it appeared they bore significant meaning. The varying thicknesses of these lines were likely closely connected to the magnitude of spiritual energy output. Lin Mu picked up the brush once more to validate his thoughts. To his surprise, the process unfolded remarkably smoothly. His brush danced across the 7-star paper with fluidity. The lines no longer obscured as before, but rather exceptionally smooth. The output of spiritual energy flowed freely, the brilliance of the golden bamboo brush flickering in a captivating rhythm that entranced Lin Mu. It was not until he completed a flawless talisman that he regained his composure. This was a perfect ice bullet talisman. Lin Mu gently caressed the talisman in his hand, his eyes brimming with delight. The beginning of any endeavor is often fraught with challenges. However, once the first talisman was crafted, the subsequent tasks flowed with remarkable ease. A month later, Lin Mu's figure graced the tranquil chamber. During this month, he immersed himself in the art of talisman making, neglecting both sleep and nourishment, expending all 200 sheets of 7-star paper. His success rate barely reached 50%, resulting in approximately 100 talismans from the 200 sheets, alongside the consumption of 1 bottle of vermilion powder. Achieving such results on his inaugural attempt at talisman crafting left Lin Mu feeling quite gratified. Upon conducting a thorough inventory, Lin Mu discovered he had successfully produced 97 talismans, comprising 56 Ice Bolt talismans, 28 Firebolt talismans, 7 Earth Escape talismans, and 6 Turtle Shell talismans. Having spent over 300 spirit stones, the rarity of these talismans was evident, as each could only be used once. Lin Mu resolved to refrain from utilizing them unless absolutely necessary. Exiting the rotating moon space, he realized that merely 10 days remained before the expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley. Throughout these days, he had not been idle. The spiritual herbs in the rotating moon space had been harvested thrice, due to his preoccupation with cultivation and the refinement of magical artifacts. Lin Mu had not found the time to organize them. With a rare moment of leisure, he dedicated 3 days to sorting through the herbs, ultimately preparing over 3,000 portions of materials, in addition to the previously accumulated 1,000. This brought the total to over 5,000 portions. The sheer volume astonished Lin Mu. Should he concoct spirit-gathering pills, he could produce over 4,000 bottles. The materials had overwhelmed the confines of the small house within the rotating moon space, prompting Lin Mu to stack them outside. Following this bountiful harvest, he chose not to replant immediately, instead vacating the spiritual fields within the rotating moon space, confident that they would prove invaluable during the upcoming journey to the Fire Dragon Valley. In the ensuing days, Lin Mu diligently practiced his techniques in the courtyard, manipulating the Earth Umbrella and the 5 Elements Ring while cultivating the Stellar Refinement technique in preparation for the impending expedition. Time passed swiftly. One day, while he was executing the metal transformation technique in the courtyard, a talisman descended from the heavens, landing before him. Inputting his energy into it, he heard the voice of the sect leader, Shi Weihan, emanating from within. Within the span of half an incense stick, hasten to Yunxia Peak. As Shi Weihan's voice faded, the talisman spontaneously ignited in the air without any wind. Lin Mu's expression remained calm as he murmured to himself, "Is it time to begin?" After securing the tranquil chamber, He proceeded to the courtyard, not even opening the courtyard door, instead employing the wind control technique to soar towards Yunxia Peak. The peak was as serene as ever. Upon arrival, Lin Mu found Xiang Yi, Luo Yun, Wei Xing, and Yu Xing had already gathered. The expressions of the four were somewhat solemn, casting an oppressive atmosphere upon the scene. After exchanging pleasantries with the quartet, Lin Mu stood silently to the side. At that moment, the white mist before the cave swirled and receded. Shi Weihan and the four elders emerged together, wearing warm smiles. After the five exchanged bows, Shi Weihan spoke amiably to Xiang Yi, Luo Yun, and Wei Shang. You three have done exceptionally well, successfully refining high-quality flying swords. This expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley holds great promise. Subsequently, turning to Lin Mu and Yi Xing, he remarked, both of you have performed admirably, successfully refining the Blue Water Shield and the Earth Luo Umbrella, thereby significantly enhancing your defensive capabilities. Xiang Yi, Luo Yun, and Wei Xing all bore expressions of joy. Xiang Yi humbly responded, this is all due to the contributions of our master and the esteemed elders. Without your assistance, it would have been impossible for us to refine high-quality magical artifacts within just 6 months, no matter how hard we tried. Lin Mu and Yi Xing maintained serene expressions, neither joyous nor sorrowful, remaining silent. Only Elder Luo Yin cast a seemingly casual glance at Lin Mu, revealing a faint smile, his satisfaction evident. Shi Weihan issued a sound transmission talisman, and shortly thereafter, a figure flew in from the distance, landing at Wanxia Peak, none other than the true disciple, Luo Tong. Shi Weihan addressed Luo Tong, saying, during this expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley, the four elders and I will be accompanying you. For this month, you shall oversee all affairs within the sect. Be cautious not to abuse your authority and consult with your fellow disciples on any matters that arise. Suppressing his excitement, Luo Tong promptly replied, I shall heed Master S teachings and engrave them in my heart. Shi Weihan nodded, instructing, for this month, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The sect's protective array must be fully activated. Deploy more disciples to scout the surroundings, to thwart any potential malefactors from exploiting our absence. Luo Tong solemnly affirmed, I understand. Please do not worry, Master. Shi Weihan's countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake as he nodded at Luo Tong, saying, proceed with caution. You may depart now. After Luo Tong's departure, Shi Weihan turned back to Lin Mu and the others with a smile. Our departure is somewhat abrupt, so we shall refrain from making a grand announcement within the sect to avoid causing unrest. We will celebrate lavishly upon your return from the Fire Dragon Valley. Xiang Yi quickly replied, we shall follow Master S' orders. I would not dare to disobey. Shi Weihan approvingly nodded and addressed the four elders, let us set forth. With that, he waved his hand, and a Thousand Feather Blessing ship materialized before them. Lin Mu felt his eyes brighten at the sight. The ship radiated brilliance. Measuring slightly over 10 feet in length, yet its sturdy build suggested it was far from an ordinary magical artifact. Lin Mu estimated that this Thousand Feather Blessing ship was at least a superior quality magical item, possibly even a treasure. Shi Weihan and the four elders boarded the vessel, followed closely by Lin Mu and the others. Shi Weihan gestured and cast a series of incantations, causing the Thousand Feather Blessing ship to swell in size. What had previously felt cramped now transformed into a spacious cabin. Under Shi Weihan's guidance, the Thousand Feather Blessing ship ascended gently into the air, soaring toward the outer boundaries of the Thousand Feather Sword Sect. At the edge of the sect, mist enveloped the area, creating a white, indistinct expanse. Upon reaching the mist's periphery, the Thousand Feather Blessing ship came to a sudden halt. This was the sect's protective array, preventing outsiders from intruding while also restricting those within from exiting freely. Shi Weihan cast several incantations, prompting the mist to part automatically, allowing the Thousand Feather Blessing ship to glide through before the mist closed back together. This marked Lin Mu's first departure from the Thousand Feather Sword Sect in 5 years. He had previously contemplated sneaking down the mountain on several occasions, but the protective array had thwarted his attempts, leaving him unable to escape. This departure diverged significantly from Lin Mu's expectations. It was not a triumphant return, but rather a grim journey toward an inevitable fate. Accompanied by 4 others, the uncertainty of survival loomed heavily in Lin Mu's heart. As the Qianyu fortune ship traversed the protective mountain array, Lin Mu stood aboard, casting a backward glance at the entirety of Qianyu Sword Gate. His emotions were a tumultuous blend, predominantly overshadowed by an icy dread that chilled him to the core. Reluctant to linger on the site, he swiftly averted his gaze, which was soon drawn to a congregation of individuals below. At the foot of Qianyu's sword gate, a multitude knelt in fervent supplication. Lin Mu discerned at a glance that these were mere mortals, devoid of spiritual roots. They knelt before the mountain gate, yearning for the benevolence of the elders or the sect leader to be accepted into the fold. Many bowed repeatedly, their foreheads stained crimson, blood streaming profusely. Others, having knelt for too long, bore knees worn raw, their disheveled appearances akin to that of the deranged. Some had gone days without sustenance, succumbing to unconsciousness. As Lin Mu beheld these souls, his eyes glistened with moisture. 5 years prior, his father had been one of them, kneeling in desperate plea for Lin Mu's admission into the sect. Yet, Lin Mu possessed the advantage of a 5-element spiritual root, a qualification for cultivation. Whereas these individuals had no such potential, their aspirations of entry seemed nearly insurmountable. The chasm between mortals and cultivators was magnified at this moment. In the realm of cultivation, spiritual roots had become the sole criterion for determining one's ability to ascend. In such circumstances, the likelihood of a mortal achieving cultivation was exceedingly slim. Although Lin Mu harbored reservations regarding the method of selecting disciples based on spiritual aptitude, he empathized deeply. As a 5-element spiritual root bearer, his exertions far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. He had forsaken all forms of leisure and indulgence, expending resources several-fold compared to others. While Mu Qing required merely 300 spirit-gathering pills to successfully reach the foundation establishment stage, Lin Mu had consumed no less than 700 pills, barely achieving the 10th level of qi refinement. Had it not been for the Qianyu pendant and his exceptional alchemical talents, Lin Mu feared he would still be enduring oppression within the sect. For mortals, or those with inferior spiritual roots, the path to cultivation demanded not only an effort exponentially greater than that of the average person, but also a stroke of fortune. Without such fortune, the pursuit of cultivation by a mortal was naught but a fanciful dream. Compared to these individuals, Lin Mu merely possessed a modicum of fortune, the serendipitous acceptance into the sect by Elder Luo Yin, and the fortuitous discovery of the Qianyu pendant. Beyond these instances, he felt no distinction between himself and the mortals below. However, the desperate pleas of these individuals failed to stir the 5 golden core elders within the gate. The sect leader and the 4 elders regarded them with indifference, remaining seated upon their cushions, eyes closed in meditation. Xiang Yi and Luo Yun, alongside others, stood at the side of the ship, gazing down at the throng with peals of derisive laughter, a cacophony infused with disdain and condescension. Yixing, in stark contrast, stood silently to one side, gazing at the sky in contemplative silence. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Lin Mu turned away, mirroring Yixing's stance, staring at the heavens in quietude. While the raucous laughter of Xiang Yi and his companions echoed in his ears, a dissonant noise that pierced the stillness. Fortunately, the Qianyu fortune ship accelerated after departing from the Qianyu sword gate, and the figures of those individuals swiftly vanished from sight, their laughter fading into the distance. The 5 individuals aboard the ship admired the exquisite scenery outside, but after some time, they too grew weary and, like the elder, settled into a meditative posture, closing their eyes to rejuvenate. The Qianyu fortune ship glided through the sky like a dart, fleeting and ephemeral. 3 days later, Lin Mu awoke from his meditation as the Qianyu fortune ship began its gentle descent. Before him, a valley shrouded in mist materialized, revealing itself to Lin Mu's gaze. Outside the valley, a throng of individuals stood densely packed, all of whom were leaders or disciples from various sections. Lin Mu's heart tightened, recognizing that this was indeed their destination, Fire Dragon Valley. As the Qianyu fortune ship touched down, the sect leader, Shi Huan, led the 4 elders and the 5 of them down from the vessel. With a flick of his hand, Shi Huan made the ship vanish from sight. Whether into a storage bag or absorbed within himself remained a mystery. Before Fire Dragon Valley, the crowd was thick, numbering at least 400. Among them, half were elderly, while the other half were youth. The elders were all formidable golden core experts, their profound cultivation exuding a powerful aura that made Lin Mu feel utterly overwhelmed. The young individuals were no less impressive. Upon a careful glance, Lin Mu noted that their cultivation levels were all at the 10th stage of qi refinement, with most at its pinnacle. Those like Lin Mu, who had just reached the 10th stage, were indeed in the minority. Under the oppressive pressure from the other golden core practitioners, Lin Mu and Xiang Yi felt their faces flush red, unable to withstand the intensity. Just then, Shi Huan let out a cold snort. Shaking his blue robe, he released the aura of a late-stage golden core, enveloping Lin Mu and his companions in a protective embrace. Instantly, Lin Mu felt the weight lift, the earlier sense of oppression dissipating. As Shi Huan approached the crowd, the four elders followed closely, with Lin Mu and his companions trailing behind. Before they could draw near, an elder clad in white stepped forward, offering warm greetings. It has been 50 years, and sect leader Shi's cultivation has advanced remarkably. Congratulations. This elder was among those who had just exerted pressure on Lin Mu and his companions. Shi Huan smiled in response. Elder Dulan of the 10,000 Sword Sect, it is good to see you well. Conversations between familiar acquaintances rarely included the direct mention of names or sects, and this exchange was primarily intended for Lin Mu and his companions. Elder Dulan wore a genial smile as he turned to Lin Mu and his group, stating, Sect leader Shi's cultivation flourishes, yet it seems the disciples of your sect are not as promising. In such a large sect, you could not find 5 practitioners at the 10th stage of chi refinement? Instead, you brought along a waste with a 5-element spiritual root. I imagine considerable effort has been expended on nurturing this disciple. The transformation of your sect is truly lamentable. The mockery embedded in his words caused Shi Huan's expression to shift. Lin Mu's countenance darkened as well, though he managed to suppress his feelings. He had heard such disparagements many times within his sect, yet through his own diligence, he had silenced those who mocked him. Elder Dulan, a formidable figure at the Golden Core stage, was beyond Lin Mu's reach, and his gaze instinctively drifted towards the disciples standing behind him. The strength of the Wanjian sect surprisingly rivals that of the Qianyu Sword Sect. Both factions have brought 5 disciples at the 10th level of chi refinement, each displaying an air of arrogance and superiority. Lin Mu cast a fleeting glance at them before promptly averting his gaze. At that moment, an elderly figure in a green robe, standing behind Elder Dulan, kindly remarked, Elder Dulan has spoken with some indiscretion. I hope Master Shi can forgive him. Master Shi Huan responded with a smile, no harm done. Elder Dulan is forthright and possesses a good nature. I have not taken his words to heart. Master Kai, you worry too much. Just as the cordial exchange between the two masters concluded, a colossal shadow swiftly approached from the horizon. The shadow moved with astonishing speed and an overwhelming presence, causing the atmosphere to feel somewhat oppressive. Lin Mu instinctively looked up to see a gigantic centipede soaring through the air, stretching at least 30 zheng in length, its body entirely black and armed with numerous claws. This was a 1,000-legged centipede. Elder Luo Yin softly remarked, the people from the Yuling sect have also arrived. The Yuling sect is an exceptionally unique faction within the Tianshao realm, differing from other sword cultivation sects as it primarily focuses on the breeding of spirit beasts. The strength of the cultivator is directly proportional to the might of the spirit beasts they nurture, rendering their own cultivation level somewhat less significant. The Yuling sect is immensely powerful, ranking within the top 5 of the Tianshao realm, far surpassing the Qianyu Sword Sect. This 1,000-legged centipede, a guardian spirit beast of the Yuling sect, is classified as a 9th-level demon beast, comparable in strength to those in the late Golden Core stage. However, in actual combat, even 2 Golden Core cultivators might find themselves outmatched by this creature. As the 1,000-legged centipede descended, 8 elderly figures and 8 younger cultivators disembarked from its back. 8 Golden Core practitioners. The might of the Yuling sect drew the attention of all other factions. When combined with their tamed spirit beasts, the true power of the Yuling sect is unfathomable and beyond imagination. The sect leader of the Yuling sect and the 7 elders paid no heed to the other factions, directly making their way to the entrance of the Fire Dragon Valley. As these 16 individuals took their positions at the valley's mouth, a dazzling light approached from afar. This radiance moved with a swiftness that exceeded that of the earlier 1,000-legged centipede, and the sky was filled with countless hues, obscuring the number of individuals standing within the light. The brilliant illumination soon hovered above the Fire Dragon Valley, and as it faded, Lin Mu was astonished to discover that the source of this resplendent light was an enormous flying sword. This sword, measuring approximately 50 zheng in length and 3 zheng in width, soared through the air, casting a shadow over the land. The previously arrogant members of the Yuling sect gazed in reverence at the figures standing atop the colossal sword. It was none other than the foremost sect of the Tianshao realm, the Wushuang Sword Sect. This flying sword is the emblem of the Wushuang Sword Sect. The Wushuang Sword itself. In both form and inherent power, the Wushuang Sword truly lives up to its reputation. The Wushuang Sword Sect stands unparalleled within the Tianshao realm, a singular beacon of might. As the Wushuang Sword descended, over 20 individuals disembarked. Upon their arrival, Lin Mu noted that among them were 9 elders and 13 young cultivators. 13? Lin Mu was taken aback. A formidable Golden Core master can only bring 1 chi refinement practitioner with him. Although the Wushuang Sword Sect possesses extraordinary strength, it astonishingly surpasses the agreements of numerous sections. Elder Luo Yin, noticing the peculiar expression on Lin Mu's face, elucidated, the prowess of the Wushuang Sword Sect in the Tianxiao realm is indisputable. With 8 golden core masters, it boasts the highest number among all sections. Furthermore, the Wushuang Jinren, who just commanded the Wushuang Sword, is a nascent soul cultivator, the sole one in the Tianxiao realm. A nascent soul practitioner is permitted to bring 5 Qi refinement practitioners. Enlightened, Lin Mu realized that the Wushuang Sword Sect truly stands unrivaled in the Tianxiao realm, with no other sect able to compare. His gaze shifted predominantly towards the 13 Qi refinement practitioners. If they united, none would be able to contend with them. Upon the arrival of the Wushuang Sword Sect, nearly 500 individuals from dozens of sects across the Tianxiao realm had gathered. Some smaller sects, lacking golden core practitioners or having lost their only one, were disqualified from participating in the medicinal gathering at the Fire Dragon Valley. Without the ability to procure herbs, they could not concoct foundation establishment pills, and without these pills, their annihilation was imminent. This expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley was pivotal for the legacy of each sect, prompting every faction to mobilize with utmost commitment, none daring to be negligent, including major sects like the Wushuang Sword Sect. Wushuang Jinren presided over this venture, unmatched in both cultivation and sect strength. Gazing upon the elite cultivators of the Tianxiao realm, or those destined to become such, Wushuang Jinren smiled and proclaimed, "Now that everyone has arrived, let us commence the breach of the barrier." The Fire Dragon Valley was originally sealed by an ancient powerhouse using the ancient forbidden heavenly net, allegedly to trap a fire dragon. However, with the passage of time, the dragon has vanished, leaving behind a valley brimming with countless treasures. This heavenly net is peculiar, resembling a fishing net, preventing all cultivators above the Qi refinement stage from entering. Any attempt to forcefully breach it would result in immediate repulsion. Even Qi refinement practitioners find entry arduous. The valley's entrance is shrouded in mist, and venturing into it feels akin to sinking into a quagmire. The deeper one goes, the more spiritual energy is consumed until exhaustion ensues, at which point one can finally enter. Within the Fire Dragon Valley, numerous fierce beasts abound, making it exceedingly perilous once one's spiritual energy is depleted. If the Golden Core practitioners collaborate to break the barrier before the Qi refinement practitioners enter, they could loosen the heavenly net slightly. Though entering would still require substantial spiritual energy, a portion would remain, providing some measure of self-defense within the valley. As soon as Wushuang Jinren's words fell, over 200 Golden Core practitioners stepped forward, ready to breach the barrier. A resplendent giant sword materialized out of thin air. The sword, broad and radiant, emitted fierce sword energy, exuding a terrifying pressure. The Wushuang Sword, indeed a name of great repute in the Tianxiao realm. Wushuang Jinren performed a spell, causing the Wushuang Sword to expand several times in size. With a gesture of his hand, the sword's brilliance flickered once more, its sword intent formidable, striking forth with the might of thunder towards the valley's entrance. Boom! The white mist swirled ominously, with the unparalleled sword deeply embedded within, leaving only its hilt visible. To Lin Mu's surprise, this formidable unparalleled sword proved utterly ineffective against the ancient prohibition known as the Heavenly Web. As the mist quickly resumed its original form, engulfing the sword entirely, its hilt disappearing from sight. Although the unparalleled master was a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, he found himself powerless against the ancient restriction of the Heavenly Web. This ancient prohibition had long been lost to time, and no one could breach it. Even the unparalleled master could not shake it in the slightest. "Assist me, everyone," the unparalleled master urged, as he witnessed the sword's impending entrapment in the mist. Turning to the assembly of Golden Core cultivators, immediately, 50 individuals stepped forward, all leaders of various sections. The 50 Golden Core cultivators began casting their spells into the mist, their spiritual energy illuminating the air in a dazzling display. With their collective effort, the mist surrounding the unparalleled sword gradually parted, becoming thinner and more translucent. At that moment, Elder Luo Yin approached Lin Mu and his companions, distributing a jade slip to each of them, and solemnly stated, "This jade slip contains a general map of the Fire Dragon Valley, with certain locations of the Fire Dragon grass clearly marked. Upon your entry, make every effort to reach those areas. If anyone manages to collect the Fire Dragon grass, regroup immediately to safeguard it. Should fortune not favor you, and you fail to acquire the grass, turn your focus towards isolated cultivators. It is imperative that you obtain the Fire Dragon grass." A chill ran through Lin Mu as he accepted the jade slip, choosing not to store it away but instead infusing it with spiritual energy to scrutinize its contents closely. Elder Luo Yan's words resonated like a clarion call in the minds of the five, each silently committing the guidance to memory. Elder Luo Yan's instructions were undoubtedly grounded in the interests of their sect, yet disciples from other sects harbored similar intentions. Each individual regarded others as potential prey. Encountering a fellow sect member might be fortuitous, but crossing paths with a member from another sect while alone would likely lead to conflict. Every participant in this expedition to Fire Dragon Valley was a prodigy, the hope of their respective sects, wielding mid-grade or even high-grade magical artifacts. The desire for the Fire Dragon Grass, or even for the magical artifacts themselves, warranted a fierce struggle. Conflict invariably results in casualties, and this venture into Fire Dragon Valley promised to be drenched in blood. The tumultuous mist at the valley's entrance churned violently as the spiritual energy forced the mist aside, revealing a dark passageway 3 feet wide leading directly into the valley. The restriction had loosened. The unparalleled master's face flushed with urgency as he turned to his disciples, urging, "Hurry inside. This passage will only remain open for a brief interval." The remaining Golden Core cultivators prepared themselves, ready to respond at his signal. More than a dozen disciples from the Unparalleled Sword Sect rushed toward the entrance, diving into the dark passage. Those who entered first held a distinct advantage. The Unparalleled Sword Sect commanded the strongest power in the Tianshao realm, and their priority was unquestioned. Following them, disciples from other prestigious sects, such as the Tianjin Sect and Yuling Sect, entered in succession. Upon entering, approximately 50 individuals found themselves overwhelmed, their faces drenched in sweat, breathless and pallid. Without the prompting of the esteemed Wu Shuangjinren, the 50 elders of various sects promptly stepped forward to take their places. Yet, Wu Shuangjinren did not allow anyone to replace him. Being a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, he persisted with only a slight sheen of sweat upon his brow. The strength of the Qianyu Sword Sect ranked only in the upper middle tier. When it was their turn, Elder Luo Yan hurriedly urged the five to enter, cautioning them to proceed with care. Leading the charge was Xiang Yi, followed closely by Luo Yun and Wei Sheng, with Lin Mu trailing behind Yu Xing. As soon as they crossed the threshold, Lin Mu felt an immense resistance, akin to a soft cotton, a seemingly gentle force attempting to push him back. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy, striving to press forward. Yet, as he ventured deeper, the resistance intensified, rendering each step arduous. The opening created by Wu Shuang's sword was only about a yard in length, but beyond that, the pressure surged dramatically. The white mist thickened, obscuring his view of the 5 seniors ahead. Even his spiritual awareness was thwarted by the fog, just as it began to extend beyond his body. It was forcefully suppressed back. Pressure descended upon him like a colossal mountain, and Lin Mu desperately employed his spiritual energy to fend it off. However, the more energy he expended, the greater the pressure became. He had no doubt that if he refrained from using his energy, he would be immediately repelled beyond the barrier. The only course of action was to grit his teeth and endure. Eventually, with each step forward, Lin Mu found himself needing to gather strength for an extended period. His internal energy quickly dwindled, and the white mist remained dense, obscuring any path forward. Clenching his teeth, he persevered. At the moment when his internal energy dwindled to less than 10%, Lin Mu gritted his teeth and took another step forward. To his astonishment, this step revealed a transformation. It felt as though he had crossed into another realm. The white mist dissipated instantly, unveiling a breathtaking vista. Lush green grass carpeted the ground. Fragrant flowers adorned the landscape, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The sweet aroma of blossoms wafted through the gentle breeze, and the melodious chirping of birds resonated from the towering ancient trees. Nearby, a brook babbled softly, with various small creatures quenching their thirst by the water's edge. What a tranquil and harmonious scene! This unexpected beauty momentarily stunned Lin Mu. However, he quickly regained his composure, acutely aware of his precarious situation. With less than 10% of his internal energy remaining, encountering others at this juncture could prove fatal. It was not prudent to linger here. The disciples who had entered before him must have already dashed off to gather herbs, and Lin Mu was determined not to fall behind. Disregarding the need for rest, he recalled the general topography of Fire Dragon Valley from Elder Lin's Jade slip and made a swift decision. He promptly invoked the wind control technique, soaring towards the Baiyuan pool. Simultaneously, he cast an invisibility spell upon himself, rendering his form undetectable to anyone who had not mastered the Heavenly Eye technique. Before entering Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Mu had perused Elder Lin's Jade slip and had mentally noted several crucial locations. The Baiyuan pool was one such significant site. The waters of the Baiyuan pool were a chilling azure, a place of profound energy. Yet, in this wondrous world, amidst the enchanting scenery of the azure pond, there thrived the potent fire dragon grass, a remarkable herb of vitality. Lin Mu carefully discerned the terrain around him and promptly conjured a mental map, identifying the nearest landmark as the azure pond. In a brief moment, a crystal-clear, emerald body of water materialized before his eyes. Along the banks of the azure pond, a vibrant expanse of fiery red spiritual grass flourished, ablaze like flames, radiating an envy-inducing brilliance. Lin Mu's heart surged with joy. It was indeed the fire dragon grass. This herb, akin to flames, evoked a sense of exuberance within him. His understanding of spiritual herbs surpassed that of the common folk. Prior to venturing into the Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Mu had meticulously studied the herbal compendium, committing the majority of its entries to memory, and now it proved to be invaluable. The herbal compendium noted that while the fire dragon grass was classified as a third-tier spiritual herb, hence not particularly high in rank, its rarity rendered it far more valuable than many fourth-tier herbs. Unlike the first and second-tier herbs, which could mature for medicinal use within 3 to 4 months, third-tier herbs required a maturation period of at least 3 years. The fire dragon grass, in particular, exceeded the typical maturation timeline of third-tier herbs, demanding over a decade to fully ripen. Moreover, the older the fire dragon grass, the more potent the foundational elixirs it could produce, significantly enhancing the probability of successful foundational establishment. This sprawling patch of fire dragon grass boasted no fewer than 500 plants, with Lin Mu estimating that around 300 were mature. Among them, approximately 100 exhibited an exceptionally vivid red hue, leading Lin Mu to preliminarily assess that they were at least 30 years old. Additionally, over 100 specimens were under 10 years of age, still not fully matured and unsuitable for alchemical refinement. 300 fire dragon grasses. If refined into foundational elixirs, they would suffice to sustain a medium-sized sect for 50 years. The Qinyu Sword Sect, with merely 1 or 2 individuals achieving foundational establishment each year, would find this bounty more than adequate. As Lin Mu gracefully descended to the banks of the azure pond, poised to collect the precious herbs, he abruptly halted his advance. The surrounding silence was unnaturally profound, instilling a sense of vigilance within him. Suddenly, he recalled that long before his arrival, dozens of others had entered this realm. Where could they be now? Were they foraging in other areas, or lurking in ambush nearby? These fire dragon grasses could serve as the finest trap. In haste, Lin Mu concealed himself behind a large tree and employed the heavenly eye technique to survey his surroundings. The stillness enveloped him, devoid of even the faintest breeze. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye technique, nothing could evade notice. All became vividly apparent to Lin Mu. By the banks of the azure pond, behind a large rock, a figure lay sprawled, nearly indistinguishable from the stone itself. Had it not been for Lin Mu's careful examination through the technique, he would have easily overlooked the presence. A few paces behind this figure, beneath a large tree, another disciple in gray garb lay hidden. A shiver of alarm coursed through Lin Mu, accompanied by a silent gratitude for his caution. He had narrowly avoided a perilous trap. Had these individuals chosen to ambush him while he was occupied with herb gathering, he surely would have been unable to defend himself. The combat at this moment differed significantly from the grand tournament within the gates, where taking a life was strictly prohibited. Here, however, every means was employed with the singular aim of annihilating one's opponent. Lin Mu remained composed, opting instead to observe the unfolding events. Cautiously, he activated his concealment technique, merging seamlessly with the towering trees, rendering him nearly undetectable to others. Before long, another figure soared in from the distance. The individual, no more than 20 years of age and resembling Lin Mu closely, donned a flowing white robe, evoking the image of an elegant young gentleman. The youthful figure, seemingly inexperienced in the ways of the world, upon spotting a vast expanse of fire dragon grass ahead, instantly displayed a look of delight and hurriedly dashed forward to gather it. His joyous expression suggested that if he were to collect all 300 stalks of fire dragon grass, he would undoubtedly earn significant merit within the sect, garnering the favor of the sect leader, who would then impart upon him the true sword techniques and advanced mental cultivation methods. Yet, before the boy's elation could fully manifest, just as his fingers grazed the fire dragon grass, his smile froze in place. A crimson flying sword surged from behind him, piercing through his body and emerging from his chest, blood gushing forth from the tip of the blade. The young man's face was etched with disbelief as he attempted to turn and discern the identity of his assailant, yet his dying wish remained unfulfilled. The crimson sword swiftly retracted, and as it left his body, the boy collapsed forward, lifeless. A chill gripped Lin Mu's heart. He had witnessed the entire scene with unsettling clarity. However, the flying sword did not originate from the person concealed behind the nearby boulder, nor from the individual hidden behind the tree, but rather from a patch of grass not far away. A third person, aside from Lin Mu. There were at least 3 others lying in wait to launch a surprise attack, perhaps even more, possibly exceeding 3. Lin Mu employed his heavenly eye technique, directing his gaze towards the thicket, but all that met his sight were weeds towering over 2 feet high, obscuring any discernible clues. A wave of cold dread washed over Lin Mu. Had he not exercised caution just moments ago, he might have met the same fate as the young man. The crimson sword had struck with alarming swiftness and silence, catching the boy completely off guard, resulting in his immediate demise. The red sword, a fleeting apparition, lingered in Lin Mu's memory, evoking a sense of familiarity as if he had encountered it before. The area surrounding the Baiyuan pool fell into an eerie stillness. The atmosphere thick with tension. Silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects. After a brief interval, yet another figure appeared in the distance. Clad in a blue robe, this individual appeared to be in his 30s, his countenance calm and unflustered. Upon sighting the expanse of fire dragon grass, the blue-robed man initially expressed delight, but his expression soon shifted upon discovering the white-robed youth sprawled amidst the grass, his blood saturating the ground. Indistinguishable from the vibrant fire dragon grass, the blue-robed man's demeanor shifted, and he promptly sought refuge behind a large tree. However, it seemed he had not mastered the concealment technique. With careful observation, one could easily discern his position. Lin Mu had anticipated that this individual would follow suit and conceal himself behind the tree as he had, but he quickly realized that his assumption was entirely erroneous. As the figure of that person steadied behind the great tree, a momentary lapse in vigilance allowed a crimson flying sword to silently launch from behind once more. The individual, possessing a keen awareness, sensed impending danger just as the sword was about to strike. Swiftly, he evaded the lethal blow, though the sword pierced his left shoulder, causing blood to flow profusely. Disregarding his own injury, the man in the azure robe tapped his storage bag, and a verdant flying sword emerged, quickly racing toward the source of the attack. The crimson sword, having missed its target, retreated in haste, seeking to strike again, but fate had other plans. As it collided with the green sword, the 2 blades became ensnared in a fierce struggle before the green sword began to falter, unable to withstand the onslaught of its adversary. Lin Mu discerned the unfolding situation. The azure-robed man was already wounded, and his summoned green sword was merely a mid-grade artifact, while the formidable crimson sword was of superior quality. The superior artifact, even if not wielded to its full potential by a chi refinement practitioner, vastly outclassed its mid-grade counterpart. As the green sword retreated further, the crimson blade inched closer to the azure-robed man's body. Suddenly, the expression of the azure-robed man shifted dramatically. The green sword, previously airborne, fell uncontrollably to the ground. Lin Mu, taken aback, scrutinized the scene, only to discover a blue flying sword had pierced the man's back, its color nearly indistinguishable from his robes. A coordinated ambush. Lin Mu gasped in shock, and before he could fully grasp the situation, both the blue and crimson swords retreated. Only the lifeless body of the azure-robed man and the fallen green sword remained on the ground. A chill gripped Lin Mu's heart. Within the span of half an hour, 2 practitioners had met their untimely demise. The expedition to gather herbs had already been shrouded in ominous shadows. In the distance, the grass rustled. A figure emerged, a person in gray robes, appearing to be in their 20s, unremarkable in appearance. The gray-robed individual maintained a calm demeanor, advancing directly toward the fallen white-robed youth, a crimson flying sword swirling protectively around him in case of unforeseen circumstances. When Lin Mu discerned the features of this individual, a jolt of shock coursed through him, nearly causing him to collapse. This person was none other than his own senior brother, Wei Xing, who had always been exceedingly low profile within their sect. The seemingly peaceful and unassuming Wei Xing now instilled a profound dread within Lin Mu. It was unfathomable that the one who had just ruthlessly dispatched 2 practitioners was the same Wei Xing standing before him. Lin Mu recalled that the crimson flying sword was the very one bestowed by the sect leader, Shi Weian, a high-grade fire-type sword with power far surpassing that of ordinary flying swords. Wei Xing moved with remarkable speed, disregarding the presence of any potential ambushers, and directly approached the fallen white-robed youth, unfastening his storage bag and securing it to his own waist, claiming all of its contents as his own. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Xing swiftly acquired the storage bag and rushed to the great tree beneath which the man in the green robe stood. He seized the verdant flying sword, stowing it within his own storage bag, and deftly unfastened the green-robed man's storage bag as well. Lin Mu, concealed behind the tree, observed intently as Wei Xing gathered the fruits of his victory. The contents of the white-robed youth's storage bag remained a mystery to Lin Mu. Yet he was certain that the green-robed man's bag was filled with treasures aplenty. Merely the mid-grade flying sword alone could fetch several hundred low-grade spirit stones. In less than half an hour, Wei Xing had secured 2 storage bags, collectively valued at over 1,000 spirit stones. The speed with which Wei Xing amassed such wealth evoked a twinge of envy in Lin Mu. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Once Wei Xing had stored the bags, he continued onward, making his way to the fire dragon grass to commence his gathering. Just as he bent down, his hands yet to touch the grass, a fireball suddenly shot out from an angle, aimed directly at Wei Xing's back. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves. 2 figures emerged from behind the trees, encircling Wei Xing. Lin Mu's gaze sharpened as he recognized these 2 as disciples of the Wanjian sect. The scornful words of Elder Du Lan echoed in his mind. These 2 bore a striking resemblance to him in their loathsome demeanor. The disciples of the Wanjian sect had lain in wait for quite some time, their eyes set on the Baiyuan Lake upon entering the Fire Dragon Valley. Although the quantity of fire dragon grass here was meager, barely a fraction compared to other more fertile locations, this spot was relatively remote, as disciples from larger sects had already rushed to areas with greater yields, resulting in less intense competition. Holding this thought, the 2 had concealed themselves upon arrival, patiently observing the unfolding situation. They had witnessed Wei Xing's swift dispatch of the 2 previous adversaries, marveling at his prowess, and had refrained from intervening while he collected the storage bags. However, with Wei Xing poised to gather the fire dragon grass, they realized that if he harvested all of it, their prior wait would have been in vain. Naturally, they were unwilling to let such an outcome transpire. Exchanging glances, they sprang forth from their hiding place, intent on thwarting Wei Xing. A glint of cold light flashed in Wei Xing's eyes as the fire-rain sword twirled in the air, piercing directly through the fireball, which promptly disintegrated. Wei Xing's voice was laced with frost as he addressed them. Do the 2 of you wish to engage with me? If you are not afraid of death, the fate of those 2 just now serves as your cautionary tale. Wei Xianshu, a disciple of the Wanjian sect, grinned amiably at Wei Xing, saying, If I were alone, I would certainly not dare to obstruct you. However, my 2 senior brothers are present, and thus we must discuss matters with you. Discuss what? Wei Xing replied softly, contemplating his strategy. The other disciple, Xia Qi Lu, stepped forward and offered, There are only 3 of us here now. Let us divide the fire dragon grass evenly before others arrive, to avoid any conflict that might sour our relations. Wei Xing, maintaining a facade of calm, inquired, How shall we divide it? Wei Xianshu exclaimed, If we are to divide equally, it must be done fairly. He proceeded to partition the 300 fire dragon herbs into 3 portions, 1 for each of us. Xia Qinglu echoed, This indeed appears equitable, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. By the principle of first come, first served, you may harvest 100 herbs first, while the remainder shall belong to us. Wei Xing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the 2, creating a palpable tension in the atmosphere. At that moment, laughter erupted from behind a large stone. Since we are dividing equally, my share cannot be overlooked. Why not divide it among 4 of us? Wei Xing's face instantly broke into a smile as he nodded. That sounds splendid, but I wonder how you 2 feel about this? Lin Mu immediately recognized that the figure emerging from behind the stone was Luo Yun, with a blue flying sword swirling before him. The Qingyan sword crafted specifically for him by Elder Luo Yin at the behest of the sect leader. Wei Xianshu and Xia Qingliu's expressions darkened at once. The situation had shifted to a 2 against 2, rendering their initial plan futile. Lin Mu, however, had surmised the unfolding events. The individual who had just allied with Wei Xing was indeed Luo Yun, and the blue flying sword was the Qingyan sword before them. Wei Xianshu and Xia Qinglu exchanged knowing glances, forcing smiles as they said, In that case, let us divide it into 4 portions, and we shall begin harvesting. Luo Yun replied with a grin that is easily agreed upon, but it should be stated that it is we 3 who will share, not 4. Wei Xianshu and Xia Qinglu exchanged puzzled looks, filled with curiosity. 3-way division? Did he intend to join forces with us to eliminate Wei Xing? Excitement surged through them. If that were the case, once they dispatched Wei Xing, they could then turn on Luo Yun, claiming all 300 fire dragon herbs for themselves. However, neither Wei Xianshu nor Xia Qi Lu truly comprehended the implication of Luo Yun's words. Nor did they realize that he and Wei Xing were fellow disciples and would not resort to mutual destruction. Wei Xing, on the other hand, had already grasped the situation. Aware that Luo Yin aimed to eliminate the two disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect, a notion he himself entertained as well. With a smile, Wei Xing turned gently and called to Lin Mu, who was concealed behind a tree. Lin Mu, come forth. Lin Mu had known from the moment he arrived at the Bai Yuan pool that Wei Xing had detected his presence, which explained his lack of attack. Upon hearing the call, Lin Mu confidently stepped out from behind the tree and made his way into the clearing. The three formed a triangular formation, encircling the two disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Wei Xianshu and Xia Qingliu's faces paled at once. 3 against 2. Lin Mu's appearance had shattered the existing equilibrium. Wei Xing and Luo Yun both wore smiles on their faces. After eliminating these two, the 300 fire dragon herbs would belong entirely to the Qianyu Sword Sect. However, Lin Mu's intentions diverged significantly from those of Wei Xing and Luo Yun. In this encounter of 3 against 2, although the Qianyu Sword Sect could emerge victorious, there were numerous drawbacks. Firstly, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon the enemy could lead to 800 of one's own. Killing these two might inevitably result in injuries to Lin Mu and his companions. In a place fraught with peril, any injury would make self-preservation immensely challenging. Secondly, if a battle with these two were prolonged, it was likely that more individuals would arrive at the scene, complicating matters even further. Lastly, Lin Mu felt a deep-seated aversion to the notion of killing for treasure. He could not summon the heart to commit such acts. The weight of these 3 reasons was unclear to Lin Mu, as he could not discern which held greater significance. Before Wei Xing and Luo Yun could act, Lin Mu spoke firmly to Wei Xianshu and the others, saying, "You may depart at your discretion. We shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Lin Mu's words took Wei Xing and Luo Yun by surprise. Wei Xianshu was the first to respond. Yet he could not bear to part with the sight of the vast expanse of crimson spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, Xia Qinglu intended to buy time, hoping that other cultivators from different sects would arrive, allowing him to seize some fire dragon herbs amidst the chaos. He feigned agreement with Lin Mu's statement, forcing a smile as he replied, "Your words hold merit. Since you have stated this, we shall take our leave." With that, he exchanged a glance with Wei Xianshu, and the two began to retreat slowly, their flying swords still hovering close, evidently wary of Lin Mu and his companions changing their minds. Both Wei Xing and Luo Yun sighed quietly, yet they did not oppose Lin Mu's decision, clearly considering that further delays might attract more trouble. Just as Wei Xianshu and Xia Qi were about to distance themselves, Luo Yun urged Lin Mu and Wei Xing, "We must hasten our collection. Lingering too long could lead to unforeseen complications." The 3 of them quickly bent down to gather the herbs, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of potential ambushes similar to what Wei Xing had just experienced. In a short while, all 300 fire dragon herbs were collected. The trio worked in harmonious coordination, each gathering approximately 100 herbs. As Wei Xing placed the fire dragon herbs into his storage pouch, he smiled at Lin Mu and Luo Yun, stating, "This distribution is excellent. If all were to fall upon a single individual, the risk would be immense. Should that person unfortunately perish, the herbs could be seized by others, jeopardizing the sect's legacy. Now, with each of us carrying a portion, as long as one of us returns alive, the sect's heritage shall remain intact." Luo Yun concurred, saying, "Elder brother speaks wisely." Lin Mu smiled in agreement. Wei Xing's reasoning held not only the aforementioned logic, but also revealed each individual's underlying motives. The more fire dragon herbs each person brought back, the greater their importance within the sect would be, resulting in superior rewards such as secret techniques or elixirs, which would greatly benefit their future cultivation. This thought lingered in the minds of all 3, though it remained unspoken. Given Wei Xing's sentiments, Lin Mu and Luo Yun naturally expressed their enthusiastic agreement. The jovial conversation among the 3 had yet to conclude when a crimson light soared into the sky from afar, a colossal pillar of fire demanding attention. Someone was employing a sword technique. The 3 quickly deduced that in the realm of magic, such formidable spells were rare, typically reserved for mid-tier techniques. However, disciples in the Qi refinement stage were incapable of mastering such powerful arts. Only a specific fire-based sword technique could unleash such immense power. There was no battle occurring in the distance, yet the emergence of such a fire pillar raised questions. Lin Mu and Wei Xing were the first to comprehend the significance. It was a signal. Someone was communicating with their fellow disciples. This peculiar fire column bore a unique meaning that could only be understood by those familiar with one another. Wei Xing's thoughts immediately turned to the 2 disciples from the Wanjian sect who had just departed. One of them possessed a fire affinity spirit root, and it was likely that the fireball aimed at Wei Sheng had been cast by one of them. At this juncture, the trio was compelled to make a decisive choice. Should they flee separately or eliminate Wei Xianxu and Xia Qinglu before the Wanjian sect disciples arrived? If they chose to scatter, the two from Wanjian would undoubtedly remember Lin Mu and his companions' faces and would pursue them relentlessly upon reuniting with their fellow sect members, leading to a relentless and troublesome pursuit. Conversely, if they opted to strike down the two, the attack must be swift and decisive, followed by an immediate departure. None could guarantee whether the fire pillar would attract disciples from other sects. A moment's delay could ensnare them in a perilous predicament. The situation was dire, leaving them in a quandary. Wei Sheng's expression darkened as he clenched his jaw, addressing Lin Mu and Luo Yun. Let us act. We shall strike together. We must achieve a swift resolution with a single lethal blow. At his command, the three surged towards the source of the fire pillar. Upon approaching, they discovered Wei Xianxu and Xia Qilu concealed within the underbrush. Upon seeing Lin Mu and his companions, Wei Xianxu and Xia Qilu displayed no signs of alarm. The fire pillar had been ignited moments ago, and it would not be long before their fellow disciples arrived to assist them. They merely needed to hold out until then. Without further ado, Wei Sheng and Luo Yun unleashed their flying swords towards the two. The crimson flying swords shimmered with layers of flames, the intense heat causing the surrounding air to shimmer. This was the intrinsic power of the fire rain sword, although Wei Sheng had not mastered any sword techniques. The full force of his spiritual energy made the fire rain sword a formidable weapon. With a flick of his finger, he directed the sword straight at Wei Xianxu, who hastily summoned his own flying sword to defend. His sword, like Wei Sheng's, was also a top-tier fire sword, resulting in a balanced confrontation. Meanwhile, Luo Yun wasted no time, executing a flourish with the Qingyun sword as he employed the first move of the Qingyun sword technique. Water thin, clouds high. The Qingyun sword pierced upward towards Xia Qilu, saturating the air with its rich water-based spiritual energy. Wei Sheng and Luo Yun each engaged Wei Xianxu and Xia Qilu in fierce combat. Lin Mu possessed no flying sword of his own. The Di Luo umbrella was solely for defense, and the Five Elements ring was now merely a low-grade magical artifact. While he could emerge victorious in combat, the time it would consume was undoubtedly considerable. Luo Yun and Xia Qilu, along with Wei Sheng and Wei Xianxu, were engaged in a fierce duel, showing no signs of resolution anytime soon. At this moment, if a swift conclusion was desired, the key lay with Lin Mu. With a thought, Lin Mu summoned the Di Luo umbrella to shield himself and charged directly at Xia Qilu. Noticing Lin Mu's advance, Xia Qilu hastily attempted to summon his flying sword for protection, but Luo Yun would not allow it. He intensified his spiritual energy and executed the second move of the Qingyun sword technique, flowing water. The Qingyun sword swiftly entwined with Xia Qingliu's flying sword. At this juncture, Lin Mu had already closed in on Xia Qilu. In a moment of urgency, Xia Qilu diverted his focus to unleash a water arrow technique, a sharp water arrow piercing straight towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu merely adjusted the Di Luo umbrella's orientation, which promptly interposed itself. The water arrow struck the umbrella, causing it to tremble slightly before transforming into a mere puddle, sliding off its surface. Simultaneously, Lin Mu unleashed 3 consecutive strikes of the Gongjin technique, sending 3 golden small swords darting towards Xia Qilu. The latter hurriedly evaded, yet unexpectedly, the golden swords that had already passed him did not fall to the ground. Instead, they reversed direction and surged toward him once more. At such a close distance, evasion was impossible. His flying sword was entangled with Luo Yun's Qingyun sword, leaving him unable to turn and save himself. The 3 golden small swords pierced through Xia Qingliu's back, emerging through his chest and creating 3 transparent holes. Xia Qilu collapsed to the ground, his mid-grade flying sword falling uncontrollably from the air. However, Luo Yun's Qingyun sword relentlessly pursued, with no flying sword to obstruct it. The Qingyun sword drove straight in, plunging into Xia Qingliu's heart, resulting in a profuse outpouring of blood. After slaying Xia Qinglu, Luo Yun and Lin Mu wasted no time and hastened toward Wei Sheng's location. The 3 formed a tight circle, enclosing Wei Xianxu in the center. A chill of dread washed over Wei Xianxu. In a mere moment, Xia Qilu had perished at the hands of Luo Yun and Lin Mu, an outcome that utterly defied his expectations. Although Xia Qingliu's strength was not top tier, he was only slightly inferior to Wei Xianxu. The duo's ability to swiftly eliminate Xia Qilu left Wei Xianxu fearing for his life, hoping to endure until his senior brother arrived. Wei Sheng, however, understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from engaging in idle chatter with Wei Xianxu. He abruptly summoned his spiritual energy, advancing with the fire rain sword. A flicker of malice crossed Wei Xianxu's eyes. Determined to take someone down with him, he fervently channeled all his spiritual energy. His flying sword, hovering in the air, ignited with a fierce crimson glow, forcing Wei Xing's fire rain sword back. But that was not all. The radiance of Wei Xianxu's flying sword intensified, enveloping the surroundings in a fiery red hue, exuding unbearable heat. With a clear ringing sound, the flying sword unleashed a fiery column, resembling a dragon, surging toward Wei Xing. As Wei Xianxu unleashed this fire dragon, Luo Yun and Lin Mu immediately sprang into action. Luo Yun directed the Qingyan sword toward Wei Xianxu's head, ready to strike. However, Lin Mu took an entirely different approach, employing the wind control technique to retreat. As Wei Xianxu launched the fire dragon, momentarily distracted, Lin Mu seized this opportunity to unleash his secret technique, the Mind Piercer. Wei Xianxu was instantly left in a daze. Luo Yun's Azure Cloud sword and Lin Mu's efforts harmonized perfectly, leaving Wei Xianxu no time to react. The Azure Cloud sword swiftly sliced through Wei Xianxu's neck, blood gushing forth, and he collapsed to the ground. A fatal strike. The Azure Cloud sword was exceedingly sharp. In stark contrast to the success of Lin Mu and Luo Yun, Wei Xing found himself facing the gravest crisis of his life. A fire dragon surged directly towards him, with Wei Xianxu's flying sword concealed within the heart of the flames. Wei Xing believed that if he attempted to evade at this moment, the flying sword would relentlessly pursue him, leading to his utter destruction. Gritting his teeth, Wei Xing channeled all his spiritual energy, which surged wildly into the fire rain sword, causing it to expand several times in size, transforming into a colossal fire sword aimed straight at the fire dragon. The fire rain sword plunged deeply into the fire dragon's chest, colliding with the concealed flying sword. Boom! The fire dragon erupted, shattering into fragments, flames scattering everywhere. Wei Xing's spirit jolted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fire rain sword was connected to his very essence, thus, as he bled profusely, it undoubtedly suffered considerable damage as well. As the fire dragon dissipated, two flying swords plummeted from the sky. One had shattered into two pieces, while the other was riddled with numerous cracks. Wei Xing was alarmed. Had the broken sword been his own, his journey to the Fire Dragon Valley would have ended in disaster. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his spirit shaken. But when he attempted to manipulate the fire rain sword, he was pleasantly surprised to see the cracked flying sword slowly returning to him. The fire rain sword had not broken. This revelation brought Wei Xing immense relief. The cracks merely required a reforging to restore it to its original state. Lin Mu and Luo Yun emerged from beneath the Dairo umbrella, having narrowly escaped the rain of sparks. Without the umbrella, even if they had not been injured, their garments would have suffered. Lin Mu stowed the Dairo umbrella and rushed to join Wei Xing, both of them taken aback by the sight of him coughing up blood. The fact that a mere Wei Xianxu could inflict such severe injuries on Wei Xing, even under their combined assault, highlighted the formidable nature of the disciples participating in this Fire Dragon Valley expedition. Had Wei Xing faced Wei Xianxu alone, victory would have required considerable time, and slaying him would have been an even greater challenge. Of course, Lin Mu and his companions were no ordinary fighters. Within mere moments, they had dispatched two members of the Wanjian sect. Ignoring his injuries, Wei Xing hurriedly stored the flying sword in his bag and urged Lin Mu and Luo Yun, "Quickly collect their storage bags. We must leave this place at once." Lin Mu and Luo Yun complied and swiftly gathered the storage bags and flying swords of Xia Qinglu and Wei Xianxu. Once the three were united, they fixed their gaze in a single direction and activated the wind control technique, hastily departing. Not long after their departure, 5 figures approached from various directions. Among them were 3 disciples from the Wanjian sect, who, upon witnessing the tragic demise of Wei Xianxu and Xia Qinglu, were expressions of sheer fury. The other 2 individuals, having heard the sounds of combat, approached to ascertain the situation. Upon discovering that the fight had concluded and the storage bags had been taken, they perceived no profit in remaining and feared the wrath of the 3 from the Wanjian sect might be directed at them. Exchanging a glance, they hurriedly departed without casting a single glance at the corpses on the ground. Lin Mu and Luo Yun utilized the wind control technique, soaring through the air at full speed with Wei Xing in tow. Wei Xing, drained of spiritual energy and pale, was on the verge of fainting and desperately needed a place to recuperate. The Fire Dragon Valley sprawled extensively, featuring cliffs, waterfalls, babbling brooks, and dense thickets, creating a highly complex terrain. The periphery of the valley was comparatively safe, but the deeper one ventured into the valley, the greater the peril. Inside lurked various formidable demon beasts, far beyond the capabilities of Lin Mu and his companions. However, the area where the fire dragon grass thrived most abundantly was at Fire Dragon Cliff. Swarming with demon beasts that only disciples from major sects like the Wuxuang Sword Sect dared to traverse alone, others banded together in small teams for safety. At that moment, with Wei Sheng injured, the two could not abandon him. It was ill-advised to venture further inward. After flying for a considerable time around the outskirts of Fire Dragon Valley, Lin Mu and Luo Yun finally spotted a cave, standing a person's height amidst the cliffs. They swiftly carried Wei Sheng into the cave. No sooner had they placed him on the ground than a foul wind rushed towards them. A giant serpent, over 3 meters long, with glowing green eyes and a long, red tongue, lunged at the three. This cave was the serpent's lair. Both quickly grasped this reality. Lin Mu hastily employed the Heavenly Eye technique and discerned that, despite its enormous size, the serpent was merely a first-level demon beast. First-level demon beasts were comparable to practitioners in the Qi refinement stage, while second-level beasts matched those in the Foundation Establishment initial stage, and third-level beasts were akin to those in the Foundation Establishment late stage. Fortunately, it was not a second-level beast. Though still a first-level beast, there existed variations in cultivation. This particular first-level beast was at the peak of its tier, equivalent to a practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. With several more decades of cultivation, it could potentially evolve into a second-level beast. Serpents had an extended lifespan, making its advancement highly probable. Yet, instead of fleeing upon encountering Lin Mu and his companions, it chose to attack, perceiving them as no different from the many first-level beasts it had consumed. As the giant serpent lunged, Lin Mu quickly executed a technique, launching 3 golden small swords towards it. The golden metal technique unleashed in a triple strike. However, to Lin Mu's astonishment, the serpent showed no inclination to evade the sharp golden blades and charged forward. The swords collided with its dark scales, creating a shower of sparks. But the serpent remained unscathed. What formidable defenses! His most potent attack could not harm this serpent. No wonder it was so audacious. Luo Yun, assisting Wei Sheng to sit, turned to Lin Mu and said, "Let me take over." With a flourish, he retrieved the Qingyun sword from his storage bag, sending it flying directly at the serpent. Upon facing the high-grade artifact, the serpent finally exhibited a flicker of fear yet continued its assault. Under Luo Yun's command, the Qingyun sword surged forward, piercing deep into the serpent's abdomen. Before the exquisite flying sword, the giant serpent's tough scales were akin to mere paper, easily pierced through. The colossal creature was firmly pinned to the ground, struggling for a brief moment before succumbing to its wounds. This first-tier demon beast met its end in the hands of Luo Yun without even a single exchange of blows. Upon vanquishing the beast, Lin Mu and Luo Yun swiftly turned their attention to Wei Sheng's injuries. Wei Sheng leaned against the rocky wall, unconscious. Luo Yun hurriedly retrieved a small white vial from his storage pouch. Carefully, he poured 2 pills from the vial into Wei Sheng's mouth. The pills dissolved instantly, slowly seeping into Wei Sheng's body. After ingesting the medicine, Wei Sheng's complexion gradually regained its color. Luo Yun expressed his delight, stating, "The healing elixir bestowed by the sect leader before his departure is indeed remarkable." Bestowed by the sect leader? A fleeting look of confusion crossed Lin Mu's face before he quickly masked it. The sect leader had given him nothing prior to his own journey. However, Lin Mu soon found solace in the realization that he was accustomed to the sect leader's preferential treatment of others. This was not the first instance. He had never harbored expectations of receiving anything from the leader. Lin Mu's sole reliance now rested upon the Xianyu pendant. For the 6 acres of spiritual fields within it constituted his greatest asset. His purpose for venturing into the Fire Dragon Valley was to gather fire dragon grass, subsequently refining it into foundational elixirs, while also collecting various other rare spiritual herbs. Lin Mu had yet to cultivate any spiritual herbs of tier 3 or higher, and the Xianyu space was in urgent need of these advanced herbs to enrich his 6 acres of fields. He had to plan ahead for the future. Lin Mu was acutely aware of his own aptitude. Even after reaching the foundational stage, he would require a substantial amount of elixirs to continue enhancing his cultivation. Thus, he needed to gather some high-grade spiritual herbs in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. After a brief period, Wei Sheng gradually awakened from his stupor. The healing elixir bestowed by the sect leader proved exceptionally effective. After a moment of recuperation, his injuries had healed significantly, and he would only need a few days of rest to fully recover. Once he had regained some strength, Wei Sheng addressed Lin Mu and Luo Yun, saying, "My earlier decision was a grave oversight. If not for your assistance, I fear I would not have been able to contend with Wei Xianshu alone." This injury serves as a valuable lesson. Luo Yun quickly interjected, "Senior brother, do not speak so negatively. Wei Xianchu's strength is not particularly formidable. It was merely a desperate strike. In a true fight, he would undoubtedly be no match for you." Lin Mu added, "There is no need for discouragement, senior brother. Both Luo Yun and I are well aware of your capabilities." Wei Xing managed a bitter smile. "This injury is not entirely in vain. It will ensure that I approach matters with more caution in the future, weighing my abilities before acting." His words were born from personal experience, serving as a reminder to Lin Mu and Luo Yun that one must always act within their means, lest they risk their lives. Luo Yun chuckled. "Senior brother speaks wisely. However, our gains this time have not been insignificant. We have acquired the storage pouches and flying swords of 2 disciples from the Wanjian sect, 1 mid-grade flying sword and 1 upper-grade flying sword. It is a pity that the upper-grade sword is damaged and will require Elder Luo Yan's expertise to be reforged." After speaking, Lin Mu took out 2 broken red flying swords and a storage bag, while Wei Xing also promptly presented his own storage bag. Without a glance at the 2 storage bags, Wei Xing addressed Lin Mu and Luo Yun, saying, "Previously, I eliminated 2 individuals, and their storage bags are already in my possession. The 2 from the Wanjian sect were slain by the 2 of you, so naturally, these storage bags and flying swords belong to you both." Luo Yun quickly interjected, "In taking down those 2, my senior brother contributed significantly. How could he return empty-handed?" Wei Xing's face flushed slightly as he responded, "Let us be reasonable. I recall that Lin Mu, junior brother, has yet to possess a flying sword for protection, and his offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking, making him rather passive in combat. Therefore, I propose this mid-grade flying sword be given to Lin Mu, junior brother. What say you, Luo Yun?" Luo Yun smiled and replied, "I wholeheartedly agree. I have no interest in flying swords. My Qingyun sword far surpasses any ordinary flying sword, rendering the need to refine a second one unnecessary." Lin Mu, understanding their intentions, did not decline and remarked with a smile, "Then I shall graciously accept this arrangement. I will take the 2 flying swords, and the 2 storage bags shall belong to senior brother Luo Yun." Luo Yun readily nodded in agreement. The damaged high-grade flying sword held little utility for him. Normally, the division would entail each of them receiving 1 flying sword and 1 storage bag. But given the damage to the high-grade sword, Lin Mu's suggestion clearly aimed to compensate Luo Yun. In such trivial matters, Luo Yun was not overly concerned. Lin Mu handed the storage bag to Luo Yun and accepted the 2 broken high-grade flying swords from him. To others, the broken flying swords may have seemed worthless, but Lin Mu harbored his own thoughts. Once their distribution was complete, Wei Xing chuckled. "This expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley has gone far more smoothly than I anticipated. Now that we have obtained the Fire Dragon Grass, we can return to the sect with satisfactory explanations. However, our time in the Fire Dragon Valley spans a full month, and it will be a month before the Golden Core Elders and the sect leader collaborate again to break the barrier and allow us to exit. During this time, we have 2 tasks at hand. The first and foremost is to stay alive and safeguard the Fire Dragon Grass. The second is to explore this Fire Dragon Valley thoroughly. The valley opens only once every 50 years, and each individual has but 1 opportunity in a lifetime to come here. We must not waste it. Henceforth, let us part ways and seek our fortunes independently." Luo Yun replied, "That is precisely my intention. However, senior brother's injuries have yet to fully heal. I fear that separating now could lead to unforeseen dangers." Lin Mu added, "Perhaps we should wait until senior brother has recovered significantly before we disperse." Wei Xing smiled. "My injuries are no longer a concern. I merely need to refine the Fire Rain sword a bit, and my strength will be restored to normal. A month can feel long or short. Let us part ways here and reconvene in a month. Furthermore, before the month concludes, avoid the valley's entrance and refrain from leaving alone. There are always watchers at the entrance if you depart prematurely. They will surely assume you have discovered some rare treasure and will attack en masse, putting your life at risk. We shall leave together in a month. If we happen upon senior brother Xiang Yi and junior brother Yi Xing, we shall inform them as well." Lin Mu and Luo Yun nodded in agreement, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 3 bid farewell and departed. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Mu employed the wind manipulation technique, soaring towards a secluded area. After approximately an hour of flight, he arrived beneath a cliff and quickly activated the invisibility technique, concealing himself behind a large boulder. With a flicker of his consciousness, he vanished completely from behind the stone, entering the crescent moon space. This time, Lin Mu did not immediately seek out other spiritual herbs. Prior to that, he had a crucial task to attend to. the refinement of the two flying swords he had acquired. Lin Mu did not intend to perform the ritual himself. Rather, his primary goal was to advance the Five Elements ring. If these two flying swords were to be refined into the Five Elements ring, it could at least ascend to the level of a mid-grade magical artifact, thereby significantly enhancing Lin Mu's offensive capabilities. The metal elemental technique could not even penetrate the scales of a first-level demon beast, which weighed heavily on Lin Mu's mind. To elevate his attack power, advancing the Five Elements ring was the most expedient method. Lin Mu sat serenely upon the meditation cushion in the small cabin. He retrieved the Jade slip gifted by Elder Luo Yin, which contained the general principles of artifact refinement by the Master of Heavenly Casting. With a focused mind, he infused spiritual energy into the slip and began to diligently study the sections pertaining to the refinement of magical tools. Within the general principles of artifact refinement, the Master of Heavenly Casting elaborated on his insights. He posited that the potency of a magical artifact primarily hinges on two factors: the quality of the materials constituting the artifact and the strength of the formations inscribed within it. These two elements are crucial determinants of an artifact's inherent power. The Five Elements ring, conceived by the Master of Heavenly Casting, was merely an experimental piece. The materials employed in its creation were the most commonplace elemental materials found in the realm of cultivation, and only a few essential formations were etched into it. Primarily the treasure-devouring formation and the minor Five Elements formation. Despite its experimental nature, the Master of Heavenly Casting was unable to complete its refinement before his time came to depart. Had it not been for this circumstance, the Five Elements ring would never have found its way into Lin Mu's possession. The primary function of this Five Elements ring is to enhance the control over elemental spiritual energy. While the ring possesses a certain degree of power, its current grade is too low, rendering its effectiveness minimal. Lin Mu was particularly drawn to the control of elemental spiritual energy it offered. For instance, with a mid-grade Five Elements ring, Lin Mu could effortlessly execute mid-tier spells, which are significantly more potent than low-tier ones. Had he encountered the massive serpent with a mid-grade Five Elements ring, Lin Mu believed that the mid-tier gunmetal technique could have surely vanquished the beast, matching the might of Luo Yun's Azure Cloud Sword. For some time, Lin Mu had been troubled by his inability to advance his fundamental Five Elements techniques. Elevating the grade of the Five Elements ring could serve as an alternative pathway to progress. To enhance the grade of the ring, the most effective method would be to provide it with higher grade materials for it to consume. Lin Mu set the Jade slip aside and retrieved two broken red flying swords and an intact blue flying sword from his storage ring. He cast a spell, causing the Five Elements ring to soar from the storage ring, hovering above his head. As Lin Mu continuously infused it with spiritual energy, the ring's five-colored radiance grew more intense, manifesting in golden, green, azure, red, and gray hues, representing the five elemental energies of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As Lin Mu's spiritual energy surged, the Five Elements ring expanded, its brilliance intensifying, soon forming a radiant five-colored halo that illuminated the entire room, obscuring the true form of the ring. Without hesitation, he cast the two broken red swords into the halo, which rippled and engulfed them. Although the red flying swords were of superior quality, their damaged state left Lin Mu uncertain whether the Five Elements ring could refine them. In a matter of moments, the Five Elements ring shimmered with vibrant light, emitting a series of clear chimes. The refinement had commenced. Lin Mu hastily increased his output of spiritual energy, fervently channeling it into the ring, which sparkled and resonated with melodious sounds. After the span of half a stick of incense, the Five Elements ring suddenly blazed with a brilliant red light, overpowering the other four colors, and the room was bathed in a crimson hue. Suddenly, the Five Elements ring emitted a series of radiant flashes, from which a ball of crimson substance emerged. Lin Mu hastily reached out to catch it, discovering that this material, approximately the size of a fist, was entirely crimson and transparent, exuding an unmistakable aura of rarity. Was this still the original flying sword? He felt that this newly formed material was even more precious than the flying sword itself. As the brilliance of the Five Elements ring diminished, it settled in Lin Mu's hand, its once vibrant five-colored glow now dimmed. However, the red luminescence surpassed its former glory, while the other four colors remained unchanged. This red substance was exceedingly rare, clearly a high-grade material. Holding the crimson orb, Lin Mu pondered for a moment before the realization struck him. The Five Elements ring, being merely a lower-tier magical artifact, possessed limited devouring capabilities. It had only consumed the inferior and mid-tier materials from the fire-type premium flying sword, expelling the most valuable high-grade materials instead. Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Was the Five Elements ring refining the materials for him? Typically, the path of advancement involves extracting the essence and discarding the dross, yet the Five Elements ring seemed to operate in reverse. Regardless of the peculiar process, the outcome remained the same. The fire component of the Five Elements ring had indeed advanced, now reaching the status of a mid-tier magical artifact. Lin Mu exited the small room and made his way to the spiritual field. With a flicker of his consciousness, the Five Elements ring soared into the air, as he discreetly formed a hand gesture to invoke the Crimson Fire technique through the ring. Boom! A gigantic fireball, towering over a person, erupted from the Five Elements ring, its speed far surpassing that of before. The flames roared, and the intense heat sent a shiver of unease through Lin Mu's heart. This was mid-tier magic. He was confident that if anyone were struck by such a colossal fireball, the sheer force alone would be insurmountable, and the flames would incinerate them entirely. A smile crept onto Lin Mu's face as he felt immense satisfaction with the results of the Five Elements ring. Moreover, what delighted him further was that he could still control the massive fireball even after its release. This was the complete manifestation of mid-tier magic. With a flick of his consciousness, the Five Elements ring returned to his hand, and the enormous fireball gradually dissipated. Without pause, Lin Mu rushed back into the house, retrieved the Azure Water-type mid-tier flying sword, and commenced its refinement with the Five Elements ring. This time, the process took slightly longer than before, and after an hour, the radiance of the Five Elements ring slowly faded. Unlike the previous occasion, no material emerged this time. Instead, the entire mid-tier flying sword was absorbed and refined, bolstering the ring's power. Following the red hue, the azure glow representing the water element also brightened within the Five Elements ring's five-colored luminescence. Lin Mu stepped outside once more to test the potency of the water-based magic. As he cast the Azure Water technique, he stood transfixed. A colossal curtain of water cascaded from above like a waterfall, crashing down onto the ground and spreading across the 6 acres of spiritual fields. The sheer might of this technique was the nemesis of fire magic. No matter how formidable the fireball, this waterfall-like deluge could extinguish it in an instant. The only slight dissatisfaction that Lin Mu felt was that the recent water curtain had consumed 30% of his spiritual power. It is only natural that high power demands significant sacrifices. Witnessing the remarkable potency of both fire and water magic, Lin Mu's foremost desire was to swiftly procure a metal-based magical artifact, allowing the metallic aspect of his Five Elements ring to advance to the mid-grade level. He pondered how formidable the enhanced metallic formula would become. He was convinced that its strength would surpass that of the recent Crimson Fire technique by a considerable margin. With the successful advancement of the Five Elements ring, Lin Mu felt a sense of relief, bolstering his confidence in the upcoming herb-gathering expedition. In a swift motion, Lin Mu exited the lunar spiral space, appearing behind a large rock. Separating from Wei Sheng and Luo Yun was, in his eyes, a fortuitous development. The Fire Dragon Valley was teeming with spiritual herbs and medicines, with numerous ferocious beasts roaming about. While danger lurked at every corner, there were also plentiful opportunities. If the three of them traveled together, it would complicate the distribution of any spiritual herbs or treasures they might encounter. Thus, it was more prudent for them to part ways and seek their fortunes independently. Moreover, Lin Mu had his own plans. To his surprise, the journey into the Fire Dragon Valley had gone remarkably smoothly. Upon arrival, he had already gathered over 100 fire dragon grasses, fulfilling the task assigned by the sect leader. However, this bounty was known to both Wei Sheng and Luo Yun, and Lin Mu could not claim it solely for himself. It was all to be submitted to the sect. Unless both Wei Sheng and Luo Yun were to perish without witnesses, Lin Mu could not privately retain any of it. Nevertheless, given the strength of Luo Yun and Wei Sheng, such an occurrence was virtually impossible. Thus, Lin Mu's strategy was to gather even more fire dragon grasses, so that upon his return he could concoct foundation establishment pills himself. He had begun to harbor suspicions regarding the sect leader, and the words of Shi Wei Han were not entirely trustworthy. Should he be allotted only a single foundation establishment pill, and should he fail in his attempt, Lin Mu would find himself in a dire predicament. It was wise, then, to prepare thoroughly. Lin Mu invoked the wind control technique, soaring further into the depths of the Fire Dragon Valley, while simultaneously casting an invisibility technique upon himself. Although the technique rendered him unseen by others, they could still detect anomalies through the rustling of leaves and shifting winds. Lin Mu made an effort to reduce his flying speed, wary of drawing attention. At this moment, he had no intention of killing for treasure. Instead, he preferred to seek out more spiritual herbs. While the gains from such violent actions might be swift, Lin Mu felt a deep-seated aversion to them. This aversion stemmed not only from the remnants of his innate kindness but also from a long-standing caution. Those who entered the Fire Dragon Valley with murderous intent were unlikely to survive for long. Those who kill are inevitably hunted in return. Having flown less than half a mile, the trees within the Fire Dragon Valley grew increasingly dense, prompting Lin Mu to hide behind a large tree. The deeper he ventured, the more he sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. He retrieved the jade slip that Elder Luo Yin had given him before his departure, channeling spiritual energy into it as he began to read meticulously. After a while, Lin Mu set the jade slip down. The contents documented within primarily reflected the explorations of several generations of disciples from the Qinyu Sword Sect, along with Elder Luo Yan's analyses. After perusing the jade slip, Lin Mu had acquired a general understanding of the landscape within the Fire Dragon Valley. Within this valley, excluding other sources of spiritual herbs, there existed 6 or 7 locations solely dedicated to the growth of fire dragon grass. These locations were variably distributed throughout the valley, each yielding different quantities of the precious herb. Among them, the quantity of fire dragon grass at the Baiyuan pool was the least, having already been harvested by Lin Mu and his companions. Conversely, the Fire Dragon Cliff boasted the most abundant growth of fire dragon grass, with reports suggesting its coverage spanned no less than 5 acres. Aside from these 6 or 7 relatively larger cultivation sites, numerous patches of fire dragon grass could be found scattered across other areas. For those not possessing formidable strength, wandering through the Fire Dragon Valley in hopes of fortune was an option. However, Lin Mu was particularly averse to venturing to the Fire Dragon Cliff. The dangers associated with the cliff were well known. At least 1/3 of the disciples entering the valley perished there. The cliff was rife with ferocious beasts, including a multitude of first-level beasts, numerous second-level beasts, and a scant few third-level creatures. First-level beasts posed minimal threat, as disciples wielding superior flying swords could easily vanquish them. Second-level beasts, akin in strength to nascent foundation cultivators, could be contended with by disciples possessing superior magical artifacts, yet those wielding mid-grade artifacts faced grave peril. Third-level beasts, equivalent to late-stage foundation cultivators in cultivation, wielded far greater power than ordinary counterparts. Although these chi-refining disciples, equipped with superior artifacts, had significantly enhanced their capabilities, they remained inferior to third-level beasts, and defeat could result in immediate death. Many had met their demise at the jaws of these monsters. Beyond the beasts, the ongoing rivalry among various sects also claimed numerous lives, with many falling to the blades of fellow cultivators. In such a perilous environment, Lin Mu was naturally reluctant to proceed. The competition was equally fierce in the other locations, rivaling that of Baiyuan Pool. Upon completing his review of the Jade Slip, Lin Mu was pleasantly surprised to discover a potential location that might suit him. This place was only briefly mentioned in the slip, lacking detailed information. The senior cultivator who had discovered it recounted that he stumbled upon a site where fire dragon grass thrived, yet at that moment, he was evading pursuers and had no opportunity to investigate further. It was only upon his fortunate survival and return to the sect that he recalled this location. He named it the Pile of Strange Stones, describing it as an assemblage of oddly shaped boulders, within which the fire dragon grass flourished. Without a deliberate search, it would be difficult to discern, as he had found it purely by chance. The senior's claims were not entirely reliable, as Elder Luo Yin had also cautioned in the Jade Slip that upon entering the Fire Dragon Valley, one must seize the opportunity to explore locations where fire dragon grass was certain to grow. Now, Lin Mu was willing to give it a try. Following the coordinates detailed in the Jade Slip, Lin Mu employed the wind control technique and soared toward the pile of strange stones. His figure glided over swathes of grass, crossed 2 small streams, and traversed a valley. Along this journey, Lin Mu also encountered numerous spiritual herbs, pausing intermittently to gather them. Most of these spiritual herbs are of the first grade, with occasional second-grade varieties. Lin Mu does not lack first-grade spiritual herbs, having transplanted over 40 varieties from the warm Cloud Valley. The few first-grade herbs he has collected in the Fire Dragon Valley are also new species, and he has specifically transplanted some seedlings of these herbs. Furthermore, Lin Mu discovered 2 types of second-grade spiritual medicines, the Jade Essence Mushroom and the Purple Cloud Flower. Both are documented in the Spiritual Medicine Atlas, which allows Lin Mu to recognize them clearly. Behind a massive stone, Lin Mu made a significant discovery, the third-grade herb, The 7-star grass. This grass is the primary material for crafting 7-star paper, and its value is considerable. He found over 500 mature plants of 7-star grass, all of which he collected and stored in the small house within the spiral moon space, transplanting dozens of immature ones in the spiritual field there. Given the exorbitant price of 7-star paper and the high cost of the spirit stones required for crafting talismans, Lin Mu prefers to produce the paper himself if the opportunity arises. This way, he would only need to purchase some cinnabar for future talisman crafting. Lin Mu's harvest was quite satisfactory. He collected 5 types of first-grade spiritual herbs, 2 types of second-grade spiritual medicines, and 1 type of third-grade spiritual herb. Unlike the fire dragon grass, these herbs and medicines do not have stringent environmental requirements. As long as the spiritual field is of sufficient quality, they thrive effortlessly. However, these discoveries were merely pleasant surprises. Lin Mu's primary desire remained the fire dragon grass. His flying speed was not particularly swift, and he encountered 2 cultivators from other sects along the way. Wishing to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he discreetly evaded them without being noticed. He also encountered 3 magical beasts, 2 of which were first-grade and ignored, allowing him to pass overhead. The other, however, was a second-grade beast with initial foundation-building strength, several times stronger than Zhang Ruoxu from before. Lin Mu chose to avoid a futile confrontation and maintained his distance. After flying for 4 to 5 hours, taking numerous twists and turns without sighting the pile of peculiar stones mentioned by his senior brother, Lin Mu began to doubt the accuracy of his brother's claims. Yet, as he casually scanned ahead once more, he was delighted to discover a small patch of fire dragon grass dancing like flames in the wind amidst a pile of strange stones. This patch contained at least 100 plants, more than sufficient for Lin Mu's needs. His eyes brightened with excitement. Lin Mu concealed himself behind a large boulder, his face adorned with a smile as he prepared to advance and gather resources. Suddenly, he felt a chilling water arrow graze his hair, prompting a shock of realization within him. An ambush. Reacting swiftly, Lin Mu turned around only to discover a figure behind him, wielding a defensive artifact to deflect the water arrow without even sparing him a glance. Before this individual stood a young cultivator clad in a blue robe, the very one who had just unleashed the water arrow technique. Both were oblivious to Lin Mu's presence. It dawned on Lin Mu that he was still under the effect of an invisibility spell, and these two had not mastered the heavenly eye technique to perceive him. It appeared that others had arrived before him and were now embroiled in a conflict. He quickly darted back behind the boulder to observe their skirmish, intending to seize the opportunity like a cunning bird. The 2 combatants seemed to be disciples of small, impoverished sects, lacking even a single flying sword. The blue-robed young cultivator wielded a yellow, umbrella-like artifact as a shield, strikingly similar to Lin Mu's own earthly umbrella. Opposite him stood a middle-aged practitioner, protected by a dark iron shield that safeguarded several vital areas. The water arrow collided with the shield, dissipating into a puddle. Lin Mu's eyes brightened. Though the dark iron shield was merely a mid-grade defensive artifact, he discerned that it was of the metal element. His 5-element ring was in dire need of metal artifacts for its advancement. Concealed behind the boulder, Lin Mu patiently awaited the conclusion of their duel, preparing to take advantage of the situation. However, after 2 hours, Lin Mu began to regret his decision. The fight was utterly mundane, devoid of any excitement, with both combatants remaining unscathed. Their attacks lacked potency, maintaining their spiritual energy at a reasonable level, and the casting speed of their techniques was disappointingly consistent. Lin Mu, weary from watching, found himself drowsy as the 2 continued their lackluster exchange. Both lacked flying swords. The blue-robed cultivator primarily relied on the water arrow technique, while the middle-aged practitioner wielded a slightly superior attack with the diamond chisel. Yet, their combined force was pitifully insufficient to breach each other's mid-grade defenses. After 2 hours of back and forth, neither had gained the upper hand. Impatience gnawed at Lin Mu as he contemplated emerging to confront them both, but before he could act, another figure leapt out from behind a nearby boulder. Another cunning bird. Lin Mu felt a sense of relief, realizing he was not the only one eager to seize the spoils. The newcomer was a burly man with a full beard, exuding a wild aura. He stood between the 2 combatants, anger etched on his face, and pointed at them, berating, "Is this a fight? You look like a couple of women. I've been crouched behind this boulder for 2 hours, and you haven't produced a victor. Truly disgraceful for men." 2 individuals, deeply engrossed in their altercation, abruptly halted, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld a burly man with a bushy beard. They were utterly oblivious to his sudden appearance. The man's face was flushed with anger, and he was panting heavily, clearly incensed. Lin Mu couldn't help but chuckle, nearly collapsing onto a large stone in amusement. Come here, let me show you what fighting truly is. If you can't even manage a proper brawl, how dare you venture out here? The burly man exclaimed to the two dazed individuals standing motionless. Seeing them remain inactive, his temper flared further. You two are such cowards, just like a couple of women. If you want to come to me, I'll bring you over myself. Without invoking any spell or brandishing a sword, he swiftly approached one of the disciples clad in green robes. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he seized the young man by the back, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere chick. The green-robed disciple hastily attempted to cast a water arrow spell, but it merely left a white mark on the man's arm, failing to pierce his skin. Lin Mu was taken aback. This man was evidently a formidable body cultivator, his prowess in physical cultivation far surpassing that of the previous Fu Shan. The burly man then repeated his actions, clutching a middle-aged cultivator under his arm and dragging him over. He tossed both individuals to the ground and snatched away their earth umbrellas and iron shields, cursing, "Damn it. I expected some sort of skill from you, but you're nothing but a couple of fools. How dare you come to the Fire Dragon Valley to gather herbs? It's utterly outrageous." Consumed by rage, he unleashed a barrage of punches upon the two. His massive fists fell upon them like hammers, mercilessly pounding their frail bodies. The burly man's extraordinary cultivation rendered him an unstoppable force against the two scrawny cultivators, whose cries echoed painfully in the air. Lin Mu felt a chill run down his spine, unable to bear the sight. After a brief while, the burly man surveyed the two mangled figures on the ground and declared, "Now this is what fighting looks like. Understand? Damn it. What a stroke of bad luck running into you." The two battered forms on the ground writhed slightly, seemingly nodding in acknowledgement. Disregarding them any further, the burly man dashed towards a pile of rubble to begin collecting fire dragon grass. Lin Mu was struck with horror. After waiting for over 2 hours and witnessing a tedious fight, he had gained nothing. The man had vented his fury and managed to gather the herbs all in one go. Lin Mu felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly gasping for breath. Just as he was about to intervene, a sword had already hurtled through the air towards the burly man's back. Another crimson flying sword. Lin Mu quickly halted his advance, deciding to observe the situation before making a move. He felt a sense of relief. While he had been contemplating his approach, 2 others had already appeared before him. Uncertain of how many others were hidden in the vicinity, Lin Mu found himself growing patient, refraining from rushing in and instead keenly watching the unfolding skirmish. The latest wielder of the flying sword was a young man clad in purple, appearing to be in his 20s, with strikingly handsome features and sharp, defined brows. The crimson flying sword, deftly manipulated by the practitioner in purple attire, hurtled directly towards the burly man with a beard. The man, unfazed by the oncoming threat, not only refrained from evading, but also accelerated his charge towards the purple-clad practitioner. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, the purple practitioner ascended into the sky with a technique known as wind control before the man could reach him. In that instant, a clanging of metal resonated through the air, for the flying sword had collided with the man's chest, creating a shower of sparks, yet the man emerged unscathed. However, the practitioner in the air found himself impervious to the man's advances. The scene momentarily devolved into a stalemate. The purple-clad practitioner floated serenely above, his relentless sword assaulting the burly man, yet achieving little effect. After several clangs, the man remained untouched. The burly man could only passively endure below. The strikes of the flying sword akin to mere tickles, inflicting no real harm, yet his position was undeniably precarious. While the sword posed no threat to his body, it did endanger his eyes. He had to remain vigilant against potential strikes to his vision, leaving him no opportunity to gather the fire dragon grass. For half an hour, the two engaged in this fruitless confrontation, much like their initial encounter, with neither able to gain the upper hand. What troubled Lin Mu further was the utter lack of amusement in their skirmish. Though the burly man's physical prowess was commendable, he relied solely on brute strength, his movements clumsy and unattractive. The purple practitioner exhibited greater composure, yet his flying sword was merely of mediocre quality and of the inferior kind at that, incapable of breaching the man's defenses. Observing the two combatants, along with the 2 others groaning on the ground, Lin Mu suddenly realized that his waiting had been in vain. These 4 were merely nameless pawns from a minor sect. Within the peculiar stone pile lay just over 100 mature fire dragon grasses. Yet with 5 individuals now vying for them, it was evident that the sects aware of this location were not limited to the Qin Yu Sword Sect alone. The disciples of these minor sects, aware of their own limitations, avoided the fiercely competitive areas, opting instead for these lesser locales. The stone pile was perfectly suited to this strategy. In Lin Mu's estimation, the strength of these four was not impressive, especially when compared to Wei Xing and Luo Yun, falling far short. They even paled in comparison to the two disciples of the Wanjian sect whom Lin Mu had slain. The apparent fervor of their battle, with sweat pouring down their brows, seemed trivial to Lin Mu, akin to child's play. With this realization, Lin Mu resolved to cease his waiting. He retrieved a ground escape talisman from his storage ring and affixed it to himself, channeling a hint of spiritual energy into it. A faint glow flickered before Lin Mu employed an invisibility technique, burrowing into the earth. As he passed through the hardened ground, it softened beneath him, and he cautiously made his way to the stone pile. Within the stone pile thrived numerous mature fire dragon grasses, emerging from underground at the side of their growth. Lin Mu did not fully surface but merely extended a hand, effortlessly collecting a fire dragon grass, which shimmered briefly before being stored away in his ring. 1, 2, 3. Lin Mu continued to move stealthily underground, the number of fire dragon herbs in his storage ring gradually increasing. With each herb collected, a smile blossomed further on Lin Mu's face, while the quantity of fire dragon herbs among the pile of strange stones diminished unnoticed. In total, Lin Mu had amassed approximately 50 herbs, in stark contrast to Lin Mu's focused harvesting outside the stone pile. The purple-clad practitioner and the burly man were engaged in a fierce battle, the clashing of metal resonating in the air. It was only when Lin Mu had collected half of the more than 100 fire dragon herbs, leaving over 50 remaining, that the airborne purple-clad practitioner turned his head and suddenly noticed the anomaly. Enraged, he redirected his flying sword, abandoning the burly man to soar towards the fire dragon herbs. However, lacking the skill of the Heavenly Eye technique, he was unable to discern Lin Mu's invisibility. The crimson sword flailed aimlessly on the ground, yielding nothing. Lin Mu had already slipped away from beneath the earth and returned to his original position, concealing himself behind a large rock. The burly man, upon turning his head, also realized that half of the fire dragon herbs had vanished from the pile. Panic surged within him. Who has stolen my fire dragon herbs? I shall confront you. He hastily tossed aside his magical artifact and rushed towards the stone pile, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, hastily gathering the herbs. The purple-clad practitioner, having searched fruitlessly for a while, was unwilling to fall behind. He descended to the ground to begin collecting as well. Both were too preoccupied with their gathering to continue their fight, fearing that if they delayed even a moment longer, the herbs would be entirely harvested by another. Swiftly, they collected the remaining 50 or so fire dragon herbs, and within the span of a brief tea ceremony, both had managed to gather over 20 each. Though the quantity was modest, it would suffice for a report to their sect. While the two were busy, Lin Mu was not idle. As the burly man busied himself with the herbs, Lin Mu suddenly discarded two magical artifacts he had been holding, one resembling his own earthly umbrella, and the other a black iron shield. Seizing the moment when the two were occupied, he stealthily emerged from underground to the spot where the artifacts lay. And with a subtle movement, the artifacts vanished from sight. After the burly man finished collecting the fire dragon herbs, he stepped outside the stone pile only to discover that the two artifacts he had carelessly discarded were now missing without a trace. A myriad of expressions flickered across his face as he collapsed against a nearby boulder, lamenting loudly, nearly in tears. Who can tell me who did this? Who was it? The purple-clad practitioner, having completed his collection, soared gracefully in the air and remarked with a laugh, "Why the sorrow? Those artifacts were never yours to begin with. If lost, so be it. If I hadn't noticed in time, all those fire dragon herbs would have been harvested clean. At least you managed to collect 20 or 30 herbs, so you should be glad." Upon hearing this, the burly man seethed with even greater frustration, retorting, "You wouldn't understand. You have no idea how unlucky I am today. When I arrived here, I found that someone had already come before me and begun to fight. I thought to play the role of the unsuspecting sparrow. Damn it. Who knew I would encounter two fools?" The robust man exclaimed with fervor, after battling for over 2 hours without a decisive victor. "It was I who brought their skirmish to an end. Just as I was about to gather the fire dragon grass, you brazenly interrupted without so much as a greeting. And to add insult to injury, it appears that while we fought, a cunning individual stealthily harvested half of the fire dragon grass. This infuriates me." With that, the man unleashed a powerful punch towards a nearby boulder. A resounding crash echoed as the stone shattered into countless fragments. Lin Mu gasped in astonishment. Had that punch struck him, he would likely have met his demise. The purple-clad cultivator, equally shaken, smiled at the robust man before soaring into the distance as the fire dragon grass was fully harvested. The man cursed vehemently for a while before departing. Once they had both left, Lin Mu emerged from behind the boulder. Utilizing his spiritual sense to inspect his storage ring, a faint smile graced his lips. His haul was impressive. Over 50 stalks of fire dragon grass and 2 mid-grade magical instruments, one of which was the golden artifact he coveted most. With his objective accomplished, Lin Mu employed the wind control technique and swiftly departed. The two who had first discovered this patch of fire dragon grass lay incapacitated on the ground, their forms battered beyond recognition. After flying for about 2 miles, Lin Mu landed beneath a steep cliff. In a flash, he entered the spiral moon space. The spoils from the pile of strange stones greatly pleased him. He had achieved the primary goal of his expedition to the Fire Dragon Valley. The surplus of over 50 stalks of fire dragon grass could yield at least 30 foundation establishment pills, sufficient to ensure his success in establishing his foundation. Upon returning to his sect, Lin Mu merely needed to devise a way to acquire the recipe for the foundation establishment pill to commence his alchemical endeavors. He meticulously extracted all the fire dragon grass from his storage ring, selecting 50 of the more mature specimens to place in the small abode within the spiral moon space. The remaining 100+ stalks, he intended to surrender entirely to his sect. After organizing these matters, Lin Mu retrieved the 2 mid-grade magical instruments from his storage ring. One was a soil-based defensive artifact, the Earth Umbrella, and the other was a golden defensive artifact, the Xian Tai Shield. With a thought, the 5 elements ring soared from his storage ring, spiraling above his head. Though the 5 elements ring had not yet fully ascended to a mid-grade artifact, it emanated a kaleidoscope of colors, with the red and green hue significantly outshining the others. Without hesitation, Lin Mu cast the Xian Tai Shield into the radiance of the 5 elements ring. Instantly, golden light surged forth, accompanied by a melodious chime. After half an hour, the golden glow receded, the harmonious sounds faded, and the 5 elements ring returned to tranquility. The colors of the 5 elements ring brightened, with the golden hue now as brilliant as the red and green. Filled with joy, Lin Mu restrained his elation and once again cast the newly acquired Earth Umbrella into the multicolored radiance. This time, the refining process of the 5 elements ring was swifter. Within less than half an hour, it had completely assimilated the Earth Umbrella, and the gray light shone even brighter than before. As the 5 elements ring ascended in rank, its ability to refine artifacts also increased correspondingly. In the present radiance of the 5 elements ring, only the green light, symbolizing the wood element, remains dim, while the other 4 hues shine resplendently. Lin Mu, brimming with anticipation, stepped outside, eager to test the might of the 5 elements ring. With a silent incantation, he unleashed the Gung Jinju, which erupted from the ring in a brilliant display. A magnificent golden sword, over 3 feet in length and 4 fingers wide, shot forth from the ring. The sword's tip was razor-sharp, and its entire body was solid and substantial, rivaling that of a genuine flying sword, exuding a palpable aura of lethality. Could this truly be the original Gung Jin small sword? Lin Mu felt a rush of exhilaration within. The power of this golden giant sword far surpassed many mid-grade magical artifacts, its offensive capability comparable to that of some inferior upper-grade flying swords. After testing the might of Gung Jinju, Lin Mu proceeded to invoke Ho Tuju. A torrent of raging sand cascaded down from above, enveloping the area in a thick haze, rendering visibility nearly non-existent within a Tinjiang radius. Yet, amidst the swirling yellow sands, Lin Mu moved with ease, seemingly unaffected by the tempest around him. Should he employ this Ho Tuju in battle, it would undoubtedly catch his opponents off guard. Yielding twice the result with half the effort, Lin Mu manipulated the 5 elements ring, causing it to dance in the air, shifting in size with remarkable agility. Whether for offense or defense, with a flick of his hand, the ring returned to its original form, landing gracefully in his palm. A faint smile graced Lin Mu's lips as he returned to his small dwelling. Spreading out a mat, he reclined in his clothes, drifting into a tranquil slumber. Although he had only spent just over a day in Fire Dragon Valley, it had been a day fraught with turmoil. The competition was fierce, both at the Baiyuan Pool and among the strange rocks. The battles at the Baiyuan Pool were particularly brutal. Of the 7 who ventured forth, aside from Lin Mu, Luo Yun, and Wei Xing, the other 4 met their demise at the hands of disciples from the Qianyu Sword Sect. The conflict among the Bazaar Stones was somewhat less intense, with no fatalities reported. However, the 2 initial participants were unfortunate, suffering grievous injuries at the hands of a burly man. Their magical artifacts ceased. In the perilous Fire Dragon Valley, their chances of survival appeared grim. Lin Mu slept soundly, awakening leisurely after 10 hours. After refreshing himself, he emerged from the Xianwei space. The The moment he materialized, he swiftly moved aside while simultaneously casting an invisibility spell upon himself. A glance back revealed that his previous position was now devoid of any trace of his presence. Lin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a hint of amusement at his own cautiousness. Yet, he understood that such vigilance was crucial for preserving his life. Next time he ventured out, he would undoubtedly adhere to the same precautions. Employing Yufeng Shu, he continued his flight deeper into the Fire Dragon Valley. A day later, many had successfully harvested fire dragon grass, yet numerous others returned empty-handed. This indicated that several sects would be unable to procure the coveted herb, jeopardizing their lineage. Lin Mu now comprehended why all sects had agreed to remain in Fire Dragon Valley for a full month. This period was allocated for disciples to compete, ensuring that members of their sect could obtain the fire dragon grass. The disciples who have gathered the fire dragon grass are desperate to preserve their hard-won treasures, while those who have gained nothing resort to frenzied slaughter, seeking to acquire the coveted fire dragon grass from the storage bags of others. This principle of distribution has long been tacitly acknowledged by the leaders of various sections. Here, within this realm, one can freely kill disciples from other sects or become prey themselves. Lin Mu understands that the coming month will be a true test of character. The weaker individuals, if unable to conceal themselves, will inevitably fall victim to others. However, for Lin Mu, who possesses the lunar pendant, this predicament holds little weight. He could easily hide within the lunar space and emerge only after a month. Yet, he chooses not to do so. The secrets of the Fire Dragon Valley are countless, and the opportunities abundant. Lin Mu is determined not to let them slip away. Greed is an inherent trait of humanity and often leads to fortuitous encounters. Lin Mu believes that by exercising caution and avoiding conflict, he should be safe within the Fire Dragon Valley. However, after 2 days of continuous flight, Lin Mu has yet to uncover any fortune. His journey yields little, merely a collection of first-grade spiritual herbs, with an occasional second-grade spiritual medicine. Beyond that, he finds nothing of significance. Nevertheless, his state of mind remains relatively tranquil. He knows that fortune cannot be forced, yet he persists in his search. He boldly explores numerous locations that he deems might conceal hidden treasures, venturing into caves, jungles, streams, and waterfalls without reservation. Yet, in these places, instead of discovering opportunities, he repeatedly finds himself in peril, narrowly escaping each time. 2 days later, Lin Mu stumbles upon another cave. Without hesitation, he steps inside. Much like his previous explorations, he finds no treasures within. After a brief inspection, he discovers nothing but animal droppings littering the cave floor. Just as he intends to exit, he suddenly notices a massive striped tiger blocking the entrance, effectively sealing his escape. To his utter horror, this striped tiger is a third-level demon beast. This fire-type striped tiger excels at spewing flames, unleashing a searing fireball that Lin Mu narrowly dodges. He quickly employs the invisibility technique, but to his astonishment, the striped tiger can perceive his concealed presence, and the fireball continues to hurtle towards him. In the split second before the fireball is about to strike, Lin Mu instinctively activates the wind control technique, propelling himself into the air, causing the fireball to crash against the rocky wall behind him. However, Lin Mu is further alarmed to find that the flames of this demon beast surpass ordinary fire. The stone, subjected to such intense heat, melts into flowing magma. With no other option, Lin Mu retreats into the lunar space. Yet, the cunning striped tiger remains steadfast at the cave entrance, refusing to budge. Each time Lin Mu emerges from the lunar space, a fireball is immediately hurled in his direction, forcing him to retreat once more into the safety of the lunar space. Lin Mu traversed the swirling moon space over a dozen times. Each time, the striped tiger stood sentinel at the cave's entrance. And with each of Lin Mu's comings and goings, the tiger's temperament grew increasingly irritable, unleashing fireballs of ever-mounting ferocity. On several occasions, Lin Mu narrowly evaded being struck. Fortunately, his mastery of wind control allowed him to dodge each assault just in the nick of time. This formidable striped tiger posed a significant challenge for Lin Mu. He attempted to employ the Earth Escape Talisman, but given the cave's walls were composed of solid, unyielding bluestone, the talisman proved utterly ineffective. He also tried the mind-piercing technique, yet the tiger's mental prowess far exceeded Lin Mu's, rendering his efforts futile. After repeated unsuccessful attempts, Lin Mu chose to remain concealed within the swirling moon space, waiting for the tiger to vacate the cave before making his quiet exit. He meditated and cultivated within the space for an entire day. When he finally emerged, as soon as his figure materialized in the cave, a violet-red fireball hurtled towards him, saturating the air with intense heat. This fireball possessed a power that far surpassed its predecessors. The tiger indeed exhibited remarkable tenacity. As the fireball approached, Lin Mu swiftly ascended, allowing the fireball to crash into the cave wall, precisely at the same spot as its initial strike. The wall melted anew, transforming into magma that oozed down, and upon cooling, morphed into violet red stones, even more resilient than the original walls. Lin Mu found himself utterly awed by the tiger's perseverance. In a moment of reckless abandon, he began darting in and out of the swirling moon space, occasionally teasing the tiger, who became increasingly exasperated. Consequently, the tiger's fury intensified, and the fireballs it conjured grew in potency, eventually aiming to transform into pure purple fireballs. The tiger's once vibrant red and white fur gradually shifted to a deep purple, nearly resembling a full-fledged purple tiger. As Lin Mu emerged more frequently, the fireballs approached a hue of purple, their strength far exceeding that of the initial violet-red orbs. Every encounter left Lin Mu trembling with trepidation. He had no doubt that should he be struck by such a purple fireball, he would be reduced to ashes. Yet, observing the tiger's labored breaths, Lin Mu realized his strategy was bearing fruit. Indeed, as time progressed, the frequency of the tiger's purple fireballs diminished, and their power lessened significantly. However, the resultant effects remained undiminished, as the cave wall had been scorched into a profound indentation. The tiger continued to unleash purple fireballs, and Lin Mu adeptly evaded each one, retreating into the swirling moon space whenever necessary. The standoff between man and beast culminated in Lin Mu's wind control technique refining considerably. He maneuvered with remarkable agility, necessitating fewer retreats into the swirling moon space. Initially, he had to retreat after every 2 fireballs, but gradually he improved to only needing to escape after 3. At present, Lin Mu's mastery of the wind control technique has once again ascended. After every 5 fireballs, he enters the crescent moon space to evade. Lin Mu cannot help but marvel at the undeniable truth that humans are indeed forged under pressure. Initially, after 3 months of arduous practice with the wind control technique, he was merely slightly superior to the average practitioner. However, under the tutelage of this striped tiger, his skills have flourished dramatically, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Another fist-sized purple fireball hurtles toward him, but this time, Lin Mu is well prepared. As the fireball approaches, he swiftly activates the wind control technique, narrowly evading the attack. The impact leaves a small hole over 3 feet deep in the cave wall, mirroring the initial strike. This fireball is no different from the previous ones, yet Lin Mu is taken aback. For from the depths of the hole, a faint glimmer of light emerges. A sense of astonishment washes over Lin Mu. Could there be mysteries hidden beyond this wall? Undeterred by danger, Lin Mu tempts the striped tiger to unleash another fireball, positioning himself deliberately in front of the small hole. Just as the fireball is about to strike, he deftly sidesteps. Under his careful guidance, the fireball strikes the same spot once more, further melting the cave wall. This time, Lin Mu can see clearly that there is indeed light emanating from within, suggesting the presence of a more expansive cavern beyond this wall. A series of connected caves? This thought lingers in Lin Mu's mind. To unravel this enigma, he boldly entices the striped tiger repeatedly, skillfully directing the trajectory of the fireballs, ensuring they consistently hit the same small hole. After a span of incense-burning time, through the combined efforts of Lin Mu and the striped tiger, the small hole has expanded to a size sufficient for a person to pass through. Resembling the width of a water bucket, a wave of spiritual energy begins to seep forth from the cavern beyond. Lin Mu feels invigorated by this newfound aura. Suddenly, he comprehends why the striped tiger chose to cultivate in this dilapidated cave. Indeed, behind it lies a veritable paradise. Yet, the tiger, lacking cunning, remains oblivious to the potential riches buried within, as the true abundance of spiritual energy resides just beyond this cave wall. Once more, Lin Mu retreats into the crescent moon space, patiently waiting for the surrounding magma to cool. When the time is right, he emerges from his sanctuary. No sooner does he materialize in the cave than he activates the wind control technique, swiftly darting through the small hole. As he lands, a fireball follows closely behind him, but he effortlessly evades it. The small hole, only as wide as a water bucket, renders the massive striped tiger incapable of following him through. It can only roar ferociously from the entrance, its thunderous growls shaking the very earth and causing the walls to tremble. Having temporarily escaped danger, Lin Mu begins to survey his surroundings. He finds himself in a narrow cave, over 2 feet wide and tall enough for a person to stand. He feels a twinge of relief, realizing that the fireball struck precisely where the small hole is located. Had it veered just an inch to the side, he would never have discovered this hidden chamber within the cave. The cave within was astonishingly narrow. Lin Mu gazed ahead, perceiving that the passage seemed to extend indefinitely, albeit winding and convoluted. The interior remained elusive, shrouded from his sight. Following the serpentine path, Lin Mu tread upon the uneven, sunken stone surface as he ventured deeper. This cave appeared to stretch on without any forks, and after traversing for half an hour, he had yet to reach its conclusion. The spiritual energy within the cave was remarkably potent, rivaling even the ethereal aura of Cloudy Peak, presided over by his master, Shi Weihan. Thick moss adorned the cave walls, suggesting that this place had likely never been visited by another soul. After an hour, Lin Mu turned a corner, but this turn was markedly different from the many before. To his astonishment, he found himself entering a natural stone chamber. This chamber was comparable in size to a regular room, with a stone platform at its center featuring a deep indentation. From the apex of the chamber, droplets of a milky white liquid intermittently fell, landing precisely in the hollow of the stone platform. This was stone milk. Lin Mu recalled the records from Wuyazi's chronicles, which contained references to this very substance. The stone milk was akin to extraordinary elixirs, possibly even superior. A century-old stone milk could rival a third-grade spiritual pill. A practitioner consuming a modest amount could experience significant advancements in their cultivation, potentially breaking through barriers to ascend to the next realm. The stone milk within the platform was at least a century old and amounted to nearly half a bucket. Joy instantly illuminated Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu busily retrieved numerous small white vials from his storage ring. These vials, originally intended for holding spirit-gathering pills, were now perfectly suited for containing the century-old spirit milk. With utmost care, Lin Mu filled the vials with the precious elixir, sealing the openings tightly to preserve the spirit energy. Only after filling every vial did he pause to count, accumulating a total of 500. Even so, the spirit milk remaining on the stone platform amounted to little more than half, leaving a significant portion that he could not take with him. Discontent, Lin Mu gazed longingly at the remaining spirit milk, knowing that all his vials had been exhausted and that he could not transport the surplus. After enduring numerous dangers, he had fortuitously discovered this location, a grand opportunity indeed. Now, confronted with treasures he could not claim, Lin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to enter the Fire Dragon Valley, and if he missed it now, it would be forever beyond his reach. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Mu resolved to lean over the stone platform and consume the spirit milk directly. The elixir, formed from the gathering of celestial spirit energy, was sweet and refreshing, bursting with fragrant aroma. The abundant spirit energy enveloped Lin Mu in a state of bliss that made him yearn to moan with pleasure. He drank voraciously, indulging until he felt on the verge of bursting before reluctantly ceasing his intake. The stone platform still held a considerable amount, approximately 3 large bowls worth, but Lin Mu could no longer partake, feeling too full to rise. Half an hour later, the spirit milk began to digest slowly within him, the ample spirit energy coursing through his meridians. With each circulation, Lin Mu's internal spiritual force incrementally increased. As the elixir continued to metabolize, the sensation of fullness gradually subsided, and he felt a modicum of comfort, the steady rise of his spiritual power eliciting a slight smile. However, this smile soon faded as the digestion accelerated, causing the spirit energy to surge violently within him. Lin Mu felt as if he were engulfed in a furnace, beads of hot sweat breaking out across his body. Realizing that the rapid dissipation of spirit energy required immediate refinement, he quickly settled into a meditative position beside the stone platform and began to deliberately circulate the 9 directions heart method. As the spirit energy accumulated, his speed of practice intensified. Before long, Lin Mu transcended his previous limits. Where once he could only circulate his spiritual force for 9 cycles in a single day of arduous training, he now made remarkable strides. In less than an hour, he managed to circulate the 9 directions heart method for 3 cycles. Yet, he still felt it was insufficient, as the heat enveloping him intensified, akin to flames, scorching his throat and making stars dance before his eyes. Desperately, Lin Mu concentrated on the 9 directions heart method, realizing that the issue at hand was no longer merely the waste of spirit energy, but rather a matter of survival. The unbearable heat seemed to drain every ounce of moisture from his body, leaving him drenched in a crimson glow, devoid of sweat. As the digestion of the spirit milk escalated, his internal temperature soared ever higher. Lin Mu felt parched and as if his entire being was on the verge of being scorched to a crisp, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. He understood that at this critical moment, losing consciousness was not an option. Otherwise, he would surely perish in the heat. There was no time for him to lament his insatiable greed. so he fervently activated the 9 directions heart method, channeling his spiritual energy through his meridians like a mighty river, overwhelming all obstacles in its path. In his meridians, areas that had previously been somewhat obstructed now flowed freely. The accumulation of spiritual energy within his meridians rapidly intensified, soon reaching a threshold that threatened to exceed their capacity. Steadying his mind, Lin Mu hastily directed this energy into his dantian, which was already brimming with spiritual vapor. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded in, making the essence within his dantian increasingly dense, with signs of vaporization beginning to manifest. For a practitioner in the chi refining stage, the spiritual energy within is entirely gaseous. If this energy could fully vaporize into a liquid state, it would facilitate a successful advancement to the foundation establishment stage. However, transforming gas into liquid is exceedingly challenging, requiring not only abundant energy but also the practitioner's innate talent and external aids. Typically, nearly all chi refining practitioners rely on foundation establishment pills as catalysts to progress to the next stage. Without these pills, advancement is arduous. This is precisely why all sects place immense importance on foundation establishment pills. Yet, Lin Mu found himself devoid of such pills, incapable of guiding the gaseous energy within him to vaporize into liquid. The temperature surrounding him continued to rise, causing his garments to slowly disintegrate into ashes. Aware of the peril he faced, Lin Mu could only resolutely circulate the 9 directions heart method, amassing more and more spiritual energy until it forcibly began to vaporize, taking on a state that was half gas and half liquid. The absorption of spiritual milk within his body accelerated once more, and the last remnants of this essence erupted simultaneously. The density of spiritual energy became overwhelmingly vast, surpassing Lin Mu's ability to control it. The energy surged wildly through his meridians like a wild stallion, and he soon found himself engulfed in a tumultuous sea of power, succumbing to the currents and falling into unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment of darkness, a singular thought pierced his mind. My life is forfeit. Half a month later, in a modest stone chamber, a figure slowly opened his eyes. The azure stone walls of the chamber greeted him, and with a slight movement of his gaze, he noticed a stone platform nearby, upon which a drop of stone milk trickled down from above, landing with a soft plop. Following the sound, the chamber fell into an eerie silence, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks. Lin Mu lay upon the cold stone surface, utterly motionless. He had not anticipated the possibility of awakening once more. As he surveyed the surroundings of the chamber, a profound sense of familiarity enveloped him. After a while, the tears at the corners of his eyes gradually dried, and he slowly sat up from the ground. However, upon rising, he was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. At that moment, he realized he was entirely unclothed. Throughout his entire being,